Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 96. 2 tasks. Bayou's expression froze, and he seemed a little surprised. As a reincarnated being, Bayou already knew why Crocodile went to Alabasta. The reason for not submitting these documents was simply to test the 5 elders' reaction. Now, not only did he not get angry, he simply gave me 2 tasks. Not only Sengoku felt strange, Bayou was no exception. Yes, the 5 elders said that you have destroyed the balance of the sea. The Shishibukai alliance is indeed corrupt, but it is also a powerful weapon to check the pirates. Sengoku said solemnly. Crocodile is in such a state now that he cannot recover and is no longer qualified to continue to serve as a Shishibukai. Therefore, the first mission is for you to escort Crocodile to Impel Down prison. Second task, here is a list of candidates for the next Shishibukai. They want you to invite them personally. Let an admiral invite the new Shishibukai? Bayou was a little surprised. In the original work, the 3 admirals represent the strongest combat power of the Marines. The invitation to Shishibukai could only be handled by the Marine Vice Admiral. Suddenly, asking the new Admiral Bayou to make the trip was not only a bit unreasonable in terms of face, but also a bit of a waste of talent. Bayou, don't take it too seriously. If this is just a way for the 5 elders to suppress you a little, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Sengoku said solemnly. My biggest worry is that I can't figure out what they are thinking. But don't worry, I will still help you out. Bayou was well aware of the petty minds of the 5 elders, and was somewhat relieved by Sengoku's kindness. He finally understood why Garp was able to stay in the headquarters despite his ability to cause trouble. It seemed that Sengoku had indeed put in a lot of effort. However, when Bayou looked carefully at the invitation list in his hand, his expression froze. Edward Weeble, the second Whitebeard, the captain of the Spade Pirates, the ace of Fire Fist with a bounty of 120 million? Was Ace's Shishibukai invitation due to his intrusion and he just pressed the fast-forward button? After just a little thought, Bayou quickly let it go. In the original story, Ace had no idea how to use Haki before joining the Whitebeard Pirates. When the restaurant on the sea suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Bayou, they knew about the existence of Conquerors Haki in advance. Originally, Ace had awakened Conquerors when he was 7 or 8 years old, and saved Luffy from the pirates. Now, he has even witnessed Bayou perform Conqueror's Haki. According to Ace's talent, perhaps mastering Haki is not difficult. This undoubtedly indirectly made Ace's rookie experience even more brilliant. A newcomer who just came out of East Blue not only possesses the powerful Logia Devil Fruit ability. He also has Conqueror's Haki. No matter which force it is placed in, it is definitely a popular existence. Little Ghost, you are surprised too. Sengoku glanced at it and said. Besides Edward Weeble, who calls himself Whitebeard too, this Fire Fist Ace also came from East Blue. According to rumors, I heard that you fought with him in East Blue, the restaurant on the sea, and defeated him. Is that true? As the largest force in this ocean, the Naval Headquarters Intelligence Network has already spread across the entire ocean and should not be underestimated. Moreover, the battle between Bayou and Ace in the restaurant at sea that day was a rare battle in East Blue. There were quite a few people who witnessed it with their own eyes. Ahem, is that true? It seems we did fight each other, but Fire Fist Ace was too strong. I let him escape. Logia Demon Fruit power was too difficult to deal with. Bayou coughed dryly and explained quickly. Phew. Crocodile, who was curled up in the corner, spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Bayou, he was so angry that he almost passed out. He is also a Logia Demon Fruit power and a long-established Shishibukai. When you tortured Laozi, you didn't even take a breath. Now, they were dealing with a newcomer from East Blue, but they said Logia was too difficult and let him slip away. When you are looking for an excuse, can you find one that is more valuable? Or, I, a veteran Shishibukai, can't even beat a newcomer. Sengoku glanced at the furious Crocodile and rolled his eyes. Kid, if you come up with a few more jokes like this, I think you can PS Crocodile off to death. You and Fire Fist Ace had any interactions before, but that was before you became a marine. I won't interfere. However, I hope you can complete the next task. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what the 5 elders will do. It's getting late now. Send Crocodile to the 6th floor of Impel Down. I've already contacted Magellan to pick you up. By the way, little brat, don't think about fighting with Magellan. The current Impel Down situation is not as good as before. After saying this, Sengoku took the documents in his hand and jumped onto the dock. You are now an admiral as well. Although you have brought in a lot of good talents, we still don't have enough manpower. This girl is simply a war ghost by Yuchui. She applied to join your army no less than 10 times, and I will include her in your army. You are now the Marine Admiral, representing the face of the headquarters, so you have to work hard on the surface. I will also look for other Marines to be transferred to your command in the future. You are quite good, kid. Don't hide your abilities. Train more new people for me. Normally, Sengoku would never shiver like this. However, facing the troublemaker Bayou, Sengoku was obviously pulled back to the time when he was a partner with Garp. I was really worried that if I didn't say one more word of advice, Bayou would get into 10 more troubles. Ahem, Marshal Sengoku, I see you are planning to use me as a free mentor to train you Marine generals. If Chief Instructor Zephyr gets to know about this, do you think he will come and fight me? Bayou coughed dryly, and at the end he couldn't help but reveal a bloodthirsty smile. During this period of time, Bayou had only fought against a half-baked crocodile, which undoubtedly made him a little itchy. The people around heard these crazy and cruel words, and even Sengoku's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. But before they could open their mouths, the timid Tashigi, holding his sword, hurried forward and spoke. Admiral Bayou, Mr. Zephyr has already gone out to sea in advance to take the recruit practical assessment. He is not in the recruit camp now, so you don't have to worry about Mr. Zephyr causing trouble. But, may I ask Admiral Bayou if you would allow me to join your army? Compared to following Colonel Smoker, I would rather follow Admiral Bayou to repay the favor of awakening Haki that day. Follow me? Bayou touched his nose helplessly. It was true that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. The star effect is indeed terrifying. Looking at Smoker's facial expression, which was completely out of control, Bayou really doubted whether he had been hurt by the anger he got from meeting a natural fool like Tashigi. Chapter 97. Smoker, it seems that comparing yourself to others is really annoying. Hina was stunned for a moment and said, however, Hina does not agree with this girl's behavior. It seems that the newcomers are still newcomers and have no discipline at all. Now even your adjutant has been robbed, what are your plans? Smoker was holding a cigar and his expression looked a little ugly. However, after a moment of silence, he slowly walked out of the crowd. Bayou, I want to join you. What? Hina's expression froze. As a contemporary, Hina knows very well that Smoker is a tough guy at heart. Otherwise, there is no need to graduate, and even not be qualified to submit to the headquarters, and choose to become a Logue town. Hand in. Smoker, are you confused too? Bayou rolled his eyes and waved his hands helplessly. Forget it, just don't interfere with my fight. It's getting late now, let's get going quickly. After saying this, Bayou turned around and boarded the ship. Seeing Bayou disappear in the cabin, Hina hurried forward and said. Smoker, why are you doing this? Hina doesn't understand. Not understand. Smoker held the cigar in his mouth, took a deep puff and said. Actually, I don't understand either, but do you see that Shichibukai over there? Because he did something that others dared not do. He is the first person who shares the same philosophy as me. Moreover, I want to see how far he can go. The ship is about to leave. I'm leaving first. We can talk again next time if we have a chance. Smoker also quickly boarded the boat. Looking at this scene, Hina was stunned. Is this considered personal charm? Meanwhile, inside the holy land of Marie Joyce. Inside the Supreme Palace, 5 figures sat facing each other. Looking at the information sent back, the bald old man holding a samurai sword said in a deep voice. That brat has already set off, so let's just follow the original plan. A chess piece that can't be controlled must be dealt a good beating. If this trip is successful, I don't think Sengoku will be able to protect him, just like he was 18 years ago. The old words echoed in the hall. The remaining 4 old figures looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. As the people in power behind the world government, they have always had the ability to control and strategize. All they have to do now is wait for the final outcome. Half a day later, a warship broke through the waves and headed towards the huge gate of justice that was heavily blockaded and tightly closed in the distance. From the naval headquarters to Impel Down, under the triangular ocean currents deliberately designed by the world government, the warships can ride on the specific ocean currents and quickly go back and forth on the 3 major gates of justice. As the warship approached, the huge gate of justice was opened with a bang. With the help of ocean currents, the warship Bayou was on also quickly sailed into the Impel Down prison. Many figures were already standing on the dock waiting. Leading the group was the prison warden Magellan and deputy warden Han Yabao. Following behind him was a group of elite soldiers from the Impel Down prison. When the warship docked, Smoker consciously escorted Crocodile down. Looking at the once arrogant Shishibukai, who was now as silent as a dead dog, Smoker really wanted to know what Bayou had done to make such a great Shishibukai suffer such a physical and mental blow. Impel Down prison has always been known by the outside world as an iron wall, not only because of its extremely dangerous geographical location. The biggest reason comes from Magellan, a strong man who also has the strength of an admiral. However, as soon as he approached the gate, Bayou could still feel the cold air coming from inside. Sure enough, it's not a good place. Thinking of the many big pirates imprisoned inside, Bayou's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodthirstiness, and he raised his head and took a sip of wine. Magellan and Han Yabao's expressions froze involuntarily. They had heard about the bloodthirsty and warmongering nature of the new 4th Admiral. That fascinating fighting spirit just now, could it be that he was planning to turn Impel Down prison upside down? However, as soon as this thought flashed through their minds, it was quickly dismissed. Not to mention the importance of the underwater prison, the mere presence of Magellan will not give Bayou the opportunity to act recklessly. Warden Magellan, this is the criminal escorted here, former Shishibukai Crocodile. Smoker was the first to come up to the group. Compared to Bayou's nonchalance, no matter how unruly Smoker is, he has been the leader of the Logtown branch for several years, so he can do things in an orderly manner. Magellan and the others quickly came to their senses, looking at Bayou's slightly immature face. They were secretly shocked, and Magellan even felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Sure enough, the rumors that the 4th Admiral was bloodthirsty and warmongering were not false. At this time, even his own people dared to watch covetously. Welcome Admiral Bayou. Thank you for your hard work. I am the warden, the deputy warden. You can just call me Han Yabao. Hannibal stepped out first, with a bossy look on his face, and wanted to say something tough. However, he was quickly pushed away by Magellan. Admiral Bayou, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. The Shishibukai are all tough thorns. I'm really surprised that you dare to attack them. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the warden of Impel Down prison. Since the identity of Shishibukai Crocodile is quite sensitive, I need you to escort him down in person. If possible, I'm a little curious about what you did to him to make him completely lose his will. As the warden of the underwater prison, many vicious and evil people are imprisoned there. However, no matter how long each of these guys has been imprisoned, the character that is deeply ingrained in their bones will never be erased. Crocodile was able to become a Shishibukai, which means he is a great hero. Magellan's intuition told him that it was possible for him to fall into such a state of despair. The young 4th Admiral in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Why? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and took a sip of the liquor. Nothing much, just a good fight with him. If Warden Magellan is interested, we can practice. Really? The 4th Admiral lives up to his name. The first time they met, just as they had guessed, they were headed for a fight. Seeing that he could not find any clues from Bayou, Magellan shook his head helplessly. Admiral Bayou, your words are respectful, but I have a duty to fulfill. I am afraid I cannot do anything like a bloody battle. If there is nothing else, let's escort the prisoner down first. Chapter 98. Seeing Magellan turn around and lead the way, a hint of disappointment flashed across Hannibal's face. If Bayou could really fight Magellan, perhaps he could even remove the word deputy from his title as deputy warden. However, seeing that Bayou and his group had already entered the gate, Hannibal could no longer wait and hurried to catch up. Although he cannot become the actual warden, he still has to do the work of an actual warden, otherwise how can he make his presence felt? Ding! Congratulations host, the system mall has been refreshed. An ethereal reminder sounded. Bayou couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. When killing the crocodile, the system was unlocked to 37.5%. The unlocked value is not high. However, the reward points are quite a lot, reaching 1,200 points. Since a week ago, at Naval Headquarters, the system mall has been refreshed with senzu beans and the modified gravity training house. This slightly shabby shopping mall did not respond at all. Suddenly, inside the Impel Down prison, a refresh occurred. Bayou really doubts whether the refresh mechanism is related to the importance of the location. It seems that I have to find some time to test it out later. Bayou took a look just now and found that the mall points have reached 1,500 points, breaking the historical record. Now we have to see whether the landlord mall can provide satisfactory squeezed products. System, open the mall page for me immediately. Ding, host, please wait. Ding, the system mall page has been refreshed successfully. In Bayou's sea of consciousness, he quickly opened the mall page and looked at the two product items that appeared. His expression froze. Advanced Armament Haki, the top-notch way to use Haki. In addition to granting powerful defense, it can also wrap around weapons and the body to unleash a powerful impact. It is worth 500 points and is a must-buy item with 5 stars. Top Conquerors Haki, greatly increases the strength of Haki, can cause substantial physical damage, worth 1000 points, 5-star recommended must-buy item. Right? Bayou was a little surprised. I thought that during this period of time, the system would not refresh the products from the Poseidon world, but now it seems that I underestimated it. However, these 5-star recommended must-buy items are probably no less than 5 stars in front of the system, and every one of them is recommended as a must-buy. It seems that the system, the landlord, has never thought of helping Bayou to become well off. But these 2 items are still very fragrant. At least, it saved Bayou the time to practice on his own. System, immediately take inventory of these 2 items for me. Ding, host, please wait. Ding, congratulations host, the purchase was successful, and the current system points are 0. Listening to the final prompt and watching the points return to 0. Bayou really doubted whether the system was deliberately squeezing him out. However, the 2 forces belonging to Haki poured into Bayou's body like a vast ocean. Originally, it was just the mid-level armament Haki and Conquerors Haki. In an instant, it becomes stronger rapidly. Especially the top Conquerors, which gave Bayou a feeling of being a wild horse running free. If Bayou hadn't tried so hard to suppress it, it would have exploded at that moment. It seems that I need to find Redhead or Whitebeard when I get a chance to talk about Haki life and see if the current Conquerors Haki can outwit them. Magellan, who was walking in front, froze in his tracks and couldn't help but look back at Bayou. Just now, he couldn't help but feel a little palpitated. However, as soon as this feeling emerged, it disappeared without a trace, making Magellan suspect that it was an illusion. However, his intuition told him that all these strange feelings might come from the little ghost behind him. At the same time, Bayou and his team have arrived at the first floor of Impel Down. The prisoners need to be boiled in hot water at a temperature of 100 degrees to perform the so-called disinfection baptism. If it were in the previous life, the person would have matured long ago. Poseidon's world is just the initial punishment. Crocodile was quickly escorted away, and even after being drenched in hot water, he still looked distraught. Many people saw it with their eyes wide open. I was curious about what kind of inhuman experience Crocodile had suffered at the hands of Bayou. Soon, Bayou and his team took Crocodile with them again and continued to walk down after being examined. As we went down the floors, the chilly atmosphere seemed to penetrate deep into our bones. Various screams rang out one after another, adding to the oppressive feeling, as if an invisible hand was gripping people's hearts. Even Smoker, Zoro, and others frowned. They finally understood why Impel Down prison was so feared by the outside world. Many pirates would rather be killed than be sent to this hellish place. Okay, Admiral Bayou, ahead are the first 5 floors of Impel Down prison, which hold pirates and prisoners, many of whom are extremely evil. Magellan pressed the elevator button, looked at the 6 words jumping on it, and explained for the first time. Next, we are going to the 6th floor. The prisoners held on the 6th floor are all the overlords of the sea. I heard that Admiral Bayou was rumored to have killed the Golden Lion Shiki of the Flying Pirates in East Blue. That guy was the first pirate to escape from Impel Down prison. Now he was killed by Admiral Bayou, which can be regarded as helping our Impel Down prison to clean up its mess. This time, I have to thank you very much. As the warden of Impel Down prison, Magellan has always been upset about the escape of Golden Lion. Now that Golden Lion died at the hands of Bayou, it could be considered as a slight compensation for the slight stain he left on the 4 words iron wall. Warden Magellan, you are too kind. Bayou took a sip of liquor and looked at the open elevator door. It was pitch black and he showed a hint of interest. Bayou already knew about the identity of the reincarnated person on the 6th level. Compared to other people's curiosity, Bayou did not show it too obviously. Compared with the eerie and scary 5 floors above, the 6th floor seemed dead silent and a bit out of place. However, it is precisely because of this incompatibility that it shows that its existence is not simple. Only a small number of prisoners are held here. Every prisoner possesses the crocodile, a being that possesses great power but also carries a huge guilt. Looking at the pairs of bright red eyes in the corridor, the inexplicable pressure emanating from him made Smoker and others who were following behind Bayou tense up and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Even Hannibal, the deputy warden who always mentioned the warden, looked a little unnatural. Chapter 99. The huge corridor fell into deathly silence. A pair of scarlet eyes darted around quickly, and finally fell on Bayou involuntarily. Bayou didn't take this welcome ceremony seriously and followed Magellan in front of him and moved forward quickly. In the dim light, one could only see the cells lined up in the corridor. The prisoners hiding in the corners at the end had already disappeared into the darkness. The prisoners held here are all well-known criminals on the sea. Not only do they possess powerful strength, but they also carry heavy crimes. This is the most vicious female prisoner in history, Katrin Dma. Magellan stopped in front of a cell. Soon, an eye-catching woman wearing striped prisoner clothes walked out of the darkness, smiling teasingly. Magellan, what do you mean? Are you planning to spend the night with me? I can do it for free. This young man looks innocent. Who on earth is he that you would treat him so seriously? Also, isn't the one being escorted the Shichibukai crocodile? Why was he sent in as well? A series of words instantly awakened the silent 6th floor. Seeing the situation beginning to become agitated, Magellan frowned and shouted in a deep voice. Catelyn Dime, you better shut up. Who he is has nothing to do with you. After saying this, Magellan's eyes swept through every cell again. That's the big barrel over there, basked Chote. That huge cell holds the San Juan Wolf, and the one next door is the King of Evil Government. It is frozen. It is the world destroyer Burndy world that was madly destroying back then. Nearest the end of the corridor, on the left, is Bullet, a descendant of the devil, aboard the ship of Roger the Pirate King. The one on the right is the great pirate who was famous on the sea decades ago and was said to be able to fight against Whitebeard and Roger alone. He is the lone Red and Fidel Field. A series of words came out of Magellan's mouth. Smoker and others' expressions suddenly changed. Of course they had heard of these legendary names. However, this is the first time I see them in person. If he had not chosen to follow Bayou this time, Smoker believed that he would never have been able to broaden his horizons. Especially the monster Red Earl introduced at the end, he is history within history. His terror has not yet been buried in people's memory. Smoker believed that if any prisoner in the cell was released, it would definitely cause a sensation on the sea. Magellan, what tricks are you playing here? You introduced everyone, but why did you forget about me? A tall figure in a black suit appeared in the cell next to him. There was a hint of teasing on his gloomy face. You are not worried about embarrassing yourself in front of the new 4th Admiral of the Marine Corps, so you are deliberately ignoring me. After all, I am the warden of Impel Down prison. Warden? Smoker and the others' expressions changed slightly. There are 2 highest positions in Impel Down. The prison warden is responsible for security. The warden is responsible for punishment and education. The 2 joined forces to form an iron wall known as Impel Down Prison. Now as the warden of Impel Down Prison, being sent to the 6th level was indeed beyond their expectations. Haha, you know Shiryu, you just said that this brat is the 4th Admiral of the Marine. Is there no one to use the naval headquarters? Why is a brat the top combat force? Katrin laughed disdainfully. You guys, this couldn't be a backdoor. Hey, little brat, have you ever killed anyone? You don't even know how to fight, do you? The king of evil government showed a ferocious face and laughed unscrupulously. Big Barrel also echoed and gestured. Only the Frozen World Destroyer and the Red Earl's cell remained dead silent. Even Bullet is not willing to be lonely. Humph, it seems that the world government is going to decline. We may have a chance to get out. Bullet snorted coldly and walked out from the darkness. His tall body was about to burst the prison uniform. If I am allowed to go out, I will destroy the naval headquarters myself and let them know the consequences of wasting my time. By the way, you little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, do you know what Conquerors Haki is? The inexplicable question made everyone stunned at first. Even Magellan is no exception. However, the prisoners in the field quickly reacted and showed interested expressions. Magellan's expression suddenly changed and he reminded urgently. Bullet, if you dare to mess around, don't blame me for being rude. Haha, Magellan, you're welcome. Can you even suppress Laozi's kingly demeanor? Bullet smiled cruelly, then his eyes suddenly glared down and spoke loudly. I hope you don't pee your pants, little one. Boom. The huge Conqueror's Haki exploded inside Bullet's body. Like a huge wave, it crushed Bayou and others. The sea stone here does suppress Bullet's devil fruit ability, but for Conqueror's Haki, something that is innate, it cannot be suppressed. Bullet has always been confident of the Conqueror's Haki advantage and likes to cause trouble every time Magellan comes. At the moment, the sudden emergence of the 4th Admiral candidate obviously made Bullet want to make a show of force. Beware of Conqueror's Haki! Magellan roared urgently, and the poison gushing out of his body caused huge clouds of smoke to rise. Faced with Bullet's trouble, Magellan obviously intended to let him taste the toxin. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and said, Warden Magellan, this is also considered Conqueror's Haki. Compared to him, I am more afraid of your poison. Let me handle this. After he finished speaking, Bayou walked out slowly. The system just refreshed the top Conqueror's Haki, and Bayou was still considering whether to go find Red Hair and Whitebeard to cause trouble. Now that Bullet has come to Bayou's door, it has undoubtedly aroused Bayou's interest. Little devil, are you looking down on me with your tone? Then I'll show you what a truly strong person is. Bullet yelled playfully. The Conqueror's Haki that had just penetrated his body surged again and finally washed over Bayou. However, before the smile on his face could fully bloom, the wine bottle in Bayou's hand shattered instantly. A Haki impact like a torrent exploded with a force that penetrated the heavens and the earth. Boom! The entire 6th floor seemed to shake violently in an instant. The golden Haki rolled back like a raging wave. The ground beneath his feet seemed to be unable to withstand the impact and shattered like a spider web. With a brutal attitude, he instantly collided with the Conqueror's Haki that was rushing towards him, which belonged to Bullet alone. Boom! The 2 Haki exploded like thunder, and golden lightning splashed. The huge impact only paused for a moment, and the next moment, Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and completely lifted the restrictions of the top Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 100. Boom! The top Conqueror's Haki, like a raging tide, crashed into Bullet's Haki with no less momentum. The huge impact was like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, instantly crushing Bullet's Haki. Quickly go back into the prison cell. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it was only 2 or 3 meters away from Bullet. Feeling that Haki was about to burst at any moment, the smile on Bullet's face suddenly froze. Even the prisoners on the entire 6th floor had a drastic change of expression. In their eyes, Bayou is just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. The title of Marine's 4th Admiral is just a joke that was obtained through backdoor. I never thought that a mere little kid could actually awaken the power of a king that is 1 in a million. The strength of the Conqueror's Haki that erupted was so strong that even Bullet on Roger's ship, who was said to be infinitely close to the King of Pirates, was instantly suppressed. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that all this is true? Little devil, you are looking for death. On this vast ocean, only Roger can defeat me. You are just a little devil, so you'd better die. Bullet growled with a distorted expression. He clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles crackling, and the Conqueror's power in his body was pushed to ultimate level like never before. Bang! The Conqueror's Haki that penetrated his body became stronger again. He was originally suppressed by Bayou, with only 2 or 3 meters left, and was slowly pushed away. Seeing this scene, the people present not only did not feel happy, but were shocked instead. Bullet had been incarcerated for more than 10 years and his physical fitness had declined. However, in Conqueror's Haki, the competition is more about mental will, experience, and the life accumulation of battles experienced. This is the only way to make Conqueror's Haki grow. Bullet is praised as someone whose strength is infinitely close to Roger's, which is enough to prove that his strength is not simple and he has definitely experienced a lot. However, Bullet, who had lived for most of his life, could only barely open up a distance of a few centimeters when he exerted all his strength at this stage. In this scene, even Bullet's cheeks were a little embarrassed, and his expression became more gloomy to ultimate. Little boy, I didn't expect your Haki attainments to be quite high. In that case, let's compete to see who has greater endurance. The rumbling roar echoed in the 6th floor. As a strong man from the old times, Bullet absolutely cannot afford to lose face like this. I'm sorry, is this your full strength? This is really disappointing. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, and the top Conqueror's Haki was indeed fully released. However, for a cheater, it would be a real shame if he only had one kind of power. The inexplicable words made everyone present look stunned. Even Bullet is no exception. Could it be that Conqueror's Haki, who was able to defeat him, could be even stronger? Is this a joke? However, just as these thoughts emerged in his mind, the next moment, a heart-pounding breath erupted from Bayou's body like a volcano. Boom! Ultimate's Ryutsu, with its rich murderous aura, gathered together to form 2 huge waves, which instantly crashed into the Conqueror's Haki, which was already in a stalemate. Originally, the situation was still in balance, but it was instantly broken under the impact of these 2 waves. 3 invisible air waves, with tremendous force, slammed into Bullet. Bang! Bullet flew backwards like a cannonball and hit the wall 5 or 6 meters behind him. The scarlet blood gushed out of his mouth, as dazzling as fireworks. The ground beneath his feet was dyed red. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, and their eyes towards Bayou changed completely. Even the Red Earl, who had been imprisoned at the end of the corridor and had remained silent, changed his expression. Bullet had indeed been imprisoned for more than 10 years and his health had weakened to a certain extent. But for someone like Bayou, Haki alone can send a person flying. This level of intensity overturned their cognition. You, who are you anyway? Why does Conqueror's Haki seem to have something more than mine? Bullet struggled to get up, roaring urgently. These words instantly drew the attention of other people in the room. It took them a lot of time to climb to the top of the ocean and become top-notch warriors. Now Bayou looks like he is no more than 20 years old, but he possesses Haki that subverts their perception. No. Is this still Haki? Kid, your Haki reminds me of someone, Rocks. My intuition tells me that you and Rocks are the same kind of people. The Red Earl suddenly spoke, and his cold and gloomy words instantly tensed the nerves of the prisoners on the 6th floor of the prison. Smoker and Zoro were obviously very unfamiliar with this name, and Tashiji couldn't help but say, Bayou Admiral, who is this Rox? As a new generation of Marine, Rox affairs were deliberately covered up by the world government and naval headquarters. Newcomers like Tashiji obviously have no idea who Rox is. Looking around the headquarters, among the ranks of Vice Admiral, only a few people knew about this. A sudden comment on the Red Earl, a living fossil. They really don't understand. It's the most worthy monster to kill in the old era. Bayou took out a bottle of liquor, took a sip and said, if the current era is called the Whitebeard era, then the previous era is the Pirates' King Roger. However, there is an even earlier era before them, which is the Rox era. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, they are the former members of Rox Pirate. What? The sound of gasps was heard by Tashiji and others. They may not know who Rox is, but they certainly know Golden Lion, Whitebeard and other members of the Four Emperors. However, Bayou now told them that these current Four Emperors were just crew members on the Rox ship. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would believe that all this is true? Little brat, you said that monster was worth chopping? It seems that you are also a little monster. I didn't expect you to know the secrets that the world government considers shameful. A hint of surprise appeared on the Red Earl's old face, which was as dry as tree bark, and he said, I thought that what happened in the Valley of the Gods that day had completely become a thing of the past that you, the naval headquarters, did not want to mention. Originally, I thought you were a kid who got in through the back door, but now it seems that being able to sit in the Admiral's position and break the rules to become the fourth Admiral is not easy. Little ghost, do you have the courage to tell me where you come from? A series of words echoed in the sixth floor. Many prisoners were shocked to see the usually taciturn Red Earl becoming talkative for once. Chapter 101. A series of words echoed in the sixth floor. Many prisoners were shocked to see the usually taciturn Red Earl becoming talkative for once. If these words of praise came from other people, they would definitely not be convinced. However, now coming from the mouth of the equally legendary Red Earl, everything has a different meaning. Humph, a bunch of ignorant guys. The venom churning on Magellan's body gradually calmed down, and he snorted coldly and said, this fourth Marine Admiral is Mr. Garp's grandson. If he had used a backdoor, Mr. Garp would not have stayed in the position of Vice Admiral for so long. If you want to question it, you should first weigh your own weight. Magellan is indeed the warden of Impel Down prison and does not belong to the naval headquarters system. However, looking at the big pirates imprisoned in this prison, most of them were arrested, and Mr. Garp's shadow was more or less behind them. Knowing how difficult these prisoners were, Magellan had great respect for this marine hero. Compared to Akainu and Kizaru, his attitude is more formal and serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so humble to receive Bayou. During this period of time, within just 1 month, Bayou became a prominent figure in the sea, and even the 7 warlords of the sea dared to chop him down. Magellan understood that the little boy's achievements would never stop there. Garp's grandson. The Red Earl's expression froze and he said, no wonder it's a little monster, it turns out to be the grandson of the old monster. After saying these words, the Red Earl once again disappeared into the darkness. After listening to this, not knowing whether it was praise or insult, Bayou helplessly took a sip of the wine. Sure enough, these big pirates who have been imprisoned in the big prison for a long time still have a bad reputation, but unfortunately their strength has been greatly reduced and they are not at their peak at all. There is no hint of fighting. What's more, Bayou is now carrying the name of the naval headquarters, so he really can't do anything casually. So he's Garp's grandson. No wonder Magellan is serving him like a dog. Rain Shiryu came to the prison cell and smiled grimly. I thought you were different, otherwise you wouldn't have the heart to imprison your companions. I didn't expect that you are the same as those hypocritical faces of the world government. Shiryu, shut up. Magellan's face darkened, he walked over slowly and said in a cold voice. You are indeed the warden, but you killed prisoners at random and even wielded the butcher knife against your own men. This is simply committing a crime knowingly. This kind of thing is unacceptable no matter where you are. If you think my decision is wrong, you can appeal to the 5 elders. Or rather, you want to kill me too. The rolling words echoed in the corridor. Magellan looked at Shiryu, who was separated from him by a wall, and in fact he felt more regret in his heart. The iron walls of Impel Down prison have fallen to this point. This has been a hurdle that Magellan has been unable to get over. Otherwise, in the original book, when Blackbeard invaded Impel Down prison, Shiryu of Rain would not be given the opportunity to snipe Blackbeard and others. Magellan, did you just ask me if I wanted to kill you? Shiryu smiled sadistically, a hint of red flashing in the depths of his eyes. The next moment, the right hand hidden behind his back moved suddenly. Bayou couldn't help but pause in his drinking posture, his expression changed slightly, and he spoke in a hurry. Magellan, be careful. Haha, it's too late. Shiryu laughed loudly, and instantly put the handcuffs in his hidden right hand on Magellan's wrist. Magellan's expression suddenly changed drastically, but unfortunately he didn't have time to react. A feeling of powerlessness swept over his whole body. The ability of the poison fruit that was originally intended to be unleashed suddenly went silent. At the same time, the sharp blade hidden in Rain Shiryu's left hand pierced directly into Magellan's chest. Phew! Blood spurted out, and Magellan groaned in excruciating pain. Looking at the clothes that were completely dyed red and the vitality fading from his body, Magellan's face was full of disbelief. Impel Down prison is known as an iron wall. The 6th floor, where the most serious criminals in the sea are imprisoned, should be the most important one. Anyone who is detained here can only enter but not leave. Now Rain Shiryu not only took out the sea stone handcuffs, but also took out a dagger to launch a sneak attack. This is enough to show that there is a spy in the system within Impel Down. Otherwise, this scene would never happen. Magellan, you're fine. Han Yabao turned pale. He is indeed a bit unreliable. However, as the deputy warden, he also understood what this scene meant. Shiryu of Rain, who was imprisoned in the prison, unexpectedly got handcuffs and a dagger, and plotted against Magellan. This means that this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Han Yabao, hurry up and pass the order. Seal the 6th floor completely. Don't let them leave. Impel Down prison is going to be in chaos. Magellan growled urgently. Inform Naval Headquarters of everything that happened here as soon as possible. Have them send support as soon as possible. We must not let these vicious guys leave the 6th floor even a step. A series of orders came out of Magellan's mouth. Han Yabao came to his senses and turned around to carry them out. He really wanted to see Magellan die. However, in this case, this idea has long disappeared. Anyone could have imagined that something went wrong on the 6th floor when Bayou escorted Shichibukai to Impel Down prison. This is not targeting, then what? Han Yabao, no need. I have cut off the Den Den Mushi signal here. Yuji Shiryu laughed cruelly, and in full view of everyone, he broke the lock with his bare hands, pushed open the closed door and walked out. The 6th floor now can be considered truly isolated from the world. Only if I kill all of you can I go to the 5th floor and leave this damn place. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame someone who offended someone they shouldn't have offended. Everyone, if you don't come out now, when will you come out? As soon as he finished speaking, Catherine, the Big Barrel, and the King of Evil Government also walked out of the prison. This scene made Magellan's face turn pale. Of course Magellan guessed who was the offender mentioned by Rain Shiryu. However, he never expected that in order to teach Bayou a lesson, the other party even released the prisoners on the 6th floor. This is probably a complete turn of events, right? Chapter 102. Magellan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, then staggered and leaned against the wall. The loss of the fruit ability, coupled with the fatal blow from Rain Shiryu, was simply adding insult to injury for Magellan. Now, let alone fighting, even whether we can survive is a problem. Haha, Magellan, you never thought that you would have this day, did you? Yuji Shiryu took out the cigar that had been prepared long ago, lit it up, took a deep breath and said. Unfortunately, I have already thrown away the key to the sea stone handcuffs. You will still die of despair and blood loss slowly. Bullet, Didn't you say you wanted to leave this damn place? Now is the best opportunity to make a contribution, come out quickly. Feed, you old fool, are you going to be released? I am well prepared today. We will definitely be able to leave this damn place. With our joint efforts, even the 4 emperors will be nothing but a joke in this sea. Katrin and others also laughed. They also thought that they would be trapped in this prison without daylight for the rest of their lives. I never expected that such a dramatic scene would happen, and there was a hint of gloating gratitude in my eyes when I looked at Bayou. They knew clearly that without the arrival of the 4th Admiral, they would probably not have this opportunity. Humph, I'm Bullet, and I won't join forces with you. Bullet snorted coldly and fell into silence. He subconsciously looked at the Red Earl deep in the corridor. However, just like at the beginning, the Red Earl's cell was still dead silent. If you don't listen carefully, you might not even be able to recognize the faintest sound of breathing. Humph, a bunch of arrogant trash. Yuji Shiryu snorted indignantly. However, he quickly gave up the idea of winning him over and looked at Bayudeo again. Little devil, do you plan to surrender, or let me take you down personally? Magellan is close to death now. I'm afraid you and these minions alone can't stop us. Catherine and the other 2 also walked out slowly and stood beside Yu Shiryu, obviously standing on the same side. Bullet and Red Earl subconsciously looked at Bayou. Even the lifeless crocodile is no exception. They are eager to know what Bayou will choose in this seemingly one-sided situation. Sorry, you are overthinking it. I really like the gift from the 5 elders. I am enough to deal with you. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took a sip of the wine, then took out a magic bean and threw it to Smoker. Give this to Magellan, it will instantly heal his injuries. 5 elders. Smoker and the others, even Magellan, all looked changed in an instant. They had speculated on this point. Bayou's action of speaking out was undoubtedly beyond their understanding. However, at this moment, they were more concerned about the pea that Bayou had just thrown. This green thing can heal injuries instantly. Is this a joke? Bayou Admiral, is this true? Magellan couldn't help asking. If it can really heal injuries, you should keep it for yourself. It can come in handy if you get injured during the battle. Faced with this casually thrown pea, Magellan really didn't want to believe it. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much. Facing the sudden outburst of Yu Shiryu and Katrin, Magellan really hoped that the pea was real. This can also increase Bayou's chances of winning. Magellan, I appreciate your kindness. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily. If possible, I hope they can hurt me. Otherwise, this fight will disappoint me. Smoker, you better feed Magellan quickly, or he'll die. Observation Haki can sense the strength of the life force. Bayou was still very clear about Magellan's physical changes. Under the restrictions of Seastone and with fatal injuries, Magellan is no different from an ordinary person. He is still alive now, entirely relying on his life to a breath. No. Magellan was about to refuse again, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person fell directly into Hanyabal's arms. This kind of gay embrace was indeed a bit eye-catching, but Smoker still didn't dare to neglect it. He hurried forward and stuffed the senzu bean into it. As Magellan swallowed, everyone stared at him. Faced with this ordinary pea, they were eager to find out whether Bayou was joking. However, just as this thought came to mind, the bloody wound on Magellan's chest healed quickly before the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the shocking and fatal wound disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the paleness and weakness on his face disappeared. If it weren't for the bloodline still on the chest of the clothes, they really doubted whether Magellan was really stabbed just now. Magellan, you. Hanyabal was stunned. Just now, he was still thinking that if Magellan died and he escaped, he would be able to receive the position of prison warden. Before he could finish his daydream, he was rescued. This is simply amazing. Hanyabal, stop pressing your saber against my back, and let me go. Magellan was also shocked, but feeling the bumps on his back, he couldn't help but speak. His injuries have recovered now, but the sea-stone handcuffs on his wrists are still weakening him all the time. This means that the crisis has not been resolved. You recovered so quickly. Little ghost, I finally understand why those hypocritical guys couldn't keep you. If you use this magical method on a large scale, the impact on the sea will be too great. Shiryu's face darkened. To take down a top-level player like them, you have to pay a bloody price. Magellan, who was now on the verge of death, was unexpectedly cured by a P. This means that if a person is in a life-and-death battle, he has 2, 3, or more Ps. Does this mean that he will have several, or even dozens of lives for them to squander? If this is true, I am afraid that this ocean will be completely disrupted in the future. Hehe, Shiryu, are you worried that I will use this thing against you? Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. Don't worry, I got this thing by chance. Besides, you are not qualified to let me use this thing. Thank you so much for helping me cuff Magellan. When I came here, I was still thinking about whether there was an excuse to have a good fight, but now it's all served to me. If we cut it, Sengoku won't have an excuse to blame me, which really saves me a lot of trouble. Now that we've finished talking, let's have a good fight. I'm alone, you guys come in groups. Chapter 103. Food delivered to your door? Shiryu's face suddenly darkened to ultimate. After all, he was the previous warden and a top-notch warrior on the sea. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Looking at the immature kid in front of him, Shiryu took out the weapon he had prepared long ago, and said coldly while holding a cigar in his mouth. I haven't touched this old fellow for a long time. Little devil, your tone is indeed arrogant. Unfortunately, you don't know how to see the situation clearly. Geniuses are the most likely to die young. Crocodile, you're a smart guy, will you join us? Magellan's expression suddenly changed. One Shiryu was enough to give him a headache. Now also release Katrin, the king of misrule, and the barrel. Once, even Crocodile, the former Shichibukai's sand crocodile, joined. The combat power of Shiryu's group will probably increase dramatically. Looking across the ocean, there is probably a presence that is catching up with the 4 emperors. You want me to join you? Does this mean I will be your boss or your little brother? Crocodile, who had not responded, slowly raised his head and said with a sinister smile. Do you think that I, Crocodile, can be defeated by just anyone? You should first figure out how to deal with this little devil. He's a monster. Everyone present was stunned. The former Shichibukai crocodile actually praised a marine who had severely injured him and was arrested and imprisoned. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe it. Shiryu's face suddenly darkened, and he showed a sadistic smile while holding a cigarette. Sand crocodile, it seems that you are indeed stupid, just like this brat, you don't see the situation clearly. In that case, you and this little devil, go to hell. Bang! Shiryu took a big step and rushed directly towards Bayou. The distance of 7 or 8 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. The famous sword Liu in his hand made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and chopped down towards Bayou with force. The speed was so fast that the whole process took only half a breath. By the time Magellan reacted, Bayou still seemed to have not reacted and stood there in a daze. Bayou Admiral, get out of the way. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed throughout the entire 6th floor. The reverse blast wave swept away. The floor beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand this huge chopping force and began to crack like a spider web. The spreading dust directly enveloped Bayou. A successful strike. Catherine, the king of evil and others all had expressions of ecstasy on their faces. This is the 4th Admiral of the Marine. It was also the last obstacle in their escape. If they could injure him severely with one blow and then return to the sea, they would surely become famous. Shiryu, is this what you are confident about? Bloodthirsty words were heard in the dust. Boom! Ultimate Ryutsu, mixed with the other 2 forces, was released without reservation within Bayou's body. The dust covering Bayou was dispersed in an instant. Originally, the knife that was valued by Catherine and others was now resting on Bayou's shoulder. The inky black armament Haki covers the shoulders, giving people an indestructible feeling. Oh no! Get out of the way! Bayou Admiral is about to start a fight. Smoker's face changed and he stood up and shouted. Hannibal and the others froze in their tracks, and saw the bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face blossoming to the ultimate level. A strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sword pressure. Boom. Murasame unsheathed his sword in an instant. The sound of the sword echoed throughout the entire 6th floor, and a dazzling golden light burst out, slashing towards Shiryu. As the sword was swung out, a sword energy of more than 10 meters burst out. The air along the way was torn apart, and he instantly appeared in front of Shiryu. Shiryu's face suddenly changed. Without thinking too much, he quickly raised the thunderstorm in his hand and blocked it. Bang! The huge explosion storm rolled back like a hurricane. The thick special floor collapsed and shattered. Shiryu was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. It instantly hit the wall dozens of meters away. The wall still couldn't withstand the force and collapsed again. The smiles on the faces of Catherine, the King of Evil and others suddenly froze. Same knife, different results. The power gap is too big. Bang! Bayou disappeared instantly, and only a clear footprint remained where he had been standing. This is the result of the explosive force being so great and heavy that even the floor cannot bear it. Catherine and the others only saw a shadow flash before their eyes, and Bayou had already approached like a tiger or leopard and appeared in front of Shiryu of Rain. The bloodthirsty and warlike smile almost distorted his well-defined face. The demon sword Murasame in Bayou's hand once again burst out with tyrannical sword pressure, without any fancy moves, and struck forward again. The fierce sword pressure instantly caused Shiryu's pupils to shrink. At this moment, a horrible thought emerged in his mind. He seemed to be fighting with a ferocious beast. However, facing the rapidly enlarging attack in his pupils, Shiryu had no time to think and frantically condensed armament Haki. Full body armament Haki. Bang! The thunderstorm in Shiryu's hand collided with Bayou again. The crackling black lightning almost made Shiryu's eyes pop out. The severe pain from the tiger's mouth and the breath of death quickly enveloped the whole body. There was no time to think. Shiryu's many years of life and death experience made him turn around and dodge in a hurry. When liquid Haki arcs splashed onto the demon sword Murasame, the huge force directly bounced thunderstorm away the moment Shiryu pulled away. The next moment, the demon sword Murasame, wrapped with Haki, slashed on the shoulder of Shiryu. Phew! Bright red blood splashed out. It blooms like dazzling fireworks, giving people a shocking feeling. Especially, seeing Shiryu covered in armament Haki, but having his defense broken by a single sword strike. My heart suddenly tightened. This is a Haki collision. However, the bloody scene clearly shows that Bayou is better. Does this count as breaking through defense with 2 strikes? Bang! Shiryu hits the cell on the left again. The piercing pain brought him back to his senses from his dazed expression. Looking at the shocking wounds across the shoulders and chest, Shiryu had an uncertain illusion. How is that possible? I am the warden of Impel Down prison. There is no way you can surpass me in Haki. Chapter 104. There was a rolling roar, mixed with disbelief. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and said, "Why not? You are just an executioner hiding in prison, killing prisoners for fun. You have long forgotten what the fight on the sea is all about. I thought you were worth a chop, but now it seems that I overestimated you. You little BD, I'm going to kill you." Shiryu roared with a distorted expression. The moment before, he thought Bayou was a piece of cake, but now, when the two met, he suffered a heavy blow. For him, it was a great humiliation. Bang! Shiryu endured the pain in his chest and once again exerted his speed to ultimate, appearing in front of Bayou 1 step ahead. The thunderbolt held in his hand burst out with purple sword light all over the sky, falling like a rainstorm. Ichigo style, purple rain. Boom! The sky was filled with a rain of knives, instantly enveloping Bayou. A hint of cruelty flashed across the depths of Shiryu's eyes, and he shouted urgently. "King of Evil Government, Big Barrel of Wine, if you don't take action now, when will you do it? The King of Evil Government and the Big Drunkenness have been eyeing us covetously for a long time." Seeing Shiryu, he was at a disadvantage after the first encounter. The two of them moved quickly and arrived on Bayou's left and right. The sickle sword in the hands of the King of Evil is covered by armament Haki, and the wine jug in the hands of the Big Barrel is also covered by armament Haki. He struck Bayou hard on both sides, as if attacking from both sides. Boom! The wind and waves from the explosion swept across the entire 6th floor like a hurricane. Faced with the attack from three people, even Bullet and Red Earl could not help but look towards the center of the battlefield. This glance made the pupils of both of them shrink instantly. In the dust that was scattered all over the sky, a golden skull that seemed to have materialized was shrouding Bayou. As the blazing Ryotsu heat spread, the seemingly fierce three-way attack was blocked. What a monster! The King of Evil Government and the Big Barrel both had a look of shock on their faces. Facing this seemingly frail 4th Marine Admiral, his rough and brutal fighting style completely overturned their perceptions. Disperse quickly! Shiryu roared urgently. The King of Evil Government and the Big Barrel of Wine woke up from their trance. Without time to think, he quickly withdrew. Years of combat experience taught them that they must keep their distance until they figured out the background of this monster-like boy in front of them. Sorry, I caught you. Bayou clasped the Evil King's serrated sword with his left hand and smiled slightly. The demon sword Murasame, clenched tightly in his right hand, burst out with dazzling golden light again, carrying the liquid armament Haki, without any frills, and struck forward with the sword. Full-body armament Haki. The King of Evil Government began to roar urgently. The inky black armament Haki quickly covers the body surface. The demon sword Murasame fell with tremendous force, bringing up large amounts of scarlet blood again. Bang! Akoka flew backwards and hit his head against the wall. The blood splattered along the way, dyed the corridor red. Another one with one knife. Is this still the little devil they despise? It's too horrible. At this moment, they finally understood why Crocodile was so decadent. Facing Bayou, who is fearless and completely invulnerable to swords and guns. I'm afraid this kind of decadence and despair is simply caused by abuse. Katrin! Shiryu roared angrily. Moon Hunter Katrin's body shape immediately changed, transforming into a nine-tails fox. The moment the scarlet eyes lit up, the Shiryu who was retreating violently instantly turned into 9 figures. This is the charm ability of the mythical beast Nine-Tails Fox. Bayou, be careful. Magellan reminded urgently. As the warden of Impel Down, Magellan knew a thing or two about the abilities and methods of the prisoners imprisoned on the 6th floor. The mythical beast Devil Fruit is as rare as Logia. Each possesses heaven-defying and unfathomable abilities. Especially this kind of deceptive means. It even starts from the spiritual level, trying to distinguish which one is the true form of Shiryu, which even observation Haki cannot do. 9 figures dispersed instantly. The big wine barrel burped, and a large amount of wine gushed out of his body, transforming into giant pythons that quickly coiled around Bayou. He is the user of the Paramecia Sake fruit, able to produce alcohol to perform various attacks. As soon as a dozen giant pythons appeared, they wrapped around Bayou's limbs at lightning speed. Perhaps, it is impossible to restrict Bayou's actions for long. However, in the eyes of Big Barrel and others, a moment of opportunity is enough for this kind of life and death battle. Little devil, your methods are indeed very good, but it's a pity that you are too arrogant to challenge all of us alone. Its word style, Purple Rain Long River. Buzz. The sounds of 9 swords echoed throughout the entire 6th floor. The purple sword energy surged wildly above the thunderstorm. The 9 Shiryu gathered together and attacked Bayou from all directions. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. The combined attack of Shiryu and the others was too fast. The attack seemed complicated, but the whole process only took a few breaths. By the time Smoker and the others reacted, it was already too late. You are such an idiot, it seems I am not lonely in losing. Crocodile laughed cruelly. The inexplicable words made everyone present look stunned. Buzz. The entire space on the 6th floor shook violently. A black sphere quietly suspended above Bayou, emitting dazzling light. The giant python wrapped around Bayou suddenly collapsed. There were also 8 figures flying down from the sky and disappearing like bubbles. Originally, with the help of Nine-Tails Fox bewitching ability, he created an attack that was impossible to distinguish between the closed and closed postures. At this moment, the moment was broken. Only Bayou was left in front of him. The only real Shiryu of Rain suddenly jumped down, looking confused, and met Bayou's eyes. The next moment, Bayou's left hand was covered with golden light and haki, and he caught the thunderstorm that was striking down. Bang! Blood bloomed on Bayou's palm. Facing the strongest attack unleashed by Rain Shiryu, Bayou's defense was clearly torn a little. Under the long-lost pain, the bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face bloomed to ultimate. The demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with an even more dazzling golden light, entwined with the dark magic. Sorry, the game is over. Chapter 105. Dark Entanglement, Dimensional Slash. Buzz. One sword fall. Endless fear emerged on Yu Shiryu's face. Without hesitation, he abandoned Lei Yu and quickly retreated. At the same time, his arms were infused with armament haki like crazy, blocking directly in front of him. Boom! One sword fall. The entire space seemed to be stagnant. The black blade light flashed by. When everyone reacted, they looked at the attack in front of them. It was a completely different offensive from Bayou's previous large-scale slashing. Everyone's expression froze. The big barrel took the lead and landed beside Yuji Shiryu, speaking urgently. Shiryu, this kid is too weird. Let's not fight him any longer and run away quickly. Using them as hostages, we still have a chance of escaping. Smoker and others who were blocking the elevator entrance suddenly became nervous. These are extremely vicious criminals. Perhaps, Bayou could suppress them severely. However, once they go crazy, it becomes a nightmare for them. However, this idea just came up. Phew! 3 blood arrows spurted out on Shiryu's arms and chest. The 2 arms broke with a sound and fell heavily to the ground under the horrified gaze of everyone. An even more shocking wound spanned Rain Shiryu's entire body, nearly severing him in half. No. It should be said that if Haki's hands had not been entangled, most of the power of the previous attack would have been offset. Now, Rain Shiryu might not just have his hands chopped off. The whole person will be cut in 2. Gulu. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed in the dead silent corridor. The faces of Big Barrel, King of Evil Government and others were livid. This time, the operation was planned by Yuji Shiryu. Even the backbone of the group had both his hands crippled in one encounter. If we continue now, I'm afraid it will be a dead end. It can be said that at this moment, they finally understood why Crocodile was missing an arm. You have a pretty good haki skill. It actually saved your life. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took out a bottle of liquor, took a gulp and said. Then let's continue fighting. Continue fighting? The expressions of Big Barrel, King of Evil Government and the other 2 changed drastically at once. Looking at Yu Shiryu whose hands were broken, they looked at each other. He quickly rushed to the cell. At this moment, they discovered that the cell smelled quite good. Bang! The sound of 3 gates closing was heard. Seeing that they were planning to escape from prison with Yuji Shiryu, the 3 extremely vicious prisoners in the outside world all chose to return to their cells. This scene is simply stupefying. No, there's no way. With my hands, kid, there's no way I can lose. Yuji Shiryu suddenly woke up from his trance, looked at his bloody hands that were severed at the waist, and roared like crazy. Shut up, I'm the warden, deputy. Hannibal suddenly appeared behind Rain Shiryu. Holding the blood-sucking yaksha in his hand, he smashed it straight into Yu Shiryu's back without any hesitation. Bang! Rain Shiryu's whole body shook suddenly, and she turned back to look straight at Hannibal. You piece of trash actually attacked me. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Hannibal showed a look of horror and was about to withdraw. Yuji Shiryu fell straight to the ground and passed out. Magellan breathed a sigh of relief. Hannibal's sudden attack was, of course, arranged by him. After a few encounters, he directly chopped Rain Shiryu into a cripple. The 3 pirates were so frightened that they locked themselves up. Magellan was really worried that Bayou wouldn't be able to stop all of a sudden and would actually kill Shiryu of Rain directly. The severed hands can be reattached in a short time with the help of the world government's medical technology. However, just like the beheading just now, I am afraid it is time to clean up now. It's really boring. I thought the 6th floor would be able to give me some fun, but it seems I was overthinking it. Bayou sheathed the sword Murasame in a dull manner, took a sip of liquor, and threw it to Crocodile. Sand Crocodile, it seems that you are much better than the wimp who has been imprisoned here for a long time. I will come to visit you next time I have the chance. At the beginning, Bayou really had high expectations for the prisoners on the 6th floor. However, after the fight, Bayou discovered that most of these monsters that had been imprisoned for a long time were indeed useless. Not only the physical fitness is affected, but also the lack of combat experience makes it impossible to fully exert the peak combat power. Moreover, in Impel Down prison, they are probably given drugs from time to weaken and suppress their physical constitution. Otherwise, in the original book, Blackbeard and this group of prisoners on the 6th floor would not have been knocked down by Magellan's poisonous dragon. Humph, do you consider these words as praise? Crocodile snorted coldly, took the bottle, and drank it all. Bayou, don't let me go out, or I will definitely make trouble for you. Next time we meet, I will ask you to return this arm to me. Magellan, where's my cell? I need to go to bed. After saying this, Crocodile walked into a nearby cell where there were no prisoners. Seeing this decisive attitude, King Evil and the other three looked bitter. They finally understood that Crocodile's decadence was not an act at all. It was truly the result of being tortured by Bayou. When they thought about how they accepted Yuji Shiryu's invitation not long ago, they wanted to slap themselves in the face. Magellan, Shiryu has the key. I'll help you unlock the handcuffs first. However, since this is such a serious accident, I should be able to report you. Hannibal looked at Shiryu in the rain and took out the key to the sea stone handcuffs. As soon as he opened his mouth, he exposed his ambition. However, in the face of all this, Magellan remained silent. Especially when I thought about this matter, perhaps it was related to the 5 elders, my heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a big hand. He knew clearly that the 5 elders might regard Bayou's appearance as a threat to the interests of the world government, otherwise they would not have directed and staged this killing spree. If Bayou's strength was not far beyond their estimation. I'm afraid that now the Impel Down prison has been breached by Shiryu of Rain. Meanwhile, inside naval headquarters, Sengoku frowned and looked at the 2 tasks assigned to Bayou by the 5 elders on the table, his mind working quickly. Now half a day has passed since Bayou went to Impel Down prison. As time went on, Sengoku became more and more distracted. Bang! The door was pushed open in an instant, and a figure shrouded in a white robe and wearing a ghost mask appeared in the office like a ghost. Who is it? His face darkened, and when he looked over hastily, a strange color flashed in the depths of his eyes. I'm CP0, urgently requesting help. There's a riot in Impel Down prison. The prisoners on the 6th floor have been released maliciously. Based on the limited information I received, this incident may be related to the 4th Admiral Bayou. The warden of the prison, Magellan, has been killed. Sengoku, the 5 elders now order you to immediately provide unconditional support to Impel Down. Do not allow any prisoners to escape from Impel Down. If necessary, you can use Buster Call to destroy everything. Chapter 106. What? Sengoku and the others' expressions suddenly changed. CP0's sudden words were undoubtedly beyond their understanding. Bang! The senbei in Garp's hand was shattered. The huge Conquerors exploded like a tidal wave. Boom! The huge office, and even the entire marine building, was shaken in an instant. The huge aura, like a raging wave, suddenly hit CP0. The huge impact force caused his face to change suddenly. The next moment, Garp appeared in front of CP0 like a ghost. His right hand madly wrapped around Haki's fist, and with a mighty force, he struck directly at him. With one punch, the air along the way seemed to be blown up, causing circles of air ripples. Garp, are you crazy? Sengoku's face changed drastically and he roared urgently. CP, get out of here. Bang. Sengoku took the lead and kicked CP0 away. Garp's fist missed the target and hit the wall behind him. Boom. The huge naval headquarters shook violently. The invisible impact was like a dragon that had broken free from its reins, piercing through everything in front of it. One punch directly pierced through the entire naval headquarters. The rolling blast waves swept through the entire naval headquarters building like a hurricane. Bang! CP0 stopped only after he bumped into the door next to him. Looking at Garp with red eyes, as if he was going berserk. He never imagined that Garp would dare to kill him. Garp, are you challenging the authority of the world government and ignoring the orders of the five elders? CP0's face was livid under the mask, especially when he saw the naval headquarters building that was pierced through. He knew clearly that if this punch really landed on him, he would definitely be blown to pieces. Shut up! Sengoku yelled. Instantly stood in front of Garp. CP, if you don't want to die, shut up. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If you dare to lie, don't blame me for being ruthless. Even the five elders can't save you. Garp, calm down, I will definitely give you an explanation. The thunderous roar spread throughout the naval headquarters building. Especially the crazy gesture of punching through the building just now. It was even more impossible to remain calm, and everyone rushed into the marshal's office. When everyone saw Garp with red eyes and a violent look, their nerves were stretched to the ultimate level. Marshal Sengoku, it seems very lively here, what happened? Countless golden lights gathered in the corridor and instantly merged into the shape of Kizaru. At the end of the corridor, Akainu and Aokiji rushed over. Faced with the riot in the headquarters building, even the admirals themselves were clearly losing their composure. It's CP0. Sengoku glanced at him, still glaring at Garp, and said, like he was choosing his prey. CP0 just reported that a riot broke out in Impel Down prison. The prisoners on the 6th floor were released and Magellan was killed. I'm afraid this is related to Bayou. What? The faces of all the generals present changed drastically. They still remember the new 4th Admiral very clearly. How come it suddenly involves the riot at Impel Down prison? Even the prisoners on the 6th floor were released? Is this true? You are a lackey of the five elders. I will kill you. Garp roared like thunder, and the Conqueror's haki that penetrated his body surged up again. Sengoku's face tightened, he grabbed Garp's shoulder and shouted urgently. Garp, calm down and don't forget who you are. I said I will give you a satisfactory answer. If CP0 spreads rumors here, I will never let him off easily. As an old friend, Sengoku knew clearly that Bayou was a thorn in Garp's side in his eyes. It was a rare opportunity to get Bayou into the naval headquarters to inherit the so-called justice. In just half a month, this drama has happened. For Garp, this is undoubtedly a waste of his hard work. Okay, very good, Sengoku, stop me. I'm worried that I might kill him if I can't control myself. Garp said okay twice, and the huge aura that permeated his body was indeed slowly receding. However, the murderous aura all over his body has not weakened in the slightest. It can be said that if CP0 has any extreme reaction now, Garp will really explode and kill him. Humph, Garp, Sengoku, I'm also here to ask for help. Don't forget, I represent the five elders. CP0's face was gloomy to the extreme. As the highest intelligence agency, it is directly under the five elders' intelligence experts. When have I ever suffered such direct humiliation? If it were someone else, he would have taken action long ago. Unfortunately, the person in front of him was the naval headquarters hero Garp. Facing this legendary existence who defeated rocks, CP0 could only hold back his anger. CP, there's no point in you talking nonsense here. We should first find out the situation in Impel Down. Sengoku said with a cold face. Kizaru, you must go to Impel Down immediately. No matter what happens, you must not let anyone leave. Akainu, you lead a fleet for me. I want to go with Garp personally. I want to find out what happened in Impel Down. If someone is cheating, no matter what he represents, don't blame me for being rude. A series of orders were given, and the marine generals present turned around to prepare. Even Akainu left without saying a word. At the same time, Kizaru also smiled obscenely, turned into light Madara and disappeared on the spot. Feeling Garp's murderous intent as if it were real, they knew clearly that this was not the time to joke. Most importantly, Impel Down is known to be an iron wall. If the prisoners imprisoned in the 6th floor really escape, it means that Marine is incompetent. Humph, Sengoku, I know you doubt me, but when we really get to Impel Down prison, I hope you can still remain so calm. CP0 glanced at him coldly and turned away. This time, he was going to travel with Sengoku and the others, just to let Sengoku witness everything that happened in Impel Down prison. Only in this way will they have no way to refute. The 4th Admiral of Marine will also be completely led by them. What's more, in CP0's eyes, this was a well-prepared plan by the 5 elders and there would definitely not be any mistakes. The existence of the naval headquarters is just a tool in their hands. They absolutely cannot allow larger, uncontrollable variables to emerge. Chapter 107. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, inside the highest palace. 5 old figures gathered here. The bald old monk holding a blood-red sword spoke first. The plan has already begun. CP0 and Sengoku have already set out. At this speed, they will arrive in just an hour. When that time comes, I really want to know how Sengoku will beg us for that brat. What Yiseng said is right. We have even abandoned Magellan. Next, as long as they pacify the Impel Down prison, no matter what that kid says, we will have to keep him in the underwater prison to replace Magellan. He will never be able to leave Impel Down and will be completely under house arrest. Daps, who had a crescent-shaped beard, echoed in a deep voice. This time, the plan was proposed by him personally. This is to prevent the new Marine Admiral Bayou from escaping their control. Compared with others, the 5 elders knew clearly that Bayou might be involved in the Revolutionary Army. For this reason alone, they cannot sit idly by and watch Bayou grow up. Okay, since everyone has no objection, notify CP0. If the kid is unwilling to surrender, find an opportunity to kill him. Rather than letting him escape from naval headquarters, it is better to kill him to prevent future troubles. Ol, who had a long beard, also spoke in a deep voice. In order to prevent Garp from taking the opportunity to attack, send CP0 over to temporarily take over Impel Down. I want to see what choice Garp will make in the face of overwhelming evidence. The rolling words echoed in the hall like thunder. The remaining 4 people all agreed silently. Compared with the hegemony of the world government, for them, not to mention sacrificing one person, even the entire naval headquarters is no exception. An hour later, in Impel Down prison, on the 6th floor. Looking at the prison cell where Shiryu of Rain had received emergency treatment after both of her arms were broken, Magellan said to Ultimate with a gloomy expression. Shiryu, won't you tell me what you know? Have you forgotten the principle that the winner is the emperor and the loser is the bandit? Faced with this riot on the 6th floor of Impel Down, Magellan is still frightened. If it weren't for Bayou's strength, which was beyond expectation, he also had heaven-defying means of recovery. Magellan believed that he was now dead. He did have some guesses in his mind, but he wanted to confirm it again and again from you Shiryu. Haha, Magellan, I certainly know the truth that the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. Yuji Shiryu sneered and glanced at Bayou who was drinking. But, aren't you asking me these questions here just nonsense? Who else but the 5 elders could do these things in the 6th level of Impel Down? If I have to say, I just know that someone suddenly appeared, dropped the keys and weapons, and then disappeared. You want evidence, but I'm afraid I can't help you. It's just that I really want to know, what would you do, Admiral Bayou? As the warden of Impel Down, when has Rain Shiryu ever experienced the pain of having his arm broken? It can be said that if it were not for the piercing pain in his hands that constantly hit his nerves, Rain Shiryu would never believe that this day would come. Therefore, he is now eager to see what choice Bayou will make. How? Bayou took a sip of his drink and said. Of course there is revenge. But don't worry. Even if I take my revenge, the 5 elders won't be able to attack me. It's getting late Magellan, let's go up first. This. Magellan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded silently. What happened this time chilled even Magellan's heart. He knew clearly that he owed Bayou a life. The huge Impel Down prison also owes Bayou a favor. Warden Magellan, a large number of warships have appeared outside the Gate of Justice. What should we do now? A jailer came quickly. Magellan's face darkened and he said, "Are they finally here? It seems that this matter is really related to the world government. But, Admiral Bayou, what do you want to do?" "Don't worry, the Den Den Mushi signal has been cut off. The outside world has no idea what's happening here." Bayou took a sip of wine and said with a bloodthirsty smile. "Now that you are following my plan, it is time to give the 5 elders a warning." Magellan's expression froze, especially when he saw the bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face. A slight chill ran down his spine. Especially after witnessing Bayou's crazy fighting style. Magellan knew exactly what this smile meant. However, at this critical juncture, Magellan also wanted to know how Bayou would vent his anger. "Ding, congratulations host, the unlocking value of the main body has reached 40%, and you have obtained the permission to unlock the next character template." "Ding, host, do you want to unlock it immediately?" An ethereal reminder sounded in my mind. Bayou's steps couldn't help but pause, revealing a hint of surprise. "I thought that the old, weak, and disabled soldiers imprisoned on the 6th floor would hardly bring me any benefits. Now the unlocking progress has suddenly risen to 40%. It was well worth the trip. If the 5 elders knew that this killing spree actually increased their strength, they would regret it to the core. System, unlock the new subordinate template for me immediately." "Ding, host, please wait a moment." "Ding, congratulations host, the new subordinate template has been unlocked successfully, Agatsuma Zenitsu." Bayou couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and soon felt familiar with the strange name Agatsuma Zenitsu. If I remember correctly, he should be the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps who practiced the breathing of thunder in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. His strength is considered first class in the Demon Slayer world. Perhaps, the power possessed by Demon Slayer's world is a little different from that of Poseidon and other worlds. However, good steel is used on good swords, and the power of Demon Slayer is placed in the world of Poseidon. Maybe there will be some special gains. System, fuse the subordinate template for me. "Ding, host, please wait." "Ding, congratulations host, the slave template has been successfully merged." The ethereal reminder sounded again. As a huge amount of information poured into Bayou's mind. The way thunder breathing works seems to be engraved into Bayou's bones and operates freely. For a moment, a series of crackling sounds of electricity came from Bayou's body. At the same time, there were arcs of electricity penetrating through the body. This scene made Magellan's expression change drastically. As a demon fruit power, he knew clearly that a person can only have one demon fruit. Bayou has already used the dark fruit ability just now, and now the characteristics of thunder fruit have appeared. Could it be that the legend is true? Was Bayou still hiding his strength when he was killing people just now? At least, in Magellan's eyes, Bayou now seemed to have become more dangerous. Chapter 108. Could it be that the legend is true? Was Bayou still hiding his strength when he was killing people just now? At least, in Magellan's eyes, Bayou now seemed to have become more dangerous. Outside the Gate of Justice. Dozens of warships gathered here, and on the leading warship were the figures of Sengoku and Garp. Even Akainu had a sullen face, standing aside, staring at the closed door of justice, and fell into silence. "Kizaru, what's the situation here, has anyone escaped?" Sengoku looked up at the Gate of Justice. Countless light Madara gathered together, and soon Kizaru's figure was revealed, and he said with a crooked mouth. "Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku. There's no movement inside. It doesn't look like a riot at all. Will we have come here in vain? Wasted trip?" CP0's expression froze, and he spoke hastily. "Humph, Kizaru, are you questioning our CP's intelligence capabilities? We were unable to get in touch with Impel Down prison along the way. Now the gate is closed and there is no movement at all. I am afraid that once Magellan dies and all the prisoners on the 6th floor are released, Impel Down prison will be completely destroyed. In this situation, I don't know what role the 4th Marine Admiral plays. If he dies, it's fine. But if there is no problem, I'm afraid it will be hard to wash away the stigma. CP, you're looking for death. Garp's face darkened and he shouted angrily. Sengoku stopped Garp and said in a deep voice. CP0, don't jump to conclusions too soon. It's not impossible that Bayou will suppress the unrest in Impel Down. Him. CP0 sneered. Once Magellan is dead, there will be no evidence. If I believe him, wouldn't that be the same as believing the prisoner? Now, we should try to open the gate of justice and suppress the riot in Impel Down prison as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the prisoners on the 6th floor are released, the entire Impel Down prison will be in trouble for you, the naval headquarters. Impel Down prison is one of the 3 major institutions coexisting with naval headquarters and an ice lobby. To enter from the outside, you must open the gate of justice in the monitoring room inside. Otherwise, the only way to break in is by using violence. Facing CP0's repeated provocations, Sengoku's expression became extremely gloomy. It's not about trying to keep Garp off. On the contrary, CP0 was full of confidence, which made Sengoku a little worried. Worried that everything CP0 said is true. If this is the case, then even if we find Bayou, we will be led by the nose in negotiations with the 5 elders. Now, Sengoku's only hope is that CP0's intelligence is wrong and Magellan is not dead. Only then can we turn the situation around. Snap! The dull sound of a mechanism suddenly rang out. Everyone's nerves were suddenly touched. The huge door of justice, which had been tightly closed, was slowly opened in full view of everyone. CP0's expression hidden behind the mask paused, and he hurriedly looked towards the open door. The first scene that caught his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. Magellan! Why aren't you dead? CP0's expression suddenly changed. This is different from the intelligence. If even Magellan wasn't dead. What about the plan that was originally implemented according to the 5 elders' wishes? Chaotic thoughts flashed through CP0's mind. Without time to think, he flashed and walked away quickly. CP, where are you going? Garp suddenly woke up, and when he saw Magellan appear, his heart, which had been hanging in the air, really settled down. However, CP0's actions now undoubtedly ignited Garp's anger. Garp, don't go over there yet. I feel like something is wrong. Magellan looks too calm. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Sengoku reached out and stopped Garp again. He couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. However, compared with Sengoku's calmness, CP0 had already crossed the sea and landed directly on the dock after several takeoffs and landings. Without time to think, he rushed directly to Impel Down prison. There was only one thing he wanted to do urgently. Find out as soon as possible whether there is a riot inside. However, this thought just flashed through my mind. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly resounded through the sky. Bayou, like a ghost, appeared in front of CP first, and said as his bloodthirsty smile bloomed. I found you, fugitive. Fugitive? CP0 was confused. The sudden name was beyond his understanding. I was just about to open my mouth to say something. Ultimate Ryotsu exploded in Bayou's body like thunder. The demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with dazzling golden light, and he chopped down with great force without any fancy moves. Sword pressure. As the sword was swung out, a sword energy of more than 10 meters burst out. CP0's pupils suddenly contracted, and without time to think, he quickly raised his hands to block. Bang! The moment armament Haki covered both hands, the huge impact directly sent CP0 flying. It crashed head-on into rocks hundreds of meters away. The huge impact force caused the rocks to shatter like a spider web. A trace of scarlet blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, CP0's eyes blurred and Bayou appeared in front of him again. The demon sword Murasame in his hand once again burst out with dazzling golden light and slashed down. You! CP0 was so angry that he could only say one word. The next moment, the golden light struck again. The whole person, along with the broken rocks, was instantly struck and flew dozens of meters away. The rolling blast swept across the entire venue. Bayou followed CP0 like a shadow, not giving CP0 any chance to breathe. In just a dozen seconds, Bayou chopped out more than 20 times. The force of each strike of the sword becomes stronger. When the 25th sword fell, the sword energy of dozens of meters, as if carrying a tremendous force, tore through everything in its path and chopped head-on towards the CP0 that had smashed heavily on the idol warship. The series of sudden attacks had already made CP0's blood boil. He looked at the rapidly enlarging attacks in his pupils, and without time to think, he just opened his mouth. Unfortunately, the blood that was trapped in the throat suddenly gushed out. Looking at the blow coming down from the sky, he couldn't say a word. Boom! The idol warship was cut in two with a single blow. The huge impact caused CP0 to spit out blood again, and he crashed headfirst onto a tower 100 meters away. The huge impact caused the tower to collapse. The whole person was forcibly embedded in it. The arms that were originally covered with armament Haki finally couldn't bear the weight at this moment. There was a crisp cracking sound and they broke. The piercing pain caused CP0's expression to twist. He finally understood what the 4th Admiral was planning. This is intended to make him die without any evidence. Using crazy attacks, he didn't even have the chance to speak and prove his identity. Seeing the death energy coming at him quickly again, CP0 panicked completely and roared in haste. "Hey San, save me quickly!" Chapter 109. "Hey San, save me quickly!" The hysterical roar echoed throughout the world. Everyone on the warship was stunned. At this point, if you can't see Bayou's intentions, you'd be a fool. However, no one expected that Bayou would be so crazy and dare to find an excuse to attack CP0. However, when I think about the news coming out from CP0, all this is understandable. Sniff sniff. 3 sounds of breaking through the air flashed from the warship. Looking at the 3 people who had completely dropped their disguises and revealed their CP identities, Sengoku's face darkened slightly. Although, we have long known that the world government will place spies in the naval headquarters. However, when they saw with their own eyes that these spies revealed their identities right under their noses, they still found it a bit hard to swallow. "Marshal Sengoku, do we need to stop them?" Hua Shaishin asked, holding a cigar in his mouth. This time, due to the seriousness of the situation, once the Impel Down prison falls, it will lead to a terrible incident. When Sengoku came out, he mobilized many vice admirals of the headquarters. This trip was indeed a huge effort, and now seeing Magellan appear safely, it was all in vain. However, as long as Impel Down prison does not fall as imagined, then everything will be worth it. No need, let Bayou vent his anger. With CP0's involvement, they should be able to stop him and prevent him from getting killed. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Hua Shaishin touched the tip of his nose and said, "Ahem, Marshal Sengoku, do I mean we need to stop CP0? After all, this matter seems a bit too much. Being able to become the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters is such a strange thing. If you can't see the clues, you are probably not qualified to sit in this position." This. Sengoku was speechless. Faced with the words about burning the mountain, there was an obvious feeling that there was no way to refute it. At the same time, 3 CP0s took the lead and rushed towards Bayou. In their eyes, the quickest way to save CP is to stop Bayou. "Little devil, you dare to attack me, but it's a pity that you can't kill me." CP0 showed ecstasy on his face and roared angrily first. As the highest intelligence organization directly under the 5 elders, they have always been superior to others. When have they ever been treated like this? Now even his hands were chopped off, CP0 couldn't swallow this anger. "Yet. I'm sorry, but no one can stop me from killing someone." Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, looking at the 3 people who quickly blocked in front of him. The moment Zanpakuto was sheathed, his breathing sounded like thunder through the sky. His muscles tensed up, and crackling arcs of electricity quickly flowed through his body, pouring into Bayou's legs. The next moment, the body was slightly pressed. Boom! There was a flash of lightning, and everyone just felt a flash before their eyes. Everyone's nerves were suddenly stretched to the ultimate level. The three CP0s who tried to intercept only felt a flash before their eyes and roared anxiously. Run away! Escape? CP0's expression froze, and without time to think, he tried to withdraw. Unfortunately, Bayou's figure had already flashed in his pupils. Boom! Lightning flashed past, and Bayou appeared dozens of meters away. The huge tower collapsed with a loud noise, leaving traces of a cut in the middle. CP0, who had hurriedly turned around and was about to escape, had already seen his decapitated lower body still embedded in half of the tower. Blood gushed out from the fracture like a volcano. The cold feeling of death swept over my whole body. The vitality in the pupils was also fading away quickly. At this last moment, CP0 still couldn't believe that Bayou, the 4th Admiral of Marine, would actually dare to kill. Moreover, he killed himself right under the noses of 3 CP0s. It can be said that if he had a choice, CP0 would never say the weird words he just said. Dead, CP0 is really dead. Just now, Bayou Admiral used electricity or thunder. Is he a dual fruit ability? The cigar that Hwashaishin was holding burned his lips directly. Seeing the tower collapsing, the dazed crowd suddenly woke up. This scene before my eyes was truly too shocking. It makes people feel crazy. UBD, you dare to kill someone? We will kill you. Hizan suddenly woke up and roared hysterically. However, as soon as he finished speaking, seeing Bayou's bloodthirsty smile, his heart skipped a beat and a bad feeling quickly arose. So you are also fugitives. It was my fault that I let you escape from Impel Down prison. Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the lightning on his body burst out again. Boom! With a flash of lightning, the short distance of dozens of meters passed in the blink of an eye. By the time Hizan reacted, Bayou had already appeared in front of him. In his hand, the demon sword Murasame, wrapped in lightning, chopped down with violent force. Armament Haki! Hei-san roared hysterically. Boom! Lightning exploded. Armament Haki just covered both hands of Hei-san. The huge impact force burst out like a raging wave. Instantly he was knocked to the dock 100 meters away and hit hard on the thick wall. Phew! A trickle of scarlet blood spurted out of his mouth, and his hands trembled slightly as he revealed an expression of disbelief. Is this a mission, Advanced Armament Haki? As an intelligence organization, they are best at taijutsu and haki. When faced with an effective attack that can damage the armament haki defense in one strike, the best and quickest way is undoubtedly advanced haki emission. At this moment, he finally understood why CP0 was killed by Bayou after just a few encounters. Thinking of this, Hei-san didn't have time to think about it, and shouted urgently, "Hurry up and stop him! This kid's haki has reached an advanced level and can cause internal destructive impact." In Marine 6 styles, the combined 6 styles is actually the same as emission haki. Both use shock waves to cause internal damage to the body. However, compared to Marine 6 styles, emission haki is clearly more powerful. Emission. The two CP0s faces suddenly changed. They looked at each other, instantly locked onto Bayou, and attacked immediately. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, the two of them used the shaving technique to ultimate and appeared in front of Bayou first. Black Finger Pistol. Haki mixed 6 styles of finger pistol, and unleashed a fierce attack, like an indestructible spear, pointing towards Bayou's body. The speed was so fast that only a series of ripples were seen along the way. In their eyes, the killing of CP0 just now was just an accident and an underestimation of the enemy. If they join forces now, it will definitely not be a problem to take down Bayou, the young boy who is still wet behind the ears. After all, among their CP0, there are Rokushiki and Haki strongmen. Chapter 110. Bang! 2 black finger pistols instantly hit Bayou's chest, and the huge impact force spread out like ripples. However, at the moment of the hit, the two CP0s couldn't help but freeze as they looked at Bayou's body, which was only slightly bleeding. I couldn't help but look up and our eyes met. Still the bloodthirsty smile. At the same time, his face was filled with bloodthirsty fighting spirit, which instantly made the two of them feel scared. Boom! The burning Ryotsu was released completely without reservation, creating a huge impact. It was as if a real golden skull was covering Bayou's body. He instantly grabbed one of them by the wrist. "I've got you!" Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile and swung the demon sword Murasame in his hand at him again. With such a close distance and a huge hand that he couldn't escape from, the only thing CP0 could do was to watch it all happen. Bang! A figure flew backwards like a cannonball and crashed heavily onto the dock. Hizan's face was originally full of anger, but at this moment it was instantly replaced by shock. A crazy and fearless fighting style, standing still without dodging at all. Once hit, he would fight back with a blow at the risk of his life. Such a crazy fighting style is really terrifying. Bang! There was a flash of lightning, and when Bayou breathed, it seemed as if lightning was spewing out of his nostrils. That lightning-fast speed fully and completely interprets the appearance of thunder and lightning. Hei-san just felt a flash before his eyes. Bayou appeared again. Too fast. This thought flashed through Hei-san's mind, and without time to think about it, he activated his armament Haki with both fists to ultimate and punched forward frantically. At this moment, there was only one thing Hizan urgently needed to do. Stop Bayou and allow the three of them to reorganize the battle formation. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Bayou, whose body was surrounded by lightning, had already passed by him. At this moment, the fist shadows flying all over the sky seemed like a child's play. He came to his senses again and hurriedly looked in the direction Bayou was looking. The first scene he saw shook his nerves. Bayou, like a ghost, has appeared in front of the fallen CP0. The blade in his hand, at the moment of madly gathering its energy, turned into a sharp blade and pointed directly at CP0's chest at lightning speed. Boom! A flash of black light passed by in an instant, piercing through CP0 and the thick wall behind him with an unstoppable force. Under the huge impact, scarlet blood gushed out of CP0's chest like a dam bursting, which was shocking. Wait until everyone reacts. CP0, who had been knocked flying, had a look of disbelief on his face. He looked at the hole in his chest, and the life in his pupils quickly faded. Bang! The corpse fell heavily on the ruins, splashing a large amount of sand and dust, and the scarlet blood dyed the ground red. Hizan, who was standing aside, turned pale all of a sudden. His muscles tensed up and he couldn't help but take a half step back. Two of them. As the highest intelligence organization, 2 people were killed in just a few minutes. This kind of thing has never happened on the sea. However, now he has died at the hands of the new admiral of the naval headquarters. If no one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that CP0 would play it so frivolously. No, there's no way. Hei-san, hurry up and join forces with me to kill him. CP0 suddenly woke up, and the moment he met Bayou's gaze, his nerves suddenly tensed to the ultimate level. The next moment, he clenched his 10 fingers and pointed at Bayou frantically. Flying finger pull. Bang bang bang. The finger pistol offensive was like a rainstorm, covering Bayou. Faced with such an intensive attack, Bayou had no intention of dodging, and he swung the demon sword Murasame in his hand continuously. Ding ding ding. A series of metal collision sounds were heard, and cracks appeared on the demon sword Murasame. Looking at this sudden scene, both Hei-san and CP0 showed a hint of ecstasy for a moment. Attack quickly, he is a swordsman. Without his weapon, his strength will be greatly reduced. Hei-san roared urgently. In one encounter, they killed 2 CP0s if they couldn't take down Bayou. Then even if they return to the world government, death will be waiting for them. At this moment, cracks appeared on the sword in Bayou's hand, which gave them a glimmer of hope. However, all this saw by Sengoku and the others made their nerves tense to the ultimate level. Sengoku could no longer keep his composure and shouted hastily. Don't want! Bang! The demon sword Murasame shattered with a sound. Thousands of fragments, emitting strange light, stagnated in the void. The strange scene caused Hei-san and CP0's pupils to shrink suddenly. The next moment, Bayou clenched the handle of the knife tightly and chopped it out through the air. Boom! Thousands of fragments burst out with unparalleled fierceness, pouring down on CP0 like a rainstorm. The distance was so close that he couldn't react at all. When he came to his senses, the joy on his face was suppressed. The overwhelming offensive has already passed through CP0's body. Bang bang bang! Blood splattered. Thousands of fragments pierced through it, and CP0 was turned into a sieve. Looking at the body covered with blood holes and the broken sword in Bayou's hand. Finally, a horrified thought flashed through CP0's mind. Does he have the ability of the three fruits? Bang! The dead body plunged into the sea in the void. The next moment, it was instantly swallowed up by the shark that had been waiting for a long time. The huge harbor suddenly fell into deathly silence. 3 of the 4 CP0 elite members of the highest intelligence organization were killed in one encounter. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Facing the last Black 3, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Hizan's face turned pale, especially when he saw Bayou, with that bloodthirsty smile on his face. His muscles tensed up, and he didn't have time to think, so he quickly pulled away and ran away. Boom! The sound of thunder suddenly rang out and fell into Hei-san's ears, giving him a feeling like a Shinigami urging him to die. By the time he came to his senses, Bayou had already taken a step forward and stood in front of him. Thousands of blood-stained fragments filled the air, frantically gathering in the void to form a 100-meter-long giant sword, which chopped down at him with a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The powerful scene made the space along the way seem unable to withstand this huge energy, causing large air ripples. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in his pupils, Hei-san didn't have time to think and screamed. No, no, I'm directly under the world government, the highest intelligence organization CP0. Chapter 111. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in his pupils, Hei-san didn't have time to think and screamed. No, no, I'm directly under the world government, the highest intelligence organization CP0. Boom! The black sword energy passed directly by Hei-san's side. The huge impact rolled back like a tide. The pier and the 1,000-meter-wide sea were cut in half by a single blow, creating a vacuum zone. With the huge amount of sea water flooding back, countless sea kings were killed. In an instant, the sea was dyed blood red, and the bloody smell drifted in the wind, which was even more shocking. However, when they saw the intact and terrified CP0, everyone felt dumbfounded. In their eyes, if Hei-san took such a fierce blow head-on, he would definitely be cut in half. This result has overturned their cognition. Oh, so you're CP0 of the world government? You should have said it earlier. You wasted my energy and expression. I thought you were a fugitive, which made me take such an active action. Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile, sheathed the sword Murasame, took out a bottle of liquor, took a sip, and raised his eyebrows. Old man, why are you here too? Didn't you know they were CP0 just now? If you had warned them earlier, no one would have died. Everyone present was stunned. What the hell is this? Misunderstand? No one could tell what Bayou was going to do just now. However, the thought that the 3 CP0s have been beheaded. Everyone present was instantly in a state of drama. Haha, my grandsons are really too responsible. It's their fault for not being sensible and not following the rules. They didn't even introduce themselves. Otherwise, my grandsons wouldn't have made a mistake. Garp was the first to laugh. When he came, he had already prepared for the worst. If something really happened to Bayou, Garp will definitely make a trip to the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce himself. Now we can see that Bayou is standing here alive and well, and Magellan is not dead either. Not to mention killing 3 CP0s, Garp wouldn't care even if he killed 30 of them. Not to mention, it was such a crappy play. Garp knew clearly that Bayou did this just to vent his anger and make the 5 elders suffer in silence. Hei-san also came back to his senses at once and roared with a sullen look on his face. Bayou, you did this on purpose. You knew our identities and yet you still wanted to kill us. Marshal Sengoku, take him down quickly. For Hei-san, CP0 has always been a mysterious existence that stands high above everyone else. When has there ever been such an embarrassing scene? Shut up, Hei-san. You just rushed in without paying any attention to the so-called rules. You caused Bayou to misunderstand you, and you didn't even reveal your identities, and you even started a fight. When you came here, you spread rumors that the 6th floor of Impel Down had fallen and Magellan Warden had been killed. All of this was related to Admiral Bayou. I now strongly suspect that you are undercover agents of the revolutionaries, and you deliberately transferred the main forces of our naval headquarters. Sengoku's face fell and he growled. Now that Bayou has killed 3 CP0s, everything is a foregone conclusion. Faced with the 5 elders' accountability, the only thing Sengoku could do was to make the best of a bad situation. What's more, Sengoku believed that there would definitely be spies of the world government, whether in the marine camp or among the jailers of Impel Down. Rather than killing Hei-san, it would be better to let a dumb person swallow the bitter pill. Moreover, Sengoku believed that by doing so, he would be able to give the 5 elders a head start. Even the Marine Admiral dared to move. Sengoku couldn't swallow this. Sengoku you! Hei-san was furious. Is this a large-scale case of calling a horse a zebra? I never thought that the dignified Marine Marshal would lie with his eyes open. Akainu, Kizaru, don't you know anything either? Hei-san shouted angrily. Humph, we are the Marine Admiral. When did we become den mushy and have to monitor these things for you? Akainu snorted coldly and turned away. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Next time, if you report false information and delay the work of our naval headquarters, don't blame me for being ruthless. Oh, I accidentally dozed off just now. If you ask me something now, I really don't understand it at the moment. Kizaru said with a lewd smile. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. After saying this, Kizaru turned into a sky full of light, Madara, and disappeared on the spot. Such a convenient devil fruit ability made many people look envious. Looking at the 2 admirals from headquarters who suddenly threw away their responsibilities and stopped doing their work, Hei-san's expression froze. I almost broke my teeth. As CP0, it was the first time that he felt so powerless. Looking at the gloomy Sengoku, he could only speak angrily. Okay, very good. I will see how you explain this to the 5 elders. I will not be responsible for this matter anymore. Just get out of the way. Next time you come to interfere, introduce yourself as soon as possible, otherwise I will be beaten for nothing and waste my time. Bayou took a sip of his drink and said calmly. You. Hizan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, facing the Marine 4th Admiral who would attack people at the slightest disagreement, Black 3 obviously did not dare to act rashly. But he didn't dare to risk his life to determine whether Bayou would suddenly pick up a knife and talk to him about life. The most important thing is that Magellan appeared before their eyes alive, but he was different from what they had reported. Okay, Bayou, let's go inside and talk. Sengoku glanced at Hei-san and headed straight for Impel Down prison, along with Garp and Hwashaishin. Faced with this seemingly ridiculous dispute, they don't believe it is really as simple as it seems. Soon, a group of people entered the monitoring room. After all the jailers were dismissed, only Sengoku, Garp and others were left. The smile on Garp's face disappeared in an instant. Bayou kid, what happened in Impel Down just now? Garp was the first to speak, unable to hold his breath. Sengoku also said with a solemn look on his face. An hour ago, CP0 suddenly came to inform us that a riot broke out on the 6th floor of Impel Down prison. This incident was related to you. I was really worried that you would go crazy and release the prisoners on the 6th floor and chop them up. Garp and Hwashaishin nodded in agreement. After witnessing Bayou's bloodthirsty and belligerent nature with his own eyes, their first thought was surprisingly the same. Seeing everyone's self-righteous expressions, Bayou touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Ahem, I did chop them up. I really had this idea originally, but I didn't expect 5 elders to take the initiative to deliver food to my house. Let Magellan talk about this matter. I'm too lazy to repeat it. Isn't it nice to drink? Seeing Bayou say this, he took out the bottle of wine and drank it again. Sengoku was speechless. However, as Bayou said, it would probably be more authoritative if Magellan told the story. Chapter 112. More than 10 minutes later, the atmosphere in the monitoring room became extremely depressing. Sengoku said coldly, his face livid. Magellan, is everything you said true? The 5 elders arranged for Shiryu of Rain to assassinate you and released the prisoners on the 6th floor, intending to destroy the Impel Down prison and pin the blame on Bayou. Unfortunately, they underestimated Bayou and were all severely injured. At the same time, he was the one who healed your injuries. Yes, if it weren't for Admiral Bayou's intervention, I would probably be dead now. Magellan agreed in a deep voice, and after glancing at Bayou who was drinking, he said. But, Marshal Sengoku, I'd like to know what your plans are. I'm afraid the 5 elders won't give up so easily. As the warden of Impel Down, Magellan has always been very dedicated. I never thought that there would come a day when I would be a discarded pawn. Thinking back to the knife attack by Yuji Shiryu, I still feel a lingering fear. Humph, as expected, this matter was caused by the 5 elders. I will go there in person. If they can't give me a reasonable answer, don't blame me for being rude. Garp's face darkened and he growled angrily. He was about to slam the door and leave, but Sengoku reached out and stopped him. Garp, calm down. Don't forget, you are a Marine. Bayou, if you can trust me, let me handle this matter, and I will give you a reasonable answer. This time, the riot in Impel Down prison was indeed beyond Sengoku's expectations. However, what surprised Sengoku even more was Bayou's ability. With his own strength, he thwarted the 5 elders' plan and suppressed the riot on the 6th floor alone. For this reason alone, Sengoku absolutely does not want to see the relationship between Bayou and Naval Headquarters become increasingly distant due to the 5 elders' troubles. Haha, Marshal Sengoku, you are too polite. I would rather the 5 elders send more people to trouble me. This way I will have a legitimate excuse to kill people. Bayou took a sip of his drink and smiled bloodthirstily. This kind of troublemaking thing is a trouble in the eyes of other people. However, facing the strongest ontology template system, Bayou was still worried that there was no suitable opponent. Now someone is offering it to your door, so why not do it? Magellan and Sengoku couldn't help but twitch their cheek muscles. Faced with Bayou's answer, I really had the urge to open my head and see what it was made of. However, it was precisely because of this reply that Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He and Garp are old friends who have been through thick and thin together for many years, and he knows clearly that once Bayou has some grudges in his heart, then it will also be fatal to Garp. If Bayou was forced to the opposite side, facing this unfathomable little monster would already give Sengoku a headache. What if even the old monster Garp becomes an enemy? This is like a nightmare for the Naval Headquarters. Okay, Bayou, I feel relieved now that you said this. Sengoku came back to his senses and patted Bayou on the shoulder. I will be the one to negotiate with the 5 elders. You will also need to go on the remaining missions in person. As long as the missions are completed, the 5 elders will have nothing to say. If you are worried, I can let Hua Sheishan go with you. When recommending Bayou to become Marine Admiral, the 5 elders gave him 2 tasks. One of them is to escort Tenjojin, and the other is to invite the new Shichibukai. In Sengoku's eyes, the only way to take full control of the matter is to completely shut up the 5 elders. Only then can we take charge of the overall situation. No need, let Hua Sheishan Vice Admiral follow. This is a good opportunity to kill someone. If he follows me, I can't just let go and fight. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Bayou directly rejected the suggestion and turned away. With the system at his disposal, Bayou wishes trouble would come to him every day. This is his way to become stronger. Looking at Bayou who suddenly disappeared at the end of the corridor, Sengoku sighed helplessly. Sure enough, when talking to this kid, you can't use common sense. However, the 5 elders are not easy to deal with. This mission to invite Shichibukai does not seem to have any clues. We still have to be very alert and pay close attention to avoid any mistakes. At the same time, in the highest temple of the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. The 5 elders were sitting in the hall, looking at the uninvited guests below, their expressions slightly gloomy. Doflamingo, I didn't expect you to come and meet us in person. I thought you would never set foot in Marie Joyce again. A monk held a samurai sword and spoke in a cold and gloomy voice. The other 4 also treated him coldly. They didn't have much affection for this guy who was once a celestial dragons but now became pirates Shichibukai. At the very least, Doflamingo holds the celestial dragon's greatest secret. Haha, Yiseng, you don't have to do this. I came here this time to better complete the arms deal next time. Doflamingo laughed strangely and said. Don't forget, the weapons you used to help the kingdom resist the revolutionary army were circulated through my hands. I have played the role of this clown for so long. I have time, so of course I need to come and visit you. However, compared to the arms deal, I am more interested in the matter of the 4th Admiral of the Sea, the war ghost Bayou. I didn't expect that you 5 elders would break the iron rule of 3 admirals and allow the emergence of the 4th Admiral. I heard that when he showed up, he broke one of Crocodile's arms. Now he's being taken to Impel Down prison. This is big news. At this point, the smile on Doflamingo's face became more ferocious. After a pause, he continued. Are you planning to train a 4th admiral to replace our Shichibukai? If that's the case, I, the clown, am probably being underestimated. The rolling words echoed in the hall and could not be dispersed for a long time. The atmosphere gradually became depressing. A monk snorted coldly. Dover, you're not scared. But don't worry, this stretch of ocean is still the way we want it to be, and the pattern will never change. As for the Shichibukai position, you can still sit well. I have arranged for someone to deal with that brat. After today, there should be no 4th admiral, only a new Impel Down warden. A new warden? Doflamingo's eyes lit up involuntarily. An ambitious person like him can easily understand the other person's meaning in any sentence. Just as I was about to say something, a rapid den mushi call sounded. Chapter 113. Moshi Moshi, I'm CP0 Black 3, requesting an emergency call. The rapid call of den mushi rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. A monk looked at the den mushi placed beside him and said lightly. Dover, it seems you are lucky. You just happened to get some information back. Based on the timeline, the riot in Impel Down is probably over. Haha, Yiseng, you are too kind. If the 5 elders themselves cannot get rid of that little devil, I am afraid I will suspect that the one I am seeing now is a fake 5 elders. Doflamingo gave a strange laugh and flattered the master in a subtle way. Doflamingo doesn't take naval headquarters seriously. However, we cannot underestimate the 5 elders hiding behind the world government. This kind of flattery that is only given in moderation should still be offered from time to time. Humph, Dover didn't expect you to say such flattering words. However, this matter has already been decided. Let's listen to the report first. A monk snorted coldly, but the coldness on his face had obviously faded a little. They are indeed the 5 elders, but who can resist hearing nice words from them? Especially when they thought that Bayou, whom they regarded as a threat, would be dealt with in the Impel Down prison. At the same time, the naval headquarters will have no evidence and no excuse to attack. This kind of thing is worth being happy about just thinking about it. Hey San, just say whatever you want to say. Don't waste your time talking too much. Be brief. We don't have time to deal with this kind of shit. A monk answered the phone. Even Doflamingo couldn't help but wait with bated breath, eager to know how the 5 elders would deal with the 4th Admiral of the Marine. However, just as this thought emerged in his mind, a hurried voice came from the den mushi. Master Yiseng, something terrible has happened. The 4th Marine Admiral Bayou not only suppressed the riot on the 6th floor, but also revived Magellan who was assassinated by Shiryu. The released prisoners from the 6th floor were severely injured and suppressed by Bayuju, and even Shiryu's hands were cut off. Moreover, naval headquarters and Bayou lied to Bayou, allowing him to find the right opportunity to kill 3 members of CP0. This time, our operation suffered heavy losses. Bayou has already left Impel Down prison to carry out the next mission. The hurried words echoed in the hall, like an invisible hammer, striking deep into people's souls. The faces of the 5 elders suddenly turned livid. One monk almost crushed the Den Den Mushi to pieces. Even Doflamingo's expression suddenly became unnatural. I originally thought that the situation was a sure win, so I flattered the boss once in a while. I never expected that I would flatter the horse's leg. Through the brief report, Doflamingo instantly deduced the whole story. It seems that the 5 elders' methods are as cruel and ruthless as ever. However, when I thought about Bayou not being left in Impel Down, I was afraid that we would inevitably meet in the future. This made Doflamingo smile playfully. At least, in his eyes, whether it is power or strength, Crocodile is definitely not comparable. Master Yiseng, what should we do now? I heard that Bayou left Impel Down this time to carry out a new mission to invite the new 7 warlords of the sea. Do we need to intercept him in advance? Hei-san spoke again. Humph, they are all good for nothings. They can't even do the smallest things properly. A monk roared angrily with a gloomy face. However, he was quickly stopped by Daps, who was behind him. Okay, monk. We underestimated that little devil this time. We didn't expect that he could escape from this deadly situation. But don't forget that the Shichibukai candidate we arranged for him to invite is not a simple person. If he really went, given his personality, I'm afraid he would be in great danger. New Shichibukai? Doflamingo's expression froze. He had no idea that Crocodile had just been arrested and imprisoned. The 5 elders have already arranged the task and invited the new Shichibukai. This feeling of being a complete tool really made Doflamingo feel uncomfortable. However, he couldn't help but smile at the new Shichibukai. Yiseng, I didn't expect you 5 elders to be so efficient. It seems that if something happens to me in the future, you will find a replacement quickly. However, I really want to know who you found to replace that sand crocodile guy. If his strength is too weak, it might lower the threshold of Shichibukai. Also, can you tell me about the crisis you mentioned? Looking at Doflamingo, who suddenly became a bit like 8 trigrams, Daps hung up the Den Den Mushi and said coldly. Dover, you are not qualified to know about this kind of thing, but for the sake of cooperation, I will let it go this time. That kid, now you are going to invite Fire Fist Ace from the Spade Pirates. However, according to your intelligence network, you should know what kind of trouble Fire Fist Ace has gotten into during this period and who is chasing him. As a marine, if I run into that guy, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble. Fire Fist Ace? Doflamingo was stunned for a moment. He certainly knew a thing or two about the pirates' supernova that had become famous in recent times. I heard about the so-called trouble not long ago. If Bayou really went after Fire Fist Ace, he might actually run into that guy. Sure enough, the old ones are still the wisest, and the 5 elders' calculations are one after another. I think the real fun is about to begin. Chapter 114. 3 days later. A warship was breaking through the waves, followed by an even larger warship. Unlike Bayou, who hung a blood-red flag representing his admiral status, the warship at the rear was flying a pink heart-shaped flag. If Sengoku were here, he would be absolutely shocked. This is the ship of Marine Admiral Candidate Momuzagi-jun. Unlike the Admiral Vice Admiral, there are only 2 Admiral candidates in the naval headquarters. Before Bayou appeared, they represented the closest existence to Admiral, possessing strength second only to the strongest combat power. Therefore, their mission is to monitor the 4 emperors' movements and prevent chaos in the ocean. It rarely appears in the first half of the Grand Line. Hina, you are bringing us trouble. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth and frowned as he looked at the 2 uninvited figures on the deck, a trace of helplessness on his face. Half a day ago, Bayou and his crew were sailing on the sea when they suddenly encountered Momuzagi's fleet. I thought it was just a simple encounter, but I never expected that Momuzagi would rush over to the boat with a knife in hand. He even proposed to challenge Bayou. Faced with this kind of challenge that came to his door, Smoker thought Bayou would easily agree to it. Unexpectedly, he simply ignored the challenge and just started drinking. Bayou, I don't know what happened during the time I was away from naval headquarters, and I don't want to know what happened. However, I hope you can accept my challenge, otherwise Jun will not be able to swallow this. As long as you accept my challenge, I can provide you with information about Fire Fist Ace. Momozagi spoke in a deep voice. As a Marine Admiral candidate, she is a rare woman in the headquarters. Momozagi spent a lot of effort to climb to this position. I thought the gap between me and Admiral was just a piece of paper, and I never thought that there would be an Admiral parachuted in. For a moment, all eyes fell on Bayou. Bayou stretched lazily and said with a bloodthirsty smile. I'm sorry. I appreciate your kindness. I will handle the intelligence myself. As for the challenge, maybe next time. I don't want to destroy my ship. You. Momozagi was suddenly furious. She had always been the one who rejected people. She never thought that she would be rejected repeatedly by a man. However, as he looked at the brown island that was quickly becoming clearer ahead, he paused his invitation to fight. She really wanted to know what method the new Marine Admiral was going to use to find Fire Fist Ace. Watching Momozagi calm down a little, Bayou followed the coastline and vaguely saw many pirates' ships anchored in the port. There are also some passing merchant ships. The level of liveliness there may not be as great as that of the Sabayati archipelago and other large islands. But looking at this sea area, it is also a first-class existence. Okay, it's getting late. I'm going to the island next. You guys wait for me here. Bayou gathered all the scattered observation Haki, chose an uninhabited reef coast, and forced his way onto the island. Momozagi's expression froze, and she was obviously unable to react to Bayou's behavior of taking the small road instead of the main one. However, in order to find out what method Bayou has, he must find the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace. Momozagi gritted his teeth and followed. As soon as it landed on the shore, it bumped into Bayou, who suddenly stopped, and the facial cleanser went directly onto Bayou's back. This soft feeling made Bayou raise his eyebrows slightly. She is worthy of being the goddess of naval headquarters. You little pervert, why did you stop all of a sudden? Momozagi's cheeks turned red, and she quickly stepped aside and said through gritted teeth. Bayou quickly gathered his thoughts, turned around and rolled his eyes. Who told you to follow me? If you want to follow, take off your clothes. Take off clothes? Momozagi was stunned. After being a Marine for so many years, who would dare to say such explicit words to her? Looking at the hateful 4th Admiral in front of him, Momozagi couldn't help but start to scold him. A white cloak flew towards him. Put on this cloak. I'm going to collect intelligence, not go shopping. If you don't want to, go back. Bayou replied calmly, looking at Momozagi, whose cheeks were slightly red. Why are you blushing? You wouldn't have thought about these things in the wrong way, would you? Sure enough, women's imagination is broader than men's. You. Momozagi was suddenly furious. All the men I meet on a daily basis flatter me and are very respectful to me. Only Bayou would play against the grain and make her express her feelings completely wrongly. However, before Momozagi could react, Bayou had already set off again. There were constant sounds of hawking along the way, including many pirates. Especially the pubs were crowded. Pirates are people who pin their heads on their pants and live on the edge of the sea. Perhaps they may lose their lives in the next moment, and most people like to enjoy themselves to the fullest. Bayou, where on earth are you going? Jun put on a cloak and followed quickly. Looking at Bayou, who was wandering aimlessly, he couldn't help but ask. This is where the pirates gather, but trying to find the spade pirates is like looking for a needle in a haystack. This is like gambling. If you really have no other options, you can just beg me. There's no need to go through all this trouble. Jun has a lot of experience as an admiral candidate. I have encountered many such islands. Faced with Bayou's approach of taking chances, he obviously looked down on her. No need. You will soon know whether I can find it or not. Bayou looked up at the largest tavern at the end of the street. To find the whereabouts of a person in the vast ocean. The tavern where pirates gather is the best place to get intelligence. To find the whereabouts of Ace. This kind of tavern where money makes the world go round is undoubtedly the best choice. Thinking of this, Bayou walked straight to the tavern without any hesitation. You don't think the Spade Pirates are here, do you? Or do you think the information is easy to obtain? Jun hurriedly caught up. Bang! As soon as the door of the pub was opened, the pungent aroma of alcohol hit me in the face. Even Bayou, who always loved drinking, couldn't help but frown. This crowded pub was filled with people, and the rough voices of conversation were endless. It seemed that I had found the right place this time. It's a good place to look for intelligence. This kind of tavern mainly entertains pirates. In addition to selling alcohol, they also use these pirates to collect intelligence. The arrival of Bayou and the other person was clearly out of place in the chaotic scene. Especially Jun, who was wearing a long robe that covered her plump body. However, that graceful figure still cannot be concealed. It quickly became the focus of the entire audience, directly attracting everyone's attention. Many people's breathing suddenly became heavy. It turns out that the truth that beautiful women are the root of trouble is eternal. For a while, whistles from curious people were heard in the tavern one after another. Haha, it's a rare guest. I wonder if he's here to drink or for other things. At the bar, a mature woman wearing a black dress, scarlet lipstick, and long black hair spoke seductively. If you plan to book a room and want that kind of service, we also have it. That kind? Jun's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help but glance at Bayou. However, she soon noticed her own gaffe and quickly dispelled her girlish shyness. She found that ever since she came into contact with Bayou, she didn't know if she had been teased too much. Even the skin seems to have become thinner. The most important thing is to think about everything in a colorful way. Bayou didn't notice these little thoughts. He simply ignored everyone and walked up to the black-haired woman. Sorry, I don't have any other services at the moment. This time I'm here to get some information. To get information? The black-haired young woman said with a look of surprise. So you are my distinguished guest. My name is Sally. What's your name, handsome boy? White. Bayou replied casually, then took the rum handed to him by the young woman and drank it down without changing his expression. I want to know the whereabouts of the Spade Pirates. Give me a price. Chapter 115. News about the Spade Pirates. The charming young woman couldn't help but be startled and showed a look of surprise. Bayou frowned and said, Why? Is it because the store is too small to handle this business, or are you worried that I don't have the money to pay you? If that's the case, it seems I overestimated you. This. The charming young woman's face froze slightly, and the three burly men standing behind her walked towards her with sullen faces. However, he was quickly stopped by the charming young woman, who then filled Bayou's glass with wine with a seductive smile. Brother, you are really straightforward. I also like men like you who are straight enough. If you have time, I really have a lot of things I want to do with you. However, it seems that the young man is also an anxious person, so let's stop talking nonsense. Of course we have information about the Spade Pirates. It's just that their current situation is a bit awkward. If you want to find them, you'll need at least 80 million Baileys. 80 million Baileys? Jun's face changed and he spoke in a hurry. Is this a shady business? You want 80 million Baileys for the information about a supernova? Is this robbery? Haha, it turns out that this sister doesn't just know how to blush, but also studies what is straight and knows the price of information. Sally said with a charming smile. However, this information is related to the whereabouts of 4 emperors Whitebeard, so it is very valuable. Straight? You. Jun's cheeks suddenly turned red. Originally, she hadn't thought about the question of straightness in detail, but now after being reminded, an indescribable picture suddenly appeared in her mind. Is it related to Whitebeard? Bayou raised his eyebrows. As a reincarnated being, Bayou had already anticipated that Whitebeard would extend an olive branch to Ace. But I didn't expect Whitebeard to move so quickly. It seems that my appearance has brought a huge impact to the world of Pirates King, and everything that happens afterwards will probably change. Brother, this is the intelligence scroll. Do you want it? Do you want cash or bank settlement? Sally smiled charmingly. But I want to tell you in advance. I have sold you the information, but I cannot guarantee that Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace will stay where they are for long. You should know this rule, little brother. Bayou had heard about these so-called rules a long time ago. If 80 million is exchanged for the information about Fire Fist Ace, this supernova, it might not be a good deal. However, if Whitebeard is included, then this price is not too expensive. Bayou casually drank the wine on the table in one gulp and said, I have no problem with the price, but I don't have that much Bailey on me. What? The charm on Sally's face froze slightly, and she said with a little displeasure. Brother, are you wasting my time? If that's the case, I don't mind having someone escort you out. The two big men standing behind Sally, who had been stopped just now, stepped forward again. However, just as they took a step forward, they saw Bayou reaching out and pointing at a burly pirates behind him. The next moment, the words that fell into their ears shook their nerves even more. I think his head should be worth this price. Bayou turned around and looked toward the center of the crowd. The sudden scene made everyone gasp. Even Sally at the bar turned pale and spoke in a hurry. Young man, if you are not sincere about the deal, you'd better leave quickly. This guy is not someone you can mess with. I don't want to be unable to operate my business. When coming in, Bayou had already taken notice of this tavern. This burly man with a red crew cut and jackal tattoos all over his body also flirted with Momozagi. Most importantly, he is the pirates with the highest bounty here. Moreover, Bayou had seen Marine's information in the bounty order. Odd the jackal. A reward of 120 million is offered. Most importantly, he has another identity. One of the pirates under Beast's pirates. This identity alone is enough to allow him to walk sideways in the first half of the Grand Line. It was precisely for this reason that the originally noisy pub suddenly became dead silent when Bayou finished speaking. Soon, there was a burst of laughter. Haha, Boss Ode, did you hear that? This brat actually set his sights on your head. He has no idea how many bounty hunters have been killed because of this. Boss Ode, didn't you just say that you would find a way to take the woman following that brat for yourself? Now that this brat dares to set his sights on you, we have an excuse to take action against him. Young ones, follow me to help the boss grab a woman. The scene suddenly exploded, and hundreds of people started howling like wolves and ghosts. What's worse, some of them drew their weapons and were ready to use force as soon as the order was given. Jun's face suddenly turned pale, and he grabbed the sword at his waist with his backhand. As an admiral candidate, when had she ever been looked down upon like this? You are the woman who followed me, so leave this matter to me. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took a sip of the wine and said. Miss Sally, this head is worth 120 million. It will be a huge profit for you. Could it be that your background is not good enough and you dare not take it? In addition to selling information, this kind of tavern also collects bounties on people. In this ocean, not everyone is a bounty hunter and has an official identity. There are more pirates fighting each other. After killing each other, the heads they take cannot be exchanged in the marine branch. The only way to get paid is through these pub intermediaries. However, these taverns will charge a certain percentage of handling fees based on the amount of the bounty. 120 million heads means a full profit of 40 million, which is a huge fortune in such a remote tavern. A hint of hesitation flashed across Sally's pretty face, and she was at a loss for words for a moment. Ode, who was still drinking, looked gloomy and said, Sally, tell that kid that of course he will accept the trade of heads, but he has to be capable of taking it. Don't try to be too ambitious, or you'll regret it when you lose your life. The rolling words echoed in the tavern. Hundreds of pirates on the scene stood up with great interest. They were eager to see whether this young boy would abandon the woman and run away alone in this situation. Sorry, it looks like I've been underestimated again. Chapter 116. Sorry, it looks like I've been underestimated again. Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. Come on, I don't have time to waste with you. Crazy. Must be crazy. Everyone present, facing Bayou's answer, even Sally, felt that the boy in front of her was crazy. We know that the other party is related to the Beast's pirates, one of the 4 emperors. He even dared to provoke us again and again in public. This isn't crazy. Is there any confidence behind this? However, facing Bayou's repeated insistence, Sally took a deep breath and said, "Brother, what you are going to do has nothing to do with me. Similarly, if you are killed for being a hero here, it has nothing to do with me." No. Bayou laughed. Getting such a reply means that the deal has been done. The prerequisite is to take the head with a bounty of 120 million. Well, you little brat, you dare to act like a hero in front of Boss Ode, then go to hell. One of the pirates rushed out first. The 3 people following closely behind him also drew their swords and rushed directly towards Bayou. The short distance of more than 10 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. The blade, shining with cold light, was raised above his head and chopped down towards Bayou. The sudden attack shook everyone's nerves. In particular, when many people saw Bayou standing there as if stunned, a playful smile appeared on their faces. It seemed as if the next moment, one would be able to see this ignorant little devil being beheaded. Bang! A dull metallic collision sound suddenly rang out. The blade, shining with cold light, chopped straight onto Bayou's shoulder. Unfortunately, the spark-flying posture made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Even the jackal Ode clenched the wine glass in his hand, his eyes showing a solemn look. The 4 pirates who took action felt like they were in a difficult situation. "Are you guys planning on tickling me?" Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. "Although you are not qualified to fight, you are just annoying flies, so just go and die." Buzz! The swords in the 4 men's hands were shining with cold light, and suddenly there was a sharp sound of swords ringing. The next moment, in full view of everyone, it flew out without any warning and directly hit the necks of the 4 people. Phew! Scarlet blood splattered everywhere, and the eyes of the pirates present were about to pop out. There was a series of sounds of people gasping for air in the field. The moment when 4 heads flew to the ground. The machete, with its cold light flashing, was once again inserted diagonally into the ground. This seemingly complicated scene only took half a breath. When they came to their senses, they found that the 4 people were killed by Bayou with a single glare. Jun, who was standing behind Bayou, also had a slightly changed expression. She came with a reluctance to give in, intending to challenge the new 4th Admiral. "I originally thought that Bayou only got the position of Marine Admiral through the back door and relied on the relationship with Vice Admiral Garp. He had just rejected her challenge repeatedly." After seeing Bayou's strange method with his own eyes, Jun's heart was shaken a little. Could it be that this 4th Marine Admiral is really the real deal? "Little devil, you dare to kill my people, you are seeking death." The jackal Ode was startled at first, then he roared angrily. After crushing the wine glass in his hand with his backhand, he directly pulled out the serrated knife beside him. Without stopping for a moment, he rushed towards Bayou with big strides. The nearly 2-meter-long ferocious serrated sword in his hand made a sharp sound of breaking through the air as he chopped towards Bayou. "Little devil, I will let you know what a pirate worth over 100 million is. Go to hell." Bang! The big knife instantly chopped down on Bayou's body. The powerful attack went through Bayou's body and hit the floor heavily. "Kill with one sword?" Everyone present showed an expression of ecstasy. However, it was soon seen that Bayou, who was originally killed, quickly disintegrated like a mirror image. Looking at this strange scene, an extremely absurd thought flashed through everyone's mind. This is an after-image. Ode also suddenly woke up. Without thinking too much, he quickly turned around and looked behind him. The serrated broadsword in his hand chopped down towards Bayou with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bang bang bang! The dense slashing momentum fell like a torrent. Unfortunately, every time the knife reached him, Bayou dodged it like willow catkins. After dozens of slashes, everything around had already been smashed to pieces by Ode. Bayou, standing in the same place, was still unharmed. The strange scene caused the breathing sounds in the field to gradually become heavier. Ode's face suddenly turned red to ultimate, and he roared angrily. "Little devil, are you a mouse who only knows how to dodge? Or are you worried that I will chop you in half with one blow? If you have the guts, don't dodge. Don't you like hiding? Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. Oh well. Bang. As soon as Bayou stopped, the ferocious serrated sword, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, hit Bayou's shoulder head-on. When the dull crashing sound was heard, a huge wave of wind and waves was stirred up, sweeping across the entire tavern. Everyone in the room sobered up all of a sudden. At this moment, a horrifying thought flashed through their minds. The young man in front of him seemed invulnerable, but it was not because of the knife. At least, even the ferocious sword in the hand of the jackal Ode, who had a bounty of over 100 million, was blocked. No, it's impossible. I'm the big pirate of the beast's pirates, and I'm the jackal Ode who has a bounty of 120 million berries on him. Ode's expression froze, and soon he began to roar hysterically. Little devil, don't forget, I am the demon fruit power. Roar! The sound of wolf howling suddenly resounded throughout the entire tavern. At the moment when countless red hairs swarmed out from Ode's body, the muscles all over his body swelled up rapidly like rocks. The clothes on her body, which were already a bit tight to begin with, were bursting straight out. The next moment, Ode transformed into a werewolf, reaching a height of more than 3 meters. He grabbed the serrated sword with both hands and chopped it down at Bayou with a mighty force. Little brat, don't dodge if you have the guts. I can kill even sea kings with this attack. Yet. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took a sip of his drink, and said, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit better than sea kings. Boom! The violent blast directly overturned the surrounding wine tables. As the ground collapsed, many pirates retreated one after another. When they had stood firm, they looked hurriedly towards Bayou. His pupils contracted again, and his eye sockets were about to burst. At this moment, they finally realized that they had offended someone they shouldn't have offended. Chapter 117. Bang! A huge gust of wind washed over the entire tavern. All the pirates woke up and looked at the mess before them. There is also a thin figure still standing there, with even his clothes not torn. His face was full of disbelief and horror. With a bounty of 120 million berries, he was recruited by the beast's pirates. Zoan demon fruit power. Even if he used the power of the devil fruit, there was no way to break the defense of the person in front of him. This is too shocking. Someone who has this kind of ability. Could it be a mediocre person? For a moment, everyone stared eagerly at Bayou's slightly immature face. I racked my brains to find out Bayou's origins. Sister Sally, this guy looks familiar to me. The big man standing behind the bar, acting as a bodyguard and trying to use violence against Bayou several times, couldn't help but speak. Do you look familiar? Sally was startled for a moment, then woke up as well, and took out the newspaper that was folded around the chair legs. When they spread out the crumpled newspaper, the half-profile that came into view first completely overlapped with Bayou in front of them. He is the new Marine Admiral, the war ghost Bayou. Sally screamed out loud. Marine Admiral is known as the highest combat force in the headquarters. On the sea, people were indeed skeptical of Bayou, who became a Marine Admiral at the age of only 17 or 18. However, that is New World's business. For the first half of their grand line. A fourth admiral, regardless of strength. Once it appears in front of you, it is a huge pressure. Now the fourth admiral arrived in person and was slashed several times by Ode. This matter is too horrible. Marine fourth admiral. Ode's hands began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. Looking up at the person in front of him, Bayou is a harmless man who looks like a boy next door. The impulse that filled my whole body was extinguished in an instant. Facing the fourth admiral of Marine, there is no point in putting up a fight. Little ones, run away! Ode roared, then turned around and ran away. The hundreds of pirates who were waiting to watch the show never imagined that the admiral would drop from the sky while they were sitting in the tavern. By the time they reacted, Ode had already rushed out of the tavern. Looking at Bayou, who seemed to have given up the pursuit and was still standing there. All the pirates showed a hint of joy and rushed out of the door frantically. Now that even the captain is gone, they can only wait to die if they stay. Bayou, if you don't chase after me, do you intend to rob me instead of buying the information? Jun's expression froze and he couldn't help but ask. These words immediately made Sally tense up, and her charming face was full of urgency. It can be said that now, as long as Bayou is willing, Sally will definitely hand over the information to him. No, we are Marines, how can we steal things? Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile, took a sip of the wine with his backhand, and the demon sword Murasame on his waist was instantly unsheathed. With a knife in hand, Bayou's momentum changed instantly. The invisible magic field, with Bayou as the center, quickly swept across the entire island. Magic field, dimension slash, the other shore. Buzz. One knife out. The inky black slash passed by in an instant like thunder. Jun, who was standing nearby, tensed up to the extreme and looked back hastily. The first thing that caught my eye was the tavern door that was cut in half. There was no time to think, as observation Haki swept quickly and locked onto Ode, who had already escaped tens of thousands meters away. Ode, who was running at a very fast speed, suddenly stopped. A huge aura of death enveloped the sky and the earth. Ode felt like he was going crazy. As soon as he escaped from the tavern, he had squeezed his strength to the ultimate level and escaped tens of thousands meters away in the shortest time. I thought I had seen the pier and could escape. I never thought that something even more terrifying would happen at the end. Feeling the rapidly growing death energy, Ode turned around hurriedly, raised the serrated sword in his hand and blocked it. Bang! The pitch-black slash swept past. It passed over Ode's huge body and headed straight for the dock. Everything along the way, whether it was rocks or buildings, was cut in half. Originally, most of the pirates who were fleeing madly behind Ode were instantly affected. Wait until the rest of the people came to their senses. When the serrated sword in Ode's hand fell to the ground, a stream of blood spurted out from his body. The two halves of the huge body quickly fell to the sides. Bang! Blood splattered, dyeing the earth red. The pirates passing by looked at this sudden death. Everyone exploded at once. They all fled. Inside the tavern, with the help of observation Haki, Jun could not help but change his expression as he felt the rapidly fading breath of Ode's life. The look he gave Bayou was full of disbelief. He crossed a distance of tens of thousands of meters and killed a pirates with a bounty of over 100 million with a single precise strike. This is too horrible. No. It should be said that as a great swordsman, Jun asked himself if he could ever reach the level of Bayou. After all, this kind of ultra-long-range slash not only requires powerful swordsmanship and strength, but also requires accurate prediction of the enemy. Otherwise, the slashing attack would be easily avoided by the opponent. That would be embarrassing. However, what shocked Jun the most now was that the slashing attack Bayou had just performed was only swung with one hand. This means that once Bayou holds the knife with both hands, the power that is unleashed will be even stronger than it is now. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Jun's mind. Looking at the kid in front of her whom she had always looked down upon, she felt a little overwhelmed. Okay, you can go get the head later. I'll take the information away. After Bayou sheathed the demon sword Murasame, he grabbed the intelligence scroll on the bar and walked straight out the door. Why aren't you leaving yet? Was I too handsome just now and made you crazy? Bayou took a sip of the wine and glanced back. Bah, I don't want a little man like you. Jun came back to his senses, glared at him, and quickly retorted. Really? I'm actually quite big. Bayou gave a dry laugh and walked away. Now we have the information about Whitebeard and Ace. If you go too late, you might end up with nothing. Quite big. Jun's expression froze, and soon his cheeks turned red. He quickly made a poo sound and said. Why do I always have bad thoughts after meeting this brat? Damn brat, I will never let him go. Watching the two figures disappear in the tavern, Sally and the other two, who were frightened, breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. My body was shaking with fear. Having the 4th Marine Admiral come to your doorstep is an experience that is like being up close and personal with a Shinigami. Big Sister Sally, the Marine Admiral took the information away. Do you think he really killed Ott? If Ott is really dead, do we want his head? He is a subordinate of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, the overlord of the sea. The big man's face turned pale and he asked hurriedly. Sally also came back to her senses, her expression changed repeatedly, and she said, I don't know either. Let's go collect the heads first, then inform that Shishibukai-sama and let him make the decision. Chapter 118. Meanwhile, inside the Dressrosa Palace. 7 or 8 figures are located here. Leading the group were the 3 highest-ranking officials. Violet, have you found any trace of the young master? Toribo sniffed. Young master left for the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. It has been 3 days. If there is no further contact, I am worried that something will happen. As one of the Shishibukai, Doflamingo is doing well compared to other Shishibukai, both in terms of its own strength and the strength of its families. At least, based on the strength of his subordinates alone, Doflamingo's Donquixote family should be ranked first among the Shishibukai. It is precisely because of this reason that Doflamingo has the confidence to take the step of not recognizing anyone as his own. Torrible, whoever dares to attack the young master in this sea, don't forget that even the world government has to cooperate with us, and the young master will definitely be fine. Diamante said after shaking his red cape. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present nodded in agreement. Without the support of the world government, they would not be able to openly become kings here. No, didn't a Marine 4th Admiral named Bayou appear during this period? It seems that he attacked Crocodile, one of the Shishibukai, and after breaking his arm, he was sent to Impel Down prison. Violet suddenly spoke up. Wearing a floral dress, paired with purple waist-length hair and a plump figure, Violet exudes a mature aura. As a senior assassin of the Donquixote family, he knew a thing or two about intelligence on the sea. In particular, this person who has shocked the world recently has caused an uproar in the whole world. Bayou. Toripo raised his eyebrows and said. Violet, you said that the so-called 4th Admiral of the Marine would attack the young master. This joke is not funny. Don't forget, we, the Donquixote family, are not comparable to those trash. Carat at 1 carat. This statement was instantly echoed by others. In their eyes, the Donquixote family was built when Doflamingo was a child. An organization that grows together with the bond of family. It's totally incomparable to those midway partnership organizations outside. Haha, Torrible, you are right. A familiar tone suddenly sounded. Soon, a figure wearing a flamingo down coat was seen swooping down from the sky and landing directly on the imperial chair. Young master, you are finally back. Why haven't you sent any news for a while? Have you really been made difficult by the so-called 4th Admiral? Torrible hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Everyone present, even Violet, subconsciously looked at Doflamingo. Unlike other family members, she is the princess of the Rika royal family. Joining the Donquixote family is all about protecting the lives of family members. When I saw in the newspaper the news that the 4th Admiral War Demon Bayou had dealt a heavy blow to Shishibukai, Violet's heart was actually trembling with hope. Hopefully, Bayou will appear in Dressrosa one day. Pull Doflamingo down. Hehe, Violet, you're not imagining that the brat will attack me and vindicate your Rika clan, right? Doflamingo, after drinking a glass of red wine, smiled playfully. If you really think so, I'm sorry. I am the Joker, but even the world government dare not touch me. Not to mention the underground transactions, there is also a monster of the 4 emperors behind me. If he really dares to touch me, he must have the guts to bear the wrath of the 4 emperors alone. The sound of words rolled out, mixed with unbridled laughter. As a qualified ambitious person, Doflamingo is a person who is good at both black and white. It is undoubtedly the grey player. Faced with such a long talk, even the glimmer of hope that had just sprouted in Violet's eyes disappeared completely. Violet was well aware of the principle that a single move could affect the entire body. With Doflamingo's background and strength, Violet really couldn't imagine that the Marine government and the world government would take action against them for the sake of a Rika royal family. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of Den Den Mushi suddenly rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Treble raised his eyebrows and took out the Den Den Mushi. Master, do you mind if I take a call? Take it. Doflamingo responded casually. The Don Quixote family has a clear division of labor, among which Toribel is like a general manager, helping Doflamingo manage many affairs. After receiving instructions, Toribel quickly connected the Den Mushi. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, a hurried female voice rang out. Lord Toribel. Something terrible has happened. I am Sally from Haji Island. The fourth admiral of the marine appeared on Haji Island and demanded an intelligence transaction. He even killed the pirates who offered a bounty of 120 million berries. Kill 120 million pirates? Toribel frowned and said, why did that guy go to the front half of the Grand Line? Forget it, as long as you don't suffer any loss. If you have to, I will allow you to borrow the reputation of the young master Shishibukai. Only by letting them know whose place this is, the Marine Admiral has no power to act wildly. Diamante and the others laughed jokingly. Doflamingo was shaking his glass, about to take another sip of red wine. However, the next moment, the words that fell into his ears caused the wine glass in Doflamingo's hand to shatter. No, Master Toribel, the pirates that guy killed were members of the Beast's pirates. He used the head of the Jackal Odd, a pirate under the Beast's pirates, to buy the information. Bang! The wine glass in Doflamingo's hand shattered to the ground. Everyone present had a grim look on their faces. A moment ago, Doflamingo was bragging about how strong his background was. Even the world government dare not move. However, this sudden news was like a silent slap in the face. He even dared to kill the captain of the pirates under the Beast's pirates. Does it mean that the so-called big background he mentioned has also been cut? This way of doing things is too crazy. Doflamingo's expression was gloomy to the extreme, making the atmosphere in the hall suddenly become extremely depressing. After hesitating for a moment, Toribel couldn't help but ask. Young master, that guy killed the 4 emperors' people in our territory and exchanged the head of the Jackal Odd for information. Do we need to erase all of this? Chapter 119. Erase? The expressions of everyone present could not help but froze. They are obviously familiar with this kind of thing. All of this is to prevent information that is unfavorable to them from spreading. Right now, the pirates under the command of the 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts were being killed in their own territory. Regardless of whether it has anything to do with them, Kaido of the Beasts has the personality to jump off a building if he disagrees with something. It's enough to make them think about how to deal with this matter. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Doflamingo. Even Violet showed a hint of urgency. It was the first time that Doflamingo felt secretly happy when she was slapped in the face. However, what Violet wanted to know most now was how Doflamingo would respond. Haha, haha, I didn't expect that a new kid would be so arrogant and even dare to kill Kaido's people. It seems that I underestimated the kid's ignorance. Doflamingo chuckled at first, then burst into laughter. The next moment, he crushed the broken pieces of wine glass in his hand into powder and said grimly. Originally, I wanted to see how long that little brat could keep jumping around before getting into big trouble. Now, since he has come to my territory to cause trouble, I will give him a hand and contact Kaido of the Beasts for me. I will make that brat regret everything. He will have no place to stay on the sea and will flee back to the naval headquarters with his tail between his legs. The rolling words echoed in the hall. Violet's expression changed involuntarily. As Doflamingo's pawn, she knew exactly what would happen next. Could it be that the turning point that just appeared is about to disappear before our eyes? New World, inside the skeleton castle on Wanakuni Ghost Island. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky. The next moment, a chilling sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a huge black shadow, with a tremendous force, fell from the sky. Here it comes, get out of the way quickly. One of the gift givers was the first to scream in fear. However, they had just escaped more than 10 meters away. The huge black shadow has crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The storm waves rolled back in all directions like a tide, giving people the feeling of a hurricane passing through. At this moment, the entire Onigashima Island began to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. The pirates who were unable to dodge were directly blown away by the huge wind and waves. Wait until everything returned to calm. A gloomy-looking figure crawled out from the deep pit created by the heavy smash. It's so boring, and there's no way to die. This feeling is too uncomfortable. Is there no one in this ocean who can kill me? Disdainful voices echoed all around. Faced with this Versailles-like declaration, the people present were already accustomed to it. As one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts has a bad drinking habit and his biggest hobby is suicide. He fell into the hands of the enemy dozens of times, but he managed to escape alive. This became one of the things he could brag about in the future. Boss Kaido, you're finally back. Yin walked out from the dust and said coldly. I thought you were really going to look for the so-called 4th Admiral in the naval headquarters. For Kaido, who has always been elusive, in Jin's eyes. Either they are committing suicide, or they are on their way to finding a way to commit suicide. Humph, what right does a brat like that have to have Kaido come to visit you? Jack snorted disdainfully. I'm afraid this kid would just turn around and run away as soon as he heard the name of Beast's pirates. Otherwise, if we move a step too slowly, the hyped-up Admiral Halo will be shattered without us having to fight back. The pirates around immediately laughed in agreement. Kaido also snorted coldly, picked up the jar of wine next to him, and was about to start drinking when a rapid den mushi call sounded. Moshi Moshi, I'm the Joker, please contact me immediately. Doflamingo's face appeared on the den mushi. Let the noisy situation calm down in an instant. Jin raised his eyebrows and said, why did this clown guy come to me all of a sudden? I remember that the next batch of artificial devil fruit transactions has not yet arrived. Is there something wrong? Don't guess, just answer the phone and you'll know. Kaido snatched the den mushi and said. Joker, what happened? Don't tell me that there was a problem with the artificial devil fruit. If it delays my important task, don't blame me for ruining your country. In Kaido's eyes, Doflamingo was able to become a part of his alliance. Most importantly, he mastered the method of creating artificial devil fruit. Only this deal concerning his ambitions remains. Then Doflamingo is still half useful. Once this bond of the transaction is torn. Waiting for Doflamingo, nothing but raging rage. Haha, Kaido, don't worry. With the Shishibuki's identity, the devil fruit transaction will definitely not go wrong. The main reason I came to you this time is because a pirate group under the Beast's pirates, with a bounty of 120 million, was killed. Killed? Kaido frowned and said. Joker, are you out of your mind? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If your men are dead, they are dead. You can only blame them for not being strong enough. Beast's pirates, as one of the New World 4 emperors. The sphere of influence they possess is vast, and the number of pirates who have joined in name only is countless. It can be said that in Kaido's eyes, these pirates groups were destroyed and that was it. He just plays the role of cannon fodder. Haha, I know you don't take this kind of small character seriously, Kaido. Doflamingo laughed strangely. However, if you knew that the one who killed them was the new 4th Admiral of the Marine, and that he used his head to buy intelligence, I think the meaning of this matter should be different. What? The faces of the people present changed slightly. A moment ago, they were still discussing the 4th Admiral of the Marine, who was just a hype for the highest combat power. I don't have the courage to face the existence of the 4 emperors. But now the enemy has killed the pirates under the Beast's pirates. This slap in the face is a bit too quick. Doflamingo, who was on the other end of the den mushi, couldn't help but laugh after noticing the change in the atmosphere. I finally feel a little balanced. It seems that he is not the only one who has been slapped in the face for underestimating the 4th Marine Admiral. Now Doflamingo wanted to know only one thing most. How will Kaido of the Beasts react to this provocation from Marine? You BD Marine, you dared to attack us Beasts pirates. Do you think we Beasts pirates are the easiest to bully among the 4 emperors? Jack's face darkened and he roared angrily. Brother Kaido, let me kill him. Chapter 120. The rumbling roar echoed over the Ghost Island. As one of the Beast's pirates, besides the crazy Kaido, Jack can be called a fighting maniac. In the original novel, in order to rescue Doflamingo, even though half of the top fighters of the naval headquarters were sitting opposite him, he was not afraid at all and just charged forward. Because of his personality, Jack couldn't swallow this insult at all. "Boss Kaido," Jack was a little impulsive. "However, the marine brats from the four emperors dared to target us beasts pirates. If we don't teach them a lesson, I'm afraid that people outside will really think that we beasts pirates are scared." Quinn, who had been silent the whole time, spoke coldly. "This time, let Jack take charge and let the outside world know that the so-called 4th Marine Admiral, who was hyped up, is simply no match for the beasts pirates. We can also use this opportunity to give the other 4 emperors a beating, especially those guys from Big Mom." Yin nodded in agreement. "I also agree with Quinn's suggestion. Let Jack go." Looking at the opinions of the 3 disasters, they reached a consensus instantly. The wine jar in Kaido's hand suddenly burst. "Okay, then cut this brat into pieces and bring back his head." Following Kaido's order, it fell. The news of the 4 emperors' execution order spread across the ocean in an instant. Even the naval headquarters was shocked. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku looked at the stack of information on the table, his face extremely pale, and finally sighed helplessly. "Garp, your precious grandson is even faster at causing trouble than you were back then. If this situation continues, I will have to retire early sooner or later." "Haha, Sengoku, isn't it good to retire? When you retire, giving the position of marshal to Bayou is also quite good." Garp laughed, still stuffing senbei into his mouth. As a qualified foodie, in Garp's dictionary, no one can stop him from eating. Faced with this scene, Sengoku instantly became helpless and said to Ultimate, "Are you planning to go there yourself?" As an old friend, Sengoku knew very well that Garp was not what he seemed. However, after what happened with the 5 elders, he obviously lost his patience. "Yes, I want to go there myself," Garp said as the smile faded from his face. "If it were just the 3 calamities, I believe that even if Bayou couldn't win, he would be able to escape unscathed. However, if Kaido doesn't even have the dignity to pursue an attack, then I will definitely take care of this matter. I was the one who brought that kid into the naval headquarters. I owe him for the 5 elders thing. If it happens again, I, as a grandfather, will never be able to justify it. So, this time, if Kaido dares to do something wrong, he will have to step over my dead body first." The voices were not loud, and were rarely mixed with serious expressions. Sengoku was silent. He knew clearly that Bayou was Garp's last hope for justice for Marine. "I hope Bayou can inherit it, he has been upholding justice all his life. Perhaps only by doing this can Garp prove that his persistence is correct." However, the actions of 5 elders and Kaido have obviously touched Garp's sore spot. Sengoku understood that if something really happened to Bayou this time, Garp will definitely go berserk. "Okay, since you have made up your mind, just go ahead and make the trip. If there is any emergency, remember to contact me and I will do my best to support you." Sengoku sighed and nodded in agreement. "Haha, Sengoku, it's not a big deal. Who knows, if that brat doesn't run into the beasts pirates, I won't even have a chance to appear." Garp laughed again and turned to leave the office. He, who had remained silent throughout the whole process, spoke after a moment of silence. "Why do I have a vague feeling of uneasiness? It seems that this matter will not end so easily." This. Sengoku was also speechless. He felt the same way, but saw Garp going to support him. "I thought this matter would end like this." However, when Tsuru said this, Sengoku instantly lost his composure. 3 days later, the first half of the Grand Line. A place called the Sea of Olies. A warship flying a blood-red flag was advancing rapidly through the waves. "There are 3 pirates' ships behind us, chasing us." Every pirate's ship was full of people. A rough estimate shows that there are at least thousands of them. This number of people makes them considered to be quite powerful pirates on the sea. "Haha, shark slash, so this is the Marine Admiral." He turned and ran away as soon as he saw the flag of the beasts pirates. "This is simply a shame." A one-eyed burly man, standing at the front deck of the pirate's ship on the right, laughed unscrupulously. On the other two boats, one was a bald shark cutter carrying a machete. One was a skinny man with claws on both hands. All three are well-known pirates in this sea area, with bounties exceeding 100 million. Originally, we were planning to go to Orlais Island and join forces with the capable men of Boss Jack, one of the three disasters, to encircle and suppress this so-called fourth admiral. Now it seems that we will take all the credit. Zensha smiled grimly. Looking at the fleeing warships ahead, it felt like the enemy had it in their pocket. I couldn't help but look up and see the beast's pirate's flag hanging from the mast. The worship in their hearts became even stronger. Just with a flag, he could make the admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters flee with his tail between his legs. Once this kind of thing gets out, it will definitely be a great honor. Bayou, many pirates are looking for you in this ocean right now. You chose not to confront him head-on, which is a good idea. On the warship, Jun couldn't help but speak when he saw Bayou standing at the stern drinking. Faced with this sudden order to kill the four emperors, Jun had already guessed something. I just didn't expect that this would happen so quickly. Even Jack the Drow, one of the three disasters, was sent out. This is enough to show how much importance Kaido of the Beasts takes this incident. However, according to Jun's many years of experience, the killing of a small pirate under the Beast's pirates should not require such a large-scale mobilization. Now suddenly the sea is becoming turbulent. This undoubtedly made Jun smell something unusual. Vice Admiral Jun, are you planning to let me escape? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and said, do I look too kind? No wonder so many people are chasing me. We've been on the run for most of the day, and there's no sign of other pirates. It looks like the fish have taken the bait. There's no point in waiting any longer. Oh, right. They just mentioned Orlais Island. Find me a record pointer. Record pointer? Zywin's expression froze, and he asked, Bayou, why are you looking for the record pointer? I'm afraid there are already many pirates gathered there under the name of Kaido of the Beasts. If you go there, you will only get stuck in it. If I were you, I would definitely choose to return to the naval headquarters to avoid the limelight. The people of the Beasts pirates are all crazy, especially Jack the Drow, one of the three disasters. He is a fighting madman who likes to fight to the death. Chapter 121. Fighting Maniac? Madman? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and said, I like lunatics the most. I'm just worried if he's worth a kill. Crazy. Jun was a little dazed. He is the right-hand man of the four emperors, and behind him is the madman four emperors Kaido of the Beasts. Even the naval headquarters is afraid of this existence. Bayou actually planned to take the initiative to come to the door. Isn't this crazy? What is that? Haha, Marine Admiral, I didn't expect you to be such a show-off. Then I'll take your head. Zensha laughed loudly and was about to attack with his knife. However, Bayou, who was standing on the bow, held the demon sword Murasame in his hand, and the purple sword energy burst out like thunder. Boom! Dozens of meters of sword energy bloomed. Watching the slash rapidly enlarge in the pupils, Zensha's hand holding the big knife began to tremble slightly. Is this really a flower stand? Boom! The blast caused the huge pirate's ship in the sea to be cut in two. The remaining two pirate ships were blown away by the huge waves. The two captains with bounties of over 100 million, as well as other pirates, had just stood on the deck when they saw the scene in front of them and were stunned. His eyes almost popped out. Is this still the reason why they offer a reward of over 100 million? Both the people and the boat could not withstand a single blow. Is this a joke? Run away quickly. We cannot afford to offend the fourth Marine Admiral. The one-eye screamed in horror. The pirates on the two pirate ships woke up in shock, took the helm, turned the sails and escaped. The so-called courage a moment ago had already turned into cold air. Now their only thought is to escape from this sea area. Sorry, our boss didn't allow you to leave. Two figures stepped into the air and stood in front of them. Faced with these two uninvited guests, One-Eye and Monkey were stunned and quickly took action. The heavy axe and a pair of sharp claws in his hands made a sharp sound of breaking through the air as he rushed towards Zoro and Sanji. In their eyes, Admiral may not be qualified to fight. However, these two little brats who don't even have a name can definitely be captured easily. It seems that not only the boss, but also we are underestimated. Zoro smiled sadistically, the muscles in his hands suddenly swelled. Armament Haki, the moment the three swords were covered, a ghost energy emanated from the body. Three swords style Jayaki. Buzz. With a flash of purple-black blade light, Zoro transformed into a gigantic Jayaki and rushed directly towards the One Eye at a speed close to ultimate. Sanji's right foot burst into blazing flames, and he stomped down towards the ship below in a tumbling posture. Devil's Wind Kick, the finishing touch. Boom! The explosion storm rolled back again. One Eye and Monkey, along with their attacks, instantly penetrated the entire pirate's ship. The huge pirate's ship broke into two halves. Those overturned pirates were instantly washed into the sea. Another move destroyed the ship and killed people. Are all the people on this ship monsters? Roar! The large number of sea kings, stimulated by the blood, rioted instantly. The pirates that fell into the sea were swallowed up instantly. Let's go to Orlay's island and harvest those little tails. I hope we can meet a fighting maniac. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took a sip of the wine, and turned and left. Jun was stunned. As an admiral candidate, she is responsible for monitoring the existence of the four emperors. However, this is just pure surveillance. If she were really asked to go head-to-head with the four emperors, Jun would definitely not dare. However, now Bayou has gone crazy enough to actively hunt down the four emperors' men, even the drought, one of the three strongest disasters under Kaido of the Beasts. If this kind of thing were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire ocean. At the same time, this kind of thing is definitely not something she has the courage to do. Could it be that this is the gap between him and me? Jun couldn't help but mutter. Looking at Bayou's figure, I was a little dazed. Jun Vice Admiral, you are not falling in love with him, are you? Hina finds it hard to believe. Hina couldn't help but say while holding a cigarette in her mouth. However, this guy is indeed different from other admirals. What he does are things that others would never dare to think of. Have worldly desires? Jun's expression froze, a blush appeared on his cheeks, and he retorted quickly. Hina, don't talk nonsense. I have no interest in this guy at all. The reason I'm still on this boat is because he doesn't accept my challenge. If he does, I will definitely turn around and leave. Really? I'll believe it first. Hina smiled. This made Jun very angry. Half a day later, Bayou stood at the front of the deck, looking at the island that was gradually becoming clearer in front of him, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Dozens of pirate ships anchored in the bay are clearly visible. Finally here, I'll go first. After saying this, Bayou suddenly rushed out. With the help of Moonwalk, it only took 2 or 3 minutes to land directly on the shore. Faced with this uninvited guest, the pirates on the shore were stunned at first. The next moment, when he saw Bayou's appearance clearly, he exploded. Oh my god, this is the 4th Marine Admiral, Bayou. Why is he here? Aren't the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts looking for him? He actually came to us on his own initiative. Is he planning to surrender? No, look, there is a warship over there. He is not planning to attack the 4 Emperors' territory and then encircle and suppress us. Are you calling on us on your own initiative? Quick, go inform all the captains that the 4th Admiral, the Ghost of War Bayou, is here. The dock was in complete chaos. Thousands of pirates who were resting rushed to the center of the town. Bayou did not stop, an observation Haki spread out like a tide, instantly covering the entire island. The figure disappeared in a flash. Since Kaido of the Beasts wanted to take action against him, Bayou would of course accept this experience and stepping stone that was delivered to his doorstep. After killing 3 PC-0s, the template progress was only unlocked to 42%. Next, Bayou might have to meet Whitebeard again. The opportunity to improve your strength must not be missed. If there was an opportunity to fight Whitebeard, that would be the best. Of course, if this ocean knew Bayou's true thoughts. I would definitely think that this is crazy and beyond one's ability. Whitebeard is the strongest person of this era. If you dare to challenge him, wouldn't that be courting death? Chapter 122. Next, Bayou might have to meet Whitebeard again. The opportunity to improve your strength must not be missed. If there was an opportunity to fight Whitebeard, that would be the best. Of course, if this ocean knew Bayou's true thoughts, I would definitely think that this is crazy and beyond one's ability. Whitebeard is the strongest person of this era. If you dare to challenge him, wouldn't that be courting death? At the same time, in the tavern in the center of town, noisy conversations filled every corner of the pub. 12 pirates groups gathered here, and the tavern was already crowded. It can be said that in order to hunt down the Marine Admiral, West Blue Pusta completely gathered all the pirates with bounties over 100 million in the waters near Orleans. At this moment, everyone gathered at the table in the center of the tavern is a well-known figure in the first half of the Grand Line. If it weren't for the fatal temptation brought by the Four Emperors' recruitment, they would never have come here. After all, a reward of over 100 million does look impressive in the first half of the Grand Line. But in the New World, entering the Four Emperors group is not a big deal. In the original novel, the newcomer with a bounty of over 100 million is also a newcomer who delivers letters among the Red Hair Pirates. If it weren't for the title of Supernova, some old pirates who relied on their age to get to the top would probably be rejected if they wanted to join the Four Emperors group. Now it is a rare opportunity for Beast's pirates to open the door and give them the opportunity to show their loyalty. They will never be willing to give up. If you don't have enough strength, you must have enough background. In their eyes, as long as they have the Four Emperors' tiger skin, they will be qualified to enter the New World. This is a big stepping stone. The most important thing is that the person responsible for gathering everyone this time is the trusted general of one of the three disasters, West Blue Pusta, who has a bounty of 230 million berries. Once Jack the Drow arrived on Olaya Island, the situation was set in stone. This will become the largest concentration of power in the first half of the Grand Line. Against the so-called Fourth Admiral, they are determined to win. Master West Blue, you are in charge of this mission. We will definitely succeed immediately. Once Master Jack arrives, it will be a piece of cake to kill the so-called Fourth Admiral. A burly pirate was the first to flatter. This is the captain of the Giant Bear Pirates, Giant Bear Tiger, who has a bounty of 130 million. Usually in the first half of the Grand Line, he is also a tough guy. However, facing West Blue Pusta, who really existed in Beast's Pirates, he did not dare to act rashly and obviously treated his attitude like that of his grandchildren. Haha, Tiger, you really can't talk. The so-called Fourth Admiral is probably just a newcomer hyped up by the Marines. If he really dares to show up, Lord Pust of West Blue can easily kill him. The big man with lion tattoos all over his body and a slightly hacky look, the Lion King Langdon, who had a bounty of 170 million, laughed. This scene made the Giant Bear Tiger feel a little unhappy. But I dare not act rashly. This is a good opportunity to join the Four Emperors, and he can't miss this ride because of such a small matter. Langdon, Tiger, you are both right. Whether it is Lord Sip's head or Lord Jack, the 4th Marine Admiral will be easily captured as long as he appears in front of us. We captains gathered here to take advantage of this opportunity, thanks to the gift from Lord Sip's head. Chase, who was wearing a suit, had a hawk nose and a tuxedo and offered a reward of 150 million Baileys, also quickly agreed. However, this man who seemed to have a somewhat aristocratic temperament was obviously trying to smooth things over as soon as he opened his mouth. The remaining captains all smiled and agreed. Yes, Captain Chase is right. We should all thank Lord Sip's head. Unfortunately, there is no news about the 4th Marine Admiral. Otherwise, with Lord Sipshed's strength, he might not be able to withstand 3 moves. If he appeared in front of us now, I'm afraid we would be able to take him down without Lord Sifed's help. The 4th Admiral of the Marine is just a hyped joke. Tisk, now Lord Kaido has ordered all the pirates from hundreds of miles to gather here. If the so-called 4th Admiral knew about this, he would have already run away. What I am most worried about now is that the 4th Admiral will be scared and run back to the naval headquarters. Then we won't even have the chance to watch the joke. The scene suddenly became lively. Thousands of pirates gathered here all smiled apologetically. Sip's head, who was sitting in the crowd, smiled like a chrysanthemum. In Beast's Pirates, he was just a real hitter in the middle. But it depends on the expressions of many people. It's a rare opportunity for him to come out and be flattered by thousands of people. This feeling makes him feel like he's floating. Especially, looking at this group of captains with bounties of over 100 million, their words are indeed very pleasant to the ears. As he heard the flattery, Sipshed's smile grew wider and wider, and he was about to say something. Waves of rapid footsteps came from all directions like a tide. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Before they could react, the door was instantly knocked open. "Captains, no, it's bad. The 4th Marine Admiral is here to kill us." Bang! A low sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sky like thunder. Zanpakuto, wrapped in lightning and carrying the scabbard, instantly pierced through the void. He ran head-on into the backs of the pirates who had reported. Under the tremendous force released, the sturdy figure exploded like fireworks. The splattering of blood and flesh made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. At the same time, Zanpakuto's power remained undiminished, and he quickly broke through the air towards Sip's head. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Sipshed's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly raised his hands, blocking his chest the moment armament Haki covered him. Bang! With the huge force released, Sip's head felt as if he was hit head-on by the Sea Kings and flew backwards in an instant. Wherever it passed, all the pirates were knocked away. The huge force gave people an unstoppable feeling. Finally, it crashed through the wall and landed on the rocks behind. Along with a deafening explosion, spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread out. A mouthful of blood spit out directly from Sipshed's mouth. The huge tavern fell into deathly silence in an instant. Especially after seeing the broken door, the outside was like hell on earth, with the pirates lying in a pool of blood, everyone felt a chill down their spine. Is this Shura's appearance? Chapter 123. The huge tavern suddenly fell into deathly silence. Looking at the figure who was walking leisurely among the corpses, drinking wine with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Their faces, which were full of flattery just a moment ago, now became extremely stiff. Originally, in their eyes, the island of Orlays, under the name of Kaido of the Beasts, gathered all the pirates with bounties of over 100 million within hundreds of miles. For the so-called 4th Admiral of the Marine, it is a forbidden place that must be avoided. News that Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters, is leading the team personally. He should have just run back to naval headquarters with his tail between his legs. But now he came to the door in person with a Shura-like attitude. This subverted their cognition. Could it be that this is not a ride to the new world? Instead, it is a death express? The most important thing is that Sip's head, who they had boasted could easily kill the 4th Admiral of the Marine, was directly knocked out in full view of everyone. This was simply unacceptable to them. That's a big pirates with a bounty of 230 million. Captain Tiger, what should we do? Langdon asked with a grim face. Tiger's face was equally grim, but when he thought of the people gathered here and Sipshed's presence, he still shouted hurriedly. Humph, Langdon, are you afraid? The sneak attack just now was just because Lord Sipshead didn't notice it. Now we have 12 pirates with bounties over 100 million gathered here, and there are 13 pirate captains with bounties close to 100 million outside. As long as we work together, it is not impossible to capture a mere admiral. Scatty Scissorhands, why don't you bring the other captains here quickly and join forces with us to deal with this 4th admiral? This is a good opportunity to join the Beast's pirates. The rolling voices undoubtedly eased the depressing atmosphere a little. Thousands of eyes looked out the door. Unfortunately, facing Tiger's words, which should have been full of temptation, they seemed dead silent. Bayou took a sip of the wine and said with a bloodthirsty smile. You mean the pirates out there who were trying to intercept us? They were all killed. I thought Jack the Drow was here, but it turns out that all the people here are garbage. Rubbish? Everyone present was stunned. Faced with this rude comment, everyone's expression instantly turned unnatural. Especially the 12 captains of the pirates and Sip's head, their faces were gloomy. A moment ago, they were still talking about the future. Now the other party came to my door alone. It's even a rubbish review. This scene was totally unacceptable to them. Good, very good. A mere Marine 4 Admiral, Bayou, is so arrogant. He even attacked me just now. Now he is still talking big. Do you really think that beast's pirates have no one? Sip's head took a look at the demon sword Murasame with its scabbard sticking diagonally on the ground and said angrily. This time, he took the initiative to arrive at Oli's Island ahead of Jack, all for the purpose of taking credit. In his eyes, it is not impossible for the 12 pirates captains with bounties exceeding 100 million to fight against the mere 4th Admiral of the Marine as long as they cooperate with him. With just a little luck, Bayou can be captured. Not to mention the 3 big names, he can also have a seat in the Flying Six. However, this crazy way of appearing caught him off guard. It completely disrupted his overall plan. Cut it back. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and suddenly spoke. Crazy. After hearing these words, the people present were stunned at first, and then they felt that the world had gone crazy. Sip's head looked at Bayou stiffly and shouted through gritted teeth. Humph, I didn't expect the 4th Marine Admiral to use such a despicable method to lure me over and then launch a sneak attack. I won't be fooled. Langdon and others were also silent. In their eyes, who would be stupid enough to stand there and let others attack them back? However, as soon as this thought came into his mind, Bayou smiled cruelly again. I asked you to cut it back, but you don't even have the courage to do that? It seems that the beast's pirates are all rubbish. Rubbish? One word of garbage. This way of talking seemed like bullshit to all the captains. Sipshed's face turned red, and looking at Bayou who was still standing there, he finally couldn't help but roared in anger. How dare you, a mere 4th Admiral of the Marine Corps, be so arrogant? I will show you the real fighting style of the beast's pirates. Giant ram horns. Buzz. Armament Haki quickly covered Sifed's right hand, artificial devil fruit ability, a moment of crazy driving. The entire arm turned into a slingshot arm made of wool. The sharp horns are covered with armament Haki. When the arms are compressed to ultimate, Sipshed's legs are transformed into powerful lamb legs. Accompanied by a dull explosion. With a sudden kick of his feet, the whole person turned into a black shadow, crossing 100 meters with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and rushed straight to Bayou. The pirates along the way were obviously unable to withstand the strong wind and waves, and were thrown out in an instant. By the time they reacted, Sip's head compressed the slingshot horn in his hand to ultimate and hit Bayou's chest hard. Boom! The huge explosion wave rolled back like a tidal wave. The surrounding wine tables, as well as the wall behind them, were directly shattered. The dust that was raised covered half of the tavern. The 12 captains of the pirates' ships showed a hint of ecstasy when they saw this scene. In their eyes, such a violent explosive impact could easily penetrate a giant sea king that is tens of meters long. Now I meet a mere Marine 4th Admiral. Maybe it can really deal a heavy blow. However, this thought just emerged in my mind. The dust that covered the sky was dispersed by the wind. The first scene that caught their eyes made their eyes pop out. The inky black slingshot horn was, at this moment, pressing against Bayou's chest, motionless. It gives people the feeling that the destined one is not a person, but an indestructible rock. No, there's no way my attack can be ineffective. I'm a real fighter from the beast's pirates, and you're just the 4th Admiral of the Marines. Sip's head growled stiffly. He grabbed the sword at his waist and chopped it down towards Bayou. Bang! Bayou reached out casually, grabbed the sword in an instant, and said with a bloodthirsty smile. You are right. I am only the 4th Admiral. But you really don't even have the qualifications to fight. This is how you cut someone down. As soon as he finished speaking, Bayou bluffed with his right hand. The flying sword Murasame, controlled by Chi, broke through the air and fell into Bayou's hands. Under the crazy infusion of ultimate Ryutsu, the Murasame in Bayou's hand burst out with an unparalleled and powerful momentum. The next moment, without any fancy moves, a powerful force was launched. For a moment, the pirates present were completely stunned. The 100-meter-long sword energy penetrated the entire tavern and chopped down directly from the air. Be it Sip's head, or the 12 captains present with bounties of over 100 million, along with thousands of pirates, were all swallowed up by the sword energy in an instant. At this moment, they finally understood the horror of the mere 4th Admiral of the Marine. Chapter 124. Boom! A 100-meter-long sword energy chopped down in response. Whether it was the tavern or the land, including the pirates in it, they were instantly overwhelmed by the slashing. A slash spanning thousands of meters quickly spread towards the dock. It rolled back with a deafening explosion, directly creating a large wave. Wait until everything is settled. Those pirates who escaped the disaster looked at the tavern that was originally in the center of the deserted island, and saw only a shocking mark left, as if the island was split in half. Such a big tavern, was it wiped out of thin air? There are 12 pirates with bounties over 100 million, including the real hitman Sifet among the Beast's pirates, who has a bounty of 230 million. Now I can't even withstand a single blow. This is too shocking. No. It should be said that this sea is about to change. The 4th Marine Admiral Bayou, who took the initiative to attack, single-handedly crushed all the pirates on the island of Orlais. This means that we have to completely break off relations with Kaido of the Beasts. Hurry up and inform the Beasts pirates. Tell them that the 4th Marine Admiral, Bayou, has appeared and flattened the island of Orlais. One of the pirates screamed. However, just as he rushed out a few steps, he felt a bloodthirsty gaze falling on him, causing his muscles to suddenly tense up. Looking at the thin figure standing in front of him, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, the pirates was shaking like a sieve. Tell Kaido he's worth a chop. After saying this, Bayou sheathed the sword Murasame, took out a bottle of wine and drank it. Under many horrified gazes, he walked straight to the pier. When Bayou completely disappeared from their sight, the pirates present felt like they were going crazy. Not only did he single-handedly raze the island of Orlais to the ground, he also declared war on Kaido of the Beasts. Are all the newcomers nowadays so crazy? Not long ago, they heard that the pirates' supernova Fire Fist Ace was planning to challenge Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 emperors. Now the 4th Admiral of Marine has turned around and declared war on Kaido of the Beasts. Is this still what newcomers should do? Or have they simply raised the threshold for newcomers? Accompanied by the figures of pirates, they hurriedly fled. Everything that happened on the island of Orlais was transmitted at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, hundreds of nautical miles away from the island of Orlais, a huge pirate's ship with a giant mammoth as a decoration on its bow is moving quickly through the waves. There were also a dozen pirate ships following behind. These are the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, with bounties of over 100 million. Upon learning that Jack the Drow, one of the 3 strongest disasters under Kaido of the Beasts, would appear here, they hurriedly gathered and followed him. In their eyes, this is the best stepping stone to enter the new world. However, this time the target of the Beasts pirates is the 4th Admiral of the Marine. But the fledgling 4th Admiral was compared to the long-established Jack the Drow, who had a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. They clearly chose the latter. Led by Jack the Drow. If this isn't an easy question, then what is it? Boss Jack, we are only 100 miles away from Orlais Island. We have already arrived at Sip's Head. All the pirates with bounties over 100 million in this area have gathered there. Including us, there should be 25 of them. This force is enough to dominate the Grand Line. Standing next to Jack, Chimera, who was also a user of the artificial sheep fruit, spoke first. Boss Jack, if the so-called 4th Marine Admiral knew that we had gathered so many people to hunt him down, would he hide his tail and run back to the naval headquarters? Haha, Lord Jin Lamy, I agree with you. A gift giver with bat wings and a bow on his back quickly agreed with a smile. With Boss Jack's ferocity, I'm sure he'll be scared out of his wits. Voices of agreement rang out one after another quickly, making the entire ship noisy in an instant. Only Jack was standing at the front of the deck, staring at the sea with a gloomy face, without saying a word. Gurgle gurgle. The voice of Den Den Mushi suddenly rang out. Jack raised his eyebrows and saw Jinrami take out the Den Mushi. Have you found the whereabouts of the so-called 4th Admiral? If he dares to mess with us beasts pirates, even if he escapes back to naval headquarters, I will make him pay with blood. Haha, Lord Jack, don't worry. We should turn the ship around and return to Sabayati Archipelago to intercept this ignorant brat. The Batman agreed with a dry laugh. Jinrami, why do you look a little strange? Could it be that the kid has escaped back to the naval headquarters? Everyone immediately became interested in this question. Even Jack is no exception. However, when they saw the picture in Jinrami's hand that was faxed by Den Mushi, they were all stunned. The huge island was cut in two. In the center of the town, which was reduced to ruins, there was the flag of the beasts pirates buried in the rubble. Jack's eyes almost popped out. He snatched the photo and roared angrily. Jinrami, what is this photo, where did it happen, and who did it? Tell me quickly. Anyone who dares to destroy the island protected by our beasts pirates is equivalent to declaring war on us beasts pirates. The rolling words were like thunder, echoing on the sea for a long time without being able to dissipate. The pirates present felt like their eardrums were about to be torn. Faced with the sudden provocateur, they were equally eager to know. Who is blind? Jinrami came back to his senses and spoke with a stiff face and hesitant expression. Yes, it was the 4th Marine Admiral, Bayou. He single-handedly destroyed the Orlays Island 10 minutes ago. 12 pirates with bounties over 100 million were killed by him, along with Sip's head. Before he left, he even sent someone to tell Kaido that he was worth a kill. This is a declaration of war against us beasts pirates. The sea area suddenly seemed to fall into dead silence. Faced with this sudden news, everyone's face was filled with disbelief. This time, the beasts pirates sent out to deal with the Marine's 4th Admiral, Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters. The strongest general of the 4 emperors, who offered a bounty of 1 billion berries, went out in person. This is enough to show how much importance Kaido of the Beasts takes this matter. At the same time, as one of the 3 disasters, Jack also has enough combat power and notoriety to back him up. However, now the 4th Marine Admiral Bayou has not only taken down the Beasts pirates' stronghold, but has also directly challenged Kaido of the Beasts to be a worthy opponent. In this move, Jack was completely skipped and ignored. Is that because he is too weak? The other party doesn't take it seriously at all? Chapter 125. The vast sea area suddenly fell into dead silence. The pirates present all looked at Jack and held their breath. Boss Jack, don't worry about it. I'm afraid it might be. A pirate's leader was the first to speak up. As soon as I got close, a huge hand grabbed his head and exerted force suddenly the next moment. Bang! The head was crushed to pieces. The splattering of blood was so intense that it made people's eyes pop out and they were completely silent. Seeing such a bloody scene and the gloomy and twisted expression on Jack's face, they knew that this battle maniac, Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters, had gone completely crazy. Pass my order on. Whoever can find the whereabouts of the 4th Marine Admiral will be recommended by me to become the real fighter of the Beasts pirates and inherit the position of Sip's head. Now, immediately, everyone, go find me. Find him out, I want to kill him myself. Jack gave orders one after another, and the pirates present had no time to think and left one after another. They knew clearly that the Beasts pirates were ruined and Jack the Drow was going crazy. The instigator of all this was the 4th Marine Admiral whom they had completely looked down upon a moment ago and regarded as a hype created by the naval headquarters. Could it be that this 4th Admiral is really not that simple? Inside the naval headquarters, there is a large meeting hall. Dozens of people were sitting there, looking at the thick stack of urgent documents on the table, and everyone's scalp was tingling. This new admiral is indeed crazy enough. Especially the last sentence he left, which made the generals of his unit almost think that they were crazy. Tell Kaido he's worth a chop. How much courage does it take to say this? If it were 8 or 9 out of 10 people here, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to brag about it in private. Marshal Sengoku, I really doubt whether you specifically ordered him to do this to challenge the Beasts pirates and let that lunatic Kaido cause trouble for us. Akina spoke with a gloomy expression. He has always been regarded as the absolute justice of the naval headquarters. It can be said that no matter whether in the headquarters or on the sea, everyone knows that he is the number one among the three admirals. However, Bayou's sudden appearance and his consecutive strong and crazy actions undoubtedly suppressed his accumulated reputation step by step. Now he has even provoked the entire Beasts Pirates. He even challenged Kaido of the Beasts in public. If this wasn't Sengoku's order to back him up, is he really crazy? Ahem, can I really just send him to invite the Shichibukai? Sengoku coughed dryly and said with a helpless smile. Yet? Akina folded his arms, looking gloomy. The rest of the marine generals were also in shock and confusion. If it is true as Sengoku said, Bayou's mission on this trip is just to invite Fire Fist Ace to become 7 warlords of the sea. So now the trouble has come. Challenge Kaido of the Beast's madness head on. Was it really Bayou who did it alone? If all this is true, then what confidence does Bayou, who has just become the 4th Admiral of the Marine, have to say such things? Okay, Kaido of the Beasts, Garp will be holding them off for now. Crane, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. It's something else we're focusing on now. Not long ago, I received intelligence that Fire Fist Ace and Sea Knight Jinbei had a fight on an island somewhere in the Aran Sea. After the two sides fought for 5 days and 5 nights, they were encountered by the pirates led by Whitebeard. According to rumors, Whitebeard has thought of recruiting Fire Fist Ace as his son. Now that Bayou has gone there rashly, I'm worried that something bad will happen to him. Another 4 emperors? Everyone present felt their scalps tingling. I really doubt whether Bayou and 4 emperors are destined to be together. Otherwise, how could I encounter 4 emperors in one mission? Moreover, he was the one who killed Kaido of the Beasts and wanted to snatch him from Whitebeard. In their eyes, that road is a dead end, right? Are you asking me to recall Bayou because you're worried that he will be killed by the 4 emperors? Sengoku couldn't help but speak. You should know that this is the task given to him by the 5 elders. It seems that from the beginning, the 5 elders probably received intelligence and knew that Whitebeard had taken a fancy to Fire Fist Ace, so they deliberately let Bayou contact and recruit him. They planned to use Whitebeard to eliminate Bayou. What a cruel method. Originally, Sengoku hadn't figured out why the mission after Impel Down prison seemed so simple. Now faced with all these connected intelligence clues, he realized that he, the resourceful general, was still too green in front of these old foxes. Ahem, Sengoku, you talk too much. He coughed dryly. There are some things that can be known but cannot be said. It can be said that Sengoku has now clearly crossed this line. The 5 elders are the people behind the world government. It is unknown how many of their people are in the naval headquarters or even in this office. After a brief reminder, he quickly changed the subject. Sengoku, do you still think that Brat can be summoned back? I'm just worried that he won't be able to help himself and even cut down Whitebeard. Everyone present was stunned. Faced with his words, I felt like I had no way to refute them. Especially after witnessing Bayou's crazy enthusiasm for fighting. Now he is even throwing crazy words challenging Kaido of the Beasts in public. If I really meet Whitebeard, will he not cut it? I'm afraid there's only one sentence. Whitebeard is so delicious. Sengoku's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. Now he really regretted letting Bayou leave naval headquarters. This ability to commit suicide has made him go further and further down the road of committing suicide. Forget it. I have arranged for Hwashaishin to go to the Alan Sea. According to the time, he should be here. I hope I can stop Bayou. Otherwise, I will provoke 4 emperors at the same time. I am really worried that he will not be able to return to the naval headquarters alive. He rubbed his slightly swollen temples. As a classmate of Garp. Only now did she realize that Bayou's ability to commit suicide was much stronger than Garp's. I really have the urge to suspect that Garp trained Bayou just to torture naval headquarters. Fire burning the mountain? Sengoku asked after a moment's hesitation. I feel more at ease now that he has come personally. I hope we can find him before Bayou and Whitebeard meet. Otherwise, I can't imagine how things will turn out. 4 emperors at sea is enough to make people tremble with fear. Now Bayou is facing 2 of them directly, and that is not as simple as the double terror of 1+1. This is despair. If he really spits out a sentence, Whitebeard is worth a chop. I'm afraid Sengoku even wants to die. Chapter 126. 2 days later. Outside the Sea of Allens. A warship is moving rapidly through the waves. Bayou stood at the front of the bow, looking at the information in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. Laugh. You can still laugh now, but don't forget that you are the Admiral of Headquarters. Kill those people if you want. Before leaving, you challenged Kaido of the Beasts. This matter has spread now. Not only in this sea, everyone is looking for your whereabouts. Jack the Drow even threatened to hunt you down. What will you do if even that lunatic Kaido of the Beasts comes out? Jun looked at Bayou angrily. From the beginning, she was just thinking about how to get Bayou to accept her challenge. I never imagined that from the moment I stepped onto this boat, I would sink deeper and deeper into this quagmire. Even the 4 emperors, who had always been wary of him, were completely offended. Just thinking about this kind of thing made Jun unable to accept it. What are you going to do? Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. Of course I'll fight him. Only by fighting with such a strong man standing at the top can one feel the blood boiling. I still hope he'll show up sooner. Crazy. Jun felt like he was going crazy. Looking at Bayou, who didn't take Kaido of the Beasts seriously at all. For the first time, Jun regretted running to challenge this madman. Now Jun just hopes that Bayou can meet Fire Fist Ace as soon as possible, complete the task of inviting 7 warlords of the sea, and then return to naval headquarters obediently. Jun Vice Admiral, Hina saw a warship approaching quickly over there. It seems to be the fleet of Hwashaishan Vice Admiral. Hina stuck her head out from the observation tower. Mountain fire? Jun was stunned for a moment and said, hurry up and drive over to take a look. Hwashaishan is the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Even when he is on a mission, he is stationed in the New World branch. Now he suddenly runs to the front half of the Grand Line. I'm afraid something important has happened. It's hard to say what the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace are. As long as we complete the task of inviting the 7 warlords of the sea as soon as possible, we can return to the naval headquarters. Facing Bayou, who is invulnerable to water and fire, Jun now just hopes that the fire on the mountain will bring good news. On the opposite side, the fleet where Hwashaishan was located had obviously discovered the whereabouts of Bayou and others, and also sailed over quickly. After just 7 or 8 minutes, the 2 marine warships finally met. Hwashaishan, who was standing on the bow deck, was about to say something, but his eyebrows raised and his face showed surprise. Bayou Admiral, I heard that you have a unique personality charm. I didn't expect that you could even attract Jun Vice Admiral to join you. If Cake knew about this, he would definitely regard you as a love rival. In the naval headquarters, people like Jun, who are both capable and goddess-like, have always been the objects of pursuit for many people. However, Jun has always been known for being aloof and no man can get close to her. Over time, only Shaitan Cake, who was also an admiral candidate, refused to give up and made thousands of courtship attempts, but all ended in failure. If Cake knew that Jun had actually run onto a man's boat, it was enough to drive him crazy. Admiral Substitute. Bayou took a sip of his drink and said with a bloodthirsty smile. If it's worth cutting, this misunderstanding is beautiful. Jun is going crazy. In order to fight, even romantic disputes are not spared. This kind of logic is simply impossible to refute. Now Jun's only thought was to escape from this place as soon as possible. Vice Admiral of Fire Mountain, why are you here all of a sudden? Have you found the whereabouts of the Fire Fist Ace of the Spade Pirates? If that's the case, quickly tell this lunatic to complete the invitation mission and get back to naval headquarters. For a moment, everyone looked towards the burning mountain. During this time, based on intelligence, they had already sailed 1/3 of the Sea of Allens. Unfortunately, the ocean is too vast, and we need to keep track of the clock to locate it. It is really impossible for them to find Fire Fist Ace in a short period of time by rashly asking them to look for a needle in a haystack. I came here this time because I know the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace. Hua Xiaoshan spoke in a deep voice, holding a cigar in his mouth. However, Marshal Sengoku has issued an order for you to abort the mission to invite the 7 warlords of the sea. Fire Fist Ace is now in Whitebeard's hands. If you continue to chase him, you might provoke Whitebeard. What? Jun's expression froze, and he looked shocked. As a Marine Admiral candidate, he knows a thing or two about supernovas. People like Fire Fist Ace who possess the ability of Logia Devil Fruit are the top priority for them. According to Jun's speculation, as long as Fire Fist Ace is given enough time to grow in the future, he will definitely become a dominant force. Otherwise, the world government would not have targeted Fire Fist Ace and invited him to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Bayou, did you hear that? Fire Fist Ace is a pirate's supernova, and he is the same as you, a super rookie. Now he is also defeated by the 4 emperors. If you continue to insist on your own way, I'm afraid you will only die. Let's return to naval headquarters as soon as possible. Jun hurriedly spoke to persuade. Hua Xiaoshan on the side also nodded silently. The beast's pirates are looking for you all over the sea. Admiral Bayou, I also suggest that you return to the naval headquarters first. Otherwise, if you are entangled by Jack, the battle maniac, and Kaido of the beasts is free to snipe you, it will be very dangerous. Mr. Garp will also be very worried. According to the information provided by Marshal Sengoku, Mr. Garp has set off to New World to monitor Kaido for your safety. As the old Vice Admiral of Marine, Hua Xiaoshan knows Garp, the mixed-up hero, very well. Garp is able to take the initiative to go out to sea on a mission, which is extremely rare. It's all because of Bayou. Faced with this worry, Hua Xiaoshan really hopes that Bayou can return to headquarters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come all the way to this sea area. Even the old man is out? It seems I'm underestimated again. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took a sip of the wine and said. However, Vice Admiral Hua Xiaoshan, I appreciate your kindness. If you had found me a little earlier, I might have given up the mission and returned to the naval headquarters. But we can't just leave now. It seems that God thinks that Whitebeard and I are destined to be together. I hope I can chop him down once. The crazy words shook everyone's nerves. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, following Bayou's gaze. The first thing that caught my eye was a black dot on the distant horizon. As the distance between the 2 ships was getting closer, a pirate's ship like a whale was breaking through the waves towards them. On the mast hangs the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, the leader of the 4 emperors. Many people gasped in an instant. Chapter 127. The huge warship suddenly fell into inexplicable silence. Everyone looked at the rapidly approaching pirate ship belonging to Whitebeard, and a trace of nervousness appeared on their faces. In the eyes of most people, this represents a powerful force of an era. Even more intimidating than Kaido of the Beasts. Because this era is known as the Whitebeard era. Bayou, let's leave quickly. Jun's expression tensed and he spoke hastily. Leave? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took a sip of wine and said. I'm sorry. It's a rare opportunity to meet Whitebeard. It's a shame to meet his ship on this stretch of ocean. It's a pity to leave now. If you want to leave, you can go with Hua Xiaoshan Vice Admiral first. I must complete the 5 Elders mission. This is my responsibility as a Marine. The 5 Elders quest? Jun and Hua Xiaoshan's cheek muscles were twitching. Everyone knows that in Impel Down prison, Bayou had a complete falling out with the 5 Elders and killed 3 CP0s in one go. Now facing the Whitebeard pirates, they brought out the so-called 5 Elders order. If the 5 Elders knew about this, I don't know what their expressions would be. However, due to this delay, the ship belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, which was approaching quickly in the distance like a whale, was also rapidly enlarging. The skull flag with a crescent beard hung on the mast fluttered in the wind. Looking at this scene, Bayou raised his eyebrows. This isn't Whitebeard's main ship. It looks like it's the captain's flag. But whatever, we can let him lead the way. Let Whitebeard's squad leader lead the way? Faced with Bayou's shocking words, Hwashaishan and Zaiwan felt like their hearts were about to jump out. That's Whitebeard, it's too late for ordinary people to hide. Bayou not only wanted to take the initiative to look for it, but also planned to ask the team leader to lead the way. If you didn't hear it with your own ears, who would be willing to believe it was true? Haha, I was wondering who dared to sail in the waters where the Whitebeard pirates are active. When he saw our pirate's flag, he showed no intention of avoiding us. It turned out to be the 4th Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, Bayou. A deep, loud laugh was heard from the pirate's ship. Soon, a burly man, more than 4 or 5 meters tall, wearing a horned helmet, 3 long black beards, and wearing grey-gold armor, was seen walking slowly onto the bow deck. The 2 walrus-like teeth are extremely eyesore. There are even marks of the Whitebeard pirates on the 2 exposed arms. There were 2 huge swords on his waist, and every step he took made the entire deck of the ship echo with a heavy sound. This is Buffalo Atmos, the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The bounty on his head is 530 million berries. Hwashaishan's face darkened and he spoke in a serious tone. Marine Vice Admiral set the mountain on fire. Atmos raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice. Rumor has it that the 4th Marine Admiral was being hunted by the Beast's pirates. There is now a Marine Admiral, 2 Vice Admirals, and one of them is an Admiral candidate. With this lineup, you, a newcomer, are not really being hunted down. The Naval Headquarters sent them to protect you, right? However, if you intend to sneak into the Whitebeard Pirates' fleet alert area and escape the Beast's pirates' pursuit, I'm afraid this wishful thinking will not work. During this time, Whitebeard was indeed leading them in a voyage through the first half of the New World, chasing after the ace of the Fire Fist. However, as the leader of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates also have a large intelligence network. I have some idea of what happens on the sea. They were shocked to see that the new Marine Admiral had even provoked the Beast's pirates in such a short period of time. In the eyes of Buffalo Atesmo, it was still an extremely stupid thing. As one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is the supreme ruler of this sea. Many forces have never given up challenging him. He is like a milestone, as long as he can successfully challenge Whitebeard and survive. That would be a proof of strength. It is precisely because of this reason that the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates have been in a state of friction and confrontation for a long time. Buffalo Atesmo is well aware of how powerful the Beast's pirates are. I'm sorry, Captain Atesmo, I'm here this time to invite Fire Fist Ace to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and said after taking a sip of strong liquor. I heard that he is now in the hands of your Whitebeard pirates. If you don't mind, can you lead the way? Crazy. Hwashaishan and Jun felt their hearts tighten as they watched Bayou get straight to the point. If the Fire Fist Ace really falls into Whitebeard's hands. Now what Bayou said is probably trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, right? You invited Fire Fist Ace to become the 7 warlords of the sea, and you want me to lead the way. Buffalo Atesmo had a gloomy expression on his face and spoke word by word, pausing only for each sentence. Bayou didn't care at all and continued to smile bloodthirstily. That's right, but don't worry, Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace should welcome me. Looking at Bayou speaking with mysterious confidence. Hwashaishan, Jun, and even a group of marine soldiers felt that their nerves were about to break. This crazy operation gives people the feeling of dancing in hell. You said Daddy welcomes you. Buffalo Atesmo's expression darkened to ultimate, and the next moment he roared angrily. A mere hyped-up newcomer dares to speak so arrogantly. Even if the 3 veteran admirals or even your marshal himself comes, our father will definitely not take him seriously. You dare to speak so arrogantly now. Even if the Beast's pirates don't show up today, I will teach you a lesson. Boom! The dormant aura within the body of the Buffalo Atesmo suddenly exploded. The fighting spirit developed from hundreds of battles made the atmosphere of the sea suddenly become depressing. Even the flowing air seemed to have stagnated at this moment. Faced with the sudden attack of the Buffalo Atesmo, Hwashaishan, Jun, and even a group of marine soldiers, all held their breath and stared at Bayou. They were eager to know how the 4th Marine Admiral would face Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 emperors. Will it be as crazy as before? Do you want to start fighting? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and took a sip of the wine. My favorite thing is fighting. Your murderous aura is very much to my liking. Then let's finish the fight and then talk business. Chapter 128. Mad. It's totally crazy. Faced with Bayou's answer, Buffalo 8's expression froze at first. Immediately, he roared angrily. Good, very good. How dare a mere hyped-up marine rookie be so arrogant? I am the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, not the Beast's Pirates. Those so-called real fighting can't compare. Since you want to see Dad, if you can defeat me, I might consider helping you lead the way. But now you still have your arrogance, get out of here. Bang! As the Buffalo 8's strode forward, his huge body burst out with an unexpected speed. He took the lead, straddling 2 pirates' ships and rushed towards Bayou. The seemingly heavy body did not affect the speed of the Buffalo 8's at all at this moment. The distance was dozens of meters, but he reached it with just one leap. He held the huge sword in both hands, without any fancy moves, and chopped towards Bayou. Get out of the way! Hua Shaishan's face changed drastically and he shouted urgently to remind him. Everyone present was awakened and without time to think, they quickly withdrew. However, during this process, everyone's eyes were never moved away from Bayou. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted and his face was full of disbelief. Boom! A pair of huge swords burst out with tremendous force and slashed at Bayou's body. As the huge blast wave rolled back, the thin figure, which was several times the size of the Buffalo 8's, still stood there like an iron tower, giving people a feeling of being motionless. The huge recoil force caused the giant sword in the hand of Buffalo 8's to bounce back. Such a crazy scene made people stunned. That's a good slash. Even though I used iron body, I still felt a little pain. Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile. This was him, who, after becoming the 4th Admiral, had been busy researching the iron body from the Marine 6 styles. As a monster who loves to kill people with a knife and enjoys fighting, Bayou is quite interested in these methods that can enhance one's own defense. Looking at the Buffalo 8's casting a huge black shadow in front of him, Bayou took a sip of wine. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit on his face became more and more intense. The moment the bottle of wine in his hand was crushed, the demon sword Murasame at his waist was unsheathed. As expected of the Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of Squad 13, you deserve this chop. Bang! One knife out. It gives people a feeling of great power and heaviness. Murasame, with golden light appearing, struck the Buffalo 8's with lightning speed and brutality. Buffalo 8's face suddenly changed, and he quickly raised the giant sword in his hand to block. Bang! The huge body was sent flying backwards by the blast of impact. Crashed head-on into the mast of the pirate's ship. The entire pirate's ship began to shake violently. The sudden scene made the originally chaotic situation suddenly silent. Especially the pirates who had originally planned to watch the show were stunned. Captain, the captain has been repelled. Oh my god, what on earth is going on? Many of the hundreds of pirates couldn't help but rub their eyes. What's worse, some people even slapped themselves in the face. In their eyes, their captain has been famous for a long time. But now, the newcomer who was hyped up in their eyes was chopped down with a single blow. Is this just a newcomer? Could it be that all the newcomers nowadays are so powerful? Captain 8's, are you okay? One of the pirates hurried forward and asked. Yes, the captain must have been careless, which is why he was taken advantage of. These words instantly made the pirates present nod in agreement. Rather than trusting their captain, he was chopped away by a sword. They are more convinced that all this was carelessness. However, facing this scene, the Buffalo 8's did not reply. He forced himself to suppress the blood and energy surging in his body and slowly walked towards the bow deck again. Others may not know, but he knows clearly that the power that Bayou just burst out is definitely not less than his. What's more, if he was being careless. So what was the scene about Bayou just standing there and letting him chop? Little devil, you are indeed surprising. Buffalo 8 spoke in a deep voice, clenched the two huge swords in his hands, and once again came to the front of the bow deck and said, "I put aside my contempt just now and will fight you, a new marine, with my strongest strength. If you can beat me in a contest of strength, I can promise to take you to see Dad." The words fell. The inky black armament Haki quickly spread on the giant sword of Buffalo 8. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people present changed drastically. "This is getting serious. Little boy, I'm going to attack you seriously next time. I hope you won't be chopped to the point where you can't fight back." Bang! With one sound, the Buffalo 8 rushed towards Bayou like a cannonball again. Looking at the rapidly approaching figure, Bayou laughed bloodthirstily, and the demon sword Murasame in his hand once again burst out with dazzling golden light. "I fully agree with your fighting spirit. Then let's have a fight where neither side gives in." Buzz! Armament Haki also covers the demon sword. Facing the huge sword that was coming down with force, Bayou didn't hesitate at all and struck back with the sword. Boom! The collision was no less than spectacular, creating a huge gust of air that quickly spread out in all directions. Amidst the flying sparks, Bayou and the Buffalo 8 retreated rapidly. However, compared with Bayou, 8 had clearly taken half a step back. Feeling the slight pain in his wrist, Buffalo 8's expression changed slightly. Among all the squad leaders, he is indeed not the strongest. However, in terms of sheer strength, he is slightly inferior to Jaws. But now, they were being directly repelled by Bayou one after another. If Buffalo 8 hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Seeing the bloodthirsty expression on Bayou's face, Buffalo 8's face darkened and he rioted again. However, this time, as soon as he moved, the first thing that caught his eye was the powerful Haki that erupted from Bayou's hand again. Like ripples, emission Haki gestures spread out. Looking at this sudden scene, Buffalo 8's expression couldn't help but freeze. Subconsciously, I took a look and saw emission also entangled on the giant sword. He never thought that Bayou, at such a young age, actually understood emission Haki, which he regarded as the key to winning this battle. Right now, the attacks from both sides are the same. Then the result of another head-on collision would probably be the same as before, right? Boom! Black Haki lightning burst out like fireworks. At this moment, the entire ocean seemed to be stirred, causing huge waves. Chapter 129. Looking at this sudden scene, Buffalo 8's expression couldn't help but freeze. Subconsciously, I took a look and saw emission also entangled on the giant sword. He never thought that Bayou, at such a young age, actually understood emission Haki, which he regarded as the key to winning this battle. Right now, the attacks from both sides are the same. Then the result of another head-on collision would probably be the same as before, right? Boom! Black Haki lightning burst out like fireworks. At this moment, the entire ocean seemed to be stirred, causing huge waves. A huge force was transmitted through the giant sword in his hand. As he got so close, the bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face became more and more creepy. The next moment, before the Buffalo 8 could react, Bayou's body burst out with an extremely powerful aura. At this moment, the sound of thunder exploded in Bayou's body. Crackling arcs of electricity entangled the body surface. The breath of thunder instantly activates all the cells in the entire body to the ultimate level. The muscles in Bayou's right arm suddenly swelled up like a rock. The next moment, there was no trace of frills. With the help of thunder breathing, he could unleash lightning-like physical explosive power. Let Bayou move from his legs to his hands. It can be said that the attack launched by Bayou now completely abandoned the speed burst of thunder breathing and transformed it into a power burst. Its word style, thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! One knife out. The demon sword Murasame arrived with tremendous power. In an instant, everyone present felt a flash of light before their eyes, and the entire sky seemed to be filled with golden light. At this moment, Buffalo 8 had an inexplicable illusion. I am not competing with others at all. Instead, it collides with lightning. Roar! The Buffalo 8 let out a roar that shook the earth. The Devil Fruit ability was quickly and frantically activated. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge black bull. The giant sword in his hand, wrapped with armament Haki, was activated to ultimate. Towards the lightning and thunder. Boom! Thunder exploded. With lightning flashing everywhere in the sky. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be shaken. The pirates' ship beneath their feet even made a sound of collapsing under the weight. Before they could react, a dark figure appeared. It instantly shot down from the sky with an attitude that penetrated the heaven and earth. It crashed headfirst into the thick deck. The huge impact force caused huge waves. It even tore the huge pirates' ship apart. Arcs of lightning like thunder snakes spread across the sea. Wait until everything returns to calm. Everyone present, whether they were pirates or marines, were completely stunned. Looking at Bayou falling alone in the sky. Only then did I suddenly wake up. Was the person who was struck by lightning just now the captain of their 13th Division, Buffalo 8 Smo? If it really is. This seemingly complicated battle was decided in just a dozen breaths. I'm afraid he only used 3 moves? With 3 moves, he chopped away one of the most powerful captains of their Whitebeard pirates. Isn't this too shocking? 3 swords and 1 captain? Is it that their captain is too weak, or is it that the man in front of them, who they regard as the hyped 4th Admiral, is too strong? Gilyalu, ha, it turns out that only this kind of head-on battle is comfortable. It's a pity that this is not land, otherwise we can have a better fight. Bayou said after drinking it in big gulps. As expected of Whitebeard's son, he deserves to be killed. But I advise you to hurry up and go into the sea to save people. Demon fruit power, you are all landlubbers. The distracted pirates suddenly woke up. On the marine side, Hawkeyes was also quickly awakened and quickly signaled his adjutant to go into the sea to rescue people. A moment ago, Hawkeyes thought that this battle would be a back-and-forth fight. However, the results now before their eyes completely overturned their cognition. Even when the Buffalo 8 Smo was knocked into the sea, Hawkeyes did not react to save him. This is the leader of the 4 emperors and the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He is also the son of Whitebeard. If the Buffalo 8 Smo was really destroyed in the sea because of the battle with Bayou, he would have died instantly. I'm afraid Whitebeard will kill Bayou first. At that time, 4 emperors of the sea will be provoked at the same time. I'm afraid not to mention Bayou. Even the naval headquarters will be hostile to the 4 emperors. Dozens of seconds later. A huge figure emerged from the water and was quickly helped onto the broken pirate ship by several pirates and marines. After taking deep breaths, the Buffalo 8 Smo suddenly turned around and lay on his back on the deck. A shocking, bone-deep, lightning-shaped cut mark appeared on the chest of the Buffalo 8 Smo. As he lay across the body, the armor he was wearing was torn to pieces. It can be said that this scene made everyone gasp. They knew clearly that if it weren't for the armor on his body, the Buffalo 8 Smo would have been killed with 3 sword strikes. As expected of you, Captain of the 13th Division. You are indeed worthy of being chopped off for being able to survive my newfound tactics. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and threw the bottle in his hand directly over. This time on the sea, you don't have the advantage. If there is a chance, we can go to land and fight again. The result of this battle is over. Looking at the bottle of wine in his hand, Buffalo 8 Smo's expression froze. However, he was also a straightforward person. After drinking the liquor in one gulp, he spoke in a deep voice. Marine 4th Admiral Battle Ghost Bayou, I put aside my contempt for you just now. It seems that you have enough confidence to dare to provoke the beast's pirates. However, we, the Whitebeard pirates, are not as shameless as those beasts' pirates. Since I promised, as long as you win, I will take you to see Dad. I will definitely go. But I still have to remind you that Fire Fist Ace has indeed fallen into the hands of our Whitebeard pirates. If you really want to invite him to become the 7 warlords of the sea, I'm afraid it will be in vain, and it is more likely to incur the wrath of my father. I really want to know, under these circumstances, whether you still want to insist on meeting Dad. Chang's words echoed over the sea. 8 Smo suddenly showed kindness in the face of the buffalo. Hawkeyes and others were stunned at first, and then looked surprised. This is probably what they call settling all grudges with a glass of wine. However, at this moment, there is only one thing they care more about. Facing the kindness of Buffalo 8smo. What choice will Bayou give? Haha, being able to meet Whitebeard, the leader of the four emperors, is something I've been dreaming of. Bayou still had a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and he took out another bottle of liquor and said, "If possible, I would also like Whitebeard to chop me. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil." Everyone present was stunned. Faced with Bayou's crazy words, even Buffalo 8smo was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Haha, you are worthy of being the man who defeated me. Facing my father's terrifying reputation, you can still say such words. It seems that if you and Dad meet, he might actually fall in love with you. Let's go. We are still some distance away from where Dad is. We should set off immediately. Half a day ago, I received news that the madman Jack from the Beast's Pirates had been spotted in the nearby waters. If we run into him, I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to escape." Chapter 130. Jack the Drow. Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. "I really hope I can run into him. He's a worthy target." In the battle just now, Buffalo 8smo was indeed fearless and courageous. However, compared to Jack the Drow, it clearly lacks the madness that runs deep in his bones. If he had a choice, Bayou would rather fight this madman. The muscles on Buffalo 8smo's cheek twitched. It seemed that all the persuasion and reminder just now were in vain. However, thinking back to Bayou's bloodlust that was deeply rooted in his bones, Buffalo 8smo couldn't help but have an absurd idea in his mind. This guy, is he really going to chop his dad with a knife? However, as soon as this idea popped up in his mind, Buffalo 8smo quickly rejected it by shaking his head. In his eyes, Whitebeard represents an era. Even the other 3-4 emperors and even the naval headquarters did not dare to act rashly when facing Whitebeard. A new admiral of headquarters probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly either, right? What's more, the next place they are going to is the heartland of the Whitebeard pirates. Facing a group of captains, there is also Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 emperors. In this case, you should use your sword to cut Whitebeard. I'm afraid I still need to think about it. Ding, congratulations host, you defeated the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Buffalo 8smo, and obtained 2% of the main body template unlocking value. Ding, congratulations host, the current unlocking progress has reached 44.2%. The next unlocking still requires 0.8%. The ethereal reminder sound of the system suddenly rang in my mind. Bayou couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, as the progress of unlocking this system increases, the requirements for unlocking become higher and higher. Buffalo 8smo might not be the strongest in the Whitebeard Pirates. However, looking at the entire ocean, it can be considered a first-line combat force. However, defeating Buffalo 8smo now only gave him 2% of the body template unlocking value. It seems that I will need to improve my skills in choosing opponents in the future. However, it is only 0.8% away from the unlocking value of 45%. This means that it should not be difficult to make further breakthroughs in the future. Admiral Bayou, are you really going? Hua Xiaoshen's expression froze for a moment, and he spoke quickly. Jun, who was standing by, also looked anxious, eager to see if Bayou would change his mind. I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Hua Xiaoshen, I still want to go. If you are worried, we can separate here. Please help me tell Marshal Sengoku and the Beast's Pirates. I will find a way to deal with them. Don't let him worry. Bayou took a sip of his drink and said with a smile. We were mentally prepared for the mountain fire. However, faced with this answer, my heart couldn't help but twitch. Sure enough, the new 4th Marine Admiral was faced with a target worth chopping off. His warning undoubtedly turned out to be alarmist. After glancing at the Buffalo 8smo again, Hua Xiaoshen was silent for a moment and then said, Okay, I'll tell Marshal Sengoku about this. However, you are now the Admiral. If I, the Vice Admiral, choose to leave in the face of this dilemma, I am afraid that my reputation will not be very useful in the future. Next, I'll go with you. Having said that, Hua Shaishan looked towards Jun on the side. Jun also struggled with his thoughts for a while, then said, gritting his teeth. Okay, I'll go with you and see how a madman like you gets humiliated. If you don't dare to do it, then you must accept my challenge when you return to naval headquarters. Challenge? Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. Don't worry, if you're worth a chop, I won't let you go. Sanji, Zoro, are you ready? Don't worry, Bayou. Everyone has been training like crazy during this period, especially since we learned that the Beast's pirates were planning to go to war with you. We have never stopped. Smoker, holding a cigar in his mouth, walked out of the mysterious black cabin on the warship. At this moment, his whole body was already wet, giving people the feeling that he had fallen into the sea. However, when I think of the group of guys in the gravity training room who are going crazy and constantly squeezing out their own strength, Smoker couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, he finally understood why Bayou was among the many strong and talented people in this ocean. He will select these young people to serve as his team. They possessed the vigor and mad drive that Jun, Hua Shaishan, and others did not have. When I think about it, I remember that in the past, I felt uncomfortable because of the justice I advocated in the naval headquarters, so I chose to run away to the East Blue Log town and live the life of a local tyrant. Smoker really had the urge to slap himself in the face. Looking at Smoker, who looked ashamed, Hina hesitated for a moment and then took another look at the gravity training room. She had heard early on that Bayou had the ability to awaken people's potential. She also witnessed the strangeness of the house in front of her. Faced with rumors within the naval headquarters, even Smoker was bowed to it. Hina was indeed moved. However, when I thought about it, I realized that I came here just to accompany Jun to cause trouble. If you show interest in the gravity training room now, I'm afraid something might be wrong. Hina, you're not interested in this rumored shit, are you? Jun glanced at Hina and said. I have also heard about the rumors within the naval headquarters. Having special means to awaken Haki instantly is simply nonsense. I think this guy figured out who could awaken Haki in advance, and then combined some tricks to stage a show. From what I've seen in your mental strength and training during this time, you shouldn't be far from Haki awakening. As long as you continue to stick to my guidance and learn the tricks of Haki, you should be able to master it soon. Hina nodded silently in agreement. Smoker, who was standing by, held a cigarette in his mouth, shook his head, and decided to tell the story of his awakening of Haki, and only added one sentence. Vice Admiral Jun, you may soon see what the Marine Ace is. Bayou's ability is not overestimated, but underestimated. I hope that you won't feel ashamed of your own prejudice by then. Shameful? Jun's expression froze. She is an admiral candidate. She is also a marine goddess. There are millions of people supporting it in every place. Now he was being taught a lesson by a colonel. Isn't this too crazy? However, before she could say anything, Smoker had already gone back into the gravity training room and continued to work hard. There is still some time before the meeting with Whitebeard, and Smoker plans to continue trying. Chapter 131. Half a day later. Next to a devastated desert island. A whale ship that is several times taller and larger than the pirates' ship driven by the Buffalo 8 Smo is anchored at the shore. The crescent-shaped Whitebeard skull flag hanging above fluttered in the wind. Anyone with sharp eyes would definitely recognize at a glance that this gigantic pirates' ship is the Whitebeard pirates' flagship, the Moby DK. It is also the main ship where Whitebeard is currently stationed. Whitebeard, die! A cry suddenly came from the cabin. Soon Ace, holding a dagger and wrapped in bandages, was seen rushing out quickly. He stabbed Whitebeard, who was sitting upright on the chair, with a knife. However, as soon as he got close, Whitebeard seemed to have eyes on his back and took the lead and caught Ace. Covered by armament Haki, it slammed heavily onto the deck with a mighty force. Bang! A dull crash sounded like thunder. Ace could feel his internal organs churning. A mouthful of blood spurted out, directly staining the deck of the ship red. Looking at this embarrassing scene, all the captains present smiled helplessly and shook their heads. At the side, Sea Knight Jinbei, who was also wrapped in bandages, spoke with a sullen face. Brother Ace, this is the 98th time you have challenged Dad in these days. Have you not yet made up your mind to become Daddy's son? Not long ago, after learning the whereabouts of the Spade Pirates, Jinbei rushed to the Sea of Errands and dueled with Ace. In the end, the two fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Whitebeard led the crowd to arrive. Ace abandoned Jinbei, who he had been unable to defeat for a long time, and directly challenged Whitebeard. Finally, he was defeated in an instant. The entire pirates group fell into Whitebeard's hands. Over the past 6 or 7 days, Ace launched at least 6 or 7 sneak attacks every day, attempting to assassinate Whitebeard, but unfortunately each attempt ended in failure. If it happens to an ordinary person, such a sneak attack and assassination was dared to happen to Whitebeard. I'm afraid Whitebeard doesn't need to take action. Marco and other captains would have already rushed up and wiped him out. All this is entirely because Whitebeard, Marco and others saw the great potential of Ace. An opportunity to make the Whitebeard pirates even stronger. Most importantly, they saw the shadow of Odin in Ace. As long as Ace is willing to join, perhaps the Whitebeard pirates can achieve greater glory. Ace was silent for a moment. During this period, he always kept in mind everything Whitebeard did and what Marco said. Especially, in recent days, he has been defeated by Whitebeard again and again. Ace knew clearly how big the gap was between himself and Whitebeard. Having backbone is one thing, but whether it is the pursuit of a breakthrough in strength or the safety of his subordinates. Whitebeard even lowered himself to accept his sneak attacks hundreds of times, completely ignoring his physical injuries. I am also willing to practice with him. All of these things made Ace's heart melt a little. The most important thing is that Ace still has someone in his heart that he is eager to defeat. In particular, during this period of time, Bayou's crazy battle records were heard repeatedly on the sea. Even Ace couldn't help but want to become stronger urgently. Okay, I can agree to join the Whitebeard pirates, but I have one request. Can you really make me stronger? I have an opponent I want to defeat. Ace sighed softly and suddenly spoke. The huge deck suddenly fell into silence. Soon there was a burst of cheers in the stadium. Congratulations, Dad, for adding another admiral. You're wrong, this is Daddy's new son, our new brother. Brother Ace, don't worry. Not to mention Dad, we still have 16 captains. Each of them has first-class strength. Looking at the new world, they are also strong men who can stand alone. It is not impossible for them to guide you to become stronger. But, the person you said you wanted to defeat, wouldn't it be Dad again? If you can beat Dad, we call you captain, so what? The scene suddenly exploded. Even Whitebeard couldn't help laughing at this long-awaited answer. Haha, what you guys said is correct. As long as you can defeat me, I will give you my position. Ace, as my son, you should work hard to defeat me. It's a big deal that Ace joins our group of Whitebeard pirates today. Hurry up and inform Atesmo to temporarily stop the sea alert. Come back and we will hold a banquet. The roaring laughter echoed between heaven and earth, like thunder, never ending. Looking at the scene that suddenly became boiling, Ace opened his mouth and was about to explain who he was going to challenge. Dad, I will go and inform Atesmo to come back now. Marco spoke first. However, we just received intelligence that Atesmo seems to have encountered a marine fleet. The leader of that ship is probably the Marine 4th Admiral Bayou, the war ghost who has been causing a stir on the sea recently. According to the latest intelligence, Atesmo has decided to fight the war ghost Bayou. We intend to use violence to drive him out to prevent him from attracting those lunatics from the Beast's pirates to us. As he spoke, Marco handed the intelligence document in his hand to Whitebeard. Bayou. Ace's expression froze, and he couldn't help but move closer. If it were anyone else, Whitebeard would have slapped him away with such behavior. But now Ace is his new son. Especially when they first met, the reckless fight to protect their partners shook Whitebeard's inner emotions. It completely complies with the morality of this ship. That's why Whitebeard tolerated Ace's challenge. It can be said that he looked at the new son in front of him. The more I watch Whitebeard, the more I like it. By old father, why is it that the information only reaches Atsumo's plan to use force to expel the war ghost Bayou and then stops here? Ace hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. He could still vividly remember the battle in the restaurant on the sea. Since arriving in New World, Ace has been eager to find Bayou. Show him his newfound power. I thought this idea would be ruined after encountering Whitebeard. Bayou's sudden visit undoubtedly made Ace feel inexplicably anxious. He is now eager to make his presence felt through Bayou. Let Bayou know how strong he has become during this period of time. Chapter 132. Faced with Ace's question, everyone was stunned. Whitebeard frowned and then spoke. Marco, what's going on? Is there a second half of the intelligence that hasn't been revealed? Whitebeard is very clear about Marco's ability to do things. This kind of small mistake should never happen. He asked this to allay Ace's concerns. Marco certainly saw Whitebeard's intention, and said after a dry cough. Dad, this information is indeed gone. However, judging by Brother Atsumo's temperament, I think he is in the process of expelling the war ghost Bayou. It is also possible that he was defeated and expelled, and there is no time to reply for the time being. I think everyone is very clear about Atsumo's strength. As partners for decades. Not only Marco, but even the other captains nodded in agreement. In their eyes, it is the same as the consensus on the sea. No matter how powerful Bayou is. It's just hype created by the naval headquarters. During this period of time, those so-called crazy things popped up one after another. It feels like it has included all the major events that have happened on the ocean in recent years. It is precisely because it is too crazy that people cannot believe it. No, I think he's going to lose. Ace suddenly spoke up. The atmosphere on the deck suddenly froze. Didn't this guy just join the Whitebeard pirates? How to talk to the Marines? Could it be that he couldn't switch identities? No. Ace is a pirate to begin with, so there is no such thing as difficulty in switching identities. It's not right to speak up for a Marine now, right? Ahem, okay, don't worry about it. Whitebeard coughed dryly and quickly came to the rescue. Ace has just joined as well, so he doesn't know much about the situation on our ship. Ace, Atsumo is our brother, and he is also the captain of Squad 13 and possesses the ability of Zoan Devil Fruit. Marco also quickly explained. In the New World, he has a bounty of 530 million berries. If you don't count him as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, he is one of the best in the entire ocean. It is not impossible to defeat the hyped admiral at naval headquarters. Yes, Brother Marco is right. Brother Atsumo, you will definitely be able to defeat that hyped-up Marine Admiral. It has been half a day since the last intelligence came in. I'm afraid the battle result has already been known. I'll contact them and ask. The people in the field suddenly started talking at once. As pirates, and even a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, they had to admit that the captain of the 13th Division was not as capable as a Marine. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Brother Ace, don't take it to heart. It's not that everyone doesn't want to believe you, but I know Atsumo's strength very well. He is indeed worthy of the high reward of 530 million. Jinbei also persuaded in a deep voice. Don't forget, the bounty was given by the naval headquarters. The fact that Atsumo has such a high bounty can also prove that the naval headquarters also recognizes his strength. This time, Jinbei traveled a long way to the front half of the Grand Line in order to help Whitebeard recruit Fire Fist Ace. Now, after much effort, Ace was finally tricked into joining the Whitebeard Pirates. Jinbei doesn't want Ace and the Whitebeard Pirates to become alienated because of these words. Jinbei also believed that this kind of thing was definitely not what Whitebeard wanted to see. I'm sorry, everyone. I know you don't believe what I say, but I still stick to my point of view. Ace hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Because I know best how terrifying that guy is. At the same time, I am the only one who defeated him. You. Everyone present was suddenly furious. If we say that Ace was just being unclear a moment ago and that was why he was being so stiff-necked. Now, after hearing the explanation, if they still insist on this idea, it will be a provocation to their Whitebeard Pirates. If Ace didn't have the identity of a new member, they must have already attacked suddenly. Haha, everyone, don't blame Ace. He is still young and doesn't understand the tricks of the naval headquarters and the world government. Teach squeezed out of the crowd holding the Sakura peach pie and said with a smile. Look, Captain Atsumo's pirate ship is coming back, and the Marine's warship is following behind him. It seems that the 4th Admiral of the Marine has been taken prisoner. As for what the final result will be, as long as we wait for Captain Atsumo to come back, all our ideas will be broken. Everyone's eyes were suddenly cast towards the end of the horizon. Looking at the 3 ships that suddenly appeared, the one leading the group was a scaled-down version of the Moby DK. The warship behind him, the one flying the blood-red flag representing the identity of Admiral Bayou, was obviously more eye-catching. Looking at the 3 warships that suddenly returned, Ace's face froze slightly, revealing disbelief. Could it be that Bayou really lost? No. It's impossible, the only one who can defeat him is me. Many thoughts flashed through Ace's mind. Whitebeard watched all this with a sullen face, then quickly waved his hand and roared. Well, let's not speculate too much and make sure not to damage the harmony on the ship. Ace is a newcomer and there are many things he doesn't understand, so please don't blame him too much. As for whether Artesmo won, we will soon find out. Seeing Whitebeard personally speaking up to smooth things over, the slightly tense atmosphere finally eased. However, there was a hint of unnaturalness on everyone's face. No one likes to hear someone say bad things about their family. In the crowd, Teach looked at the gradually clearing outline of the ship, a hint of ecstasy on his face. Teach never dared to imagine that the 4th Marine Admiral Bayou would fall into the hands of the Whitebeard pirates so quickly. After all, the existence of Admiral represents the highest combat power of the naval headquarters. Under normal circumstances, if they encountered this Marine Admiral, they would have turned around and fled. Now Atsumo can bring back the 4th Admiral. This was a real surprise for Teach. The thought that the dark fruit that he had tolerated for so many years in pursuit of fell into Bayou's hands and was directly consumed by him made him feel embarrassed. This kind of thing is simply intolerable to Teach. He swore that Whitebeard would not dare to kill him because of his identity as Bayou Admiral. Teach will definitely look for opportunities to finish off the enemy. Only by killing Bayou will the dark fruit appear in the sea again. He will have the chance to get it again. Thinking of this, Teach became excited. Unfortunately, before he could finish his daydream, the pirate's ship gradually became clearer. The devastated scene and the miserable condition of the Buffalo Atsumo. Blackbeard Teach was stunned. Compared to the intact marine next to him, who looks more like a winner. Chapter 133. The huge deck suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone was looking at the 3 ships approaching in the distance, and they were almost dazed. A moment ago, they were still boasting about how outstanding Buffalo Atsumo's strength was, and how he was totally incomparable to the hyped-up newcomer. Faced with Ace's rebuttal, there were still many dissatisfactions. However, the scene before one's eyes now makes one feel as if one has been slapped hard in the face by an invisible slap. This is a slap in the face. Dad, will Atsumo fall into the hands of Marine? Do we need to take action? Marco couldn't help but speak. The nerves of all the squad leaders present were stretched to the limit. At this critical juncture, as long as Whitebeard gave the order, they would definitely attack suddenly and would never let these Marines escape alive. No need. Whitebeard spoke with a gloomy expression. According to the current situation, Atsumo is not completely defeated. Don't forget, its Zoan Devil Fruit has super healing abilities. It's hard to say. He might be even better if he uses his powerful vitality. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he is the father of everyone here. Whitebeard really didn't want to see his outstanding son lose. Dad is right, Captain Atsumo, we will never lose. We must not have any preconceived ideas. Teach spoke quickly. He waited so long just to find an opportunity to kill Bayou. Now that Bayou has come to him on his own initiative, he doesn't want to create any more trouble. Okay, Dad and Teach are right. Let's not jump to conclusions too soon. Let's wait for Atsumo to come back. Marco said something to smooth things over. However, faced with the current situation, there is more urgency. I am eager to know what the outcome of this battle will be. Even Ace is no exception. The short flight of several minutes was infinitely magnified at this moment, making people feel as if an invisible hand was gripping their hearts. Wait until the pirate's ship that Atsumo is on approaches. Teach was the first to lose his patience and rushed over quickly. Captain Atsumo, have you captured the 4th Marine Admiral alive? This is a great achievement. Capture? Atsumo took a step forward, but suddenly froze in place. Looking at the anxious faces of the crowd, he smiled bitterly and said, "Dad, I'm sorry, Bayou Admiral and I did have a fight, but I was the loser in the end. It's just that before the battle, I promised him that if I lost, I would lead him to find the Fire Fist Ace, so I brought them back." What? The expressions of captains such as Diamond Jaws changed and their faces turned purple. Especially since they still had murderous looks on their faces when Ace had retorted just a moment ago. I totally don't believe the answer given by Ace. Now, even Atsumo, whom they strongly supported, has admitted it. Now it's really embarrassing. Ahem, Atsumo, it seems that you underestimated the 4th Marine Admiral, which is why you lost. Marco quickly coughed dryly to come to the rescue. However, this is also a rare and good experience. Everyone was just guessing whether you won the victory. Since you lost, it's not a big deal. As long as it's not a life and death fight, losing 1 or 2 moves is normal. Haha, Marco is right. Whitebeard also laughed heartily. As the father of this ship, if he doesn't support his son, who will? Atsumo, you should just take this battle as a chance to learn some combat experience. However, you should share the process of the battle with everyone so that everyone can gain some experience and know how many moves you were defeated by. In the future, it will be easier to measure the gap between yourself and the Admiral. Yes, Dad is right. Atsumo, tell us the whole process of the battle so that we can refer to it. Who knows, after listening to us, we may actually have a chance to win if we meet Admiral in the future. The scene suddenly became lively. Teach standing by also showed an anxious look on his face. In his eyes, dark fruit fell into Bayou's hands. To obtain this coveted devil fruit, the only way is to find a way to kill Bayou. He asked himself whether he had been developing in an obscure way all these years and perhaps had not been well known. But in terms of strength, it is definitely not much different from Atsumo. If Atsumo really lost the battle with Bayou, Teach was confident that he could defeat Bayou head-on. On the pirate's ship where Atsumo was, everyone's expressions froze. Some people couldn't help it and even the muscles on their cheeks were twitching. Recalling what had just happened, they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Atsumo's face looked a little bad. This record was a little difficult to talk about. However, facing Whitebeard and his companions, Atsumo gritted his teeth and raised 3 fingers. 3 moves. Just lost 3 moves. It turned out to be just 3 moves. This must be due to carelessness. Captain Atsumo, don't take it to heart. Teach was the first to wake up, and was immediately overjoyed. Originally, I was still thinking about how to deal with Bayou. Now the 4th Marine Admiral only won 3 moves in defeating Atsumo. This undoubtedly gave Teach the urge to hunt head-on. However, just as this trace of excitement and urgency surged up in his head, the words he heard the next moment made his smile gradually disappear. I mean, he beat me in 3 moves. What? The expressions of all the captains present, and even all the pirates' crew members, were frozen. Even the wine glass in Whitebeard's hand was crushed. The wine spilled all over the floor, Whitebeard's face darkened, and he spoke hastily. Atsumo, you should know that this is not the time to joke around. Tell me quickly, what happened? Whitebeard is the captain of this ship and also their father. He is very clear about the strength of his stupid sons. Among the 16 captains, Atsumo's strength may not really be outstanding. However, his ability with the Zoan Devil Fruit makes him one of the toughest beings. Now this answer has been given. Even Whitebeard couldn't accept it. Atsumo's face was full of bitterness, and he laughed and said, Dad, I really can't even withstand 3 swords. We underestimated the 4th Admiral of Marine from the beginning. His admiral position is probably not hype, but well deserved. Chapter 134. As Atsumo spoke, he rolled up his clothes, revealing an extremely hideous cut wound that had already stopped bleeding. This was his final blow. If he hadn't shown mercy, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back. Dad has warned us that we must keep our promises, so I took the risk and brought him back to see Ace. The scene suddenly fell into dead silence. Now Atsumo has lost all his dignity and has explained it again and again. They continued to struggle, but it was obviously of no use. However, 3 swords defeated a captain. Isn't this kind of record too shocking? Teach, who had been planning to intercept Bayou, suddenly lost all his courage, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Watching the warship Bayou was on approaching, Teach secretly clenched his fists and muttered angrily through gritted teeth. Yes, it must be the dark fruit's ability that allowed him to defeat Atsumo. This is mine, I must take it back. Bayou Admiral, this is Dad, they are Captain Marco. Atsumo quickly spoke up to come to the rescue. The young man over there is the Fire Fist Ace you are looking for. I hope you can finish what you are saying and leave quickly. For bringing Bayou and his group here, it was for the sake of promise and trust. However, when I think of Bayou's purpose of coming here, and his bloodthirsty and warlike nature, Atsumo was really worried that something might go wrong. If this guy had a knife, he would have stabbed Whitebeard directly. This will probably cause people to suffer the consequences. Atsumo, you said this guy came here to look for Fire Fist Ace instead of looking for his dad. Marco's expression froze, and an absurd thought flashed through his mind. However, at this critical juncture, Marco didn't dare to even think about it. Just staring at Bayou. For a moment, many eyes present fell on the warship. Face this group of legendary pirates. The nerves and muscles of Hwashaishin, Zaiwan, and others were severely tense. Especially, sitting on the deck, like a mountain. Whitebeard exudes an inexplicable sense of oppression at all times. It feels like you can't breathe at any time, and you feel like you are suffocating. At this moment, they really regretted that they had followed him into such a dangerous place and they wished they could escape as soon as possible. However, all these thoughts are meaningless at this critical juncture. Now, both Hwashaishin and Jun are eager to know how Bayou can escape unscathed. Kill Whitebeard and leave this damn place in a strong way. I'm afraid it's just a dream, right? Sorry. Everyone from the Whitebeard Pirates, I am Bayou, the new 4th Admiral of the Marine Corps. I am here to complete the Admiral mission issued by the 5 Elders. Only by completing this last Admiral mission can I stay in this position. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, jumped onto the deck of the Moby DK, looked up and met Whitebeard's gaze. So, I can only take the liberty of running to this place. However, in order to complete the mission, I still have to ask, Ace, do you want to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea? Join 7 Warlords of the Sea? Everyone present was stunned. Looking at the young man in front of him with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Now there is only one thought. Crazy. Marine ran to their hinterland and publicly invited his father's new son to become the 7 Warlords of the Sea. That's not crazy, that's what it is. Sitting upright on the chair, Whitebeard, who was as big as a mountain, had an extremely gloomy expression, and endless anger gradually emerged on his face. The next moment, he grabbed Kong Yunki who was behind the chair with his backhand, and the whole person suddenly drew his sword and chopped out like a spiral. Little devil, you dare to invite my son to become the 7 Warlords of the Sea on my territory? You are simply courting death. Boom! With one swipe of the knife, the airwaves in the entire space seemed to be torn apart. That powerful blow gave people a feeling of being irresistible and sharp. Facing Whitebeard's sudden attack, everyone present turned their eyes and locked onto Bayou. They are eager to know how to face the strongest person of this era. How would this Marine Admiral in front of me react? Haha, as expected, he couldn't help himself. He is worthy of being called Whitebeard. Just based on his aura, he is worth a chop. Bayou laughed bloodthirstily, and the bottle in his hand suddenly broke into pieces. The demon sword Murasame at his waist burst out with dazzling blood light, and he chopped forward with an equally powerful attitude. Bang! The blast was like a hurricane rolling back. The crackling Haki arcs were splashing and moving wildly, knocking some pirates and marines who were slightly weaker unconscious. At this moment, the sea area of 10,000 meters in radius felt as if it was being stirred by an invisible giant hand. It immediately caused a huge wave. However, what shocked them even more was the strange phenomenon that appeared in the sky. There was a pile of dark, leaden clouds in the sky. At this moment, it seemed as if it was torn apart by an invisible sword. You see, the sky is cracked. No, it should be said that the sky was split apart by the Conquerors' Haki of Dad and this marine brat. The scene suddenly exploded. Especially seeing Bayou taking Whitebeard's angry attack head-on without even taking a single step back. As his heart tightened, his face was filled with disbelief. Is this still the hyped 4th Marine Admiral in their perception? Go ahead, take down this marine. Teach's face changed and he rushed forward first. In his eyes, Whitebeard's sudden attack was even more due to Bayou's crazy invitation just now. This is the best opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife. As long as Bayou dies, Teach believes that he will be able to get the dark fruit. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Teach's mind, and he appeared behind Bayou in a flash. The sharp claws stretched out from the sleeves, and he was about to claw hard. Boom! A blazing beam of light shot out from the observation deck on the warship. It was so fast that it arrived behind Teach in the blink of an eye. Feeling this sudden sense of crisis, Teach's face changed drastically and he quickly turned around to block. Bang! The huge impact force caused Teach to crash headfirst into the cabin dozens of meters away like a cannonball. The thick deck was also smashed into pieces. Faced with this sudden sniper attack, everyone's face changed drastically. Izzo, the captain of the 16th Division, suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the watchtower. He was also a gunman, but now he was successfully sniped by the opponent right under his nose. This was a serious slap in his face. It would be a shame for a squad leader if he failed to defeat the opponent. Chapter 135. Izang, be careful. Marco's face suddenly changed. With the green flames on his body surging, he appeared in front of Yi Zhang first. The moment the inky black armament Haki covered the legs, directly collided with Sanji, who fell from the sky. Devil's Wind Kick, the finishing touch. Phoenix Immortal Seal. Boom! 2 huge air waves were impacting. Sanji flipped over and landed on the deck behind him. The fire on his feet was still burning, and he looked up at Marco with a cigarette in his mouth. At the same time, Zoro, Nami, Smoker, and others also landed on the left and right. A tense and murderous atmosphere swept the entire place. Hua Shaishan and Jun's faces froze to the ultimate level. Seeing Zoro and the others taking action as a whole group due to a disagreement, they simply felt like the world was going crazy. Is this a sign of war? What a bunch of little devils! How dare you sneak attack me? Go to hell! Teach roared and rushed out from the ruins. But as soon as he got closer, the surging white smoke gathered in front of him and formed the shape of a smoker. The smoke from the right hand expanded to under ultimate, an armament Haki quickly covered the fist, and a punch came forward. Bang! Teach was blown away again. The speed was just as fast as Karina's sniper attack just now. Marco and other captains' faces suddenly became gloomy. It was barely understandable that Atsumo lost to Bayou. But now, Teach, a veteran of the Whitebeard pirates, was being knocked away one after another. This is such a shame. Even Whitebeard's expression suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. Just as he was about to speak, an unexpected figure rushed out. Brother, why do you always make a scene every time you appear? You are not really planning to fight Dad with your small number of men, are you? The blazing flames formed the shape of Ace between Whitebeard and Bayou. Seeing Ace suddenly blocking the attack, everyone present was certainly surprised. However, what is even more shocking is the word Big Brother. Is this Whitebeard's godson? Hua Shaishan and Jun subconsciously looked at Whitebeard and others. However, the shock on their faces didn't seem fake at all. Facing Ace's sudden address, they were also caught off guard. Ace, what did you just call him? Whitebeard's face darkened and he asked urgently. Everyone stared at Ace at once. Even Whitebeard asked this question. This proves that Bayou is not his godson. Ahem, Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't have time to explain just now. Ace said with a dry cough. He is my eldest brother, our sworn brother who I have lived with since childhood. Over the years, I have always been defeated by him. After I went out to sea, he even beat me up twice. It's just that I didn't expect him to come to my door directly. Brother, you are not worried that I will be killed by my father, so you rush to save me. I remember you said that you were going to be a marine with the old man so that you could rescue us in the future. Looking at Ace, who was serious and seemed to be talking nonsense, everyone felt like they were going crazy. If everything Ace said was true, the old man he was referring to must be the marine hero Mr. Garp, right? As for the last sentence, it involves Bayou's purpose of being a marine, for Hwashaishan, Jun, and others. This is just bullshit. The so-called mission of carrying out the 5 elders is just bullshit, right? Haha, Ace, you're still the same. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took out a bottle of liquor and took a sip, then said. I came here to try my luck and see if there is a target worth chopping down. What a pity. Why did you show up at this critical moment instead of any other time? You can't even let me and Whitebeard have a good fight. The rolling words echoed on the deck like thunder. Looking at Bayou, who admitted it directly as soon as he opened his mouth. Their last room for conjecture was completely destroyed. A marine supernova, a pirate's supernova. I thought there would definitely be a battle between good and evil. I never expected that Ace would suddenly call me brother. With this level of relationship, what's the point of fighting? Ace, you just said that this guy was able to defeat Astromo because of this reason. Whitebeard scowled and took back the cloud cut. Ace was his most cherished son, whom he had worked so hard to win over. Bayou and he have a sworn brother relationship. Based on this alone, Whitebeard can no longer act rashly. What's more, Ace just said that this invitation was just a cover, and coming to rescue people was the real purpose. This kind of brotherhood of saving each other from a distance undoubtedly touched Whitebeard's weak spot. Dad, my eldest brother has always been unfathomable. Even if we brothers joined forces, we couldn't defeat him. I thought that after going out to sea and getting the Maramara fruit, I would challenge him to another fight, but who knew that I would lose again? Ace explained with a wry smile. However, I suffered the loss last time because I didn't understand Haki. But in the past 6 months, I have mastered Conquerors Haki. If we fight now, I may not be his opponent. The scene suddenly fell into dead silence. Even Teach, who had crawled out of the ruins and was planning to launch another sneak attack, was stunned. Originally, he was planning to use the marine supernova to sneak up and strike a blow while he was fighting the pirate's supernova to death. But now I say, big brother. What kind of conspiracy plane is this? This is completely lonely. As Whitebeard's face gradually calmed down, Teach knew that this time he had used a knife to kill someone, but it had failed. Are you really Ace's big brother? Whitebeard rubbed his swollen temple. Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. In fact, Whitebeard, I hope you don't believe it, so that we can continue to fight. Being able to fight with a being like you, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. You're looking for death. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Diamond Jaws rushed forward in one step. But it was quickly blocked by Whitebeard's hand. Jaws, don't be too impulsive. This guy is indeed as bloodthirsty and warlike as the rumors say. Otherwise, there would be no news that he even killed Admiral Akine at the naval headquarters. You are really quite interesting, little brat. Ace is lucky to have a brother like you. But don't forget the mission the 5 elders gave you. Invite Ace to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Now that Ace has rejected you, aren't you worried that the 5 elders won't let you go? As the overlord of this era, Whitebeard is well aware of the tricks of the 5 elders. Let me go. Bayou took a sip of his drink and said with a playful smile. They just asked me to invite them, but there was no requirement for the invitation to be successful. Besides, I took this mission just to see if there are any people in the Whitebeard pirates who are worth killing. As for the 5 elders' blame, I really hope they continue to send people to target me. I can't get enough of killing those 3 CP0s. Chapter 136. Even CP0 was cut? The expressions of the people present couldn't help but change. Even Whitebeard is no exception. As a Marine, he actually turned his knife against the world government's highest intelligence organization. Now I can still stand here alive. It is definitely a kind of strength. Haha, kid, you are really different. Whitebeard laughed. But now that you have seen him, you are not really going to kill me next time, are you? As soon as these words fell, Marco and others stared at Bayou. This is their king. If Bayou really spoke, he would have picked Whitebeard directly. This is probably a slap in their face. For a moment, the huge deck fell into inexplicable silence. The hearts of Hua Shaishan and Jun seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand. This is a heart-pounding game. Haha, Dad, let me handle this matter. Ace raised the brim of his hat and walked out among the crowd. Last time, I was defeated by you. This time it won't be that easy. You want to fight me? Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. Well, let's see if your strength has improved. After saying these words, Bayou suddenly disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he had arrived on a deserted island. Ace, be careful. This is your first battle as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't let him down just because he's your sworn brother. Diamond Jaws was the first to speak. Haha, don't you see that Ace, who is favored by my father, has a fighting power that can rival the Shishibukai. Conquerors Haki, coupled with the ability of the Logia Devil Fruit, is also a first-class existence in the New World. Next, this battle will probably put Marine's Little Devil in a tough fight. The scene suddenly became lively. This kind of excitement is exactly what they want. The most important thing is that Bayou dared to swing his knife at Whitebeard just now, which was a shame for the captains like them. If we can get through Ace, Bayou will suffer a little. This really increased the prestige of the Whitebeard Pirates. Atsmo, what's wrong with you? Marco looked at Atsmo beside him and asked with a frown. Are you worried that Ace will lose? Don't worry, you were careless during your first fight with that brat, and that's why you lost. However, Ace has fought him many times. With mental preparation, I'm afraid who is stronger will be revealed in his hands. You don't need to worry too much. Atsmo opened his mouth, but swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Faced with Marco's comfort, all I can do now is pray that everything goes well. However, his intuition told him all the time that the 4th Marine Admiral in front of him was not as simple as he seemed. Standing in the distance, Teach, who had suffered 2 losses in a row, also had a look of urgency on his face. Originally, he was planning to use Ace to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Now the wish has failed. If we can find an opportunity to take action in the next battle, it may not be a bad thing. Brother, it seems you are still eager to lose. Ace raised the brim of his hat and smiled. However, since you want to test my strength, I would also like to use you as a whetstone. I hope you won't let me down. Bang! Flames instantly gushed out from under Ace's feet. The whole person was like a cannonball, cutting through the sky and appearing in front of Bayou first. With the blazing flames rolling in his right hand, he struck Bayou hard with a mighty force. Boom! The billowing flames vented out like a huge wave rolling back. Instantly swallowed up everything within 100 meters. After a successful attack, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates showed a hint of joy. However, before everyone could react, the blazing flames. A right hand covered in golden light pierced through directly. He grabbed Ace's wrist. Endless golden light exploded like thunder. The flames covering Bayou were directly blown away. Under the huge air wave, the materialized Ryotsu turned into a golden skull covering Bayou's body. At the same time, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Bayou's face, and the demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with dazzling golden light and slashed forward. Boom! Ace's face suddenly changed, and the dagger at his waist was instantly unsheathed, blocking the attack. Bang! The huge impact caused Ace to feel pain in the palm of his hand. The whole person flew backwards like a cannonball and hit a rock 100 meters away. The moment when seemingly indestructible rock is torn apart like a spider web. Ace didn't have time to think, observation Haki quickly drove to ultimate. At the same time, the devil fruit's elemental transformation suddenly expanded, turning into a large flame, and reconstructed its body several dozen meters to the left. Originally, Ace thought that the explosion of Fire Fist could at least suppress Bayou a little. Let him gain a slight advantage, then strike again. I never thought about it, and I was too naive to think about it. This first attack not only failed to shake Bayou, but also knocked him away at the first sight. This made Ace realize that he wasn't the only one who had become stronger. Bayou in front of him is no exception. It is for this reason that Ace plans to create some distance first before making any plans. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air appeared in front of Ace first. Look at Bayou, who appears as if he is flashing and anticipates the enemy's moves. Under the perception of observation Haki, he actually arrived at the place he wanted before him. This scene made Ace feel like his thoughts were seen through. Looking at the bloodthirsty smile so close before his eyes, Ace didn't have time to think too much. He frantically drove the armament Haki to ultimate. With the dagger clenched tightly in his hand, he blocked the endless flames. Sword pressure. The huge golden sword pressure of dozens of meters fell down with the slashing posture in Bayou's hand. Boom! With one strike of the sword, endless flames exploded like fireworks. Under the rolling waves of the sky, there was a golden sword aura of dozens of meters. In an instant, the ground of 100 meters on the deserted island was shattered. The sky was filled with dust and sand. There was a faint glow of fire, which quickly penetrated through it. Finally, several hundred meters away, Ace appeared with his clothes torn and obviously injured. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Especially Atsumo. At this moment, his eyes had already widened into bull eyes and even his breathing became heavy. He was too familiar with everything in front of him. If I am not mistaken, the next attack will probably be the same as what I encountered. It will be the winning move, right? Chaotic thoughts flashed through Atsumo's mind. Without time to think, he roared in haste. Ace, be careful, this guy's attack is as fast as thunder. Chapter 137. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the sound of thunder instantly resounded through the sky. Ace had just heard Atsumo's reminder and hadn't reacted yet. A figure surrounded by lightning appeared before my eyes. The demon sword Murasame in his hand unleashed a thunderous blow, slashing down in the face. Thunder-breathing sword-style thunderous 8 trigrams. Bang! One knife out. Thunder exploded, and the huge impact swept across the world like a hurricane. The dazzling golden light instantly captured everyone's attention. A slash that seemed to come from the sky, already carrying with it the power of endless thunder. It hit Ace hard. When the rumble of thunder faded away, the dust in the sky was blown away by the sea breeze. A trail of slashing stretched to the end of the deserted island, tearing the entire land in half. Ace was lying 1,000 meters away, his clothes torn to shreds. A bloody wound ran directly from the shoulder to the abdomen. The dagger in his hand was also broken into 2 pieces. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen, which was even more shocking. Not to mention Whitebeard's people, even Hawkeyes and others almost popped their eyes out. This is the pirate's supernova with a bounty of 400 million berries. Even Whitebeard and the world government have their eyes on him. But now, after 3 encounters, he was seriously injured. The Conquerors' Haki from the moment before, and the ability of the Maramara fruit. Everything that was hyped up suddenly became boring. Is this still the first supernova of pirates? Sure enough, these are 3 familiar sword strikes. I was also seriously injured by these 3 sword strikes. Atsumo was the first to lose his temper and started shouting. It turns out that my defeat was not unfair. If these 3 blows were used on someone else, the result would be the same. Dad, Marco, did you see this? This is not my fault. Looking at Atsumo, who suddenly became happy. The Whitebeard Pirates members present couldn't laugh. His expression looked extremely ugly and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. In their eyes, Ace was originally thought to have Conqueror's Haki and the ability of the Logia fruit. You can deal with Bayou for a while, or even have a fight with him. Now, looking at this scene, I realized how stupid and naive I was. The fourth Marine Admiral in front of him could not be described by common sense. The Conqueror's Haki that this kid just unleashed has already reached an advanced level, and it also used the power of thunder. Could he be a thunder fruit user? Whitebeard's face darkened and he was equally moved. It seems that this kid not only possesses the ability of the dark fruit, but also has dual abilities that are similar to the thunder fruit. It seems that his strength is far from as simple as the rumors say. Ace deserves to lose. Advanced Conqueror's Haki? Suspected to be double natural fruit? Everyone present was stunned. Even captains like Marco are no exception. In their eyes, it doesn't matter whether it is a high-level Haki attainment or a random Logia devil fruit. It can happen to anyone. They are already the winners in life, and their strength will definitely increase dramatically. However, now all of this is placed on the same person. So the power that erupts is probably not as simple as 1 + 1, right? Confused thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Atsumo was the first to react and spoke urgently. Marco, you should hurry up and save Ace. His physique is not as good as Mizoan. If he continues to bleed, he might die from excessive blood loss. Marco also woke up suddenly. Without time to think, the green flames on his body surged up and turned into a phoenix, rushing towards Ace quickly. After all, the trace of the slash was too shocking. The whole person was almost split in half. If Ace hadn't admitted it himself, he and Bayou were sworn brothers. Marco really doubted how this revenge could be taken. Haha, I didn't grasp this move well at the moment, so I used too much force. Bayou smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and took out a magic bean. This is the senzu bean that Bayou bought again after the store was refreshed after a month. I had originally intended to keep it for myself. It seems that I can't use it for the time being. Marco, give this to Ace. Beans. Marco was stunned when he saw the senzu beans in his hand. Seeing that Ace was not killed, is he going to get angry to death? Facing this astonishing slash mark that spanned from the shoulder to the abdomen, even Marco didn't feel confident. Now Bayou took out a bean. Does this mean that he, the Phoenix Marco, is not even as good as a bean? Hey, Captain Marco, give me this bean. That guy has a lot of weird stuff. Maybe it's really useful. Ace shifted his body and spoke with difficulty. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had just had. Apart from the bitterness on his face, the rest was just the pain of pulling the wound, which was enough to make people gasp and sweep through their bodies. Do you really want it? Marco's expression froze, and he felt a little unhappy that Ace chose to believe Bayou. However, seeing Ace nodding his head again and again to confirm, Marco could only stuff the senzu beans into Ace's mouth. Gurgle. The senzu beans were crushed and swallowed. Green flames appeared on Marco's body, and he was about to help. However, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly and his eyes almost popped out. There were wounds all over his body, especially the shocking cut mark on his chest. It heals quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the injuries on Ace's body disappeared instantly. His extremely weak spirit and energy suddenly recovered. The strange scene caused the scene to fall into dead silence. Even Whitebeard crushed the wine glass in his hand. What on earth is going on? Diamond Jaws was the first to lose his patience. Brother Marco, is this the awakening of your Phoenix Fruit ability? Being able to instantly heal a seriously injured and dying person is too shocking. If we have this power, it will be a great thing for our Whitebeard pirates. Our overall strength will definitely be doubled. This statement was instantly seconded by everyone. After all, what just happened to Ace was not just healing. On the contrary, there is a kind of bird like Marco's Phoenix, which has the property of self-healing. No matter how serious the injury is, you can recover completely with just a thought. On the sea, there are ordinary pirates and 4 emperors. They all live on the edge of a knife. Who can guarantee that they will not be seriously injured in a battle? If we had the super treatment method like Marco, who would worry about being injured or killed in future battles? With Marco here, wouldn't it be nice to just heal him? Once this ability is enabled, it will be promoted and applied within the Whitebeard Pirates group. Even if I have to face the other 4 emperors in the future, I will still be fearless and fight to the death. It can definitely kill the opponent with milk. Chapter 138. For a moment, faced with this beautiful vision, all the pirates showed eagerness on their faces. Marco's cheeks were a little embarrassed. He was also shocked in his heart. However, compared to others, he knew more clearly where this heaven-defying healing effect came from. A tiny bean can instantly pull a person back from the brink of death and even cure him directly. This heaven-defying recovery ability. Marco felt that his phoenix fruit suddenly lost its fragrance. What kind of mythical beast? That's not even as big as a bean. But, complaints are just complaints. Marco still smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, this matter actually has nothing to do with me. It's about that bean just now. Beans? Everyone present was stunned. A moment ago, they almost blew Marco up. Now tell them that this is all thanks to a bean. Isn't this too much? However, if these words came from someone else, no one wants to believe it. Marco's role as the captain of the first squad of the Whitebeard pirates has a completely different meaning. Defeat Estromo with 3 swords. Blocked Whitebeard's attack head-on. Now he also severely injured Ace with 3 moves, and quickly rescued him with a bean. All of this. It completely overturned their understanding of the 4th Admiral of the Marine. If this is considered hype, then what are they? An actor? Ding, congratulations host, you defeated the Fire Fist Ace and received 2% of the system unlock value and 1000 system points. Ding, congratulations host, you have blocked the attack of Whitebeard, the best of the era, and obtained 2% of the system unlock value and 1500 system points. The current system unlock value has reached 47%. Do you want to unlock the skill immediately? A series of ethereal reminder sounds rang in my mind. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily. Sure enough, Ace was qualified for the 3rd visit and contributed another 1000 points and 2% of the unlocking value, so Bayou's trip was not in vain. However, what surprised Bayou even more was that simply by taking Whitebeard's move, the system actually gave him a 2% unlocking value. This is an unexpected surprise. If only I could have a head-on fight with Whitebeard. Then the unlocking value you get would probably be pretty cool. However, facing all this, Bayou wanted to know more about what could be unlocked this time. System, unlock my skills immediately. Ding, host, please wait. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the Agatsuma Zenitsu crossover character Gyujesu and obtaining Thunder Breathing 2-6. Q-take? Bayou's expression froze. He had never expected that the system could play such a trick. Agatsuma Zenitsu only knew one form of thunder breathing. His method of practice is to continue to grow stronger within the one form, increasing the speed again and again. Finally, the speed of the thunder breathing was compressed to ultimate, reaching a divine speed. Bayou originally thought that this time he unlocked it, he would be able to reach the speed of thunder breathing type 1. I never thought that there would be another Link Xiaoyu appearing. However, this reward is better than nothing. What's more, Agatsuma Zenitsu only knows the first type of breathing method. But that doesn't mean that type 2-6 isn't powerful. On the contrary, in Bayou's eyes, this type of speed-enhancing form is not as good as the other 5 types and is more suitable for close combat. Sharp slashes, coupled with violent lightning, and crazy slashing techniques. All of this is pure fighting fun. I really want to chop someone down. Bayou's bloodthirsty fighting spirit suddenly surged. Feel this captivating energy emanating from your body. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. A series of rapid den-den mushi calls were heard. Everyone's eyes turned at once and were fixed on Hwashaishin. No, excuse me, this is an emergency call, let me take it first. Hwashaishin spoke a little nervously. If it weren't for the unusual relationship between Bayou and Ace, and the fierce battle just now, Hwashaishin's anxious heart would have eased a little. I'm afraid the fire on the mountain has already escaped. This call for help undoubtedly made him feel like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Hwashaishin Vice Admiral, I finally got in touch with you. This is the G-18 Marine Division located in the Grand Line Aran Sea. We have been attacked by Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters, under the command of the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. We have just contacted Vice Admiral Shitun, but to ensure safety, we will try to contact you. The hurried words came from the other side of the Den Den Mushi. Hua Shaishan and Zaiwen's expressions changed suddenly. The thing I was most worried about still happened. At the beginning, they were reluctant to have a head-on conflict between Bayou and the 4 Emperors. The biggest reason was that they were worried that the 4 Emperors would fall out and break the tacit rules they had agreed with the Marine. Don't attack ordinary people. Otherwise, any of the 4 Emperors, or Sengoku and Garp, would go to the 4 Emperors' territory and block the door every day. Catch all the small shrimps in one fell swoop. I'm afraid no one can bear it. However, now Bayou is attacking Beasts pirates one after another. I also met a crazy guy named Jack the Drow. Jun and Hua Shaishan had already anticipated this kind of attack on ordinary branches. However, they never expected that all this would happen so quickly. Don't worry, I'm going to support you right now. If Vice Admiral Shitun arrives before me, remember to tell him to hold on. I'm going with you, as well as 4th Marine Admiral Zhang Bayou. Hua Shaishan responded in a deep voice. As the other party gasped, the Den Den Mushi had already been hung up. This is Whitebeard's territory. Whitebeard was also staring at him. Under this double psychological pressure, he didn't dare to speak casually. Bayou, you heard it, right? Let's go quickly. But before we go, I want to remind you that you are facing Jack the Drow this time. If you are entangled by him, I am afraid that even Kaido of the Beasts will lose face and take action against you. Jun suddenly spoke. If you're afraid, I can go with Hua Shaishan. I didn't expect that Gai Shitun would follow us to the Grand Line. If the 3 of us join forces, it shouldn't be difficult to repel Jack the Drow. Everyone present looked at Bayou. Whether it is the pirates, the Marines, or even Whitebeard, they are facing this dead end. I am also eager to know what choice Bayou will make. Jun, are you asking me to run away with my tail between my legs? I'm sorry, but I can't let go of such an excellent target. Chapter 139. The sea surface suddenly fell into dead silence. After witnessing Bayou's crazy behavior with their own eyes, they were indeed mentally prepared. However, after hearing Bayou's reply with his own ears, he couldn't help but gasp. Faced with the 4 Emperors' killing order from the Beasts pirates, there is also Jack the Drow who comes to hunt him down personally. Bayou not only did not choose to escape, but took the initiative to hunt. Once this news gets out, it will definitely shock the world. Jun's expression kept changing. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but Hua Shaishan reached out his hand to stop him. Forget about Vice Admiral Jun. It seems we have all underestimated the madness of Admiral Bayou. His style of doing things is beyond that of Vice Admiral Garp. Now is not the time to stop him. G-15 Division is under attack from Jack the Drow. If Admiral Bayou takes action, it may be easier to repel him. As long as we leave before Kaido of the Beasts arrives, it shouldn't be a big deal. This. Jun's expression froze, and after hesitating for a moment, he said. Well, now it's more important to save people. Bayou, shall we set sail immediately? Bayou took a sip of the wine and said with a bloodthirsty smile. Of course, the blood in my body is boiling. That guy is worth a chop. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit spread throughout Bayou's body. There was a chilly and murderous aura, and he showed no fear at all when facing the 4 Emperors. This scene made everyone present look slightly tense. Especially the pirates present, a ridiculous idea came to their minds. If, the 4th Admiral of Marine in front of him, did not have a sworn brother relationship with Ace, will he really pick up a knife and chop them? Little devil, don't you want to cut me? Whitebeard suddenly spoke up. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Jun and Hua Shaishan's entire body muscles were as stiff as rocks as they looked at Whitebeard with a gloomy face. They were really worried that Whitebeard wouldn't let them go so easily. Faced with the eager eyes cast from all sides, Jun and Hua Shaishan just hoped that Bayou would not completely irritate Whitebeard because of the verbal dispute. Cut you. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took a sip of wine and said. You're certainly worth a chop. If you want, I can chop you up first and then go deal with Jack the Drow. Crazy. The sound of people sucking in their breath was heard in the venue. Sure enough, the words they least wanted to hear came out of Bayou's mouth. A trace of bitterness flashed across Jun and Hwashaishin's faces. Following such a bloodthirsty and warmongering boss, anyone with a weak nerve would probably be killed. Being able to say such words in Whitebeard's territory, and even in front of Whitebeard. I'm afraid only Bayou can do it. However, at this moment, Jun and Hwashaishin just wanted to know urgently. How would Whitebeard react to this kind of public provocation? Haha, he is indeed an interesting little devil. Whitebeard laughed. You remind me of an interesting fellow on my ship back in the day. Although he is not as bloodthirsty as you, he is also a warmonger. Will you be my son? If you don't have a place to stay in the future, just come to the Whitebeard Pirates and I'll get you a Squad Zero. Squad Zero? The scene suddenly exploded. Even captains like Marco felt caught off guard. As captains, they are able to take this position. That one didn't come to this point with heavy efforts and blood. Now that Whitebeard had spoken, he decided to set up a zero division above the 16th division. Does this mean that Bayou will join once he agrees? His status will surpass theirs. Dad. Diamond Jaws suddenly became anxious. However, just after he took half a step, Marco stopped him. Marco was indeed surprised by this decision, but he was facing outsiders now. If we raise objections now, outsiders will probably just see Whitebeard being slapped in the face by his own people. Marco absolutely did not want to see anything that would damage the reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates. As your son. Bayou's steps paused slightly, then he gave a bloodthirsty smile and shook his head. Sorry, I don't have the hobby of finding lousy for myself. These so-called identities are actually a shackle for me, preventing me from fighting as I please. If it weren't for Mr. Garp and Ace, I would have quit being a Marine long ago. Wouldn't it be nice to pick up a knife and go find someone to chop you down every day? I've always longed for this kind of life. Guys, it's getting late. It's time to find a target worth chopping down. After saying this, Bayou took a sip of wine and walked straight into the cabin. Seeing Bayou disappear, Zoro and the others also dispersed their fighting spirit and took the helm and left. Jun and Hwashaishin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time looked at each other. Both of them caught a glimpse of solemnity in each other's eyes. At this moment, they knew clearly. I'm afraid what Bayou said just now is not as simple as it sounds. It reminds me of Bayou's bloodthirsty and warlike nature. At this moment, they really felt that the identity of Marine was the shackles that bound Bayou, this bloodthirsty and warlike beast. Accompanied by the departure of the two warships, Marco and the others finally relaxed their tense nerves. It was the first time they found themselves so nervous when facing a mere newcomer. Dad, is what you just said about Team Zero true? Diamond Jaws finally couldn't keep it to himself anymore. Everyone looked anxious. After all, the 16th Division has remained unchanged since the Whitebeard Pirates were established. If we add a 17th squad, perhaps they don't have any grudges in their hearts. But a captain of Squad Zero will be dropped directly above their heads. This feeling of being ridden by an outsider. But they couldn't accept it. Haha, you guys really are a bunch of stupid sons. Whitebeard took a sip of his drink and laughed, leaving everyone stunned. I was just testing that little devil. If he really agrees, I'm afraid I will still look down on him. However, he does have the qualifications to be the captain of Squad Zero. That brat has grown far beyond the rest of you. Originally, I thought Ace could compete with him, but now it seems that there is still a gap. It's just that his last words are not worthy of your suspicion. Garp put him in the naval headquarters, which really created an invisible yoke for him. If one day, Bayou really leaves the naval headquarters, I'm afraid this sea will be flooded with blood. Chapter 140. The people present couldn't help but gasp. Many people's faces changed. If these words came from someone else, they would never take them to heart. But the man in front of him was Whitebeard, the leader of the four emperors. He is also their father. Facing an outsider, I can give this kind of evaluation. This is simply unprecedented. Standing behind the crowd, Teach, who had suffered losses one after another, had a distorted expression. Originally, he instigated Whitebeard to recruit Fire Fist Ace in order to create a battle between the Pirates Supernova and the Marine Supernova so that he could take advantage of the opportunity. Now not only Ace was severely injured by 3 moves. Even Whitebeard looked at Bayou with a higher eye. Still plotting for the sake of loneliness. However, as he looked at the warship going away, a hint of cruelty flashed across Teach's face. He thought of a better way. Meanwhile, inside naval headquarters, Sengoku and the others looked at the report in their hands, their faces suddenly darkened. Facing the attack on the G-15 division. This is the last thing they want to see. There has always been an unspoken rule between the 4 emperors and the naval headquarters. The strong will never attack the weak. Otherwise, the bosses from both sides would be waiting at the door every day. I'm afraid no one will ever have to step out of the old nest. Now, Jack the Drow dared to take action against the G-15 branch, which completely broke the rules. Sengoku, according to the intelligence we got half a day ago, Bayou is probably in contact with the Whitebeard pirates. The Fire Fist Ace has been confirmed to have fallen into Whitebeard's hands. Given that kid's personality, do we need to go and help him? Crane spoke first. The nerves of everyone present suddenly tensed up. None of them would have thought that the most ordinary invitation mission would fall into Bayou's hands and he would be assigned to Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 emperors. Most importantly, Bayou refused to listen to the advice and insisted on contacting Whitebeard. Going to Whitebeard's territory to ask for someone is like walking into a tiger's mouth. Or what? UBD, you've just gotten over one problem and now you've provoked Whitebeard again. Are you really planning to PS me off to death? Sengoku nearly crushed the teacup in his hand and glanced at the flying squirrel next to him. Let's ignore Whitebeard's matter for now. Even if Bayou falls into his hands, he won't die in a short time. Let's solve the G-15 matter first. Vice Admiral, is the Den Den Mushi connected? Marshal Sengoku, Kaido of the Beasts is on the line. We've made contact. The flying squirrel Vice Admiral at the side quickly spoke up. Originally, it was just an ordinary Den Den Mushi, but suddenly it changed into the face of Kaido of the Beasts. Haha, Sengoku, I didn't think you'd come looking for me one day. You're not going to plead for that little devil, are you? It's too late now. Jack will definitely expose your hypocritical marine mask. The 4th Admiral is simply a joke. The rolling voices echoed in the meeting hall like thunder, and could not be dispersed for a long time. The faces of all the marine generals present suddenly turned pale. To be insulted by a pirate in front of you without restraint is more painful than death. Kaido, we're not looking for you today because of that guy. Akainu's face darkened and he was the first to shout angrily. Jack the Drow, one of your men, dared to break the rules and attack the branch. Do you really think that no one in our naval headquarters dares to go to Wanakuni? Let's go to Wanakuni. Kaido's face on the Den Den Mushi suddenly became gloomy to the ultimate level, and then he roared. Okay, very good. I will see if you can really climb up Wanakuni. I will fight you to the death. You. Akainu was suddenly furious. He never imagined that Kaido was just as stubborn as the legend said. However, the harsh words that were blown out were blocked. If I back down now, it would be a joke. With this in mind, Akainu was about to speak again, but was stopped by Sengoku's extended hand. Kaido, are you really going to fight us to the death? If so, I don't mind at all. Don't forget that we have the world government behind us. As for what's behind you, don't forget, the 4 emperors are not alone. The others have been eyeing you covetously. Also, don't forget who ended the battle in God Valley 47 years ago. Your madness has touched Garp's bottom line. He has already set off for Wanakuni. You may be able to keep our naval headquarters out of Wanakuni, but I think you should think twice about whether you can stop the crazy Garp. You can handle this battle on your own. If there is another attack on the branch, don't blame us naval headquarters. We are completely at odds. Sengoku uttered a series of long and lingering words. Before Kaido could reply, Sengoku hung up the Den Den Mushi. As a resourceful general, he knew it clearly. There is enough for me to do and say. Everything else depends on the other party's imagination. Faced with this kind of psychological attack, all the marine generals present were filled with respect. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief as he felt the atmosphere change. As for Kaido, he was indeed frightened. However, the next step is how to get Bayou out of Whitebeard's hands. I'm afraid this is another thing that is worth worrying about. Marshal Sengoku, I really want to know how you will negotiate with Whitebeard next. There is only one Garp and one naval headquarters, but they cannot scare four emperors at the same time. Akainu's expression relaxed a little, and he spoke again. You don't plan to ask us to go there in person and ask Whitebeard to hand over the person. We can clean that bratza once, but not a second time. He dared to provoke Whitebeard. Even if he died there, it was his own fault. And the root cause of all this is that guy. He doesn't know his own roots. Even if he dies, he can't blame anyone. As for what you said, he might be able to escape, I'm sorry to tell you, but they are the Whitebeard pirates, so don't daydream. The marine generals present had different expressions. There was a feeling that there was no way to refute Akainu's harsh words. As the leader of the four emperors, Whitebeard represents an era. Even their naval headquarters did not dare to confront Whitebeard head-on. This is enough to show how powerful the Whitebeard pirates are. Now Bayou leads a team alone to break into the Whitebeard pirates group to capture the important person. If this isn't crazy, it means overestimating one's own abilities. Being able to come out of this safely is probably just a daydream, as Akainu said. However, these thoughts had just flashed through their minds. A hurried report came from outside the door. At this moment, they felt like their daydream had come true. Chapter 141. Marshal Sengoku, urgent information, the 4th Admiral Bayou is leading the warships to leave the Whitebeard pirates' temporary base and head to the G-15 branch. A request for support has been issued. Marshal, please make a decision immediately. A messenger rushed in quickly. There was a stack of intelligence information in his hand. Faced with the sudden news, Akainu's expression suddenly froze. The moment before, he was certain that Bayou was seeking his own death. Now, suddenly there came the news that Anran had left. This information was like an invisible slap in the face. Feeling the burning sensation on his cheeks, Akainu was the first to lose his temper. You idiot, didn't you see we were in a meeting? Has the intelligence been verified? If this is false news, as a messenger, you should know exactly how many lives are involved in this matter. The messenger's face turned pale and he explained hurriedly. Admiral Sakazuki, this news was sent back by Vice Admiral Hwashaishin. It records what Vice Admiral Hwashaishin said. Admiral Bayou has indeed left the temporary base of the Whitebeard pirates. Besides, Akainu's face darkened as he snatched the intelligence document away. What else? As a messenger, you are still hesitant. I really doubt whether you have the qualifications to be a good messenger. As he spoke, Akainu quickly looked at the document. The words that were on the tip of his tongue could not come out all of a sudden, his face gradually stiffened and his eyes widened rapidly. The strange scene made all the marine generals present stunned. A moment ago, Akainu was still blaming the messenger for being hesitant, but now this situation happened to him, which was too weird. Sengoku frowned and quickly snatched the document. Looking at the content above, the teacup in his hand was instantly crushed. Bang! Debris flew everywhere, and boiling hot tea was scattered all around. The sudden scene stunned everyone in the field for a moment. Akainu lost his composure and they couldn't figure it out. Now even Marshal Sengoku, who is known as the resourceful general, has lost his composure. What exactly is recorded in the intelligence documents has indeed aroused everyone's curiosity. Sengoku, what happened? Did Bayou cause some crazy incident within the Whitebeard pirates? He asked urgently. Sengoku suddenly woke up and growled in frustration. Damn Garp, how many things did that old guy and Bayou hide from me? According to the intelligence from Hwashaishin, the Fire Fist Ace, who has a bounty of 400 million berries, is Bayou's sworn brother and one of Garp's grandsons. When meeting with the Whitebeard pirates, Bayou severely injured Ace with 3 moves, and then rescued him. Before leaving, Whitebeard invited Bayou to become his son. This kind of treatment is dangerous. Crane was confused. No. It should be said that everyone present was stunned. They thought about all kinds of things that would happen if Bayou broke into the Whitebeard stronghold. But no one would have thought that the 4th Admiral of the Marine not only had a supernova brother. There was almost one more 4 Emperor's dad. With this kind of treatment, they still have no reason to worry. Sengoku, are you saying that all this is true? Was there any mention of the burning mountain at the end? How did Bayou answer? A trace of anxiety appeared on his old face after a long absence. This sudden information caught her off guard even though she was the chief of staff. Of course it's true, otherwise Akainu wouldn't have such an expression. Sengoku calmed down a little, flipped to the end of the information, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hwashaishin said that Bayou rejected Whitebeard's invitation, but the reply he gave in the end was simply a jerk. That kid became a marine just to make it easier to get his brothers out in the future. Does he really think the naval headquarters is a sheepfold where he can just get people out at will? Looking at the yelling Sengoku, Tsuru's expression also became interesting. Everything that happened today, the amount of information is too much. I thought Bayou was still waiting for me and others to rescue him. Now it seems that they were just making things up for themselves, and the other party didn't care at all. However, faced with everything beyond his expectations, he couldn't help but take the intelligence file. Sengoku, Hwashaishin left one last message. He said that naval headquarters is now the invisible shackles that bind Bayou. Please do not untie it, otherwise this sea will be in chaos. Invisible shackles? Sengoku's expression froze. Even everyone in the field is no exception. At this moment, an absurd thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Naval headquarters is like a huge prison. Bayou is the ferocious beast imprisoned inside. Once the word marine is separated from it, then will he swing the butcher knife in his hand towards them? If things really develop to this extent, those present asked themselves, perhaps not many people could stop it. When they thought of this, many people couldn't help but shudder. It feels horrifying when you think about it. Half a day later, the first half of the Grand Line. Located in the Sea of Errands, the G-15 branch was established here to suppress the pirates' riot. Thick smoke is billowing at this moment. The burning flames spread rapidly in all directions. Rear Admiral, the East Gate has been penetrated by artillery fire. 1/3 of our troops have been lost, with only about 2,000 remaining. There are a total of 18 pirates groups with bounties exceeding 100 million on the other side. Behind them is Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates, who has a bounty of 1 billion. If this situation continues, I'm afraid our G-15 division can only hold out for another half an hour. If we don't have support, we will fall. An adjutant, standing behind OS, a burly man with a scar across his face, quickly reported the results on the battlefield. Looking at the estuary gate that was constantly being bombarded below, OSS's face turned pale. As the head of the Marine Division, he encountered various attacks and challenges. However, this was the first time that I was targeted by the 4 Emperors in the Grand Line. Boom! A tongue of fire spurted out towards us, and soon we saw a shell wrapped in flames, shooting towards us at high speed. This is a naked challenge. If he, the main general, were captured, then the entire G-15 division will be completely destroyed. A whole, do you really think our marine has no one? OS roared and drew the sword at his waist. With the sound of the sword ringing, the oncoming shells were cut in half. Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly, creating a large heat wave. Jack, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes and growled in a deep voice. Go ahead. Since the so-called 4th Marine Admiral hasn't shown up yet, there's no point in keeping this place. Destroy it. Chapter 142. Kill. From the 18 pirate ships, there were deafening shouts and cries of killing. One cannon after another was set up, instantly forming a dense artillery network, bombarding the estuary. OS, who was standing on the city wall, suddenly turned pale with his face. He rushed out first with a sword in hand. Ichigo layered waves. Bang bang bang! The sky was filled with sword beams, shooting out towards him like a rainstorm. Boom! A large number of shells exploded instantly, forming a violent gust of air that rolled back. As the dust spread all over the sky, OS's face suddenly changed drastically. Like a small hill, Jack stepped suddenly down on the deck about 100 meters away from the coast. Bang! The huge pirate's ship was shaking violently. Jack soared into the sky like a meteorite. The next moment, it spanned 100 meters and smashed down towards OS. OS's face turned pale and he hurriedly raised the sword in his hand to block. Facing Jack the Drow, who had a bounty of 1 billion berries, he, who was only a rear admiral, had no confidence at all to take the blow. Haha, stupid marine, you dare to go against me. I can only blame you for having a so-called fourth admiral. Go to hell. Jack laughed grimly. Bang! OSS was kicked away. A slightly wretched figure took the lead and stood in front of Jack. He also faced forward with the sword in his hand. Boom! The huge blast wave rolled back, and the ground was the first to be unable to bear the weight and collapsed. The strong wind and waves overturned the marine stationed on the shore. When they reacted and looked at the figure being suppressed in the deep pit, their faces changed. It's Vice Admiral Shitun. He's finally here. OS stood up in the ruins with a hint of joy on his face. Shitun Vice Admiral is said to be very close to Admiral and is known as Admiral Candidate. With him, we will definitely be able to defend the G-15 division. As Marine Rear Admiral, OSS was indeed just a branch chief. However, the system within the naval headquarters is still very clear. Admiral Candidate. Jack held a crescent sickle in his hand, and looked at Shitun who tried to block him. His face darkened at first, and then turned ferocious. A nobody, and the so-called fourth admiral is just a joke. Go to hell. Jack raised the crescent sickle above his head again, without any fancy moves, and chopped it down head-on. Shitun, who was under attack, smiled obscenely and raised the sword in his hand to block again. Bang! The colliding air waves once again created large waves. Looking at Shitun who was in the deep pit and blocked the attack again, OS and others showed ecstasy on their faces. As expected, Vice Admiral Shitun, who is an admiral candidate, also has the strength of an admiral. As long as we delay the time, we will be able to regroup and rebuild the shattered defense. OSS was excited. The T-pig in the deep pit gave a dry laugh. OS, you are still the same. I am just a little bit better than the other vice admirals. However, he is indeed stronger than the so-called fourth admiral. His appearance is even stronger than that of my admiral candidate. Even a mere Jack the Drow could scare him so much that he hid away. Let me deal with Jack the Drow first, and then look for Jun's whereabouts. Shitun is one of the only 2 remaining admiral candidates in the naval headquarters, and has always been responsible for monitoring Red Hair. However, this time, when he learned that Jun had suddenly disappeared in the New World, he mobilized all his connections to quickly search for Jun's whereabouts. Finally, after learning that Jun had boarded Bayou's ship, he hurried here. However, just as they approached the sea area, they received a distress signal from the G-15 branch and rushed over in a hurry. Arrogant Marine, you said you want to kill me? Then I will kill you first. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly sounded. The moment Jack's huge body and muscles bulged like rock, he directly activated the Devil Fruit ability to ultimate. Directly transform into the Zoan ancient mammoth form. The huge body, which was originally 5 or 6 meters long, once again suddenly expanded to more than 10 meters. As its 4 legs stomped heavily on the ground, its nose, like an iron whip, instantly grabbed the half-moon sickle. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he chopped down towards the T-pig in the deep pit. Boom! The huge force released caused the deep pit to collapse again. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Shitun flew backwards 7 or 8 meters away. When he stood firm again, his face turned slightly pale. When I held the sword in my right hand, I felt a dull pain at the base of the palm. The power is too great. Originally, Jack's huge body supported his unparalleled strength. Now he is using the ability of the ancient Zoan devil fruit to completely transform into the form of a mammoth. When it comes to the burst of power, it is not as simple as 1 plus 1. What's wrong, Marine? You can't take my attack, right? Jack laughed grimly. It seems that you Marines are all paper tigers. You thought that by destroying a branch, you could force out the so-called fourth admiral. Now that an admiral candidate has appeared, I will take you hostage. Dancing and slashing. Bang! Jack's huge body suddenly leaped up, and the moment he stood up in the posture of a mammoth, the half-moon knife wrapped in his trunk was directly tightened. The next moment, a chilling sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Xiongwu's powerful trunk, with a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds, chopped down with a bang. Boom! A series of after-images emerged. The elephant's trunk, like an iron whip, appeared in front of Shitun in the blink of an eye. Shitun didn't have time to think and quickly raised the sword in his hand to block. Bang! A huge force rushed towards him, and Shitun's face changed slightly. He quickly tried to withdraw and remove the overwhelming force. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to regain his footing. The half-moon sickle wrapped around the elephant's trunk was falling down like a violent storm. Squeeze, squeeze. There were dozens of such attacks, and each one was accompanied by a roar like thunder. When dozens of strikes converged together, the impact force was like a raging wave, which finally made it impossible for Shitun to hold the sword in his hand tightly. When the saber was knocked away instantly. Without the obstruction of the trunk, the entangled half-moon sickle, already carrying an unparalleled murderous intent, attacked the T-pig head-on. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Shitun's face changed drastically. Without time to think, he hurriedly raised his hands to block with armament Haki. However, the next moment, a deafening thunder sounded in the sky. Chapter 143. Boom! There was a flash of golden lightning. It descended from the sky, piercing through the heaven and earth and striking down with great force. Jack and Shitun, who were under attack, suddenly changed their expressions. A figure surrounded by lightning swooped down in front of Jack. Under that face full of bloodthirsty fighting spirit, the demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with an extremely dazzling golden light, and he chopped down with both hands. Sword Deo, cut in two. Boom! The 100-meter-long sword force seemed to pierce through the sky. The first move is the ultimate move. Faced with Bayou's sudden intervention, everyone present had never expected that his appearance could be so crazy. Jack was under the attack, and an extremely dangerous aura enveloped his whole body. Without time to think, he quickly raised the half-moon sickle in his hand to block. Bang! A 100-meter-long sword flashed by. The huge impact swept across like a raging wave. The sharp golden light instantly tore the estuary open. As large pieces of sand and gravel rolled back and forth, a 1,000-meter-long slashing mark instantly cut the entire estuary coast in half. The 100-meter-long sword energy, whose power remained undiminished, tore through the surface of the sea, heading straight towards a pirate's ship in the distance. Boom! The pirate's ship exploded. The pirates who were standing on it and watching the show were directly strangled by the sharp sword energy, and the pirate with a bounty of over 100 million was also cut in half. In an instant, the sea water poured down like a rainstorm. The broken pieces of the pirate's ship were blown away by the storm. The pirate ships gathered around were directly overturned by the wind and waves. When they had regained their footing and come to their senses, they looked at the devastated scene before them. They felt like they were going crazy. Especially when looking at the shocking cut marks that directly cut the coast at the estuary in half. Standing like a small mountain, the mammoth has an extremely domineering figure. From the shoulders to the back, the cut marks were so deep that the bones could be seen. The sight of the blood gushing out like crazy was enough to make one's scalp numb. A moment ago, the so-called Admiral candidate was said to be infinitely close to the Admiral. Even Shitun Kaji didn't take the 4th Admiral War Ghost Bayou seriously at all. In front of Jack the Drow, there was no room for resistance, let alone attack, which could have caused fatal injuries. The young man in front of him, with a bloodthirsty and fighting spirit on his face and an extremely thin figure, just raised his hand and swung a knife. The gap is almost obvious. I'm afraid even a blind person can easily see it. There is still a huge gap between the so-called admiral candidates and the real admirals. After flying backwards for dozens of meters and barely stabilizing himself, Shaitan stared at everything in front of him intently. Feeling the change in the atmosphere around him, the muscles on his cheeks twitched involuntarily. My cheeks felt burning as if I had been slapped hard in public. If he could choose, he would want to find a hole to crawl into. Yes, it's the 4th Marine Admiral, Bayou. Why is he here? Didn't he flee back to the naval headquarters with his tail between his legs because of Jack's reputation? Pirates with a bounty of over 100 million suddenly woke up. The pirates next to them were also filled with disbelief. This is completely different from the script they expected. At least, in their eyes, everything should be easy when Jack the Drow, one of the 3 Disasters and Beasts pirates, takes action. But now he was severely injured by a knife. Who among those present can stop the 4th Admiral, the war ghost Bayou? Haha, I didn't expect that I would almost miss an opponent worth killing when I went to Whitebeard's place. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took a sip of wine and said, Jack, if you had told me earlier that you wanted to fight me, I would have waited for you. There would be no need for such despicable means. Now that I'm here, let's continue the fight. Come here and chop me. The not loud sound, at this moment, seemed to be infused with devilish sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and could not be dissipated. Mad. It's simply out of control. Faced with this crazy statement, if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would have known that Bayou's opponent this time was the 4 Emperors' right-hand man, the big pirates with a bounty of 1 billion berries. They absolutely did not want to believe that someone could be so crazy. As soon as he opened his mouth, someone chopped him down. Is this arrogance? Or is it the confidence that is fully realized? However, in the face of these crazy words, more people still paid attention to 3 other words. Whitebeard. The leader of the 4 Emperors at sea. Now Bayou suddenly mentioned this name, which instantly touched everyone's nerves. I heard that Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 Emperors at sea, personally led the pirates to encircle and suppress the Fire Fist Ace. Now the war ghost Bayou suddenly appeared in the Allen Sea. I wonder if he really went to meet Whitebeard. If he really meets Whitebeard, he won't come out unscathed. He's the leader of the 4 Emperors. Do you think that the war ghost Bayou has become so powerful that even Whitebeard cannot be restrained? A series of words, like thunder, exploded among the crowd. Whether it was the pirates or the Marines, their expressions changed drastically. If all these speculations are true, then, that shocking knife strike just now could probably really be explained, right? Faced with this series of speculations, Shaitan looked at Bayou with a somewhat confused look. A moment ago, he looked down upon the so-called 4th Admiral. Everything before my eyes seemed to be telling me that the clown was actually me. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Shaitan would never have believed that all this was true. Shaitan, are you okay? I finally made it. A warship was approaching quickly from a distance, and standing on the bow deck were Jun and Hwashaishan. Looking at the broken coast in front of him and the shocking cuts on Jack's body, the pupils of both of them contracted noticeably. It's Vice Admiral Jun and Vice Admiral Hwashaishan. They are here too. Oh my god, Jun Vice Admiral is another admiral candidate. With her help, it will be no problem to deal with Jack the Drow. The adjutant standing next to OS was the first to lose his temper. As soon as these words were spoken, the place fell into dead silence. Looking back at the fight between Shaitan and Jack just now, it was obviously hard to continue. Even OSS's expression was slightly stiff, and he couldn't say a word. A barely audible sound floated from an unknown corner. Didn't the Admiral substitute just now drag the team down? Now there's another one, will he become a useless teammate? The muscles on Jun's face twitched, and looking at Shaitan's sword scattered beside him, he understood everything in an instant. However, in the face of such contemptuous evaluation, this time, Jun was surprisingly quiet. During the time he followed Bayou, he knew clearly that there was a huge gap between the substitute and the Admiral. Chapter 144. Shaitan's face turned extremely pale. After becoming an admiral candidate, he has always regarded this as an honor. He also serves as the unique link between Jun and the city. I am being looked down upon in public, but I feel like I have no way to refute it. Especially in front of Jun, for Shaitan, it was like rubbing his face hard on the ground. However, all of this was quickly suppressed by Shaitan, who hurriedly collected the swords scattered on the ground, leaped up to reunite with Jun, and spoke hurriedly. Jun, let's work together to expel Jack as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he continues to run wild in the G15 branch, it will be a disgrace to our naval headquarters. Join forces? Hua Xiaoshen's expression froze, and he said after letting out a wry smile while holding a cigar in his mouth. Shaitan Vice Admiral, you want to die, but Jun Vice Admiral and I don't. This is the prey that Bayou Admiral is targeting. If we interfere with his fight, I'm afraid we will be chopped down as well. Next, let's leave it to Admiral Bayou. We'll just watch from the sidelines. After saying these words, Hua Xiaoshen really stood there. The strange scene made Shaitan's expression stiff. In his eyes, it was rare to have the advantage in numbers. Now they choose to fight one-on-one, which is completely different from the normal thinking. However, as soon as I saw Bayou's bloodthirsty expression. Is this really a normal person? Well, you are such an arrogant marine. How dare you look down on me, Jack the Drow? Jack roared angrily. You are only the 4th Admiral. You don't really think that one person can defeat me. I was just careless when I attacked you with the knife just now. Now, I have to get serious and take your head back to Boss Kaido. If you have any last words, just say them now. Come and chop me. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and spoke again. However, this reply, which sounded like a tape recorder, made Jack's expression freeze at first, and the next moment he burst out with a huge aura and rushed straight towards Bayou. Bang! The huge body, which is more than 10 meters long, does not seem to have any encumbrance at all at this moment. The heavy strides given by the people gave people a feeling of earth shaking and left a series of after-images along the way. Wait until everyone reacts. Jack rushed to Bayou with great force. The huge trunk and the rolled-up half-moon sickle made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and chopped down with force. What is most shocking is that it was the wound on Jack's back, which miraculously stopped bleeding and healed quickly. Such a strong recovery ability shocked everyone. However, facing the same attack tactics that crushed the T-Pig just now. At this moment, everyone present was staring at Bayou. They were eager to know what the difference was between an admiral candidate and a real admiral. Bang! The huge trunk and the curled half-moon sickle burst out with unparalleled power and instantly chopped Bayou's shoulder. The rolling blast wave rolled back. The ground around them suddenly collapsed. The moment the spider-web-like cracks spread, the seemingly thin body, at this moment, stood still like an iron tower. The sharp blade with tremendous force slashed down on Bayou's shoulder, but not even a trace of blood appeared. Iron body, materialized Ryotsu, with armament Haki. It can be said that at this moment, Bayou's defense has been upgraded to ultimate. Everyone stared in amazement at the huge difference in scene before their eyes. This is a huge gap. Nice slash, it's definitely worth a slash. Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the wine bottle in his hand exploded. The next moment, the demon sword Murasame held in his right hand burst out with endless lightning. Breathing of thunder type 2 Inari soul. Boom! With each breath, lightning flashed, and Bayou's hands moved instantly. Everyone just felt a blur in front of their eyes. By the time they reacted, Bayou was still holding the knife in his hand. The next moment, 5 scarlet wounds appeared on Jack's body. Phew! The blood splattered, which was shocking. The dark lightning jumped wildly on the wound. Looking at the slightly charred wound, everyone was stunned. This is the legend, is it so fast that you don't even know you're being chopped off? Rear Admiral OS, what happened just now? Was this an attack caused by Admiral Bayou? The adjutant standing nearby spoke with a stiff expression. With his eyesight, he just saw that Bayou's hand seemed to move slightly. It was thunder. Just a moment ago, Bayou Admiral probably used the power of thunder to increase the speed of his attack and slashed Jack 5 times in a row. OSS spoke with a serious look. With my observation Haki, I can only catch a glimpse of its trajectory. If I really confront it, I'm afraid I'll be dead. I won't be able to withstand even a single blow. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in their breath was heard in the venue. The pirates and marines, who were originally confused, were all moved. Whether as a marine or as pirates, they have already prepared themselves to risk their lives and have their heads tied to their pants. Death is not scary. But a scene like this where you don't even know how you will die is too terrifying. The power of thunder. Jack's expression froze for a moment, then he roared again. The speed of the slash is indeed very fast, but if it wants to kill me, it still cannot be faster than my recovery speed. Little devil, go to hell! Bang! The half-moon sickle wrapped around the elephant's trunk burst out with a fierce momentum again and chopped down at Bayou's body. At the same time, Jack's shocking injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, accompanied by a deafening explosion. After Bayou took Jack's attack head-on, he swung the demon sword Murasame, which was shining with lightning, again. Thunder-breathing third form gather mosquitoes into thunder. Thunder-breathing fourth form distant thunder. Thunder-breathing fifth form heat realm thunder. Thunder-breathing sixth form lightning and thunder boom. Squeeze, squeeze. The violent sound of thunder was like a loud thunder explosion. The demon sword Murasame in Bayou's hand burst out with dazzling black lightning, slashing down madly like a storm. Facing Jack's attack, he didn't take it seriously at all. If Jack chops once, Bayou will often chop him 7, 8, or even dozens of times. With the powerful explosive power granted by thunder breathing, what everyone saw was just a scene that made them feel extremely crazy. Two figures with a huge difference in size were standing here and hacking at each other madly. There was no sign of compromise at all. As blood spurted, the armament Haki covering Bayou's body also had some bloody wounds. The number of wounds on Jack's body was gradually increasing. It seemed that even Zoan's awakened heaven-defying healing ability was gradually unable to withstand it. The golden fur all over his body was also stained red with blood. Jack, who was originally a rough man, had a flash of uneasiness in the depths of his pupils and a look of determination on his face at this moment. Chapter 145. Squeeze, squeeze. The slashing blows were like a violent storm, pouring down on Jack. The bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face became more and more intense. Sure enough, Jack the Drow is worth a chop. What surprised and excited Bayou the most was that the system unlocking value had already reached 45%. At this moment, it was like riding on a rocket, rising rapidly. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the unlocking value reached 48%. At this rate, it won't be a problem to break through 50% and proceed to the next stage of unlocking. The relationship with the Beast's pirates has already been torn apart. It was only a matter of time before he faced Kaido of the Beasts. If we can improve our strength again in a short period of time, definitely a good thing. Thinking of this, Bayou burst into laughter. The demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with dazzling black light. Without any frills, it chopped down again with a mighty force. Haha, it really feels good, Jack, you're worth it. Dark entanglement, dimensional slash. Boom. As the knife came out, the sky and the earth darkened in an instant. The air flowing throughout the space suddenly stagnated for a moment. An indescribable dangerous aura swept across like a raging tide. Everyone involved, especially Jack. I suddenly felt a creepy feeling. This is an attack that can cut through time and space. The power is totally incomparable to the previous attack. Looking at the attack that was rapidly dilating in his pupils, Jack let out a deafening roar. The muscles of the whole body are tense. Ultimate. Full body armament Haki. Boom. A black light flashed, and the broken coastline collapsed in an instant. Amid flying debris all over the sky, huge waves rolled back in all directions. Jack's figure, like an iron tower, flew backwards. He crashed headfirst into the thick rock wall behind him. As the tremendous force was released, the rock wall shattered like a spider web. A shallow blood mark from the slash appeared on Jack's body. However, Jack quickly recovered with the help of his powerful recovery ability after awakening the power of the Zoan Devil Fruit. This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch. Especially, looking at the thin figure standing in the ruins from beginning to end. Not to mention the pirates watching the battle on the ship, even the Marines felt their scalps tingling. Compared to Jack, Bayou does not have super self-healing ability. However, Bayou's strong resistance allowed him to stand still and take all of Jack's attacks. At the same time, the bloodstains that were only the size of a hair trace all over the body might not be healed as well as Jack's pervert self-healing ability. However, when it fell on Bayou, it only added a bit of madness and bloodthirstiness. This kind of attitude of completely not caring about anything and just fighting and hacking at each other with one sword after another. It can be said that it completely overturned their cognition. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that there is such a way of fighting in the world? Sure enough, both of them are monsters. If this situation continues, Bayou Admiral's chances of winning will probably be higher. Hwashaishin was holding a cigar in his mouth and couldn't hold his temper anymore. They are the vice admirals, but they are still slightly inferior to the three calamities. The current battle situation seems to be evenly matched. However, Hwashaishin knew clearly that Jack could indeed use the ability of the Zoan Devil Fruit to quickly heal his injuries. Compared with the skin injuries all over Bayou's body, there is still a little gap. After all, the awakening of the Zoan Devil Fruit ability can indeed give the user powerful self-healing abilities. However, this self-healing ability also requires physical and mental strength to support. Over a long period of time, Bayou's low consumption is compared with Jack's high consumption. The difference is immediately apparent. Shitun's face turned pale. He had come all the way here just to expose Bayou's false mask as the fourth admiral in front of Jun. Now it's not just the masks that can't be removed. He even lost face in front of Jack the Drow. Now we can see that Bayou is putting Jack at a disadvantage. This was a scene that Shitun really didn't want to see. Humph, this kid is indeed quite capable, but Jack the Drow is no ordinary guy either. Shitun snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth. Just now, Jack just used the power of the Devil Fruit and fought that brat to a draw. Now I am even using my entire body's armament Haki. If things continue at this pace, Bayou will be able to cause less damage. I think the loser will be that kid. Hwashaishin and a group of marine soldiers couldn't help but look stunned. Faced with Shitun's words, which were meant to boost others' morale and undermine his own prestige, he felt a little unhappy. However, Jack the Drow in front of him had already been covered with armament Haki all over his body. The inky black posture gives people a feeling that it is made of steel and is indestructible. If it is really as Shitun said. So, will Bayou really be at a disadvantage next? Haha, you arrogant brat, did you hear that? Even your Marine Admiral candidate said you are no match for me. Jack laughed wildly. Since you want to die, I will return all the injuries I just suffered to you. Bang! Jack strode forward with great strides, and with his gigantic body, he charged towards Bayou with an earth-shaking momentum. A distance of 100 meters can be reached in the blink of an eye when the explosive power is exerted to the ultimate level. At the same time, he raised his trunk above his head, and with the crescent sickle rolled up, he chopped down with great force. Before the attack came, the invisible pressure completely enveloped Bayou. Everyone who witnessed this scene, both the Marines and the pirates, looked anxious. They were eager to know. Will the outcome of the battle between Bayou and Jack be the same as what Shitun said? However, facing all this, Bayou didn't take it to heart at all. His face was filled with bloodthirsty fighting spirit, and at the moment it reached ultimate, he swung the demon sword Murasame in his hand once again. Bang! The dull collision sound was like a loud thunder. At the moment when everyone's eardrums began to hurt, the first scene that came into their eyes made everyone's pupils suddenly shrink. Broken. The weapon in Bayou's hand shattered. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the blade. The demon sword Murasame shattered into 1,000 pieces and scattered like a rainstorm. A hint of joy flashed in Jack's pupils. Sure enough, this bet was right. Just now he was reluctant to use armament Haki. Mainly because among the three calamities, his armament Haki is the weakest developed. If facing an ordinary opponent, he can rely on his super strong self-healing ability to ignore attacks and defend with armament Haki, saving it for use at a critical moment. After all, the larger the area covered by Haki, the less defensive power it has. This truth has always been recorded in Jack's muscular mind. It was for this reason that he was hesitant to use armament Haki for defense, and only simply increased his attack power. But now the sword in Bayou's hand was shattered. Jack instantly felt like he had made the right bet. Chapter 146. In the huge ruined battlefield, the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Looking at the previous moment, they were fighting fiercely and Bayou was not inferior to each other. The weapon in his hand suddenly shattered and became useless. While I was shocked, what Shaitan said just now also flashed through my mind. Could it be that the 4th Marine Admiral would really lose to Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters? Now even the weapons are broken. Keep chopping. Is it by hand? Jun, let's find a chance to attack. If we continue to let that brat show off, he'll probably die. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of Shaitan's eyes, and he was the first to lose his temper. However, as soon as these words fell, a trace of determination flashed across Jun's face, and he secretly clenched his fists and said, "No, I believe he is not that simple." "Do you believe him?" Shaitan was stunned for a moment. He had been pursuing Jun for so long, but this was the first time he had seen a man believe what he said. Now even the sword is broken. Could it be that the chance can really be reversed? No. Shaitan's expression tensed and he hurriedly looked at Bayou again. At the same time, he tightly grasped the sword at his waist. Faced with Jun's words, he absolutely did not want to believe it. As long as the situation shows the slightest disadvantage, the so-called 4th Admiral will appear in an ugly state. He would immediately take action to save some face for himself. However, at this glance, the shattered fragments were still floating in the air. It was a strange scene, and Shaitan hadn't figured it out yet. Jack was already laughing hideously. "Arrogant brat, now that you have lost your weapon, I will see how you can block my attack and break my armament Haki defense. I am only the 4th Admiral of the Marine Corps. But I won this battle." Bang! The half-moon sickle wrapped in the elephant's trunk once again made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and chopped down towards Bayou. The distance is so close that there is no way to hide. However, it seems that the situation can be decided with one stroke. At this moment, Bayou showed an extremely bloodthirsty smile. Looking at the oncoming attack, his left hand shot out like lightning. Boom! A huge impact force was released, and the air waves of the explosion rolled back. A burst of blood splashed out in Bayou's hands, like dazzling fireworks, giving people a shocking feeling. The pupils of many people suddenly contracted. They never expected that Bayou, who had lost his weapon, would be so crazy and take the attack with his bare hands. However, just as the look of shock appeared on his face, the bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face reached its ultimate level. The demon sword Murasame held in his right hand burst out with dazzling black light and a huge armament Haki, splashing all over the sky and suspended in the air. In everyone's eyes, the demon sword Murasame, which should have shattered into thousands of pieces, was connected by armament Haki and instantly gathered into a 100-meter-long black sword. When the crackling lightning flowed on Bayou's body, the next moment it madly poured into his right hand. The muscles in his arms suddenly swelled up like rocks. An indescribable dangerous aura swept across the entire place like a hurricane. At this moment, they were completely dumbfounded. When they suddenly reacted, they found that their so-called swords were broken into pieces. It's a complete illusion. This posture of breaking and reorganizing exudes a powerful aura. But it gives people a feeling that they are not at a disadvantage at all. Jack, who was under the 100-meter-long black knife, was stunned at first. The next moment, the pores all over my body exploded and I felt a creepy feeling. Without time to think, Jack quickly tried to withdraw. However, as the elephant retreated, Bayou forcibly grabbed the half-moon sickle wrapped around its trunk. No matter how Jack struggled, it seemed all in vain. "Sorry, armament Haki must die. Bayou suddenly raised his head, his bloodthirsty smile reaching ultimate. The thunder force that had been accumulated to the limit in his right hand finally exploded without reservation. Black Blade Ichiso style thunder breathing thunderbolt Ichido thunderous 8 trigrams. Bang! A black light flashed, and even the leaden clouds accumulated in the sky were instantly cut in half. No. It should be said that everything in front of Bayou was like paper, passing by in an instant. In the eyes of everyone, the 100-meter-long black knife that seemed to reach the sky was still in the distance. But the fierce blow had already been poured onto Jack. The black knife that remained in place was actually an afterimage. Jack is crazy. My scalp is totally tingling. Especially after hearing Bayou's bloodthirsty words that sounded like a Shinigami urging him to die. He has always been a carefree person. For the first time, I felt completely panicked. Without time to think, the elephant flipped its trunk and threw away the half-moon sickle. He quickly pulled away and retreated. However, before it had walked 7 or 8 meters. The first scene that caught Jack's eyes left him stunned. The land ahead had been cut in half. The explosion wave that could not be caught up with delayed for a breath or two. Just barely caught up. Such a strange scene made Jack's expression stiff. This is a lightning-like slash that takes speed to the extreme. Could it be that he didn't even know he was chopped? Phew! A stream of scarlet blood spurted out from between Jack's brows. The shocking blood stains, covered by armament Haki, looked extremely unsightly. In full view of everyone, it spread rapidly. It's a moment that makes one's pupils shrink and eyes pop out. The long-awaited explosion finally arrived. Boom! The impact was like that of a volcanic eruption, instantly sweeping and crushing in all directions. The wind and waves caused a huge tsunami of more than 10 meters high directly on the sea surface. The dam, which had already suffered severe damage, was shredded like paper at this moment. The sky was full of storms, like a hurricane passing through. The entire G-15 division is enveloped in it. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have fallen into doomsday. Some people with inferior strength didn't even have the qualifications to stand firm and were instantly blown away by the storm. I don't know how long it took until the storm finally dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Without even taking the time to steady himself, he hurriedly looked around the battlefield. The first thing that caught my eye was a slash mark that spanned thousands of meters, cutting the entire branch island in half and extending to the end of the sea. The seawater flowing back onto the sea surface makes people feel as if they are being torn apart and forming a vacuum state. However, there was only one thing they were most eager to know. Jack the Drow, what happened to him? Messy thoughts flashed through my mind. Many eyes fell on Jack's huge body. His eye sockets were wide open, and his pupils shrank to ultimate. That body that was as big as a hill had a blood-red slash mark that had spread from the brow to the entire body. His wide-open eyes were filled with shock. And the vitality that quickly dissipates. The next moment, in full view of everyone, Jack's huge body was cut in half. Is this a revelation? Chapter 147. Boom! The aftermath of the impact is endless. The back-flowing blast waves were annihilated between heaven and earth. The torn sea was quickly filled up by the seawater backflow. However, all this, at this moment, could not divert the attention of everyone present. Looking at the body that was like an iron tower in the ruins. The shocking bloody slash marks were rapidly magnified. Known as one of the top 3 fighters of the Beast's pirates, Jack the Drow has a bounty of 1 billion berries. The body was cut in half and fell heavily to both sides. Bang! Blood splattered and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. My nerves and thoughts, which had been stretched to the limit, suddenly exploded. Looking at this shocking scene, only one thought flashed through everyone's mind. Jack the Drow is dead. This sea is about to change. Run, run quickly, Master Jack has been killed by the 4th Admiral of the Marine. Oh my god! This guy has a bounty of 1 billion and is one of the 3 strongest fighters of the Beast's pirates. How could he be killed? Am I dreaming? If I am, please slap me hard. The scene suddenly exploded. Those pirates who escaped the aftermath of the slash felt like they were going crazy. Without time to think, he ran away. Originally, they came here to join the Beast's pirates. Dare to go against the naval headquarters and take action against the so-called 4th Admiral. It's all Jack the Drow. Now even their big backer, Jack the Drow, is dead. If they continue to stay here, they will undoubtedly be seeking their own death. Hurry, run away quickly. We need to tell the Beast's pirates about this. Maybe it will be a merit that will allow us to join the Beast's pirates. A pirates with an iron hook in his right hand and a bounty of over 100 million spoke up hastily. However, before he could make any move, a thunderous gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! The laser beam infused with Haki took the lead and directly pierced through the pirates and their ship, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The pirates on the ship, along with the pirate ship, collapsed and sank. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at Karina's figure leaning out from the watchtower, Rear Admiral Os and Shatun were stunned. One shot can destroy pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, and even pirate ships. This kind of ultra-long-range sniping method is very rare even in the naval headquarters. After all, firearms are not popular in this ocean. Not to mention, at ultra-long distances, pirates with bounties of over 100 million can be killed instantly. At this moment, an unknown girl on Bayou's warship has succeeded. This undoubtedly subverted their cognition. Boom! 2 explosions sounded again. Zoro and Sanji were the first to land on the 2 fleeing pirates' ships. The burning demon wind kick and 3 sword styles flashed by. The 2 pirates' ships collapsed in an instant. At the same time, the thunderstorm clouds accumulated in the sky were guided by the weather stick in Nami's hand. Like a rainstorm, it directly covered the 3 pirates' ships. In an instant, 3 pirates with bounties of over 100 million, along with their pirate ships, were swallowed up by the lightning and the sea. There were only 12 or 13 pirates left, with a bounty of over 100 million, and half of them were wiped out in an instant. This thunderous attack was so powerful that it made people stunned. OS Rear Admiral, who are they? Why do they look more like Rear Admiral than Rear Admiral? Even the pirates with bounties of over 100 million can't survive a single move in their hands. Doesn't it feel like the whole ship is full of monsters? The adjutant standing next to Rear Admiral OSS couldn't help but speak. In their eyes, the mere 4th Admiral of the Marine was a monster. I never thought that there were other little monsters on this ship. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that all this is true? OSS had no way to refute it. However, after a brief moment of absence, he suddenly woke up and snatched the Den Mushi. Hurry up and get me through to Marshal Sengoku's direct line, and tell him that things are going to change in this sea. Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates, was killed by the 4th Admiral, Bayou. A series of roars completely woke up everyone who had lost their minds. Facing the corpses left on the battlefield, everyone's nerves were once again stretched to the extreme. At this moment, there was only one thought left in their minds. If Kaido of the Beasts knew about this, his trusted subordinate Jack the Drow would be killed. Will the Beast's pirates completely break off relations with the naval headquarters and go to war directly? Once the 4 emperors declare war, it means that the stable situation that has lasted for decades will be completely broken. How will the remaining 4 emperors perform? I'm afraid we won't know. At the same time, in the meeting hall of naval headquarters, dozens of figures were gathering there. Sengoku looked at the cup in his hand, his expression gloomy to ultimate. His silent attitude made the atmosphere extremely depressing, as if an invisible hand was gripping everyone's heart. Marshal Sengoku, are you going to leave us here and wait for the results? Akainu suddenly spoke up. Jack the Drow is a well-known monster under the command of the madman Kaido of the Beasts. Marshal Sengoku, you haven't forgotten the origin of his title of Drought. That's a madman who destroys everything he passes by. Rather than trusting that brat to drive Jack the Drow out, it would be quicker for Kizaru to go there himself. Otherwise, by the time the news gets back, I'm afraid the G15 branch will have been destroyed. All eyes were on Sengoku. Akainu's words were indeed unpleasant to the ear. However, it is hard to refute. They have indeed witnessed Bayou's strength. However, Jack the Drow has been famous for a long time. Really speaking, can Bayou oust Jack the Drow? They also lacked confidence in their hearts. Instead of gambling like this, it would be better to let the 3 veteran admirals take action personally. Haha, I really don't like this kind of troublesome thing, but if Marshal Sengoku asks me personally, I can go there. Kizaru smiled obscenely and was about to stand up. A burst of rapid den mushi calls suddenly rang out, instantly tense everyone's nerves. Their eyes fell on the den mushi on the table at the same time. The words that fell into their ears made their nerves tense to the extreme. Gurgle, gurgle, urgent contact, Marshal Sengoku, please answer quickly, Admiral Bayou has broken the sky. Chapter 148. Bayou Admiral broke the news? The huge meeting hall suddenly fell into silence. Everyone's nerves were stretched to a breaking point. A moment ago, they were still discussing the G15 branch, which would be destroyed because of Bayou. Now suddenly a groundbreaking statement emerges. This kind of vague report makes people feel that it is impossible to understand. Marshal Sengoku, it seems that something unexpected happened in the G15 division, otherwise the Rear Admiral of OSS wouldn't be so nervous. Crane was the first to return to the shrine. Akainu on the side snorted coldly. Could that guy go crazy and destroy the G15 branch together with Jack the Drow? This way of doing things, which is not enough to achieve anything, but more likely to cause trouble, is also his style. If Kizaru had gone there earlier and driven Jack the Drow away, this wouldn't have happened. All the generals present were silent. If it is really as Akainu said, as an admiral, Bayou cannot escape this responsibility. Well, now is not the time to argue about this, Sengoku, you should answer the phone first and see what Rear Admiral OSS has to say. He quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Akainu also kept silent at the right time. The target of criticism is the Marshal, it would be bad if we fall out. Don't worry, if something really happens, I will be responsible. After all, this is my decision. Sengoku's face darkened slightly, and he reached out to connect the den mushi. Everyone's attention was drawn to it at once. They were eager to know what the outcome of this battle would be. As the new 4th Admiral of the Marine, Bayou has suffered a loss and brought disgrace to the naval headquarters. OS Rear Admiral, this is Marshal Sengoku. If there is any emergency, please tell me. Is it that guy Bayou who fought with Jack and destroyed the G15 branch? Jack the Drow, has he been expelled? A series of questions were uttered, and the atmosphere soon became even more depressing. Seeing the changes in den mushi's appearance, everyone's nerves were stretched to the extreme. Even Akainu showed some interest. Jean, Marshal Sengoku, something bad has happened. No, it's not bad. It's Admiral Bayou who broke the news. 10 minutes ago, Jack the Drow attacked the G15 branch. Shatun Vice Admiral was repelled in one blow. If Admiral Bayou hadn't arrived in time, the G15 branch would have been destroyed. Timely rescue? Faced with this report, many people were stunned. Isn't it a good thing to save the situation in time? What does it have to do with poking the sky? However, facing this reply, Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, this is a good thing. However, this idea just emerged in my mind. The next moment, the report that came out was like an invisible hammer that struck people's hearts. It's just that during the fight, Bayou Admiral killed Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates, who had a bounty of 1 billion berries. Now, Jack's body is still left in the G15 branch. Marshal Sengoku, please make a decision and make arrangements as soon as possible. Bang! The teacup in Sengoku's hand shattered. The tea splashed and landed on his body without him even noticing it. Most of the marine generals present felt an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. His face was full of disbelief. At this moment, they finally understood why OSS Rear Admiral said that Bayou had made a big mistake. The 4 emperors have long dominated the sea. Like Jack the Drow, who has been famous for a long time and is the highest combat force. It has always been a tricky existence. Although, there are people in this ocean who can kill it. However, once the killing takes place, there are too many things involved behind the scenes. In the original work, after Doflamingo was defeated, Sengoku and many other top fighters were responsible for escorting him. Later, he met the fearless Jack and launched a crazy attack. At that time, among the escorting fleet, there was the current Admiral Fujitora, Marine former Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, Chief of Staff Crane. It can be said that this lineup is enough to support half of the naval headquarters' highest combat power. It's easy to kill a mere Jack the Drow. However, in the end, Jack the Drow was also sunk into the sea and finally survived. This result is not due to Jack the Drow's extraordinary ability. It was simply because the naval headquarters did not want to break off relations with the Four Emperors group again after the battle with the Whitebeard pirates. It can be said that if it is not necessary, they absolutely do not want to go to war with the Four Emperors. However, now Bayou directly killed Jack the Drow. Moreover, he did it alone. With such strength and crazy behavior, I would have thought it would be unbelievable if I hadn't heard it with my own ears. I'm afraid no one is willing to believe that all this is true, right? For a moment, the huge meeting hall fell into endless silence. Even Sengoku couldn't react for a long time. Not to mention, Akainu, who had just spoken contemptuously, had already turned red in the face. The moment before, he was still questioning Bayou's inability to evict Jack the Drow. Now OSS told him that Jack the Drow was dead. What a bird! My old face is already burning. Sengoku, now is not the time to be in a daze, hurry up and find a way to deal with it. Crane spoke again. All the marine generals came to their senses and looked at Sengoku eagerly. Jack the Drow, with a bounty of 1 billion berries, belongs to Kaido of the Beasts. Now killed by Bayou. But it means that the naval headquarters and the Beasts pirates will completely fall out. If this matter cannot be handled properly, then what awaits the naval headquarters may be an all-out war. Sengoku came back to his senses, and the broken teacup in his hand was crushed into powder. He stared at Den Den Mushi and said, "Notify Bayou and have him return to naval headquarters immediately. At the same time, recover Jack the Drow's body. All troops must withdraw from the G-15 division and move in small groups. Remember to temporarily hide your marine identity and blend in with the civilian population. Only in this way can we avoid the mad Kaido of the Beasts and minimize our losses. At the same time, our naval headquarters will also send a large force to take over from you. We must complete the evacuation before Kaido arrives." A series of commands fell from Sengoku's mouth. Faced with this well-organized order, many marine generals present showed their conviction. Being able to come up with this response method in just 1 or 2 minutes can minimize the crisis. This is enough to show that Sengoku's title of the resourceful general is really not stupid. Even he, the chief of staff, nodded silently in agreement. Chapter 149. Marshal Sengoku, I will withdraw the troops from the branch as soon as possible, but Admiral Bayou has something for me to pass on to you. The voice of OS Rear Admiral came again in another part of Den Den Mushi. Sengoku and the others were startled, and a sense of uneasiness began to arise in their hearts. At this moment, I seemed a little distracted. Rear Admiral OS, what did that guy tell you to say? Hurry and have him answer the phone. I want to talk to him in person. Sengoku's face fell and he asked hurriedly. Facing Bayou, who always plays by his own rules. At this moment, an extremely ridiculous thought flashed through Sengoku's mind. I'm sorry Marshal Sengoku, but Admiral Bayou has already left to hunt down the remaining pirates. He asked me to tell you that Kaido of the Beasts is a worthy target. He is willing to be bait to buy time for us to evacuate. Crazy. This is simply insane. At least, this was the first thought that came to the minds of all the marine generals present after hearing this answer. The 4 emperors on the sea represent the highest combat power in this ocean. Even the 3 admirals and even Marine Marshal Sengoku would have a headache when they met him. Now that Bayou opened his mouth, he even targeted Kaido of the Beasts. If that isn't crazy. What is that? Damn Bayou, he has no idea how powerful Kaido of the Beasts is. He is simply courting death. Sengoku's face darkened and he growled. Contact Garp and Bayou immediately and have them return to the naval headquarters as soon as possible and be ready to fight the beast's pirates at any time. Got it. He nodded in agreement. However, how should we report to the 5 elders? After all, those guys don't like Bayou very much. He still remembers clearly everything that happened in Impel Down. Next, go and invite Fire Fist Ace and break into the base of the Whitebeard pirates. This seems like a coincidence. However, from the perspective of the experienced people like Crane and Sengoku, there is absolutely no possibility of coincidence. Every detail reveals the shadow of 5 elders. The fact that Bayou was able to escape unscathed from Whitebeard was beyond their understanding. Now even Jack the Drow has been killed, and the relationship with the beast's pirates has been directly torn apart. I'm afraid the 5 elders won't give up easily next time. Those 5 old guys are indeed very troublesome, but Bayou is from our naval headquarters, so we must protect him no matter what, otherwise it will disappoint others in the future. Sengoku's face fell and he snapped. Next, I will go to World Government and meet with Commander Kong, but now we should urgently call Garp and Bayou back. We must not let that kid get into a fight with Kaido. After saying this, Sengoku didn't care about anything else and just turned and left. The remaining marine generals looked at each other in confusion. Akainu also looked gloomy and left without saying a word. Seeing Bayou, everything was completely beyond his control. Akainu felt for the first time that he couldn't figure it out. However, as Sengoku's order came down, the huge force of naval headquarters began to turn quickly like a gear. New World, on the sea outside Wonokuni. A marine warship is anchored in the open sea. The people standing on the bow deck were Garp and Bogart. Many marine soldiers were stunned as they looked at the strange island before them, which seemed to be standing in midair with huge waves rushing down. Many of them had already heard that Wonokuni was easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, after seeing this strange sea area with their own eyes, they finally understood why even the naval headquarters were reluctant to set foot in it easily. Like this floating sky island that seems to be independent of the sea. If you want to get into Wonokuni, the first way is to climb this huge waterfall. However, looking at the huge walls above the waterfall, and the pirates' flag flying, they knew clearly that reaching this place was definitely not as easy as they had imagined. If you are not careful, you might even be in danger of death. If it weren't for the marine hero Garp leading the team himself, I'm afraid they would never have the courage to stand in this place. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar resounded beyond the 9 heavens. The invisible sound waves swept across like a hurricane, creating huge waves and making the entire ocean suddenly restless. The leaden clouds piled up in the sky were flashing with lightning, like countless lightning snakes roaming around. A huge black shadow was reflected in the clouds. The next moment, before everyone could react, scarlet eyes like a blood moon quickly emerged from the clouds. The huge dragon head poked out. There is also a pteranodon with flames burning all over its body beside it. Looking at these 2 uninvited guests, the marine soldiers present all looked unhappy and tense. They knew clearly that if it weren't for Garp's golden reputation as a marine hero, faced with these 2 figures that suddenly appeared, they would definitely run away. This is the captain of the Beast's pirates, Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, and Jin, the leader of the 3 calamities. One has a bounty of more than 5 billion belly, and the other has a bounty of 1.4 billion belly. Looking at the vast ocean, it is definitely the overlord. If an ordinary person encountered this situation, they would have already run away. What the hell is this confrontation? Garp, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. You dare to squat in front of my Wonokuni gate? Do you really think I dare not take action? The rolling words came out of Kaido's mouth like thunder. All the marine soldiers were suddenly tense and their eyes subconsciously fell on Garp, eager to see how this marine hero would respond. Humph, Kaido, you evil BD, you can't do it openly, so you have to do it secretly, letting that lunatic Jack attack the G15 branch, trying to force my grandson to come out and deal with it. If this is what you are capable of, I really look down on you. Garp's face darkened and he shouted angrily. I'm not even afraid of rocks and Roger, so would I really be afraid of a reptile like you? I only have one thing to say today. If you continue to let Jack attack branch bases, I will definitely visit your beasts' pirates' bases one by one. I am now worried that you will not stop fighting until you are dead. Anyway, I am free, but you have 3-4 emperors who are eyeing you covetously. Be careful, the power you have worked so hard for most of your life will be wiped out in one fell swoop. The stern words were mixed with a hint of roguery. Everyone was stunned when they saw Garp, who looked completely indifferent as soon as he opened his mouth. This is definitely for the sake of grandson, is it possible to give it all up? It seems that the so-called love between grandfather and grandson should not be underestimated. Chapter 150. Kaido's face was gloomy to ultimate. As one of the 4 emperors, he had not been threatened like this in many years. However, I have been on this ocean for so many years. Kaido knew clearly that Garp was definitely not as simple as he said. Once Jack continues his attack on the branch, then Garp will definitely attack the beast's pirate's chassis with precision like a mad wolfhound. At first glance, a sniper attack from a marine hero. Not to mention the beast's pirates, they are having a hard time. I'm afraid even the affiliated pirates groups will suffer the consequences. Not to mention expanding territory and developing power. It's hard to say whether we can even maintain our current territory. Vice Admiral Garp, your words are too much. Jin, who had transformed into a pteranodon, spoke indifferently. Half a day ago, Marshal Sengoku and I reached a consensus that Jack's attack on the branch this time will be treated as if it never happened. So, if you plan to use this incident as an excuse to attack us, I'm afraid it's too late. But don't worry, this is the first time and the last time. But I have to tell you a piece of bad news. 20 minutes ago, according to our beast's pirates spies, your grandson, the so-called 4th Marine Admiral Bayou, has arrived at the G15 branch. According to the time calculation, I'm afraid he has already fought with Jack. I advise Vice Admiral Garp to go back now. Maybe you can see if you can help collect your grandson's body. Otherwise, once the time is up, you may not even have a chance to save people. Garp was furious. Bogart, who was standing nearby, quickly reached out and stopped Garp. Mr. Garp, Marshal Sengoku did contact me half a day ago. He has reached an agreement with Kaido of the Beasts. You can't act rashly now. Why don't we go back and take a look first? Bogart served as Garp's deputy. In the naval headquarters, I am only holding the position of instructor. However, it has always acted as a shackle to restrict Garp. If it weren't for his assistants on board, Garp would have probably done countless crazy and abnormal things. Haha, Garp, did you hear that? Even your deputy told you to go back and collect the body of your grandson. It's just a hyped-up 4th Admiral. He's just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. He's far inferior to Jack. If I were you, I'd better think about how to collect your grandson's body first. Boom! The huge energy dormant in Garp's body suddenly exploded. The resulting airwave swept across the entire sea area. Kaido and Jin, who were hovering in the sky, had a hint of solemnity flashing in their eyes. It's really fun to talk nonsense. However, it really made Garp work hard. But they dare not underestimate it. After all, the marine hero's reputation as a fierce hero was earned by Garp with just his fists. If they are not careful and make Garp angry, they will be in big trouble. Mr. Garp, let's go. Bogart hurried forward. Sengoku has already stepped in to handle this matter. Kaido also forbade Jack from attacking the branch again. It can be said that this is the best solution for both sides. If Garp lets his temper run wild, he'll ruin everything. This was definitely not what Bogart wanted to see. After all, Garp does have the title of hero. However, once something is done, it will destroy the interests of most people. Then one day, the hero will be despised by everyone. Okay, very good. If anything happens to my grandson, I will never let this go even if I am no longer a marine. Garp's face was gloomy and he said hello twice. When it comes to Bayou's safety, he is obviously willing to risk his life. Even Kaido and Jin looked unnatural. Vice Admiral Garp, don't worry. I have already instructed Jack to capture your little devil alive. So you don't have to worry. You just need to worry about what you can use to redeem me when the time comes. No more. After saying this, Kaido was about to turn around and leave. Gurgle, gurgle, Master Kaido, this is Jinrami, please answer the phone quickly, something urgent has happened. The rapid call of Den Den Mushi suddenly rang out. Kaido, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Yin. Drinking is Kaido's hobby. As for managing the beast's pirates and making contacts, those things were obviously handed over to the chief steward Yin. Boss Kaido, it looks like Jack's fight has paid off. Yin spoke indifferently. The so-called supreme combat power that was hyped up, compared to Jack who has been working step by step and has accumulated experience for a long time, a single encounter is enough to widen the gap. We can only blame some people for being too arrogant. Haha, Jin, you're right. Some people are indeed arrogant, otherwise they wouldn't do such arrogant things. Kaido laughed unbridled. Hurry up and give me the Den Den Mushi. I want to turn on the anti-noise device and let some people know what it means to overestimate one's own abilities. You. Garp was furious. However, Bogart quickly stopped him and looked at the Den Den Mushi in his hand that was connected to naval headquarters, but there was still no movement. Bogart's mood became visibly heavy. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Den Den Mushi in Kaido's hand. There was an inexplicable urgency on their faces. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Kaido smiled cruelly. He pressed the speaker button on the Den Den Mushi neatly and the call was connected immediately. Jinrami, this is Kaido, please tell me loudly what the situation is on the battlefield. As long as we leave a breath for the so-called Fourth Admiral, everything will be fine. Faced with Garp's behavior of lurking at the door and threatening us, Kaido's heart was already filled with resentment. If Kaido hadn't known Garp's madness, if it were someone else, he would have taken action long ago. Now is the chance to make fun of him. He would never miss such a good opportunity. Lord Kaido, something bad has happened. Boss Jack was killed by the 4th Marine Admiral. We didn't even have time to retrieve his body before we were chased by the Marine and fled the Allen Sea. Jinrami asks Lord Kaido to go and avenge Lord Jack as soon as possible. A hurried voice came from the Den Den Mushi. At this moment, it resounded through heaven and earth like thunder. Kaido's face, which was filled with a sadistic smile, suddenly froze. That expression was as if he had eaten shit, extremely livid. The hand that caught the Den Den Mushi couldn't help but tremble. It felt like, if it wasn't for the purpose of getting to the bottom of things, even the Den Den Mushi in his hand would have been crushed to pieces. At this moment, facing Jinrami's reply, not to mention Kaido and the other two, even Garp and the other Marines felt like they were in a dream. The current situation, if it is true. So who is the truly arrogant one? Chapter 151. In such a vast sea, the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Even the flowing air seems to be stagnant. It was as if an invisible hand was gripping people's hearts. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. A moment ago, Kaido and Yin were still talking and teasing the battle between Bayou and Jack. But now the news of being axed suddenly emerged. Are you kidding me? No way, this must be a joke from Jinrami. Kaido clenched the Den Den Mushi in his hand and roared hysterically. Jinrami, tell me quickly, this is a joke. Jack was brought out by me personally, he is definitely not comparable to a mere hyped-up 4th Admiral. The person who died must be that arrogant little devil. The rolling sound of words, like thunder, lingered between heaven and earth for a long time. Everyone looked anxious. Faced with this sudden news, they also didn't dare to believe it. A veteran with a long reputation versus a newcomer who has just started to show his talent. No matter how strong Bayou is, he can't be killed, right? That is the Zoan mythical beast species demon fruit power. It has even reached the level of awakening. That perverts defensive power and super strong self-healing ability. Maybe it won't reach the level of Marco's Phoenix. However, the power of the Zoan demon fruit has awakened. How difficult it is well known on the sea. Suddenly, news of a murder came out. Who dares to believe it? Master Kaido, this is true. As soon as that guy appeared, he started to fight with Master Jack like crazy. It seemed like he had been waiting for Master Jack, and he used all his armament Haki. After Lord Jack used all his armor, he was killed with one blow. How dare we make jokes about this kind of thing? Jinrami said urgently. Yes. On the subject of Jack the Drow, never mind that Jinrami himself is a member of the Beast's Pirates. Looking across the ocean, who would dare to make such a joke in front of Kaido? After repeated confirmation, Jinrami still gave this answer. Then Jack the Drow was probably really killed by Bayou. However, with his entire body in armament Haki state, he was killed with one strike. This is too shocking. Bang! The Den Mushi in Kaido's hand was crushed. Endless murderous intent was written on the twisted cheeks. His scarlet bloodshot eyes widened and he roared angrily. UBD, if anyone dares to kill Kaido of the Beasts, I will kill him even if he escapes to the ends of the earth. Garp, this time, no matter what you say, I will never let that brat go. Just wait to collect his body. Roar! The angry dragon roar shook the entire sea area. Kaido's huge body, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, went straight into the sky. Following closely behind him is Yin, who has transformed into a pteranodon. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would have known Jack was killed. He absolutely didn't want to believe such a thing. After the two figures disappeared from his sight, Bogart could not help but speak. Mr. Garp, it seems that we have underestimated Bayou this time. However, the killing of Jack the Drow was indeed a major event that shocked the world. But now Bayou has been completely targeted by Kaido. It will be very dangerous in this sea from now on. Did you say Marshal Sengoku has arranged for someone to pick up Bayou? Garp snapped back to reality. However, soon a marine soldier was seen walking quickly towards them with a communication file. Ka! Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru called. Marshal Sengoku urgently summoned Admiral Bayou to return to naval headquarters. However, Admiral Bayou rejected this request and planned to use himself as bait to lure Kaido of the Beasts and reduce the damage suffered by the marine forces of the G-15 division. Also, Bayou Admiral said at the end that Kaido is worth a kill. What? Garp and Bogart's pupils suddenly contracted and their eye sockets were about to burst. They had been busy here for so long, all for the purpose of stopping Kaido of the Beasts and preventing him from chasing Bayou. After such a long confrontation, Kaido finally showed up and was worth a fight. Is this crazy? Or maybe they expressed the wrong feelings. From the beginning, Bayou had never worried that Kaido would hunt him down. Still waiting for him to come to me. Isn't this idea too shocking? Mr. Garp, should we continue to pursue Kaido? Bogart couldn't help but speak. Garp's face darkened and he said angrily. Of course we have to chase him. That kid Bayou is simply crazy. He has no idea how powerful Kaido is. At this critical moment, if he dares to attack Kaido, he will be courting death. The only thing we can do now is to hope that Bayou won't be touched by Kaido in the short term, so as to buy us more time. Everyone, listen up. Turn around immediately and head to the Allen Sea at full speed. Following Garp's command, they fell one by one. Those present knew very well that compared to Kaido's extremely fast flight, the speed of their ships was simply impossible to catch up. However, facing the furious Kaido, this was the only thing they could do. One day later, over the Sea of Allens, two huge figures quickly tore through the clouds, causing huge waves on the sea along the way. Many pirate ships were overturned by the sudden storm. The ship was destroyed and people died directly. Some pirates who fell into the water and barely managed to save their lives were about to start cursing. However, when he saw two dragon figures flying quickly in the sky, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. At this moment, they instantly understood that the information that was inadvertently leaked in the Allen Sea a day ago was probably true. Jack the Drow, one of the three disasters of the Beast's pirates, was probably actually killed by the 4th Admiral of the Marine. Otherwise, Kaido of the Beasts and Jin, also one of the 3 calamities, would not have appeared in the New World. Now the rumors are being confirmed one by one. Then the 4 emperors personally hunted down the 4th Admiral. That's true, right? If all this is not a rumor, then the newly promoted 4th Admiral of Marine has indeed broken free from the label of being underestimated. However, now, people are more concerned about this. How he copes with the pursuit from Kaido of the Beasts. That is the long famous 4 Emperors. There is even a bounty of more than 5 billion Baileys. It's not just Jack the Drow that can compare. Chapter 152. A figure hidden in the distant reef saw 2 figures disappear at the end of the sky. He quickly took out his Den Den Mushi and pressed the answer button. At the same time, next to the G15 branch, a huge snail boat was anchored on the coast. 2 figures were quickly leaping down onto the shore. The leader was Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, holding a Den Den Mushi camera. Following closely behind was the Undertaker, Durag Picaro, who was dressed strangely, had a strange, mask-like face, was obese, and held a huge sickle. In the original novel, these 2 people are like kings of the underground black market. He was even invited to attend the Cake Island banquet by the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. This is enough to show that they are quite capable. Haha, Piccolo, you suddenly came here. You don't really believe that Jack the Drow of the Beasts Pirates was killed by the new 4th Admiral of the Marines. Big News Morgans laughed dryly and looked towards the ruined estuary in the distance. As the largest mainstream newspaper in this ocean, Morgans are indeed easy to buy. However, his pursuit of news is deeply rooted in his bones. He, Morgans, why don't you just go find some news instead of coming here? Piccolo laughed strangely. This kind of news may indeed be a rumor, but if it is true, maybe we can still find a good collection. This can definitely be sold for a good price on the black market. You can also get a breaking news. As both of them are underground kings, they are obviously not surprised by each other's temperaments. Big News Morgans didn't refute it and just laughed dryly. This is indeed good news, but the news about killing Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters under Kaido of the Beasts and offering a bounty of 1 billion berries, is probably just a rumor. It's already good enough to have a 1% accuracy rate. I'm just trying my luck here. Let's stop talking nonsense and go to the Marine branch first. After saying this, Big News Morgans hurried to the branch. However, just after taking 2 or 3 steps, a rapid call of Den Den Mushi was heard from his waist. Boss Morgans, run away quickly, Kaido of the Beasts and Flame Disaster Jin are here. It's probably true that Jack the Drow was killed by the 4th Marine Admiral, the war ghost Bayou. Morgans and Piccolo's steps froze. A moment ago, they were still doubting that this was a 1% possibility. Now suddenly out show up Kaido of the Beasts and Yin himself. Then this 1% might come true. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky, and its huge body, accompanied by a fierce storm, swooped down. The airwaves that were stirred up swept across like a tide. Morgans and Piccolo were instantly knocked out. By the time they had gained their balance, they had discovered that they were being stared at by scarlet eyes. Kaido, why are you here? We were just passing by and will leave soon. Piccolo was the first to speak, hesitatingly. I no longer have the confidence I just had. They are indeed known as one of the underground kings. However, there is still a big gap compared to Kaido, the overlord of the sea. If Kaido knew about this, he would come here with the mentality of picking up loose ends and collecting corpses. I'm afraid you will definitely suffer the consequences. Picaro, you came here, are you planning to take Jack's body? Kaido's eyes widened and he roared hysterically. You dare to have evil intentions towards my people, so don't blame me for killing you. Roar! A huge murderous aura emanated from his body and turned into a hurricane that swept across the entire place. Piccolo and Big News Morgans turned pale. The thing they were most worried about still happened. For Kaido, who has the title of suicidal maniac and lunatic. As long as we give him an excuse, killing him will not be a problem at all. Lord Kaido, don't rush to attack. Yin arrived from behind and stood in front of Kaido. I've checked the G15 branch just now. It's already deserted. Jack's body is also missing. It seems that the naval headquarters has recovered it. As for the spies along the way who are related to our beasts pirates, I have questioned them all, but none of them have found the whereabouts of that brat. It seems that we alone cannot find him in a short period of time. I am worried that if time goes on for a long time, the kid will hide back in the naval headquarters and we will be helpless. Helpless? Kaido's face darkened and he roared angrily, "What do you mean you are helpless? He dared to kill my people. Even if it means attacking the naval headquarters, I will make them hand them over. Otherwise, I don't mind going to the naval headquarters every day to cause trouble. Don't think that I, Kaido of the Beasts, will really be scared." Piccolo and Morgan's expressions changed slightly. Faced with these harsh words, they dared not deny it. After all, the news of Kaido of the Beast's suicidal nature had already spread across the entire ocean. Even within the naval headquarters, there was an attempt to commit suicide by jumping off a building. The so-called knocking on the door has probably become commonplace. "Master Kaido, our main target now is still that brat." Yin spoke hastily. "If we can bypass the naval headquarters, we can kill that brat before he gets back. He will truly feel despair, and the naval headquarters will have no way to vent. As for our intelligence network, just because we can't find that guy for the time being doesn't mean we can't find those two guys." "Us?" Morgans and Piccolo looked stunned. "I never thought that I would run into such trouble after taking a rare trip out to pick up a bargain. They are indeed the kings of the underground black market. However, on one hand is Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, and on the other hand is the 4th admiral of the marine, the grandson of the hero Garp. They cannot afford to provoke the forces of both sides. If you really want to intervene in this kind of thing, I'm afraid it will be a dead end." "Ahem, Morgans, I'm only good at finding dead bodies. You're better informed, so I'll leave this matter to you." Piccolo coughed dryly and spoke quickly. Morgan's face suddenly turned pale. Feeling the gazes falling on him, he glared at Piccolo but couldn't get angry. "Piccolo, shut up. My intelligence network is similar to yours. However, if it comes to finding someone, I'm recommending you Kaido, but I'm borrowing someone. As long as he is willing to lend him out, it will be easy for you to find that guy." "Borrow someone?" Kaido and Jin's expressions froze. They had never heard of anyone who was better at finding people than the 2 underground kings. Chapter 153. Along with the news of Jack the Drow's death within G15, the entire sea shook violently. Dressrosa, inside the Highland Palace. Doflamingo looked at the information in his hand with a look of surprise on his face. Soon he began to laugh cruelly. "The 4th Marine Admiral, Bayou, is he? He even dared to kill Kaido of the Beasts. No wonder even the 5 elders couldn't deal with him. He is indeed a tough guy. That's good. I was originally planning to find a way to deal with him, but now Kaido has taken action, which saves me a lot of trouble." Not long ago, Doflamingo personally went to the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce to inform the 5 elders about the killing of Crocodile. I thought that with the help of the 5 elders, the threat of Bayou could be eliminated. Unfortunately, this idea eventually fell through. Now Bayou has even killed Jack the Drow, completely breaking off relations with the Beast's pirates. He knew Kaido's personality very well. It will definitely be a fight to the death. "Haha, young master, this guy is really weird. I think he has been chased by Kaido and is in despair now," Torrible said with a strange smile, dragging his nose. "If he is killed, it will also help us to relieve many threats. This is something worth celebrating." The cotters present smiled and nodded in agreement. Someone like Bayou who would take action against the 7 warlords of the sea. It is a completely destabilizing factor. Maybe, it hasn't burned them now. However, if there is a chance to nip it in the bud, they will never let it go. "Master, what do you think we should do if Kaido can't find the 4th Marine Admiral, Bayou?" Violet suddenly spoke up. After Bayou appeared out of nowhere, a glimmer of hope began to arise in Violet's heart. "I hope that one day, Bayou will be able to take down Doflamingo. Say something worth cutting off." Unfortunately, Jack's incident now obviously destroyed her last bit of hope. Now we can only secretly hope that Bayou can escape from Kaido of the Beasts. The atmosphere in the field suddenly changed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Violet with a cold look. "Violet, don't you want that brat to be killed by Kaido of the Beasts? Torrible spoke coldly. He's one of the 4 emperors, a big pirate with a bounty of over 5 billion. It would be easy for a mere brat to kill him. To put it another way, even if he wasn't being hunted down by Kaido, do you really still hold on to the naive idea that a mere 4th admiral would dare to take action against the young lord and vindicate the Rika royal family? That's simply ridiculous. Violet's face turned pale. Master, I didn't mean that. I was just worried that Kaido of the Beasts wouldn't be able to catch up with that brat. After all, that brat is Garp's grandson. Marshal Sengoku even challenged the 5 elders for him. I'm afraid there are many variables in him. As the princess of the Rika royal family, Violet did have the idea of killing Doflamingo with the help of Bayou. However, thinking is one thing, but it is not enough if it is confirmed verbally. Then it would probably be a nightmare for her. Haha, Violet, of course I know you don't think so. After all, I am Doflamingo, the king of this underground world. Even the world government dares not touch me. Does that little devil have the qualifications? Doflamingo laughed strangely. Besides, my strength is not comparable to that stinky crocodile, otherwise Kaido wouldn't be led by me. Gulu, this is Kaido, Joker, answer the phone immediately. The voice of Den Den Mushi suddenly rang out. Doflamingo swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Looking at the Den Den Mushi on the desktop that changed into Kaido's face, he was bragging just a moment ago. The slap in the face came too quickly. However, thinking of their alliance, Doflamingo gritted his teeth and connected the Den Den Mushi. Kaido, why are you interested in coming to me? It seems that it is not the right time to trade now. Many thoughts flashed through Doflamingo's mind as Kaido came to him at this critical moment. But I still can't figure it out. Clown, shut up and stop pretending here. With your intelligence network, you should know that Jack was killed by Marine's kid. I'm looking for you this time for only one thing. You have a Paramecia Starfruit user under your command who is good at finding people. I want to kill that brat before he returns to naval headquarters. You must lend him to me immediately. The roar was like thunder, causing pain in everyone's eardrums. Doflamingo and others were stunned. I never expected Kaido to make such a request. After subconsciously glancing at Violet, he was at a loss for words for a moment. Joker, what's wrong? Aren't you going to lend me someone? Don't forget, I'm also responsible for your ability to hold the position of Shishibukai. If it weren't for me, you would definitely be in a lot of trouble. I remember you mentioned that the brat had killed a Shishibukai, and you wanted me to take care of him. Now I want to kill him. Won't you even lend me the man? Or are you worried that I can't kill that brat and it'll get you into trouble? Kaido growled again. Doflamingo turned pale. A moment ago, he was still bragging about his identity as the underground king, and almost framed it. Facing Kaido's harsh words, he had no way to refute them. After hesitating for 7 or 8 seconds, he glanced at Violet and said. Haha, Kaido, you're really making fun of me. I never took a mere 4th admiral of the marine seriously. But we are allies. If you want to borrow someone, I will lend it to you. I will arrange for someone to go with Violet, and after we meet up with you, we will go after the 4th Marine Admiral. As long as Violet takes action, I believe that little devil will have a hard time flying even if he has wings. Well, that would be great if that's the case. Joker, I'm waiting for your good news. Kaido replied in a deep voice and hung up the Den Den Mushi directly. The smile on Doflamingo's face suddenly froze and finally disappeared from his face. He clenched his right hand with 5 fingers and the wine glass in his hand was crushed. UBD Kaido, you dare to order me to do something? If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to borrow your help to solve this variable, I would not agree to your request. However, Violet, I still have to remind you that I am the king of Dressrosa. The lives of your father and others are still in my hands. That brat is being hunted by Kaido now. He doesn't even have a chance to escape. So, don't have any unreasonable expectations. Thinking that guy still has the ability to attack me is simply a joke. If I find anything wrong with you, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Doflamingo suddenly stood up and said. Buffalo, Baby 5, take Violet with you. This is the Den Den Mushi that is in contact with Kaido. This time we must find the whereabouts of that brat and wipe him out completely. If it really succeeds, I think I will have to ask the 5 elders for credit. Chapter 154. A day later, a warship was seen breaking through the waves at high speed. On the mast, there is also the marine flag representing justice. There is also a scarlet blood flag. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. This is the flag of Bayou, the 4th Marine Admiral who recently caused trouble on the sea and was hunted by Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. It was only 2 days away from the big event of beheading Jack the Drow. Beasts pirates have placed bounties on multiple occasions. Kill or capture the 4th Marine Admiral Bayou alive to get 2 billion belly. If you can provide accurate clues, you will be rewarded 100 million baileys for each clue. This huge reward instantly caused a sensation in the world. Many pirates also began to get restless. There might be no way to get the 2 billion people killed or captured alive. However, isn't 100 million berries for providing information good? For a while, the entire Grand Line, not to mention the first half, even the pirates of New World went crazy about it. They flocked to the Sea of Allens and nearby waters and conducted a carpet search. Along the way, Bayou and others encountered at least 20 pirates groups. If it happened to anyone else, it would definitely be a nightmare. However, for Bayou, it made his blood boil. If you can come across something worth chopping. But it's best. Messy thoughts flashed through my mind. Bayou, standing on the bow deck, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled bloodthirstily. There should be 3 pirates groups 30 miles ahead. Nami, let's sail over there. Got it, Captain. Nami responded and took the helm to move forward. Hwashaishin and Zaiwan's faces turned pale. This crazy behavior made their scalps tingle. Able to hunt down the 4 emperors in return. I'm afraid this is the only one. However, seeing that Bayou was able to cover the range of 30 nautical miles at once with observation Haki, it really shocked Jun and Hwashaishin. This range and means are probably at least at the level of high-level Haki, right? This means that the opponent's Haki attainments will only be inferior to Bayou. Finding their whereabouts in the same sea area would probably be harder than climbing to the sky. Moreover, the duration of Haki's performance was far beyond their imagination. Sure enough, it's a monster. However, it's a bit strange that Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, is still chasing him. Hwashaishin couldn't help but ask. Admiral Bayou, are you really not going to return to naval headquarters? There are 3 admirals in the headquarters, as well as Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. No matter how powerful Kaido of the Beasts is, he won't dare to act recklessly in the headquarters. Jun nodded silently and said. You're right about the fire burning the mountain. We don't know why you took such a long detour and ran to Dressrosa's waters. However, this place is not far from the headquarters. With the help of the Red Line, we can get back quickly. Return? Bayou took a sip of the wine with his backhand and said with a bloodthirsty smile. I'm sorry, I appreciate your kindness. I am the one who caused this trouble. If I rush back to the naval headquarters now, Kaido of the Beasts will definitely not let go of this excuse to cause trouble. Don't forget, I haven't secured my position as Admiral yet. There are still 5 old men waiting to cause trouble. Rather than returning to the headquarters and being humiliated, I would rather take a stroll on this stretch of ocean. Having said that, Bayou smiled and glanced at the sea. Is this already the waters of the Kingdom of Dress? It looks like there's a guy worth killing. A guy worth chopping off? Jun and Hwashaishin felt like they were going crazy. They are still worried about Bayou's safety. Bayou was still mourning and looking for someone to chop him up. Is this a wrong expression of affection? However, when he thought of the most famous pirates in the Dressrosa Sea, Jun's face changed slightly and he spoke hurriedly. Bayou, you came all the way here, you're not planning on taking advantage of one of the Shishibukai, Heavenly Yakusha Doflamingo, are you? He's a well-known figure in the Grand Line. He's not comparable to Crocodile. Don't forget, you have the 4 emperors following you. If you choose to attack him at this time, once Doflamingo entangles you and Kaido of the Beasts is free, you will be dead. During this period of time, Jun has also gained a greater understanding of Bayou's strength. If he fights alone, he may not be afraid of Doflamingo. However, he fought against the Shichibukai and the four emperors at the same time. That would definitely be courting death. Haha, don't worry, I'm a marine, why would I just chop anyone down? Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. That guy is indeed worth a chop, but before I chop him, I will find an excuse first. Jun and Hwashaishin, the anxious hearts finally relaxed a little. They did feel a bit fed up about finding an excuse to cut Shichibukai. However, as long as it is not at this critical juncture, everything is enough. By the way, let's check the system first. Bayou raised his eyebrows, thinking of the system, this little transparent person. After killing Jack the Drow 2 days ago, Bayou's main body template unlocking value has reached 50%. Agatsuma Zenitsu, who is a subordinate template, has reached 100%. Gained the full form of Breath of Thunder. Unfortunately, Jack is a bit disappointing. He couldn't even withstand Bayou's slightly modified version of thunder breathing and died instantly. Not to mention the following moves. In Demon Slayer, Zenitsu Agatsuma's breathing of lightning only comprehended the first form. However, as the one form continued to be explored, 5 forms evolved. In addition to 1 to 3, the 6 consecutive and 8 consecutive flashes are constantly speeding up. The strongest one is still the ultimate of Thunderbolt Flash, so fast. According to the original book, this super speed is the result of completely infusing the power of Thunderbolt into the legs, bursting out at a speed beyond common sense, and unleashing a thunder-like slash. Because the force was too great, his legs could only support him twice. If you exceed the number of reps, your legs will be ruined. However, the world of Poseidon is different from the system of Demon Slayer, and Bayou's physical fitness is completely incomparable to that of Agatsuma Zenitsu. If he could display his super speed, the explosive power at that moment might be faster and stronger than Agatsuma Zenitsu. At the same time, the number of times that can be tolerated will be greater. When he thought of this, Bayou couldn't help but feel a little eager to find someone to test the knife. Although, within Dressrosa, there is a target worth chopping. Unfortunately, without an excuse, Bayou really couldn't do it. However, at this moment, an absurd thought flashed through Bayou's mind. Maybe you can take the initiative to find an excuse to cut it. Ding dang, congratulations host, the system wall has been refreshed successfully. An ethereal system prompt sounded. Bayou raised his eyebrows and also forgot about the little transparent system wall. Chapter 155. Ding dang, congratulations host, the system wall has been refreshed successfully. An ethereal reminder sounded. Bayou was startled for a moment, but quickly came to his senses. Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, has been chasing him relentlessly. This is the most worthy existence. Bayou also wanted to know how big the gap was between him and the 4 emperors. It can be said that this period of time will be the best opportunity to make a move. Kaido of the Beasts is the power ceiling of this world. Bayou believes that if his main template is unlocked to 50% and combined with many subordinate templates, he does have the ability to deal with it. However, dealing with Kaido of the Beasts is not Bayou's goal. If I had a choice, of course I would make Kaido, who is chasing me relentlessly, suffer a loss. Only in this way can the people in this ocean know that when a person gets angry, he will bite the dog back. The system wall suddenly refreshed at this critical juncture, which undoubtedly gave Bayou a glimmer of hope. System, open the system wall for me immediately. Ding, host, please wait. Ding, congratulations host, the system wall has been refreshed successfully. A series of prompts sounded, and a new wall interface soon appeared in Bayou's consciousness space. In addition to the system items column that have been purchased before and are still cooling. Bayou scrolled to the end of the product entry column. When he saw the refreshed products clearly, his expression froze. Product value, 5,000 points. Recommended purchase index, 5 stars. That's right. The new product entry column that Bayou saw was these 3 question marks. If he hadn't confirmed it again and again, Bayou would have really doubted whether he had seen it wrong. System, is this your bug? Normally, when the mall is refreshed, there are at least 2 items. Why is there only 1 item column now, and 3 question marks? Bayou couldn't help but ask. At this critical juncture, the system mall is an indispensable aid in fighting back against Kaido of the Beasts. If a bug occurs at this critical juncture, it will make people feel terrible. Host, this system will not have any bugs. This is a system blind box. It has more valuable products than ordinary products. The recommended purchase index is 5 stars. System blind box? Bayou was a little confused. Is the system keeping up with the times? Are you also playing with trendy blind boxes? However, after looking at the explanation given by the system, Bayou instantly found that this thing was quite fragrant. If the senzu beans and gravity training house that Bayou had obtained before were only 3 or 4-star products, then this system blind box will produce 5-star or even higher star products. As for the upper limit, the system did not say, and Bayou was too lazy to ask. However, it is also mentioned at the end in the system description. The system blind box will also contain items with a value less than 5,000 points. It can be said that this thing is entirely a gamble of luck. Bayou also suspected that this was the system that had taken a fancy to his points and was deliberately trying to cheat him. Oh yeah, I totally forgot the points I got for killing Jack the Drow. Bayou raised his eyebrows, thinking of this important matter. Jack the Drow, as one of the 3 disasters, was offered a bounty of 1 billion berries. It can definitely be called the existence second only to the ceiling. Considering his worth, he should be able to bring in a lot of system points. Ding dang, congratulations host, the system points have been refreshed successfully, and the current total points are 4,890 points. Looking at the values displayed on the system page, Bayou suddenly felt f-ed. After killing Jack, Bayou obtained 4,000 points. In the case of the real fight with Sip's head and others, it was indeed impossible to unlock the progress of the main body template, but they also managed to get almost 1,000 points. However, looking at the shortfall of 110 points, Bayou felt like he had to take off his pants and call his relatives to come over, which was AFG feeling. System, can I buy on credit first? Bayou couldn't help but ask. Sorry, this system does not allow credit. The current system blind box has a 24-hour limit. Once the time limit has passed, the system mall will continue to refresh. Since the host missed the purchase, the subsequent refreshed products will mainly be low star. Only when the host refreshes the system blind box again and successfully purchases it, the refresh order of the system mall will be restored to its original state. Grass. This is a plant. At least, Bayou found that this plant is very compatible with the current system. Not only is it not possible to buy on credit, there is also a 24-hour purchase limit. At the same time, if you miss the purchase deadline, you will be hit again. But it's definitely a forced sale. Forcing him to kill people. Originally, at this critical juncture, for the sake of Sengoku and others, Bayou planned to reduce unnecessary complications. Now it seems that I still need to go to Dressrosa. While thinking, Bayou exited the system interface, looked at the vast ocean, his brows suddenly raised, and looked up at the sky. A fat figure like a windmill was approaching rapidly in the distance. There were 2 figures sitting on it. Bayou, what did you find? Jun noticed that something was wrong with Bayou and quickly looked up at the sky. They seemed to be the cotters of the Donquixote family under Shichibukai Doflamingo. Why are they here? Is it because of the sky? During this period, Bayou has been using observation Haki to block the sea area within a radius of 30 nautical miles, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. However, the sky is an exception. It's indeed the Marine's 4th Admiral, the Ghost Warrior Bayou. I didn't expect him to escape to our Dressrosa waters. Looks like we don't have to make the trouble of making the trip. Buffalo grinned. Violet's expression also froze. Violet had never expected Bayou to appear here. When she left Dressrosa, she did not use the Devil Fruit ability to search. Just flying quickly at high altitude, intending to meet up with Kaido of the Beasts as soon as possible. I never expected that things would turn out to be so unexpected. Now the whereabouts of the war ghost Bayou have been discovered. Could it be that God really didn't give her the chance to get rid of Doflamingo? Jun and Hwashaishin's expressions also changed. I immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Subconsciously looked at Bayou. Bayou smiled, took a sip of the drink and said, "I say, Windmill, are you planning to spread my whereabouts?" Windmill? Buffalo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses. "I'm not a windmill. I'm Buffalo, a cotter of the Donquixote family under Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, one of the Shishibukai. You are now trespassing into Dressrosa's waters without permission. My young master is the king of Dressrosa, so of course I have to report this news to him. As for whether the young master will spread your whereabouts, that is the young master's business. You want me to act according to Doflamingo's expression." Bayou's smile widened and he said after drinking the liquor in his hand, "Then I am very grateful to you for giving me an excuse to take action." Chapter 156. An excuse to take action? Jun and Hwashaishin were stunned for a moment. The worst fears flashed through my mind. Buffalo's expression froze involuntarily, and he shouted hastily as he looked at Bayou's bloodthirsty smile. "Marine, I am Shishibuki's subordinate. Do you dare to attack me? If the young master finds out, how will you explain it? Yes, you damned fellow, are you planning to ignore the 7 warlords of the sea rules set by the world government?" Baby 5 said hurriedly, holding a cigarette in his mouth. "Our young master is not that useless crocodile. If you dare to attack us, the young master will definitely not let you go. When the time comes, you will be caught up by Kaido of the Beasts, but it will have nothing to do with our Donquixote family." A naked threat. Jun and Hwashaishin's expressions suddenly turned unnatural. Under normal circumstances, if someone threatened them, they would have fought back long ago with their status as vice-admirals. Unfortunately, at this critical juncture, facing Kaido of the Beasts and Doflamingo. But there is a feeling of lack of confidence. Escape. There was no way to escape back to naval headquarters now. Beat. If we let Doflamingo's men get entangled, we can buy time for Kaido of the Beasts. I'm afraid Bayou will definitely die. At this critical juncture, even Jun and Hwashaishin could not think of any good solution. Is it the Joker? The smile on Bayou's face became even wider. The moment he pressed the hilt of the knife with his backhand, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he had passed Buffalo and appeared about 7 or 8 meters away. "Thanks for giving me a chance to chop up the clown." Buzz. The blade is sheathed. 2 streams of blood instantly spurted out from Buffalo and Baby's throats. The scarlet blood is like a dazzling firework, shocking to the eyes. Is this a murder caused by a disagreement? Feeling the vitality rapidly draining from their bodies, Buffalo and Baby 5 frantically covered their throats. Unfortunately, in the face of death, everything seems pale and powerless. Facing Bayou who suddenly attacked. At this moment, they finally understood. The person in front of him probably already wanted to chop Doflamingo down. Their appearance is a godlike assist. Bang! 2 bodies fell headfirst onto the deck. As the blood dyed the deck red, Bayou fell to the side with Violet in his arms. Jun and Hwashaishin felt as if their heads exploded. Just now, I was thinking about how to avoid risks. Now Bayou just chopped the man to death when he disagreed with something. What a risk! Bayou, are you crazy? These are Doflamingo's people. You just need to shut their mouths and capture them. You've killed 2 people in one move. You don't really intend to quarrel with Doflamingo over such a thing, do you? Jun asked urgently. Also, you chose to stay with her when there were so many other people to stay with. Are you attracted to this beauty? It's already so late now. When Bayou attacked, he killed 2 cotters directly. This already shocked Jun. The only person left was the charming beauty in front of him, which undoubtedly made Jun confused. Fancy her? Bayou let Violet go and said. Are you jealous? She is the second princess of the previous Dressrosa Rica royal family. I have seen her in my grandfather's intelligence files. The second princess of the Riku clan. Jun was stunned. Violet, who had survived the disaster, couldn't help but be stunned. You know me? Aren't these things covered up by Doflamingo? 10 years ago, after the Riku royal family was overthrown, Doflamingo took a fancy to Violet Paramecia. It was the strengths of the Stare Fruit's ability that allowed her and the Riku royal family to survive. However, over the years, Doflamingo also gave her a whole new identity, named Killer Violet. Originally, Violet thought that this name would accompany her throughout her life. I never expected that it would be mentioned now. The Joker has only been king for a short time, but my grandfather's intelligence network is really something to behold. Bayou casually took a sip of the liquor and said. However, if I wasn't looking for a target worth killing, I probably wouldn't have come across these secrets. I heard that King Riku had contacted naval headquarters at the time and that his massacre of his fellow citizens was caused by his body being out of control. Do you think there is some unknown secret? If it has anything to do with the Joker, as a Marine Admiral, this is an excuse worth cutting off. Crazy. Jun and Hiro Sakayama, I really felt like I was going crazy. Originally, we circled around Bayou and traveled all the way to the waters of Dressrosa. They then had an absurd idea. Bayou wants to cut Shichibukai again. However, he was still being hunted by the 4 emperors and had no excuse to take action. They quickly suppressed this ridiculous idea. I never expected this and I underestimated Bayou. I never expected that in order to kill Doflamingo, Bayou had already made preparations early in the morning. Even Violet's identity was found out. However, when Kaido of the Beasts was chasing him, he suddenly ran to chop Shichibukai. Isn't this too crazy? Of course, if you knew, these so-called preparations were just made up by Bayou. I'm afraid I don't know what expression it is. Admiral Bayou, are you telling the truth? Can you really help the Riku royal family get justice? Violet suddenly woke up and said urgently. Over the years, I did work for the Don Quixote family, but Doflamingo was always arrogant and thought that no one could shake him, so he didn't guard against me. Everything my father did was caused by Doflamingo's manipulation. Over the years, with the help of Dressrosa's identity as king, Doflamingo not only colluded with 4 emperors Kaido to sell artificial devil fruit, but also became the king of the underground, selling arms everywhere. He also collaborated with Guy Saccharin to conduct various inhuman research. Any one of these charges is enough to get him killed 10 times. Unfortunately, because he is recognized by the world government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, both the world government and the naval headquarters have ignored all of this. Let the people of Dressrosa live in a seemingly beautiful life. Is this the justice of you Marines? Chang's words echoed on the deck. Jun and Hua Shaishan's expressions suddenly froze. Originally, I was going to try my best to persuade him, but I swallowed my words back. They already knew that Shichibukai was not a good person. However, no one would have expected that Doflamingo was involved in so many crimes. If everything Violet said was true, that Doflamingo is enough to die 10 times. The most important thing is Violet's last sentence. Is this justice for Marine? It completely touched their hearts. Chapter 157. Jun and Hua Shaishan fell silent for a moment. Faced with the questioning from the former princess, I felt like I had no way to refute it. As a Marine, he should enforce justice. But they formed the so-called Shichibukai alliance with the pirates. It was originally a joke. They were also given the privilege of burning, killing and looting. In anyone's eyes, this is not collusion, what is it? Unfortunately, this was the order of the 5 elders. All along, most people have dared to be angry but not speak out. Even Jun and Hua Shaishan are no exception. Not to mention, facing Doflamingo who got to the kings. If everything Violet said just now was true, then Doflamingo's Shichibukai position is definitely not qualified to sit down. Just thinking about the privileges that the 7 warlords of the sea, as set by the 5 elders, have. And then there is Doflamingo's strength. They couldn't help but feel powerless. I could only look at Bayou subconsciously. However, when I think about it, Bayou is still being hunted by Kaido. An absurd idea was strangled by them as soon as it emerged in their minds. Bayou is now struggling to protect himself, let alone spare a hand to deal with Doflamingo. Let's go, the clown is indeed worth a chop. Bayou laughed and took a sip of the drink. Jun, Hwashaishan, and even Violet's eyes suddenly widened. They knew Bayou's situation best. Now, Bayou chose this critical moment to deal with Doflamingo. If this isn't crazy, then what is? Bayou Admiral, that's Doflamingo. If you run to Dressrosa now, if Kaido catches up with you, you won't be able to escape. The fire on the mountain suddenly became urgent. Jun, who was standing by, also spoke hurriedly. Bayou, this is not the time to joke around. Let's get back to the naval headquarters as soon as possible. Violet's nerves suddenly tensed. Now she is in Bayou's hands. Buffalo and Baby 5 were killed in one encounter. As time goes on, Doflamingo will definitely notice and kill the members of the Riku royal family. Violet absolutely didn't want to see this kind of thing. However, when she thought of Bayou's situation at the moment, Violet could only bite her red lips and fell into silence. She wanted to overthrow Doflamingo's rule and expose his false face. I also understand that no one would risk their own life to do such a thing for her. Haha, don't worry, I even want to kill Kaido of the beasts. If I'm not even sure I can kill Doflamingo, how can I have the courage to kill Kaido? Bayou said. It's only 10 minutes away from the Dressrosa estuary now. I will make quick work of this. Nami, turn me, and the destination is Dressrosa. Jun, contact Marshal Sengoku for me and inform him in advance. Also, find out the current coordinates of Kaido of the Beasts. I want to give him a surprise. A series of orders came down. Jun and Hwashaishan, I felt like my head was going to explode. Even Violet was filled with shock. She knew clearly that if this matter were to get out, it will definitely cause a sensation all over the world. With Kaido of the Beasts personally hunting him down. He even dared to free his hands to chop down Doflamingo from 7 warlords of the sea. If it weren't for his great skill and courage. What is that? Of course, the most important thing about everything Bayou does is to get the 24-hour system blind box. In this vast ocean, we must find a force that is most worth attacking as quickly as possible. Dong Quixote family is undoubtedly the first choice. Now, I finally found a legitimate excuse to kill someone. Bayou, you are absolutely crazy. If Marshal Sengoku knew about this, it would definitely be a surprise rather than a joy. Jun hurriedly tried to catch up. However, he was quickly stopped by Smoker, who was smoking a cigar. It is difficult to change what Jun Vice Admiral and Bayou Admiral have decided. Moreover, after going through so many things, don't you know that Bayou Admiral will not do things that he is not sure of? Jun was suddenly furious, but felt like he had no way to refute it. Everything Bayou did during this time together. She remembers it clearly. Not to mention the battle with Golden Lion before joining Marine. Afterwards, he killed Jack the Drow with the Shichibukai crocodile, and 2 days ago. This is such a earth-shattering event. Who would believe Bayou could do it at the beginning? In the end, didn't they all fall under Bayou's butcher knife? In the Shichibukai, Doflamingo's strength is indeed in the upper echelon, far beyond the reach of other pirates. However, when I think about it, the person who took action this time was Bayou. Jun felt inexplicably at ease, and vaguely, there was a hint of eager anticipation. We are looking forward to whether Bayou can really find a way to turn his knife against the evil 7 warlords of the Sea of Madara. Vice Admiral Jun, why are you silent? Hina feels that you seem to have some worldly desires during this period. Hina suddenly came out. Jun suddenly came to his senses, a blush flashed across his cheeks, and he argued quickly. Hina, please don't talk nonsense. I don't like that kind of young boy. If it weren't for his safety, I would have gotten off the boat long ago. Fire Mountain, tell me, everything I do is for the good of naval headquarters. Hwashaishan said with a rare smile, holding a cigar in his mouth. On the contrary, I think that Jun Vice Admiral is thinking about himself. Otherwise, 2 days ago, you would have chosen to leave with Shitun instead of staying on this boat? Jun was confused. Looking at Hwashaishin, who never jokes, he suddenly started making jokes of his own. Could it be that I didn't even know that I was having mortal thoughts? It's still on his face, he can't hide the matter at all. However, just as these thoughts flashed through her mind, Jun gritted her teeth and shouted in a hurried voice. Pooh! Fire Mountain, what are you thinking about? I don't like that boy at all, I don't have any intention of him. I'm staying here for the sake of naval headquarters. I also want to see how that kid escapes Kaido of the Beasts. Now, he is still courting death. I will see what he is capable of to escape unscathed. If Marshal Sengoku knew about this, it would definitely be a surprise rather than a joy. We should quickly think about how to explain this to Marshal Sengoku. The Fire Mountain fell silent. Joking can indeed ease the atmosphere a little. However, when I think about Bayou's crazy decision, I really can't calm down. With Kaido chasing him, he ran to take out Doflamingo. If other people knew. Not crazy, that's what it is. Chapter 158. Meanwhile, inside naval headquarters, dozens of people gathered in the huge meeting hall. However, the number of people here has obviously decreased by 1/3 compared to 2 days ago. As for the marine generals who landed here, many of them looked tired. Looking at the piles of information on the table, many people showed helpless and bitter smiles. Reporting to Marshal Sengoku, Old Commodore replied that in the first half of the Grand Line, in the Slay Sea area, no trace of Admiral Bayou was found. The information on his whereabouts is false. A messenger came in quickly and reported urgently. Is it fake? Sengoku looked at the map file in his hand and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't help but rub my swollen temples. Where on earth did that BD go these past 2 days? Didn't anyone come across his warship? The same goes for Hwashaishin and Jun. They didn't contact me for such a long time. They are not even qualified to be vice admirals. Ever since the news of Bayou beheading Jack the Drow spread across the sea, the entire naval headquarters was working like crazy to support Bayou. Unfortunately, Bayou seemed to have disappeared in the past 2 days. In order to confirm the endless stream of information about Bayou's whereabouts, Sengoku mobilized the entire naval headquarters. He even sent 1/3 of the generals in his headquarters out directly. All this is to help Bayou hide from others on the sea. He planned to use some tricks to buy time for Bayou. Unfortunately, as time went by, even Sengoku, the resourceful general, couldn't hold back. Whether it's the pressure from 5 elders or Kaido of the Beasts, all of which made Sengoku restless. Marshal Sengoku, there is still no news of that brat's whereabouts. Do you need help from our CP0 intelligence network? A CP0 wearing a black robe and a monkey mask suddenly spoke. The attention of everyone present was immediately drawn to it. Looking at this uninvited guest, they all frowned. As a fellow Marine, he was concerned about what was happening in Impel Down prison. They all know a thing or two. Many people may not be able to praise Bayou's amazing style of doing things. However, when I think about it, the 5 elders gave Bayou a warning in order to control him. Let CP0 and others do what they did. This undoubtedly made the Marine generals present feel uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the sake of avoiding falling out, I'm afraid CP0 has already been kicked out by now. Haha, it seems like everyone doesn't like me. CP0 laughed strangely. But I don't take these to heart. This time, I showed up at the naval headquarters with the sole intention of assisting you in finding the whereabouts of the 4th Admiral. Don't forget, his mission to invite the 7 warlords of the sea has not yet been completed. Now that Fire Fist Ace has joined the Whitebeard pirates, his mission has failed. Next, we should continue to invite the remaining targets to make up for the gap caused by the private attack on Crocodile. But don't worry, if the little ghost encounters danger, he will definitely remember and ask you for help. The gloomy voice echoed in the huge meeting hall and could not be dissipated for a long time. The faces of all the marine generals were slightly gloomy. Even Akainu, who was standing next to him, was no exception. However, faced with such cold and hot ridicule, under normal circumstances, he would never miss the opportunity to sing along. However, as time went by, Akainu couldn't help but have some inexplicable thoughts. This kind of disappearance without any news is incompatible with Bayou's way of doing things. It is precisely because of this reason that Akainu has become particularly quiet in the past 2 days. It was so quiet that even Sengoku was a little surprised. Gurgle, Marshal Sengoku, this is Jun. The den mushi on the desk suddenly rang, breaking the dead silence. The eyes of everyone present turned and locked onto den mushi. Sengoku and Akainu are no exception. Haha, it seems that what you say will come true. CP0 said with a strange laugh. Marshal Sengoku, you must thank me very much. If it weren't for me coming, you wouldn't have received good news. No, Marshal Sengoku, I advise you to prepare yourself. Perhaps this is a call for help. During this period, CP0 was also looking for Bayou's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Bayou did not dock during these 2 days, and the pirates' ships it encountered were all sunk and destroyed. Some merchant ships and marine vessels were also avoided in advance. When no one can even see. Not to mention the naval headquarters, even the world government cannot really grasp Bayou's whereabouts. Otherwise, CP0 would not have appeared at the naval headquarters to test the waters. It was a rare occasion that he was caught in a trap, and the contact with Jun undoubtedly made him excited. CP0, you better shut up. Don't forget, this is the naval headquarters. If Garp is here, you'll be in big trouble. Sengoku's face darkened slightly. After taking a quick glance, he quickly took the den mushi. You. CP0 was suddenly furious and snorted coldly before saying this. Okay, very good, Marshal Sengoku. I hope that your naval headquarters will be able to provide support in time for the next request for help. If you ask for help from our world government, I'm afraid it will be a slap in the face. As a direct subordinate of 5 elders, CP0 has always been a loner and does things his own way. When has anyone ever been scolded like this in public? Right now, even the Marine Marshal looked down on him, which undoubtedly made CP0 feel full of resentment. Humph, don't worry, this is our naval headquarters business, you don't have to worry about it. Sengoku glanced at it coldly, then looked back at the den mushi in his hand, exhaled deeply, and pressed the answer button. Jun, this is Sengoku. Are you here to request support? Give me the coordinates quickly and I will arrange for someone to pick you up immediately. Bayou's ability to get into trouble really exceeded Sengoku's imagination. However, as a member of the new generation, Bayou's strength is obvious to everyone. Most importantly, looking at the entire naval headquarters, the strength of the 3 admirals is indeed outstanding, and they are also known as the highest combat power. Unfortunately, they have a fatal shortcoming. Lacking the demeanor of a king, he does not have the inherent Conquerors' Haki. This results in the 3 admirals' strength being unable to reach the ceiling of this world's combat power. Compared with those overlord-level strongmen, there is still a slight gap. Sengoku does have Conquerors' Haki. However, he was well aware that age was an issue. Once he steps down, without a successor who possesses the stature of a king, there will be a gap in the strength of the naval headquarters. The emergence of Bayou obviously made up for this problem. It is for this reason that Sengoku will use all the power of the naval headquarters to protect Bayou at every turn. Just as a series of thoughts came to his mind, the words coming from the den mushi made Sengoku's expression suddenly stiffen. Marshal Sengoku, I'm not asking for help. Bayou is currently in the Dressrosa Sea area. Following a strong report from the public, I was asked to give you a heads up that he is going to cut down the Shishibukai. Chapter 159. He's going to cut the Shishibukai. Quick words came out from the den mushi. The entire meeting hall suddenly fell into silence. The next moment, Sengoku stood up suddenly as if he had been electrocuted, his eyes almost popped out, and he clenched the den mushi in his hand tightly. Jun, what nonsense are you talking about? You said Bayou, now you are going to run and cut Shishibukai, is that Doflamingo's? Your joke is not funny. The dead silence was suddenly broken. The marine generals present, including Akainu, sat up straight at once, with disbelief written all over their faces. Especially CP0. A moment ago, he was sure that Bayou, being hunted by Kaido of the Beasts, would definitely call for help. But suddenly there was a news about cutting down Shichibukai. Is this really what being hunted by 4 emperors should look like? If people outside knew that Bayou was planning to kill Shichibukai while being chased, it would be unbelievable. I'm afraid they will really beg Bayou to be a normal person and give the 4 emperors the face they deserve. Marshal Sengoku, this is all true. Jun bit her red lips and spoke with gritted teeth. We have almost reached the mouth of Dressrosa. Admiral Bayou asked me to give you a brief update. He also wanted to know Kaido's current coordinates so that we can prepare for any possible consequences. Originally, Jun was extremely reluctant about this contact. After all, this matter is too crazy. But when he thought of the marine justice that Violet mentioned, Jun prepared himself mentally for half an hour before he finally mustered up the courage to make the call. She knew clearly that in the entire naval headquarters, only Bayou would be crazy enough to attack Shichibukai. Once this opportunity is missed, getting rid of Doflamingo in the future will be absolutely harder than climbing to the sky. Kaido's coordinates. Sengoku's face suddenly turned red and he roared hysterically. Jun, quickly get Bayou to answer the phone for me. He now knows Kaido's coordinates. Hasn't he forgotten that he is being hunted? At this juncture, he dared to target Doflamingo. I almost thought he had mistakenly thought he was on vacation. That guy is not as difficult to deal with as Crocodile. Just now, I have received intelligence that Kaido is in the waters near Dressrosa. If Bayou is sent to kill Shichibukai, it will only take half an hour for Kaido to arrive. By then, he will be doomed. The marine generals present were also shocked. Faced with this sudden news, I felt like I was going crazy. He was able to find other people to fight with even when being hunted down by the 4 emperors themselves. I'm afraid this is the only one. Now, they just hope that this is all just a joke. Master Sengoku, are you looking for me? Bayou's voice came from the Den Den Mushi. After the gurgling sound of drinking died down, he said. Thanks for the information, but I have already cut down Doflamingo. Kaido won't be here until half an hour later, but this is enough. After saying this, Den Den Mushi hung up. Such a clean and neat way of doing things. Sengoku almost crushed the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Even the other people present were equally confused. At this moment, they finally understood that at this critical juncture, Bayou was probably not joking. Even Akina secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A glimmer of hope flashed through my mind. Fortunately, there was no verbal attack just now. Otherwise, you would be slapped in the face again. Marshal Sengoku, I have something to do. I'd better leave now. CP0 suddenly spoke. His figure flashed and quickly disappeared from the spot. Sengoku's face turned pale and he was about to rush out. He, who had been silent the whole time, reached out his hand to stop him. Sengoku, you are planning to force CP0 to stay, right? If the 5 elders knew about this, you would be in big trouble. During this period, Sengoku often quarreled with the 5 elders over Bayou. However, this is just empty talk. But right now I really have the urge to take action. If force is really used, this would mean that Sengoku and the 5 elders have completely fallen out. I'm afraid his position as Marine Marshal will come to an end. Of course I know the seriousness of this matter, but the 5 elders have always been prejudiced against Bayou. If CP0 reports what happened here, I'm afraid the 5 elders will do something. Sengoku said urgently. Sengoku had already guessed why the 5 elders targeted Bayou. The successive attacks were nothing more than an attempt to force Bayou out of the core combat system of the naval headquarters. Now that Bayou is being hunted by Kaido, Sengoku believes that the 5 elders are already very happy. If they knew that Bayou still took the time to cut Doflamingo, I'm afraid 5 elders will not miss this good opportunity. Sengoku, I know what you're worried about, but since the brat has made his decision, we can't change it, so let him deal with it on his own. A trace of solemnity also flashed across Hikushuba's face, and he said. What we need to do now is to notify Garp immediately and have him go to Dressrosa as soon as possible to pick up that brat. Of course, it's possible that the kid sent this news back to Jun on purpose, hoping to use the naval headquarters to mislead Kaido of the beasts. After all, it's probably impossible to deal with the 7 warlords of the sea in half an hour. The marine generals present were stunned. He obviously agreed with the chief of staff his well-reasoned analysis. Half an hour to deal with the 7 warlords of the sea. That's harder than climbing to the sky, right? Sengoku looked at the den mushi in his hand and fell silent. Faced with this sudden and crazy information. Could it be that what he said was just a trick by Bayou to deceive people? Still, faced with these uncertainties, Sengoku called Garp anyway. At the same time, 7 or 8 nautical miles away from the Dressrosa estuary, a warship quickly approached the rocky reefs on the coast. Bayou, standing on the bow deck, was drinking strong liquor. Violet, who was beside him, gave instructions on driving direction from time to time. This super-powerful detection method and the heaven-defying 8,000-mile monitoring range simply left Jun and Hwashaishin dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally understood that Kaido would ask Doflamingo for someone. Why did Doflamingo keep Violet, a time bomb, by his side? This is definitely cheating monitoring. If it wasn't an accidental encounter, Bayou would have acted quickly. Just in case Violet and Kaido meet. Finding Bayou is probably just a matter of time. Chapter 160. The coast ahead is the cliff I am responsible for monitoring. Normally, no one would choose to go in and out here, but Doflamingo specifically asked me to keep an eye on it just in case. Besides, there are special people imprisoned here. Violet added hesitantly. If we choose to break in here, no one should notice. This time, Violet turned to Bayou for help, and placed the fate of Dressrosa on Bayou. She just wants to minimize the risk now. Is this also the closest place to the King's Highlands? Bayou took a sip of the drink and smiled bloodthirstily. This is a long-lost opponent. It is also the fastest place to earn points and redeem system blind boxes. Observation Haki, rolling back like a tide. An area of dozens of nautical miles was instantly covered by Bayou. The next moment, he raised his eyebrows and smiled bloodthirstily. These are system points delivered to your door. Jun, set the mountain on fire, you guys go to the King's Highlands first, I'll go find someone to do the surgery, and then I'll go over there with Violet right away. The words fell before anyone else could react. Bayou hugged Violet with one hand and disappeared on the spot. Looking at Bayou who disappeared all of a sudden, Zaiwan's face darkened and he snorted coldly. This Bayou really likes to be with women. He would bring anyone but an embroidered vase. Embroidered vase? Karina poked her head out from the watchtower and said with a playful smile. Jun Vice Admiral, you don't want to be an embroidered vase, do you? However, Nami and I have both been on this ship. If it weren't for Lord Bayou giving us the opportunity to be embroidered vases, we wouldn't be here. Now I'm afraid he's still working for the pirates in East Blue, being oppressed by the Marines. Sometimes, even if you have the strength, no one wants to be a mere decoration, especially in this world where the strong prey on the weak. Yes, I agree too. Nami nodded in agreement. Jun was silent for a moment. During this time together, she also learned a little about the experiences of Nami and Karina, who served as crew members under Bayou. As they say, no one likes to be an embroidered vase. At the same time, I also understand the helplessness. Especially the collusion between pirates and Marines. Perhaps in the eyes of Marines this is just simple corruption. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is absolutely desperate and helpless. Sure enough, only he is qualified and courageous enough to do this kind of thing. I hope he is really sure to overthrow Doflamingo. Zaiwan looked at the direction where Bayou disappeared and couldn't help but mutter. But in this situation, can we really take down Doflamingo in half an hour? What is his confidence? At the same time, on a cliff more than 10 meters high. This is a field of sunflowers. In addition to a dense field of sunflowers, there is also an old wooden house in the central open space. Bang! The door of the wooden house was smashed. Two figures were thrown out and tumbled 3 or 4 times on the ground before they suddenly stopped. Without time to think, he quickly turned over and looked inside the wooden house. A man wearing a red cape and trousers, with feathers on the cape behind his head, like a sunflower, and with a flamboyant personality, walked out slowly. There were 2 red lines across the strange red lips and cheeks, like flags. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was wearing a metal bikini that barely covered the important parts of her body and had long pink hair, he smiled playfully. "Little girl, you'd better leave with me obediently and stop resisting in vain. You are a very useful chess piece." Diamantai laughed strangely. This time, Kaido of the Beasts suddenly borrowed Violet, and Doflamingo did agree. However, given Doflamingo's cautious and suspicious character, he still planned to take Rebecca away. Use her life to warn Violet, hoping that she will not make the wrong move. "Kazai, are you going to use me to threaten your aunt again?" Rebecca flew into a rage. He clenched the sword in his hand and rushed towards Diamante. Backwater sword dance. As soon as she got close, Rebecca swung the sword in her hand at Diamante at a tricky angle. This is the non-killing sword technique that Cyrus taught Rebecca. The purpose is to allow Rebecca to have the means to protect herself when facing the threat of Doflamingo. However, facing the murderer who killed his wife, Cyrus, who had become a toy, knew clearly. Even he himself was not sure he could defeat Diamante. Not to mention Rebecca. Seeing Rebecca approaching, Cyrus hurriedly shouted. "Rebecca, come back quickly, you are no match for him." "Oh, it's too late. Since you don't have the will to be a toy, then let me suffer." Diamantai laughed strangely, grabbed the cloak behind him with his left hand and shook it casually. Flying flags. When the seemingly soft cloak suddenly became hard. The long sword slashed on the cloak, causing a series of sparks. The huge recoil force caused Rebecca to feel pain in the palm of her hand, and the sword in her hand flew out of her hand. Diamante, hiding behind his cloak, smiled grimly, pulled out his belt with his backhand, and instantly turned it into a long sword, emitting a sharp sound of breaking through the air. He stabbed Rebecca head-on. "Little girl, I forgot to tell you that people with special abilities are gods. With your little tricks, you can't even get close to me, let alone kill me. Just take the knife." "Don't want." Cyrus rushed out in a hurry. "Unfortunately, compared with the close distance, all of this is obviously beyond our ability." All he could do was watch as the sword stabbed into Rebecca's abdomen. Whale's tears. Buzz. A fiery red whale suddenly appeared in the sky and smashed directly towards Diamante below. Diamante's expression changed involuntarily, and he instantly recognized where the attack came from. He quickly drew back the long sword and stabbed at the whale that was falling from the sky, and its entire body was fiery red. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard. The scalding whale was picked up and flew away, crashing into a nearby wooden house, turning into boiling molten iron, setting the house on fire. Rebecca and Cyrus' faces turned pale as they watched the wooden house being engulfed in flames in an instant. He looked up at the sky hastily. "The first thing I saw was a familiar figure falling from the sky. Landed in front of them." Diamante turned his gaze away from the cabin and said gloomily. "Violet, you are so brave to attack me. Don't think you can be of any use to the young master. Do you really think you are from the Don Quixote family? If you do this, I can kill you first and ask for your permission later." Chapter 161. Diamante looked at the uninvited guest in front of him with a cold face, quickly glanced around, and said in a cold voice. "Violet, didn't the young master ask Buffalo and Baby 5 to go with you to find Kaido? Why are you here? Where are Buffalo and the others?" As he spoke, Diamante quickly took out a small wooden box from his waist. Looking at the 2 burning ashes inside, his expression suddenly changed. "Violet, you killed Buffalo and Baby 5. Are you rebelling? Are you planning to betray the young master? No, you can't kill Buffalo and Baby 5 by yourself. What's going on? Tell me what's going on quickly, or don't blame me for killing all the remnants of the Rika royal family today." Cyrus's expression also changed. He was affected by the fruit of childishness, and other people's memories of him were indeed erased. However, he still kept these memories. Looking at the sister-in-law in front of him, who endured humiliation in the Donquixote family for the survival of the Riku royal family, she suddenly became a different person. She quickly took out the toy gun behind her and said anxiously, "Violet, you've worked hard over the years. I don't know why you made these choices, but the man in front of you is the one who killed your sister Scarlet. You are definitely no match for him. I'll cover you, you better run away quickly, escape from this country." "Escape from the country?" Violet's expression froze for a moment, then she quickly woke up and said, "How do you know my sister's name? Who are you?" "Mr. Soldier, you said he killed my mother? Who are you and why do you know this?" Rebecca was also confused. She just remembered that this toy soldier had always been by her side after her mother died. Unfortunately, Rebecca obviously had no idea about his origins. Diamante's expression suddenly darkened to the extreme. He said, "I didn't expect that today, when I was running errands for the young master, I would not only run into the treacherous Violet, but also a strange toy soldier. Who on earth are you? But no matter who you are, it's a joke to think you can escape from me. Stay here for me." Flying horns. The sword in Diamante's hand instantly became soft, like a slingshot, suppressing ultimate. The next moment, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and it stabbed towards Violet. Cyrus and Rebecca's expressions suddenly changed. Looking at Violet who was standing there, seemingly indifferent, he was about to help. Bang! A chilling sound of breaking through the air rang out like thunder. The black shadow passed by them first. He rushed towards Diamante first. Diamante's expression suddenly changed. He never expected that there was someone hiding behind Violet, and quickly pulled back the attack in his hand. At the same time, the cloak held in his left hand shook violently and hardened immediately. The next moment, the black shadow crashed into the cloak. Boom! The tremendous force was released, hitting like a raging wave. Diamante's face suddenly changed, and he quickly changed his clothes, which instantly became as strong as steel. The next moment, the raised left hand broke. The black shadow, along with the cloak, hit Diamante directly. Phew! Blood spurted out of his mouth. Diamante flew out like a cannonball. He ran headfirst into the burning wooden house. The scorching flames made him ignore the surging blood in his body and the pain all over his body, and he rushed out madly. He roared like a madman. Who on earth dares to attack me? Don't forget, my young master is the 7th warlord of the sea heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. Who dares to attack him? In Diamante's eyes, this is Dressrosa. Doflamingo is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Behind the scenes, there is the relationship between the 4 emperors and the world government to support it. No one, whether in the black or white world, should dare to take action. Now a black shadow suddenly appeared and knocked him away, seriously injuring him. This was undoubtedly beyond his understanding. However, when Diamante saw the sword with its scabbard stuck diagonally on the ground, he was stunned at first. The next moment, everything changed drastically. This is the great sword 21st work, the demon sword Murasame. Isn't it the sword of the 4th Admiral War Demon Bayou? How did it appear here? Diamante looked quickly at Violet. The first thing that caught my eye was a figure walking slowly out of the sunflowers. The bloodthirsty smile on his face and the wine in his hand made his pupils shrink instantly. I finally understand why someone would dare to attack members of the Donquixote family who have connections in both the black and white worlds. It's him. It's really him. This is the Shichibukai killer star. Violet, what do you mean by this? Diamante roared urgently. Are you colluding with Marine and telling everyone everything? You are just the 4th Marine Admiral. Don't forget that you are being hunted by Kaido of the Beasts. He is currently in the waters near Dressrosa and can be reached in half an hour. You dare to attack me? Aren't you worried that the young master will sell this information to Kaido of the Beasts? Betray me? Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. I'm sorry, of course I know Kaido is looking for me, but this time I'm here to kill the clown. As for Kaido, I will leave this place before he arrives. Crazy. Diamante felt that Bayou was crazy. As a member of the Don Quixote family, he knew clearly how strong Doflamingo was. Now, as soon as Bayou opened his mouth, he did not hesitate to mention the words of killing. This was undoubtedly beyond Diamante's understanding. However, facing this fourth admiral who had just killed Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates not long ago, many thoughts flashed through Diamante's mind, and without any hesitation, the sword in his hand stabbed towards Bayou through the air. He turned around and ran away. Bang! The invisible slash instantly pierced Bayou's body. As the air wave rolled back, Cyrus and Rebecca's faces changed. Seeing Bayou standing there unharmed again, his pupils shrank to ultimate, and his eye sockets almost popped out. This kind of attack would mean certain death for them. But now he was accepted while standing. It's too shocking. However, before they could react, Bayou took a sip of the wine and smiled bloodthirstily. With a reach of his right hand, the demon sword Murasame instantly fell into his hand. The next moment, darkness surged out. Without any fancy moves, he just watched Diamante escape hundreds of meters away and slashed him with a knife. Dark Entanglement Dimension / the Other Shore. Chapter 162. Buzz. One knife out. At this moment, the world seemed to darken. The flowing air stagnated for a moment. The pitch-black slash instantly tore through the sky and earth. By the time Cyrus and Rebecca reacted, the black crescent slash had already taken the lead and arrived behind Diamante. A chill ran up his spine, like a Shinigami urging him to die, and Diamante's face suddenly turned as pale as paper. The moment he hurriedly turned around, he saw the slashing attack rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Without time to think, he quickly raised the cloak in his hand to block it. Whoosh! A slight sound of breaking through the air was heard. The black slash only paused for a moment. Soon, under the shocked gazes of Rebecca and Cyrus, he passed over Diamante's body. Finally disappeared at the end of sight. Then a deafening explosion was heard. A thin blood-red line appeared on Diamante's face as he stood there. The next moment, scarlet blood spurted out like a sharp arrow. Diamante's face showed endless fear, but unfortunately he didn't get to say the words. As his vitality quickly faded, his body split into 2 halves and fell to the left and right. Bang! The blood splattered, dyeing the Xiongregui garden red. Cyrus and Rebecca, their faces pale to the extreme, watched the shocking slash that spread from in front of Bayou to the end of their sight. Looking at the sword in my hand, it suddenly lost its appeal. Others play with swords, you play with swords yourself. The gap is simply a world of difference. Just a moment ago, Diamante claimed to be God. In this encounter, he was killed with a casual knife. So what is this young man in front of me? Who is above God? Violet also took a breath of cold air, but secretly clenched her fists, and a hint of determination flashed in the depths of her pupils. In her eyes, Diamante, as one of the 3 highest-ranking Conquerors, has always been a strong man. He is also Doflamingo's right-hand man. But in front of Bayou, he couldn't even withstand a single move. It seems that this time, the bet was really successful. Perhaps, the young man in front of him could really kill the 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo? Okay, time is running out, let's talk about reuniting later. Bayou took a sip of the wine calmly, as if he was doing something normal. However, more attention is still paid to the system. However, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, there was still no movement from the system, which made Bayou frown. Could it be that this guy is too weak and can't even get enough points? Looking at the system blind box with only 23 hours left, and Kaido who is only half an hour's flight away, Bayou had no choice but to turn his attention to Doflamingo. Lord Bayou, I'm ready to go, but can you take them with you? Violet stepped forward quickly and said after hesitating for a moment. By the way, Lord Bayou, you seem to know the identity of this toy soldier. Can you tell us who he is? Looking at the one-legged soldier in front of her, Violet undoubtedly felt a sense of familiarity. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she thought about it, her mind was still blank. This undoubtedly reminded her of the most mysterious existence in the Don Quixote family. This one-legged soldier. Bayou took a sip of the drink and said. He is your brother-in-law. He was affected by the devil fruit ability of sugar and turned into a toy man. At the same time, your memories about him were also erased. Brother-in-law? My father? Violet and Rebecca were confused. They don't know anything about this kind of thing. Cyrus was also shocked. However, looking at the looks from Violet and Rebecca, he nodded silently. He has always been the only toy man in Dressrosa who cannot be controlled by sucrose. It is precisely because of his specialness that he is able to stay by Rebecca's side. Just for Rebecca's safety, Cyrus never told anyone about this. However, he also did not expect that this was a secret that had been hidden for so long. It will be pointed out on such occasions. Okay, don't waste my time here. There are only 28 minutes left until the rendezvous. Let's go to the bullfighting arena first. It's a great performance stage. Bayou casually drank a handful of wine, grabbed Violet and Rebecca, jumped down, and flew towards the bullfighting arena. This time, Bayou found a rare excuse to cut Doflamingo. However, in order to avoid causing trouble for Sengoku and Garp, I decided to reveal the biggest secret hidden by Doflamingo first. Dressrosa's biggest secret is undoubtedly the sugar hidden under the bullfighting arena. At the same time, in the King's Highland Castle, Doflamingo was leisurely drinking the red wine in his hand, thinking that Violet and Kaido would soon meet up. With the help of Paramecia's Stare Fruit's ability, the Marine's fourth admiral, who he regards as a variable, will be easily found and become a prey in Kaido of the Beast's hands. Doflamingo couldn't help laughing when thinking about all this, and subconsciously glanced at the den mushi on the table, which was used to contact the 5 elders. Once Buffalo and others reported back the news of Bayou's death, Doflamingo would never miss the opportunity to take credit from the 5 elders. The 5 elders would show a deflated and shocked expression when they thought that the 4th admiral, who even the 5 elders were helpless against, would lose his life because of them. The smile on Doflamingo's face couldn't help but grow wider, and he even laughed like a pig being slaughtered. Gulu, gurgle, Dover, answer the phone quickly, I'm a monk. The den mushi on the desk suddenly rang. Doflamingo's expression froze, his brows raised, and he reached out to press the answer button. Yiseng, you are a rare guest. Did you know that Kaido asked me to borrow some men to hunt down the 4th Admiral of the Marine Corps? So you couldn't help but come to thank me. Haha, actually you don't need to thank me. We are partners after all. As long as you tell me the transaction amount, I will be happy to do it. This is an opportunity to take credit that comes to me unsolicited. As a businessman who is always looking for profit, I will definitely not let this opportunity go. Clown, shut up. You still have the leisure to talk nonsense at a time like this. Hurry up and ask your men and informants to check whether that brat Bayou has boarded Dressrosa. That guy just contacted Sengoku and said he'd find time to go and kill you. A monk's voice came from the other end of the den mushi. Doflamingo was stunned. Is this an attempt to take credit for something that's beyond your control? Why did 5 elders bring up this topic? However, thinking of the identity and status of the 5 elders, Doflamingo forced himself to suppress his thoughts. Yiseng, your joke is not funny. Don't mention my identity as 7 warlords of the sea. That kid is still being hunted by Kaido. Unless he is crazy, I don't believe he would appear in Dressrosa. Chapter 163. Right. Putting aside his identity as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was personally hunted down by Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. Doflamingo absolutely did not want to believe this. Bayou would be crazy enough to do this to himself at this critical moment. What's more, in Doflamingo's eyes, he is not a persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. Regardless of his background or family power, he is the king of Dressrosa. Due to all these factors, Doflamingo would never believe what the 5 elders said. Joker, do you think I'm lying to you? A monk's face darkened and he shouted angrily. If you weren't a pawn in my hand, I wouldn't have notified you at all. CP0 brought this news back from the naval headquarters. To avoid compromising my plan, you must check it out immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Doflamingo could become the king of the underground. In addition to working with Kaido of the Beasts. The most important thing is that the 5 elders turned a blind eye and allowed Doflamingo to sell weapons to the rebellious kingdom. With the help of Doflamingo's arms exports, the king's army was supported to suppress the uprising instigated by the revolutionary army. It can be said that if there was no such chain of interest transfer, Doflamingo wants to become big in Dressrosa. The 5 elders will never look on coldly. Doflamingo's face was gloomy to the ultimate level. He looked at the Den Den Mushi on the table and shouted coldly. Okay, very good. Since you strongly request me to do so, I will comply with your request once, but this will not happen again. Don't forget that we are just partners. I'd like to take this opportunity to show you 5 elders that I, Doflamingo, am not as useless as that stinky crocodile who would allow a mere brat to have the courage to come to my door. As he spoke, Doflamingo looked at Toribo who was not far away from him. Toribo, use the Den Den Mushi to contact the others so that this old man will give up. Understood, young master. Treble took out a Den Den Mushi that was several times larger in size. This type of Den Den Mushi can contact multiple people at the same time on the same channel. It is a kind of central intercom. As the calls sounded, the lines of the Den Den Mushi were connected one after another. Young master, there are 6 people out on the mission now. Aside from Buffalo and his 3 companions, Diamante is going to find that girl, Gladius and Dellinger are going to the bullfighting arena, and everyone else is in the castle. Toripole took on the role of steward and instantly pointed out everyone's destination. I think they'll be in touch soon. Master, I am Derringer. What can I do for you? Gladius is with me. A slightly shrill voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Toribole glanced at them and said, nothing, the young master just wanted to confirm where you are and whether you have seen any suspicious people. Let me see Diamante and Buffalo first. As soon as he finished speaking, Toripole immediately planned to switch the call. However, when his eyes fell on the Den Den Mushi, his pupils suddenly contracted. Young master, please check quickly. Buffalo and other 4 channels cannot be connected. Can't connect? The smile on Doflamingo's face suddenly froze. If we say that the 3 people from Buffalo are far apart, they cannot get in touch with each other. This is a very normal thing. But the mission that Diamante was carrying out was inside Dressrosa. Given his personal contact, there shouldn't be no news at all. Did something happen? Take out the life card quickly. Doflamingo said in a deep voice. Toripole did not dare to be vague and directly took out a wooden box from his snotty robe. Without giving it any time to think, the wooden box was opened. A breeze blew by. The dark ashes were then rolled up. Bang! The wine glass in Doflamingo's hand was crushed, and his entire face was almost distorted. A moment ago, he was full of denials, saying that he was definitely not the second sand crocodile. Now looking at the several life cards that have been burned inside the box. Does it mean, is this the same type of waste? Damn it, who is it, who dares to kill my people from Doflamingo? I will tear him into pieces. Doflamingo roared hysterically. Toribole, hurry up and tell everyone to keep an eye out. Is that Liuqi trying to sneak attack me again? I absolutely don't believe that the 4th Admiral of the Marine Division would dare to attack me when Kaido is chasing him. Faced with the boasting just now, Doflamingo was absolutely unwilling to believe that the person who dared to attack the Don Quixote family would be the 4th Admiral of the Marine whom he had always looked down upon. However, just as he finished speaking, the voices of Derringer and Gladius were heard from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Young master, I think I saw someone flying over here. He seems to be the 4th Marine Admiral, Battle Ghost Bayou. He's really here. What? The armrest of the chair that Doflamingo was holding tightly was crushed once again. The Conqueror's Haki that was dormant in his body suddenly exploded like a tidal wave. What an arrogant brat, you dare to really treat me, Doflamingo, as a stinky crocodile-like waste. Since you want to die, I will kill you properly. Clown, calm down. This is a good opportunity. The voice of a monk also sounded. However, this time, there was a hint of coldness in his words. I didn't expect that brat, being chased by Kaido of the Beasts, would actually dare to attack you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That brat might be related to the Revolutionary Army. Immediately notify Kaido and tell him that Bayou appeared in Dressrosa. I will make it impossible for him to escape. During this time, the 5 elders have been targeting Bayou. Besides, it was because of Bayou, which gave them an unfathomable feeling. The bigger reason is that Bayou is Garp's grandson. This allowed them to directly associate Bayou with dragons. A Garp, who stayed at the naval headquarters as a hero, and idled around every day. In their eyes, this may not be a threat. It could also be Garp, who is using this method to protect himself. However, the appearance of Bayou has a complicated background. Unfathomable potential and strength. Crazy behavior and uncontrollable style. More importantly, Bayou is too young. This made the 5 elders immediately identify Bayou as the most destabilizing factor, second only to the dragon. Naval headquarters is a brand name in their hands. If Bayou becomes more powerful within the headquarters, he might secretly join forces with the Revolutionary Army. This is really shooting them in the foot. The 5 elders absolutely do not want to see such a thing. This kind of thing must never be allowed to happen. Chapter 164. Notice Kaido. Doflamingo said to Ultimate with a gloomy face. Yiseng, do you mean that I am no match for that little devil? This is Dressrosa, my Doflamingo's territory. Since that brat dares to look down on me, I will kill him with my own hands. Derringer, Gladius, you two, stop that brat. I'll be there in a minute. Don't let him get close to that secret. Doflamingo has always had cotters, or top cotters, stationed in the bullfighting arena. It also makes Toripole protect Sugar at all times. It's all because of the existence of Sucrose, but he is based on the foundation of Dressrosa. Bayou's sudden appearance in the bullfighting arena undoubtedly made Doflamingo feel a little uneasy. However, just as the words fell, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded from the other end of the Den Mushi. Joker, I'm so sorry. You may be worthy of being chopped off, but your 2 subordinates are not even worthy of being chopped off. In order to be fair, I'd better make your secret hidden in the bullfighting arena public. They are not even qualified to stop us for a minute. Crazy. Doflamingo felt like he was going crazy. Everything inside the bullfighting arena is his biggest secret. From the beginning to the end, Sugar had always been closely protected by him, and outsiders had no idea about it. Now that Bayou appeared, he pointed it all out directly. This is undoubtedly difficult for Doflamingo to accept. Little devil, if you dare to ruin my good deeds, I will make sure you can't leave this place alive. Derringer, Gladius, no matter what method you use, buy me a minute. Torrible, contact Pika immediately and ask him to protect Sugar. I will rush over now. A series of roars came out of Doflamingo's mouth. The next moment, the silk thread in his hand shot out and the whole person rushed out like a falcon. Seeing Doflamingo disappear from his sight in an instant, Toripole did not dare to delay and quickly dialed Pika's Den Mushi. Inside the holy land of Marie Joyce. One monk's face also turned livid, and he glanced at the other 4-5 elders behind him and said. The Joker is too impulsive. For the sake of insurance, let's contact Kaido in person. With the Joker's strength, it won't be a problem to hold that brat for half an hour. Once Kaido arrives at Dressrosa and joins forces with the Joker, the kid will definitely die. This time, I'm going to see if Sengoku still dares to speak so arrogantly. Inside Dressrosa. In the huge bullfighting arena. Everyone looked at the uninvited guest in the sky, surprised. They all looked towards the ring, where Dellinger and Gladius were still standing. In their eyes, Bayou was very strange. However, he was very familiar with the 2 men who controlled the country and were senior officials of the Donquixote family. But when I think about the conversation on Den Mushi just now, and the livid faces of Derringer and Gladius were enough to show that the person who came was not simple. Bayou, Doflamingo is coming from King's Highlands. It only takes a minute. Let's stop them. Violet popped up in the audience below. Derringer and Gladius's expressions suddenly turned livid and they shouted sternly. Zi Lulan, it turned out that you were the one who betrayed us. If I had known that, I would have killed you early in the morning. However, the young master will arrive soon. In just 1 minute, Gladius, and I can easily stop him. If you two vases and a broken toy man are the only ones who want to fight us, I will let you know the difference. Gladius, who was standing by, also walked out slowly from the crowd. As senior cotters, the strength they possess is indeed incomparable to Violet and Rebecca. Violet's face also turned pale. She also understood this truth. Just think about it, Doflamingo can arrive in a minute. In order to expose the hypocrisy of Dressrosa's kingdom. Violet still gritted her teeth and tried to lead the crowd out. Sorry, it seems I am still underestimated. Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the moment he drank the liquor with his backhand, the bottle in his hand was crushed to pieces. I say, you don't even have the qualifications to chop, don't you understand what I'm saying? But the guy hiding underground is a little bit worthy of a chop. Pika adults? Derringer and Gladius's expressions suddenly changed. They never thought that Bayou would be able to penetrate the heavy ring and feel the breath of Pika guarding Sucrose even though he was hundreds of meters away. This means that what Bayou said just now was probably not false. He really knows the biggest secret of Don Quixote family. This person must not be allowed to stay. Derringer and Gladius looked at each other subconsciously. Just about to take action. Buzz. An invisible ripple swept across. At this moment, the air flowing between heaven and earth seemed to stagnate for a moment. Derringer and Gladius felt as if they were stuck in a deep quagmire. A huge and dangerous aura enveloped them directly. Without having time to think, the moment he raised his head hastily, the first thing he saw was Bayou with a bloodthirsty face. The demon sword Murasame was raised above his head, and its inky black magic power was gathering madly. Bayou's aura rose like a volcano. Looking at Bayou standing in the void, 100 meters away from the heavy arena, he directly launched an attacking posture. Derringer and Gladius were confused. Is this an attempt to kill people from a distance? However, this is exactly what they want. If they fight against them, they may not be able to resist. However, they could easily buy 1 minute by using this time-wasting aerial attack, perhaps even at the cost of their lives. Once a minute had passed, Doflamingo arrived. They believed that it would not be a problem to take down this arrogant man in front of them. Derringer and Gladius reached a consensus in an instant and looked up at Bayou again. The next moment, the first scene they saw made their pupils suddenly shrink to ultimate. An indescribable chill suddenly surged from the soles of my feet. It even feels like a Shinigami is urging me to die. Magic field dimension / the other shore. Buzz. The magic sword in Bayou's hand chopped down instantly. One knife out. The 100-meter-long slash, like a black crescent moon, tore through the void. The distance of just a few dozen meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarging in their pupils, only one thought instantly flashed through the minds of Derringer and Gladius. Any one of them is 100 meters long. Don't even think about this kind of method for a minute. They can't even block a single blow. Chapter 165. Gladius, get out of the way quickly, we can't block this kind of attack. Dredge roared in fear. Without caring too much, his body subconsciously pulled back and dodged quickly. Gladius, who was under attack, also had a livid face, but a look of extreme madness flashed in his pupils. No, I'm different from you, but I'm the user of the explosion fruit. This attack is powerful, but I don't believe that my strongest explosion can't stop it. Whole body explosion. As soon as he finished speaking, Gladius' body swelled up rapidly. Bang! A huge blast of wind and waves surged wildly inside Gladius' body. Gladius, who was at the center of the explosion, showed a hint of urgency on his face. He hurriedly tried to see through the sky full of explosions and winds, hoping to see the oncoming attack, which could be directly blown to pieces by him. Unfortunately, this thought just came to my mind. Gladius' eyes nearly popped out, and his face was instantly filled with disbelief. Cut it open. This knife easily cut through the wind and waves caused by the explosion. The attack, which was still powerful, swept through his body in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he rushed straight to the underground trading floor. Phew! Blood spurted out of Gladius' body. The blast caused a huge wave of wind and split his body in two and blew him away. Looking at the remains of my other half, which is gradually moving away. Gladius, however, did not even think of death. In this world, there exists a sword technique that can even split an explosion in half. Is this still a human being? The sky was filled with explosive wind and waves rolling back. Faced with the heaven-defying power of Dimension Slash, Bayou was not surprised at all. This is dark magic that can even cut through space. It would be a real joke if we couldn't even deal with a single strong soldier. It can be said that there is only one thing that Bayou cares about most now. Hidden underground, there is a target worth chopping down. Is it possible to make the system give out some system points again? If I can really use the system blind box to get something out of it. Bayou was even more confident that he could kill Doflamingo within 10 minutes. Underground trading floor, inside the tower. A short figure was eating grapes. There was also a burly figure sitting next to him. As the biggest secret of the Quixote family, the existence of sugar is even more related to the survival of Dressrosa. Therefore, Sando has always been closely protected by a top official. This task seemed very boring, but Pika, one of the highest-ranking officials, was still assigned to take the turn. Why is it so noisy up there? The same goes for Derringer and Gladius. Is it possible to make such a noise by fighting a bunch of losers? Pika frowned and spoke with disdain in a sharp, unique voice like that of a little eunuch. In this arena, let alone a useless person, even if all of them come together, I can easily suppress them. As the strongest fighter in the Quixote family, he also commands the combat troops. Whether it is armament haki or devil fruit ability development. For Pika, everything he owns is first-rate. What's more, as the highest-ranking official, wouldn't he be unaware of what's going on in the arena? Sugar, who was standing by, pricked a grape with her finger and casually stuffed one into her mouth while speaking. Pika, if you feel bored, you can go up and play. This is Dressrosa, and it's also the young master's territory. No one would dare to act wildly here. I'll just stay here alone. As she spoke, Sato looked up and glanced at the Den Mushi beside her. The Den Mushi, which had originally shown no reaction, suddenly came back to life. Toripol's face instantly appeared. Pika, hurry up and protect Sucrose. Someone is coming to attack the bullfighting arena. You and Drija and the others must hold out for 1 minute and wait for the young master to arrive. The hysterical roar was like a loud thunder. Pika and Sugar were stunned at first. The next moment, an inexplicable chill swept through my body. As a huge sense of crisis overwhelmed him, Pika subconsciously and hurriedly looked up at the sky in the basement. The special sky that seemed indestructible first emitted a small splash of water. Before they could react, a pitch-black slash that was 100 meters long pierced through it first. That unusually deep black color gives off a Shinigami-like feeling of urging one to die. At this moment, a soul-searching question flashed through Pika's mind. Is this really an attack that can be suppressed at will? The short distance of dozens of meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Full-body armament Haki. Pika roared madly. The armament Haki dormant in the body was madly urged to rise. The inky black light flowed across the body surface at the moment when Dimension Slash had already hit it head-on. Boom! The huge impact broke out like a tidal wave. Everything around was shattered by the invisible air waves. Sucrose, who was standing not far away, had no time to dodge and was thrown out. It crashed head-on into a wall dozens of meters away. The piercing pain almost made Sandu faint. However, facing the dizziness that hit his head, Sugar was able to resist it. She knew clearly that if she lost consciousness, the entire Dressrosa, which was Doflamingo's hard work, would be destroyed. She bit her tongue hard and alerted herself, a look of relief appearing on her face. Look at Pika again. The first scene she saw made her eyes widen as if they were about to pop out. Looking at Pika, only half of his body was left in the rolling dust. Sugar felt like she was going crazy. The breath that I had managed to hold could no longer be held. He was foaming at the mouth, rolling his eyes, and fell headfirst to the ground, fainting instantly. Ding, congratulations host, you have successfully killed Pika and obtained 120 system points. The system's ethereal reminder sounded after a long absence. Bayou couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. Sure enough, the bet was right this time. Not only did the bet turn out right, but system points could also be exploded from Pika. The most important thing is that Pika will definitely use his full body armament Haki when in danger. This extremely dispersed defense method might be able to block 1 or 2 enemies of the same level. But facing Bayou, who was scheming but not really caring. One blow and he died. However, at this moment, Bayou cares most about the system blind box and what it can get for him. Although, the system was still cunning and only allowed Pika to give out 120 points. However, as long as you can open a product with 5 stars or above, Bayou decided to endure this kind of oppression from the system landlords. System, redeem the blind box for me immediately. Chapter 166. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the system blind box has been successfully redeemed. 5,000 system points will be deducted. Do you want to open the system blind box immediately? The ethereal reminder sounds rang out one after another. Bayou raised his eyebrows, and a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Looking at the box covered with mysterious black patterns that appeared in the space of consciousness, he let out a deep breath. System, open the blind box for me immediately. Ding, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the system blind box and obtaining the top-level observation Haki. Top observation Haki? Bayou's expression could not help but stagnate. Bayou is no stranger to top-level observation Haki. In the original work, Katakuri, the leader of the 3 generals in the Big Mom Pirates and known as the undefeated god of war, practiced observation Haki to ultimate, reaching an upgraded level and being able to predict the short future. With this method, Paramecia's Mochi Mochi fruit ability can directly reach the level of the Logia fruit. Even Luffy, who used armament Haki to attack, couldn't hit him. If Katakuri hadn't released Luffy into the sea in the end, I'm afraid Luffy would have died on Cake Island long ago. Originally, Bayou's Conquerors Haki was at a high level, and he was still planning when to find a way to make a breakthrough. Now, a system blind box can directly allow the advanced observation Haki to break through to the top level. This kind of bug method that predicts the future is not as simple as 1+1 when it comes to the bonus in fighting. When he thought of this, Bayou's blood couldn't help but boil. He secretly clenched the demon sword Murasame in his hand, and really hoped that Doflamingo would arrive sooner. Let him try the knife. Boom! The explosion sounded like thunder. The ring was cut in two, and the entire bullfighting arena collapsed. Countless people who were turned into toys were stunned at first, but soon returned to their original form. Rebecca and Violet couldn't help but look at the one-legged soldier standing beside them, and the next moment they showed an expression of disbelief. The memory that had been erased was quickly restored at this moment. Cyrus' figure is no exception. They watched as the toys, which they originally regarded as lifeless, suddenly became their closest relatives. Many people were stunned, and some even burst into tears. No way! Lady Sugar is under the personal supervision of Lady Pika. These toy figures will never return to their original form. Derringer quickly rushed out of the ruins. Looking at the black shadow flying in the sky, he couldn't help but roared. Young master, Gladius was killed by this guy, and Lord Pika's life and death are unknown. You must kill this guy quickly and avenge them. Doflamingo? Violet's face changed and she looked up at the sky in a hurry. The first person I saw was Doflamingo, who was wearing a pink feather robe and had a gloomy and twisted face. Looking at the bullfighting arena that had been reduced to complete ruins, and the country in chaos, Doflamingo crushed the den mushi in his hand. He never thought that his trusted and capable general could not even get a minute. Looking at the completely destroyed kingdom, a crazy smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. Well, you are such an arrogant marine. How dare you destroy everything I have? But you still underestimate me, the clown. Since you have destroyed the beauty of this country, you have turned this place into a complete hell. I will kill you here. Then let the whole country be buried with you. I forgot to tell you that Kaido will be here soon, and you won't be able to escape from this birdcage. Buzz. A white thread shot up into the sky from Doflamingo's body. When it reaches a certain height, it opens up like a spider web. It transformed into dense formations and shot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge cage, covering the entire Dressrosa. Smoker and others who rushed to the outside of the bullfighting arena looked at this sudden move and their faces changed slightly. The Den Den Mushi signal has been cut off. Hua Shaishan held a cigar in his mouth and looked at the telephone bug which suddenly had no signal. I've heard of Doflamingo's fatal birdcage, but I never thought I'd have the chance to be in it. As he spoke, Hua Shaishan drew the sword from his waist. The moment the armament Haki covered the blade, he slashed at the birdcage in the sky through the air. Itoryu Asuka. Boom. 7 or 8 meters, it flew and slashed like a flying bird, and instantly hit the birdcage. The next moment, it exploded. Looking at the unharmed birdcage, the expressions of everyone present couldn't help but change slightly. Hua Shaishan is a veteran vice admiral after all. His strength may not reach the heaven-defying level of Bayou. However, one strike was enough to easily smash a warship into pieces. However, now even a thread cannot be touched. It's not that Fire Mountain is too weak. The birdcage in front of me is too scary. It's just as tricky as the rumors say. It looks like there's only one way to remove the birdcage. That's to defeat Doflamingo and make him lose consciousness. Then the birdcage will collapse on its own. However, this place is only half an hour away from Kaido's location. If Bayou Admiral wants to escape Kaido's pursuit, he needs to end the battle at least 10 minutes in advance. But you have to kill a Shishibukai in 20 minutes, okay? A trace of solemnity flashed across Hua Shaishan's face. Especially when I saw Doflamingo appearing above the bullfighting arena, my mood suddenly became heavy. Along the way, they discovered the toy man that Bayou had mentioned. Especially the scene just now where those toy people turned back into human form further confirmed the charges Violet had mentioned before about Doflamingo. It would be great if Bayou could win this battle. If he really fails, Doflamingo will be afraid that everyone in the kingdom will die in order to keep his secret. Haha, kid, I heard you are also a demon fruit power. Have you seen this birdcage? Doflamingo said with a crazy smile. This is the alley of death. If you are in it, you will die. A dead end? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took a sip of the wine and said. I like this dead end. However, there are many people who want to kill me, but unfortunately I am still alive and well. It's not difficult to get out of here. All I have to do is chop you up. What's more, when you mentioned Kaido and asked for help, you actually realized that you had lost from the beginning. Let me teach you a lesson today. The most important thing in a fight is momentum. Chapter 167. I lost? Doflamingo's expression froze. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo has always had a high opinion of himself. Not only does he look down on the other 7 warlords of the sea, he also sees the 4 emperors as his goal to surpass. In his eyes, even Kaido of the beasts was being led by him. This is enough to show that you are different from others. However, now Bayou said he lost as soon as he opened his mouth. Doflamingo absolutely could not accept this. Arrogant little brat, you are looking for death. Doflamingo roared with a distorted expression. Boom. The Conqueror's Haki dormant in the body exploded like a violent tidal wave, and while rolling in all directions, it was deliberately controlled by Doflamingo and crushed towards Bayou like an overwhelming force. Feeling this huge momentum, Bayou smiled bloodthirstily. The Conqueror's Haki in the body was also released without reservation. Bang! The 2 streams of Haki, one red and one blue, collided with each other with no less force. The moment the Haki arc burst out, it tore everything around it into pieces. However, Bayou's Haki, after experiencing a series of level upgrades in the system, the power it possesses is no longer comparable to Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki. What seemed like a evenly matched match suddenly stagnated, and was soon crushed by Bayou's Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo's expression suddenly changed slightly. Especially Derringer, who had escaped far away, had an expression full of disbelief. At that time, Toribel and others chose Doflamingo to become the young master of the Donquixote family. It was because of the young Doflamingo that Conquerors Haki was awakened. This is the posture of a king picked out of a million. It is also a strong proof of reaching the strongest level. Now in one encounter, Doflamingo's Conquerors Haki was actually suppressed. Does this mean that the young master in their eyes is not as good as a mere 4th Admiral of the Marine? What a great Marine 4th Admiral! I didn't expect your Conquerors Haki to reach this level. But you don't have to be so cocky. In this ocean, your Conquerors is far inferior to Red Hair's. His Conquerors Haki is powerful enough to cause physical damage. Doflamingo's face was gloomy to ultimate. I originally planned to use Conquerors Haki to give Bayou a warning. Now it seems that it is completely like shooting oneself in the foot. Redhead. Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. So what? Boom. The murderous aura lurking in Bayou's body belongs only to the Assassin Wu Liuqi. It was poured out in an instant. Doflamingo, who was already being suppressed, suddenly felt inexplicably suffocated. No. It should be said that everyone who was under this overwhelming murderous aura, at this moment, had a flash of death-like feeling of being in the Azura hell. It can create a momentary illusion. Even Doflamingo had never expected such murderous intensity. How many people must be killed to achieve this? However, before they could come to their senses, Haki, who was already suppressed, was attacked by violent murderous aura. After the sound spread out spider web-like cracks. The next moment, it shattered with a sound. The huge Conqueror's Haki, mixed with endless murderous aura, came towards Doflamingo like a huge wave. Bang! Doflamingo was blown away and crashed headfirst into the ruins behind him. At the same time, the buildings and floors along the way seemed unable to withstand the tremendous impact and pressure, and they collapsed in full view of everyone. Look at the physical damage caused by Haki alone. The faces of the people watching from a distance suddenly changed drastically. Before they could react, Bayou took a step forward. The whole person disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he had crossed a distance of 100 meters and appeared in front of Doflamingo. Sword pressure. Boom. The sword came out with a force of more than 10 meters, carrying a tremendous force, and chopped down towards Doflamingo. The moment when a huge impact force surges out like a tide. Doflamingo quickly raised his hands and reached out to grab the knife. Silk threads that were invisible to the naked eye were pulled out from between 10 fingers in an attempt to block the attack. Bang! A huge gust of air rolled back, and the ground under his feet collapsed. Doflamingo blocked the slash with all his strength and had half of his body pressed into the rubble, but he showed a strange smile. The next moment, large silk threads emerged from the body surface before anyone could react. The whole body immediately dispersed. It turned into silk threads all over the sky and entangled towards Bayou. At the same time, a ghostly figure appeared behind Bayou. That pink feather robe was extremely eyesore. Watching the second Doflamingo appear at the same time, the pupils of the people present suddenly contracted. This is a trap. At this point, if you can't even see this, I'm afraid this is truly stupid. Little devil, go to hell. 5 color strings. Buzz. 5 silk threads were drawn from Doflamingo's 5 fingers and grabbed Bayou's back with great swiftness. This blow can easily tear even steel into pieces. Doflamingo believed that with this blow, Bayou would definitely be killed or seriously injured. However, this thought just flashed through my mind. Bayou, who had his back to him, suddenly turned around, and with his left hand covered with armament Haki, he took the lead and accurately clasped his wrist. The threads that were gushing out from the clone were swallowed up by the black fog at this moment. At this moment, Doflamingo felt an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Bayou, who was originally regarded as his prey, suddenly changed his identity. The young man in front of me exudes the feeling of a hunter who is waiting for his prey. Clown, I got you. Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the demon sword Murasame clenched in his right hand burst out with the strongest light. Sword Deo, cut in two. Buzz. Dazzling golden light burst out wildly. There is also dark magic power that quickly wraps around it. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he chopped down towards Doflamingo. The 100-meter-long sword energy instantly pierced through the accumulated clouds in the sky. Everything that passed along the way seemed to be beyond the capacity of even the space, causing large ripples in the air. Wait until everyone reacts. The attack has come to Doflamingo. Seeing the attack in his pupils rapidly expanding, Doflamingo didn't have time to think and roared hysterically. 5 color strings spider's web wall. Chapter 168. Doflamingo swung with a sharp right hand. Dense silk threads shot out from his hands, forming a huge spider web, which collided with the oncoming sword energy. Boom! The huge blast wave rolled back like a tidal wave. The ground beneath my feet collapsed. Doflamingo, who was under the attack, suddenly had his pupils shrink and a look of as if he had seen a ghost appeared on his face. Broken. The silk thread that he claimed was indestructible was torn apart like paper by this blow. Facing Bayou's stunning blow, Doflamingo originally thought that he could block it with the silk thread alone, and did not use the armament Haki. Now it seems that everything was careless. Bang! The impact force brought by the 100-meter sword energy directly tore the earth apart thousands of meters away. Crashed head-on into the King's Highlands. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the sound echoed between heaven and earth. 1/3 of the mountain in the King's Highlands collapsed in response. As large pieces of rock were torn into pieces, a shocking mark of the slash was left, like a deep chasm in the sky, which was shocking. Young master. Derringer felt like he was going crazy. With just a casual blow of the knife, even a mountain can be split into pieces. This method was completely beyond his expectations. Is this still the mere 4th Admiral they mentioned? Don't worry, the clown won't die yet. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and looked along the ruins of the slash. However, if you think you can defeat me without awakening the fruit ability, then I can't guarantee that you won't die in the next move. In the ruins, a figure with torn clothes stumbled out. The scarlet blood dyed the clothes red. The shocking slash marks were on Doflamingo's shoulders and spread all the way to his abdomen. Thinking back to what had just happened, if armament Haki had not been used in time at the last moment, I'm afraid that with this one blow, he would have been split in half. Little ghost, it seems that people outside really underestimate you. Doflamingo's face was gloomy to the extreme, and he didn't even glance at the shocking wounds on his body. No wonder you were able to kill Jack. It seems you do have some abilities. But let me tell you one thing. If I were the same as Jack, Kaido of the Beasts would not seek me as an ally, and I would not be qualified to lead Kaido by the nose. You are indeed unexpected, but you will definitely not be able to leave this place today. This little injury is nothing to me. Whoosh! White threads quickly flowed out around Doflamingo's wound. The next moment, in full view of everyone, the wound was quickly sewn up and healed. Seeing Doflamingo recovering, everyone present was stunned. If I hadn't seen the blood and marks of being chopped still on his body, I'm afraid they would really think that everything that happened just now was just dazzled by their eyes. As expected of a clown, your skills are beyond the reach of ordinary people. You deserve to be chopped off. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, and once again slightly clenched the demon sword Murasame in his hand, looking at Doflamingo in the ruins. But I'm taking the time to chop you up, so stop dawdling and wasting time. Take some time to chop me? Waste of time? Doflamingo's expression suddenly twisted, and then he roared angrily. Good, very good. I never thought that I, Doflamingo, would be looked down upon. Today, I want to see how you can kill me. Boom! A huge aura surged out of Doflamingo's body. The earth beneath your feet and everything around you. In full view of everyone, it quickly turned into white silk thread. Before everyone could react, Doflamingo was the center. All buildings and other things within a radius of several thousand meters were directly assimilated. This is the Devil Fruit ability, an ability that is developed to ultimate. Possesses the ability to assimilate everything around him and turn everything into a part of himself. In the original work, the duel between Akainu and Aokiji directly turned an island into ice and fire. It directly changed the topography and climate of the island. The biggest reason also comes from the awakening of the fruit's ability. Seeing the scene suddenly turned into a sea of white lines, everyone's nerves were stretched to the extreme. Especially Hwashaishin and Jun and others. The battle just now seemed tedious, but it only lasted a short minute or two. Under normal circumstances, these 1 or 2 minutes would indeed not be taken seriously. However, Bayou is now being hunted by the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts. The 30-minute countdown is also the time when the Shinigami urges your death. The longer this battle drags on, this means that the dangers Bayou will encounter will be even greater. Bayou Admiral, it's already 3.5 minutes. If we can't deal with Doflamingo, we should try to break out. Hwashaishin was the first to lose patience. Doflamingo laughed strangely. Haha, stupid marine, you're only thinking of running away now. Do you really think I'm a clown and a persimmon that can be bullied by anyone? Kid, if you're willing to surrender, I can leave you alive and give you to Kaido. Otherwise, don't blame me, I won't even leave you with a complete corpse. The awakening of the devil fruit ability is Doflamingo's biggest trump card. It is also the basis for him to have the confidence to cooperate with 4 emperors. However, once this move is performed, it will consume too much of one's own physical strength, haki, and fruit ability. He and Kaido are indeed allies. Just facing the moody Kaido. If he had a choice, Doflamingo would still like to leave some spare energy for himself. Is it already 3.5 minutes? Looks like it's time to end the warm-up. Bayou loosened the bones in his body, the bloodthirsty fighting spirit on his face became even stronger, and he raised his head to drink the liquor in his hand. The wine bottle was crushed in response, and he said with a bloodthirsty smile. Come on, let's fight to our heart's content. Doflamingo's expression froze. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was like a ferocious beast that would choose its prey before devouring it, he began to lose his temper. I even used my ultimate weapon, the Devil Fruit Awakening. As a younger generation, he should at least show a bit of fear, or terror. Now, not only was he not frightened, but he had a bloodthirsty expression on his face as if he wanted to kill someone. Can this still be described with common sense? Could it be that it was really as he said at the beginning, that he lost the moment he asked Kaido for help? No, there is no possibility. There is no way I can lose. I am Doflamingo, the king of the underground black market, and I am the one who holds the reins of this era. Doflamingo suddenly came to his senses and roared with a distorted expression. Little devil, I originally wanted to accumulate strength and then challenge the hegemony of this era, but now you insist on coming here to die. I can only use you as the first step, go to hell. Desolate white line. Boom. The white lines that were assimilated from the surroundings were instantly pulled up and rolled towards Bayou like huge waves. Looking at the rapidly enlarging attack in his pupils, Bayou's bloodthirsty smile reached its ultimate. I hope your knife is sharp enough. Chapter 169. Boom. The white silk threads, like ocean waves, rolled up rapidly like huge waves under Doflamingo's control. The next moment, he shot towards Bayou. It was so fast that it approached in the blink of an eye. The nerves of the people watching the game were stretched to the extreme. This is the awakening of the fruit ability, and most people present are seeing it for the first time. Looking at this overwhelming attack, they were eager to know how Bayou would respond. Moved. Bayou suddenly raised his head and smiled bloodthirstily. Looking at the attack that was already within reach, he took a step forward, and his entire body, like a ghost, disappeared out of thin air before his eyes. Boom! The earth shook violently, with a huge gust of wind sweeping across the sky. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, even Doflamingo was no exception. Looking at Bayou, who appeared at the edge of the deep pit of ruins caused by the white line of the wild waves. It gives people an extremely weird feeling. Looks like he barely dodged the attack. Doflamingo's expression could not help but freeze, looking at Bayou, who was still standing there with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and the sea of silk threads around him burst out again. Big wave white line. Bang bang bang. White threads, like sharp spears, surged up around Doflamingo and shot towards Bayou. If we say that the white line just now is mainly used for entanglement. Now the huge white line of the wave is like a spear, which can easily penetrate the enemy. The short distance of 1,000 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with silk spears, falling down madly like cannonballs. Boom! The sound of explosions continued. The dust that was raised gave people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Bayou, who was under attack, also moved. However, at this moment, the scene before one's eyes made one's pupils suddenly shrink. The feeling Bayou gave them was like strolling in a garden. Under the overwhelming attacks, he shuttled back and forth quickly, as if he was taking advantage of a gap. Every time a fierce attack came into contact with Bayou, his body would shake slightly. The attack missed. It's as if everything has been seen through. What's going on, this is impossible. Doflamingo was stunned at first, then an extremely absurd idea flashed through his mind, and then he roared hysterically. Thousands of arrows pierce the heart, feather strikes the arrows. Buzz! Thousands of silk threads were mobilized by Doflamingo in an instant. The moment when the purple-black armament Haki covered once again locked on Bayou. The next moment, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Thousands of silk threads covered Bayou like an overwhelming force. Ha ha, clown, nothing is impossible in this world. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, and activated the top observation Haki to ultimate. Many images flashed through his mind, and he finally locked onto the dense and impenetrable offensive, a hint of which was revealed during the closing process. The next moment, the demon sword Murasame was clenched in his backhand, and the sound of lightning arcs crackled. Bayou's breath was like thunder. Breath of thunder, flash of thunder. Buzz! The air shook. Thousands of feather arrows were in a closed position, with an impenetrable attack, and they plunged into the ground with a roar. With such a fierce and unparalleled posture, it directly penetrated the ground. Unfortunately, before everyone could react, an endless chill ran down Doflamingo's spine. Without time to think, he madly covered his entire body with armament color. At the same time, the silk thread under his feet broke through the air. Shield white line. Boom! The attack, shrouded in lightning, struck the giant shield formed by white lines head-on with a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The moment when a huge wave of air rolled back, the giant shield made of white lines broke with a sound. Lightning instantly struck Doflamingo. Bang! Doflamingo flew backwards and crashed headfirst into the ruins hundreds of meters away. Under the release of huge force, the ground collapsed. The spurting blood made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Got knocked away again. Looking at the splattering blood, they knew clearly that the blow just now must have been very severe. The most important thing was, from Bayou dodging Doflamingo's attack to the thunder-like knife strike just now, there was an unfathomable feeling emanating from his entire body. Even the naked eyes and brain can't keep up. No. No way, there's no way you can hone observation Haki to Katakuri's level. Doflamingo rushed out of the ruins, and the wounds on his body were much shallower than the last time. However, there was still blood everywhere, which made people feel shocking. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he always boasts of being invincible. Now that the defense is broken one after another, it really makes people feel a little impatient. Most importantly, Doflamingo clearly used Haki just now. Still the defense was broken by one sword. Does this mean that Doflamingo lost the match against Armament Haki? However, this is not Doflamingo's fault. In the original story, Doflamingo's Haki is not much different from Luffy. At that time, Luffy had not yet signed up for the emission crash course at Wanakuni. For Bayou, who had already mastered advanced Haki emission, he was clearly at a disadvantage. However, at this critical juncture, more people are still very concerned about another sentence of Doflamingo. What exactly does Bayou have in common with Katakuri? Vice Admiral of Fire Mountain, why did Doflamingo mention Katakuri just now? What is going on? Smoker, who was holding a cigar, spoke first. Hua Shaishan saw this scene, laughed and patted Smoker on the shoulder. I've been watching you youngsters perform so much lately that I almost forgot that I'm still a Vice Admiral. It seems that this time my experience can still be of use. This Katakuri is actually the strongest of the 3 generals under Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. He claims to have mastered observation Haki to ultimate, upgrading his Haki to the point where he can capture a split second of the future in times of danger. If Admiral Bayou really has mastered this method, it can also explain why he was able to easily dodge the attack just now. This is the standard equipment for the so-called undefeated god of war. Undefeated god of war? The expressions of the people present changed and they couldn't help but gasp. This sounds really awesome. Originally, Bayou was as strong as a monster. Now he has mastered the ultimate observation Haki, and has the means to predict the future. This kind of added value isn't as simple as 1 + 1, right? Chapter 170. Whether I have reached this level or not is my own business. Unfortunately, from the moment your heart was disturbed, you were doomed to have no chance of winning. Bayou said lightly. As expected, Doflamingo is just worth chopping, not a real capable fighter. His conceited character exposed all his weaknesses once he was at a disadvantage. Ultimate's observation Haki is not unsolvable. As long as the speed is fast enough, or the attacks are dense enough, the retreat route will be blocked, etc. It can also block that moment. In the original work, there was also a time when Katakuri's observation Haki failed. This is enough to prove that Ultimate's observation Haki can indeed predict the future. However, it does not mean that it is truly invincible. Doflamingo, because of observation Haki, foresaw the tip of the iceberg of the future and became confused. This is enough to prove that Bayou still overestimated him. However, this behavior is actually very normal. When a person always mentions certain people, it is enough to show his level. Who has always threatened Doflamingo's interests? Doflamingo would then blurt out, "My ally is Kaido." It's like when someone asks you how much you earn per month, and you say the annual salary in this industry is 1 million. The real purpose is revealed. Little devil, are you looking down on me? Doflamingo's expression twisted to ultimate, the wounds on his body healed quickly, and he roared once more. Don't forget, I am the king of the underworld, I hold the reins of this era, and I am also an ally of Kaido of the beasts. Since you want to die, then go ahead and die. 16 rounds of sacred bullets, divine killing. Buzz. The white silk threads rolling around were madly gathered and compressed by Doflamingo. In the blink of an eye, 10 six-path spear spikes were formed. Purple-black Haki quickly covers the surface. An unparalleled fierce aura swept across. Doflamingo, who was under attack, had an expression distorted to the extreme, with veins bulging on his forehead as he roared. Kid, this is my strongest attack, let's see how you can dodge it. Boom. 10 six-path sacred bullets, stretched to ultimate, shot out towards Bayou like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. The distance of hundreds of meters was closed in the blink of an eye. The six-paths bombs that were attacking from all directions, at this moment, were madly interweaving in the void. It forms an impenetrable series of attack after images, giving people a feeling that it is beyond the reach of the naked eye. This scene, in the eyes of other people, might work. However, when it comes to Bayou, it is obviously not very nice. Phew! Looking at the rapidly enlarging attack in his pupils, Bayou took a deep breath, sheathed the demon sword Murasame for the first time, and leaned forward and pressed down under ultimate. At this moment, every cell in my body seemed to be squeezed to the ultimate. This time, Bayou put aside his fighting attitude for the sake of trying out the strongest secret of thunder breathing and what level of speed he could reach. With the change of combat form, will it become the strongest spear in the fight like a flash of thunder? Seeing Bayou being attacked, he suddenly bent down and closed his eyes. Doflamingo, who was always conceited, was stunned at first, and then he started roaring hysterically. Well, you are such an arrogant brat, you even closed your eyes. I want to see how you can handle this move of mine. Go to hell. The speed of the 10 six-path sacred bullets suddenly increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye it was within reach. It was about to penetrate Bayou's body. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out without any warning. Bayou suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, there was a flash of lightning. The sky lost its color, and the entire space was filled with dazzling golden light. The deafening thunder was like a bolt from the blue, causing even the eardrums to roar and sting. Everyone just felt a flash before their eyes, and everything in the world was completely covered by the golden explosion. At this moment, the whole person seemed to be lost in the void. It makes people feel lost, helpless and extremely insignificant. Until everyone suddenly woke up. The golden light before my eyes had already dissipated. The 10 six-path sacred bullets had already penetrated the earth, directly crushing the place where Bayou was originally standing. The scope of the collapse even spread to more than 1,000 meters in radius. The terrifying penetrating force is simply astonishing. However, at this moment, what everyone wanted to see most was Bayou's figure. The moment their eyes fell on Doflamingo's back, their pupils suddenly contracted to ultimate. Bayou still maintained the posture of sheathing the magic sword, with lightning flashing all over his body and the skin of his feet bleeding a little. However, compared with the posture of drawing the knife, Bayou's position has changed drastically. Sure enough, this burst of speed is faster and stronger than when using Demon Slayer, but the backlash force is still as taxing on my feet as ever. Bayou loosened his grip on the knife handle, casually pulled out a bottle of liquor and took a sip. It seems that this move has a limit of 2 times. Phew! A stream of blood spurted out from Doflamingo's throat without any warning. Doflamingo, who was still standing there, had a distorted face, gradually showing endless fear. He covered his throat with both hands frantically, obviously trying to stop the wound. Unfortunately, the lightning arcs remaining in the wound stopped the silk threads that were originally intended to repair the injury. The helpless hands, with a little effort. A human head rolled to the ground with a gurgling sound. The gushing blood dyed the earth completely red. Bang! The headless torso fell heavily to the ground. Large amounts of sand and dust were flying. Everyone present was stunned, and their eyes almost popped out. Without time to think, I looked up at the sky in a hurry. The first thing that caught my eye was the birdcage that had been covering the entire kingdom, which was instantly dispersed. Watching the scene where the devil fruit's ability was removed. At this moment, everyone finally believed it. The dignified 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo was killed by the Marine 4th Admiral Bayou. The killing scene was so fast that even the naked eye could not keep up. Oh my god, in just 4 minutes, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, who had awakened the devil fruit ability, was killed. Is this true? Bayou Admiral really did it. It didn't even take 10 minutes to kill a Shichibukai. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid this whole ocean will definitely be shaken. Hurry, spread the news quickly. This is big news. The second 7 warlord of the sea, who claimed to be allied with Kaido of the Beasts, was killed by the 4th Admiral of the Marine. While Kaido of the Beasts was chasing him, he still found time to cut Doflamingo. Is this a crazy counterattack against Kaido of the Beasts? Chapter 171. The scene suddenly exploded. Whether it was the Marine or everyone present, they all felt caught off guard by the result. They did think about it, as a Marine Admiral, at the critical moment when they were being hunted by Kaido of the Beasts. Bayou has the strength to fight Doflamingo. Maybe I can even win. However, they never expected that Bayou won this battle too easily and too brilliantly. Especially thinking back to that final blow. Until now, they have not been able to figure out what exactly happened. If they must summarize, then just one sentence. Bayou stood here and appeared behind Doflamingo with a whoosh. Doflamingo died. This guy is really a monster. He killed a Shichibukai in 4 minutes. I finally understand why he didn't accept my challenge. It seems that I am not even qualified to be chopped. Zywin's face turned pale and he exhaled deeply. It seems that I am not as good as him. He has enough qualifications to be the 4th Admiral. Hua Shaishan held a cigar in his mouth and nodded silently. Just take it easy. This is Mr. Garp's grandson. Of course he's a monster. No, to be precise, he's probably more of a monster than Mr. Garp. I finally understand why the 5 elders targeted him. Jun also remained silent and was able to sit in the Admiral substitute position. She is certainly not an embroidered vase. very clear about the complex relationships within the system. Otherwise, she and Shitun wouldn't have to sit in the admiral candidate position for so long. Well, now is not the time to complain. Let's quickly report this to Naval Headquarters. With the help of the intelligence from Naval Headquarters, we can find out where Kaido of the Beasts is now. Smoker spoke first. Don't forget, Bayou Admiral is still being hunted by Kaido. Jun and Hwashaishin suddenly came to their senses and quickly took out their den mushi. As Smoker said, killing the 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo was indeed an unexpected event. However, the biggest threat is looming. They didn't have time to think about it. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have successfully killed the 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo and obtained 4.5% of the system unlocking value. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3000 system points. The system's ethereal reminder sound suddenly rang out. Bayou raised his eyebrows and looked at the unlocking value of the main body, which suddenly increased to 54.8%, revealing a hint of surprise. Sure enough, Liuqi is still worth a chop. However, looking at the 0.2% that was still missing, Bayou felt a little helpless. It seems that this is the real system, as fed up as always. If you can break through to 55% in one fell swoop, you will unlock new power. Then the next fight might be even more interesting. However, just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bayou's eyebrows suddenly raised, and an unexpected picture flashed through his mind. The next moment, lightning crackled and emerged from his body, then turned into a bolt of thunder, quickly sweeping away into the distance. The sudden scene made everyone look stunned and feel confused. I was still dialing and waiting for the call when I heard Sengoku's urgent roar. Hwashaishin, I finally got in touch with you. What happened just now? Why did the den mushi lose its signal? Hurry up and inform Bayou. Tell him to give up hunting Doflamingo. The situation has changed. Kaido got the information from somewhere and has already set off for Dressrosa. According to the latest intelligence, he will arrive in 5 minutes at the latest. Hurry up and find a way to stop Doflamingo and let Bayou escape first. Kaido's target is Bayou, so he shouldn't be interested in dealing with you. Also, be careful of Doflamingo using the birdcage. Once it's deployed, it will be very difficult for you to escape. A series of words rolled out from the den mushi. Everyone's expression changed drastically at once. At this moment, they finally understood why Bayou ran away. It seems that with the help of the top observation Haki, a corner of the future was predicted. Kaido of the Beasts will arrive early. This would be a complete nightmare for anyone. If Bayou had not used lightning fast power to kill Doflamingo just now. Now still trapped in the birdcage. This time, I'm afraid Kaido will definitely block him head on. Hwashaishin, why aren't you talking? Are you already trapped in the birdcage? If that's the case, don't worry. Garp is on his way there too. Before he arrives, you and Bayou should work together to survive. I will put pressure on Doflamingo to try not to interfere. In the meeting hall of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku felt overwhelmed. I think of Doflamingo's pervert birdcage, and Kaido of the Beasts who arrived soon after. If the two join forces, it would definitely be called a nightmare, right? The only thing Sengoku can do now is to pray that this matter will turn around. Marshal Sengoku, it seems that you made the wrong bet this time. I don't like the way that brat acts, but he is still a member of the Naval Headquarters and the 4th Admiral. Kizaru is the fastest, let him go there himself. Akainu said solemnly, crossing his arms over his chest. Kizaru, who was standing by, also had a lewd smile on his face. He was about to dust himself off and turn into light and leave. Hurried voices like Hwashaishin were heard from the den mushi. Marshal Sengoku, we were indeed trapped by Doflamingo using the birdcage just now, and the den mushi signal was also cut off. However, we have now escaped, and Admiral Bayou only took 4 minutes to kill Doflamingo. Just now, Bayou Admiral used Ultimate's observation Haki to predict the future for a moment. I'm afraid he sensed the danger from the 4 Emperors Kaido and fled overseas in advance. Don't worry Marshal Sengoku. We will do our best to provide cover for Admiral Bayou to buy time for Vice Admiral Garp to arrive. The series of words were like thunder, endless in the ears. It echoed in the meeting hall for a long time. Looking at the den mushi placed on the table, many people in the field felt like they were going crazy. I wanted to rush out and grab the den mushi. However, he roared hysterically and asked whether this statement was true or false. Killed 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo in 4 minutes. He has even refined observation haki to ultimate, reaching the level of foreseeing the future. All of these things seemed too crazy and completely overturned their cognition. At this moment, they seemed to finally understand why Bayou had the guts to take the time to go and chop Doflamingo while Kaido of the Beasts was chasing him. This ultimate observation haki is obviously one of the confidences. Chapter 172. The huge meeting hall fell into deathly silence. Faced with this series of information, many people found it difficult to respond. Rao Akainu is no exception. As a veteran admiral of the Marine, Akainu has always considered himself to be quite capable, and even dared to challenge the 4 emperors head-on. However, having a challenge is one thing, and being able to overcome it is another. Compared with the 4 emperors, Akainu did not take the so-called 7 warlords of the sea seriously. However, Akainu did not have much confidence in defeating Doflamingo within 4 minutes. Sure enough, the little devil hid too deeply. Messy thoughts flashed through his mind, and an extremely ridiculous idea flashed through Akainu's mind. Marshal Sengoku, do you think Bayou is planning to kill Kaido of the Beasts as well? Even Kaido of the Beasts was cut? The people present were stunned at first, and then there was a sound of people gasping for air. Originally, Bayou took time to deal with Doflamingo. They didn't expect it either. I dare not even think about it. However, the facts were clear, the mighty 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo were killed in 4 minutes. Bayou made the impossible possible. It can be said that now Akainu, this speculation suddenly emerged. Who knows, it might actually come true. UBD kid, you really don't make me feel at ease. Sengoku's face changed, and he quickly reached out to catch the den mushi, and said anxiously. Huo Xiaoshan, hurry up and chase Bayou. Tell him not to do anything crazy. Kaido of the Beast's strongest point is his pervert defense. Ultimate's observation haki can indeed predict the short-term future, but this method is not very useful for Kaido of the Beasts and other long-established kings. What you need to do now is to delay as much time as possible so that Garp can arrive. Sengoku did not question Akainu's speculation at all. A man who was being hunted by the 4 emperors but still found time to cut down the Shishibukai. Faced with the appearance of 4 emperors, I'm afraid they really won't miss the opportunity to kill 4 emperors, right? Marshal Sengoku, don't worry, we will definitely stop Admiral Bayou. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar exploded like thunder. The sound waves were so loud that even through the den mushi, one could still feel the pain in one's eardrums. Sengoku and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Didn't the intelligence say that it would take at least 5 minutes for Kaido to arrive? There is only 1 minute left until the call ends. Kaido of the Beasts arrived. This is coming too fast, isn't it? Marshal Sengoku, Kaido of the Beasts is here. Hua Xiaoshan's face turned pale and he suddenly woke up. Sengoku's expression changed drastically and he spoke hastily. Hurry up and turn on the video phone bug. Hua Xiaoshan did not dare to be vague and quickly turned on the video call. Along with the projection, it fell into the void. Everything that happened in Dressrosa was presented to everyone. No one present cared about the ruins that had been the scene of a fierce battle. All their attention was drawn to the 2 huge figures in the sky. The dark leaden clouds give people a feeling of covering the sky and blocking the sun. The huge green dragon head and the looming dragon body were hovering in the sky. His blood-red eyes widened as he scanned the crowd quickly. Appearing next to Kaido was a pterosaur body wrapped in flames. This is Yan Zheijin, the leader of the 3 calamities, with a bounty of 1.45 billion berries. How could he appear here? Sengoku's face changed drastically. Originally, facing a Kaido of the Beasts could already be called a nightmare. Now he has to face a deputy emperor. Even the Admiral finds this a troublesome existence. Once the combat power of the two is added together, it's not as simple as 1 plus 1, right? Kizaru, use your fastest speed and hurry up. No matter what the outcome is, you must rush to Dressrosa. I'm worried that Garp alone won't be able to stop Kaido. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Sengoku is of course completely confident in the ability of his old friend Garp. However, no matter how strong Garp is, if facing an opponent like Kaido of the Beasts who can fly, his strength will be greatly reduced. At the same time, if Kaido was determined to pursue Bayou, the air superiority alone would leave Garp helpless. In this situation, Kizaru, who possesses the flash fruit, is undoubtedly the best candidate. Haha, I was planning to slack off for a while, but I didn't expect that I still can't escape the fate of going to work. Kizaru said with a strange laugh. However, seeing as this kid is so crazy, I might as well go there myself. Now, I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid and gives me some time. As the words fell, the light Madara on Kizaru's body lit up quickly. The next moment, the whole person turned into a golden light and rushed out of the window. Seeing Kizaru disappear from sight in an instant, everyone's eyes once again fell on the video projection. Kaido of the Beasts stared with bloodshot eyes, his expression gradually distorted, and then his bloody mouth suddenly opened. Arrogant little brat, get out here! You won't be killed by the clown. You dare to kill my people? Today I will tear you to pieces and let you know what it feels like to offend the Beasts' pirates. Clown, get out of here as well. Didn't you say you would help me stop that brat? Why are you nowhere to be found? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll kill you too. The roar was like thunder, rolling out. The sound waves that were created swept across the entire ruins like a hurricane. The fierce aura lurking in Kaido's body turned into an invisible mountain, pressing down on everyone's heart. Faced with these two figures hovering in the sky, even Hwashaishin and Jun had a hint of ashen expression on their faces. Not to mention the ordinary people present. Many people, looking at the two uninvited guests in front of them, didn't even have the courage to stand. Originally, in their eyes, Doflamingo, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was as powerful as a god. Now the emergence of Kaido of the Beasts has undoubtedly refreshed their cognition once again. Kaido, I'm sorry, Doflamingo, he's been killed. Hwashaishin took a deep puff of his cigar and finally mustered up the courage to speak. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's nerves were suddenly aroused. Looking at the burning mountain was like seeing a ghost. Kaido is now in a state of rage. Anyone could see that he wanted to kill someone. The fire on the mountain suddenly broke out at this critical moment. This is not just courting disaster, what else could it be? Faced with Kaido, who was hovering in the sky with a frozen expression, not only the onlookers, but even Jun and others instantly clenched their weapons. As long as Kaido does anything out of line, they will definitely take action without hesitation. Chapter 173. On top of the ruins. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped the entire venue. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the extreme. Looking at the huge body hovering in the sky, Hwashaishin clenched the den mushi in his hand. Hwashaishin certainly knew that speaking out at this critical juncture would be a crazy act that would only bring trouble upon himself. However, in order to buy Bayou a little more time, Hwashaishin understood that this was the only way. At the same time, Hwashaishin was gambling, betting that the video phone bug in his hand was connected to Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku. No matter how crazy Kaido of the Beasts is, he will give Sengoku, the Marshal, some face, right? Marine. Kaido of the Beast's huge head suddenly turned, and its scarlet blood eyes locked onto Hwashaishin's body. You said that the clown was killed. This is simply a joke. Can a mere marine kid really turn the tables? That guy, no matter how bad he is still my Kaido's chosen ally. Clown, get out of here. The rolling words still echo between heaven and earth. However, the originally depressing atmosphere of the scene suddenly changed. Everyone's eyes turned at once, looking towards the figure that was sneaking and fleeing in the ruins. The corpse carried on the shoulders seemed a bit of an eyesore. This scene made Kaido's pupils shrink suddenly. Even Jin is no exception. Even if you are blind now, you can still easily recognize that flamingo feather coat at a glance. In particular, the empty space on the neck gives people a shocking feeling. Could it be that Doflamingo was really beheaded? No. It's not Mo Fei, he was really killed. This result was completely beyond Kaido and Yin's understanding. Especially after hearing those harsh words Kaido said just now, even his old face covered with scales felt a little embarrassed. However, this is only secondary. Right now, Kaido is still thinking more about the transaction of artificial devil fruit. The biggest reason for choosing Doflamingo to be his ally was that Doflamingo had the ability to realize his crazy idea of a 300-man demon fruit power core. Now that Doflamingo has been killed, does that mean that his ambitions will also be aborted? Boom! A huge murderous intent exploded inside Kaido of the beast's body. The huge wave of energy that was stirred up swept across the entire venue like a hurricane. The blood-red eyes stared at Ultimate, and the huge dragon claws instantly grabbed the wolf-tooth club in his hand. Well, marine brat, you not only killed Jack, but also ruined my ambition. Since you are hiding today, I will kill everyone in this country first. Kaido roared, and the wolf fang club clenched in his hand burst out with dazzling green lightning. Amidst the terrifying aura, the huge body suddenly moved. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Hua Shaishan subconsciously clenched the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Facing the appearance of Kaido of the Beasts, Hua Shaishan was gambling from the beginning, betting that the other party would not act rashly at least for the sake of Marine Marshal. Unfortunately, the overwhelming and terrifying aura that was crushing down on him instantly shattered the last bit of hope that Hua Shaishan had in his heart. Sengoku, who was on the other end of the Den Den Mushi, suddenly changed his expression and roared urgently. Kaido, are you crazy? If you dare to kill innocent people, don't blame us at the naval headquarters for being rude. You're welcome. Okay, I'll see how rude you naval headquarters are. Even if it's you, Sengoku, I'm going to kill someone today. Endless murderous intent emerged on Kaido's face, and the attacks with his hands did not stop at all, while the rumbling thunder resounded through the sky. Everyone's faces turned pale. Facing the attack of the four emperors, no one felt confident at all. Even Jun and others had no choice but to fight to the death at this critical juncture. Kaido, don't you dare fight! Simple words exploded like thunder. Rolling in from the distance. The sudden scene made everyone stunned. Even Kaido, who was waving a giant wolf-tooth club in the sky, suddenly stopped moving his hands. Crazy! Faced with these proactive and provocative words, everyone felt that Bayou was crazy. The moment before, facing Bayou's sudden escape, everyone thought that Bayou, with the help of Ultimate's observation Haki, predicted something about Kaido's future and deliberately chose to exit early. But now he escaped unexpectedly and uttered such crazy challenging words. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would believe that Bayou found the time to kill Doflamingo. He even had the mind to tease Kaido of the Beasts at this critical moment. But is this really a joke? This thought just emerged in my mind. Hua Shaishan, holding a cigar in his mouth, was the first to smile bitterly. Jun Vice Admiral, it seems we have expressed the wrong feelings. Bayou Admiral had no intention of escaping from the beginning. His ultimate goal is probably to get away from this place and challenge Kaido of the Beasts on Earth. According to him, the four emperors are guys worth killing. Jun's hand that was clenched tightly around his weapon couldn't help but loosen. These words made her feel like she had no way to refute them. However, Jun felt that this result was natural. At least, this is how the Bayou she knows should behave. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a sense of security in my heart. Haha, it seems that the captain is still as crazy as ever. We should be able to save our lives. Karina relaxed a little and grabbed the modified 98K with her sweaty hands. Facing the level of four emperors, Karina felt that her strength had improved a lot, but the oppression she felt still made her feel inexplicably suffocated. Bayou's words now undoubtedly made them feel like they had escaped from a tiger's mouth. I knew that Lord Bayou would not miss this opportunity. Nami also breathed a sigh of relief, but a trace of worry still remained on her pretty face, and said, "However, this time we are facing Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. I don't know what trump card Lord Bayou has to back him up. I hope he can hold on until Mr. Garp arrives. Considering that Bayou had just killed 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo's performance was indeed unexpected. However, the 4 emperors, who have been famous for a long time, are a presence that even the naval headquarters dare not provoke easily. The strength and power they possess are far beyond the reach of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now Bayou suddenly challenged Kaido head-on, which really made many people nervous. Even Sengoku on the other end of the Den Mushi and a group of marine generals felt that this was too crazy. Chapter 174. Well, what an arrogant fellow. I was planning to destroy this country to vent my anger, but now you come up to me on your own initiative. I like your ant-like madness. But you still have to die. Kaido growled. Hovering in the sky, its huge body brought up a fierce gust of wind and rushed towards the direction of Bayou's voice. Cinder transformed into a pteranodon, with flames surging from his body. He flapped his wings violently, and turned into a stream of light, quickly chasing after him. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's face tightened and he spoke hurriedly. Fire the mountain. Ask Bayou to delay the time as much as possible. Garp will arrive in 15 minutes, and Kizaru will follow shortly. This time, he dared to challenge Kaido of the Beasts head-on. He must have some hidden plan. You guys should hurry over and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Hwashaishin and others used their extreme speed to quickly catch up with Kaido and Jin. Outside the King's Highlands, close to the rocky beach, Bayou took a sip of the wine with his backhand. His observation Haki had already covered most of Dressrosa. He glanced at the rocky road not far away. Big news Morgans, now that you're here, you'd better not be so evasive. If Kaido misunderstands you, you might get chopped by him if you're not careful. Haha, the 4th Marine Admiral, Battle Ghost Bayou, is indeed not an ordinary person. Even I can tell. Big news, Morgans came out from behind the reef, the live broadcast Den Mushi in his hand had already been turned on. Actually, it's not that I don't want to come out, but I'm worried that Admiral Bayou might suddenly want to kill me. I heard that you are bloodthirsty and warlike. I just got the news that you even killed the 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo. Now, facing Kaido of the Beasts, you still dare to stay here and challenge him in public. I really want to know what confidence you have that allows you to be so crazy. As one of the underground kings, Big News Morgan's greatest interest is to report news that is explosive enough. This period of time when the 4 emperors were divided and the 3 major forces were in opposition and checks and balances was simply a torment for the Big News Morgans. It's good enough to be able to report some supernovas on a regular basis. But ever since Bayou suddenly appeared, every time he appeared in the newspaper and everything he did was enough to shock the world. It can be said that in the eyes of Morgans, Bayou is walking big news. Now it's a rare opportunity for us to meet in person, and we're facing off against Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. For Morgans, this explosive news made his brain tremble. Are you worried that I might chop you? Bayou took a sip of the wine with his backhand and said with a bloodthirsty smile. Sorry, you're too weak. I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to chop me. As for your question, what strategy do I have to deal with Kaido of the Beasts? Of course, I will use the knife in my hand. This is a fight that is enough to make people's blood boil. You. Big News Morgans was suddenly furious. After all, he is the underground king. Even the world government needs to cooperate with him. Now as soon as Bayou opened his mouth, he was directly labeled as a weakling. This is a big news that Morgans can't swallow. Especially, looking at the Den Mushi live broadcast that has been turned on in my hand. He knew clearly that the conversation just now and the ensuing battle would be broadcast live. What's wrong? Do you want to play a warm-up match with me first? Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. Big News Morgans was stunned at first, then he gritted his teeth and said. Humph, the 4th Marine Admiral, you are indeed as arrogant as the legend says. But this time you are challenging Kaido of the Beasts, and I don't want to get into this muddy water. If you are still alive after this battle, I will definitely fight you. When the time comes, I will let you know that those who report the news are not persimmons either. Okay, I'll wait for you. Bayou took a sip of the wine and looked towards the King's Highlands again. Bayou knew clearly that the journey was more than 10 miles, and at Kaido's speed, it should take a few minutes. Bayou definitely doesn't want to miss the opportunity to fight with the 4 emperors. Especially when thinking that the unlocking progress of the main body template has reached 54.8%, Bayou can't wait. What will be unlocked next? Morgans, the big news not far away, was suddenly speechless. Looking at Bayou's nonchalant expression, I suddenly felt like I was getting into trouble for talking too much. What if Bayou really survives this battle? He might really pick up a knife to chop himself. At the same time, in New World, the live broadcast of the big news, Den Den Mushi, has been on for a long time. The forces that received the news had already turned on the Den Den Mushi live broadcast. During this time, the big news Morgans had already spread the news of Kaido of the Beasts hunting down Bayou throughout the ocean. He even claimed that he had obtained the recognition of Kaido of the Beasts, and would broadcast a live broadcast of Den Den Mushi once he really caught up with Bayou. Now the Den Den Mushi live broadcast suddenly connected. This is enough to show that the situation is probably not as simple as imagined. In New World, dozens of miles away from Dressrosa, the Moby DK, belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, is breaking through the waves. On the bow deck stood the figure of Fire Fist Ace. Ace, the live Den Den Mushi is lighting up. It looks like Bayou has been caught by Kaido. Diamond Jaws suddenly came walking quickly. Ace's expression suddenly changed, and flames burst out from his body. He quickly rushed to the deck where Whitebeard and others were. Watching the figure appearing in the live broadcast Den Den Mushi, Ace's nerves suddenly tensed to ultimate. Ace, it seems we are still a step too slow. Whitebeard looked at Ace who had landed beside him and spoke in a deep voice. Originally, I thought we could find this kid before Kaido did. Now it seems that we still underestimated Kaido's intelligence network. But, if I remember correctly, this place is probably Dressrosa, the territory occupied by the 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo. If he appears there, the situation may not be good for him. Not good? Ace's expression suddenly tensed. Now that Bayou has been caught up by Kaido, it's already a feeling of despair. If another bad thing happens. Is this adding insult to injury? Ace, Dad didn't mean to scare you. Marco, who was standing nearby, explained. We've heard that Doflamingo is an ally of Kaido of the Beasts. Now that Bayou has appeared in Dressrosa, if he is attacked by snipers from both sides, he will probably die. Not long ago, Marco and others had indeed witnessed Bayou's strength with their own eyes. However, in their eyes, no matter how strong Bayou was, his chances of winning would not be high if he faced just 4 emperors. Now we have to face off against a veteran Shichibukai. This unfavorable situation is probably not as simple as 1+1. Chapter 175. Are the 4 emperors and the Shichibukai allies? Ace's face suddenly turned pale. After going through so much, he has long since left the realm of Uruki. However, he had a deep understanding of the strength of Shichibukai and even the 4 emperors. Perhaps, the current Bayou is strong enough to fight against Shichibukai. However, if a 4 emperors is also included, it would probably be a real nightmare. No, Dad, I just received some information and forgot to tell you that 2 minutes ago, before Kaido of the Beasts arrived, Bayou had already killed Doflamingo of the 7 warlords of the sea. I heard that he took time out to chop up the clown. It only took him 4 minutes. Diamond Jaws suddenly walked out from the crowd. Just now, when Whitebeard's spy sent back information. It just so happened that the Den Den Mushi live broadcast started, causing Diamond Jaws to completely forget about this matter. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of people gasping for air in the audience. The expressions of many people changed drastically all of a sudden. In their eyes, as long as Doflamingo could become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, no matter how weak he was. Even on the sea, it is a frontline combat force. Even the many captains present did not dare to say they could win against Doflamingo. Being able to escape unscathed was already very good. Suddenly someone told them that this troublesome character had been killed. I still found some time and it took 4 minutes. Isn't this too shocking? When I first heard the news, I had the same expression as you, but I have confirmed again and again that the photos of the battlefield have also been sent back. Diamond Jaws smiled bitterly, took out a stack of photos and handed them over. Marco and others quickly took it over. When they saw the scene in the photo and Doflamingo's body clearly, their expressions froze. I couldn't help but feel a chill running down my spine. They were not aware of how Bayou had previously killed Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When I got the news, I was shocked. However, in the eyes of most people, this battle may be a common trick used by the naval headquarters to hype up newcomers. The process of killing Crocodile is even more unknown. It may take 1 day, 3 days, or even a round-the-clock battle to wear down the crocodile to death. It can be said that killing is one thing, and how to kill is another. However, the battle between 7 warlords of the sea and Doflamingo has overturned everyone's cognition. In 4 minutes, one of the 7 warlords of the sea was killed. This makes people feel that it is too crazy. It seems that we still underestimated that little devil. Whitebeard took a sip of his drink with his backhand, looking moved. Ace, who was standing by, suddenly woke up and said anxiously, "Dad, are you saying that Bayou is qualified to challenge Kaido of the Beasts head-on? This time, the Whitebeard pirates will appear in the waters of Dressrosa at this critical juncture." It was all because Ace personally requested Whitebeard to help. Originally, facing this kind of behavior of interfering in the affairs of the 4 emperors, no one wants to get into this kind of trouble. However, thinking of Bayou's potential, Whitebeard surprisingly agreed. Unfortunately, facing Bayou's unconventional style of doing things, Ace and his team were still a step behind. I thought Bayou would have a desperate ending. However, the crazy record of killing 7 warlords of the sea in 4 minutes still gave Ace a glimmer of hope. No, as a 7 warlord of the sea, Doflamingo's strength is indeed good, but he is not qualified to be compared with Kaido. Whitebeard explained in a deep voice. The gap between him and Kaido is too big. The strength of that kid Bayou is beyond our expectations. However, Kaido's strongest point, in addition to possessing the ability of the mythical beast Devil Fruit, is his unique pervert defense. Looking across this ocean, there are probably only a few people who can break through his defense. At least one thing I can be sure of is that Doflamingo will never be able to break through. As one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is said to be the strongest of the era. There are definitely quite a few fights with Kaido of the Beasts. He is well aware of Kaido's amazing defensive ability. In his eyes, Bayou is indeed outstanding among the newcomers. However, there is still a gap to break Kaido's defense. Dad, are you saying that Bayou won't even be able to break Kaido's defense and will eventually lose? Ace's expression froze, and he instantly felt powerless. Facing a Bayou, Ace was pinned to the ground. Now Bayou, who was beyond his reach, was determined by Whitebeard to not even be qualified to break Kaido's defense. At this moment, Ace finally understood how big the gap was between himself and the 4 emperors. Recalling that not long ago, I threatened to challenge Whitebeard. It's just a joke. Ace, don't be too nervous. Bayou is the 4th Admiral of the Marine Corps. I believe the Marine Corps will definitely be prepared. We are only 20 to 30 minutes away from Dressrosa. Even if we can't defeat that brat, at least we can delay him for enough time. Marco patted Ace's shoulder in comfort. However, looking at the bloodthirsty smile on that kid's face, it's hard to say what backup plan he has prepared. Ace nodded silently, staring straight at the Den Mushi projection. Now, the only thing he could do was to believe Marco's speculation. Or maybe Bayou really has a backup plan before challenging Kaido of the Beasts. Instead of being ignorant and crazy like him, doing this just because of the heat of the moment. At the same time, whether it is the naval headquarters or the rest of the 4 emperors' forces. Faced with this sudden and crazy challenge, I was also shocked. Even the red-haired Shanks and Charlotte Linlin put down their work and stayed in front of the live Den Mushi, eager to take a look at this little kid from Marine. How could he dare to challenge Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of the sea? Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar was like a loud thunder. The rolling sound is like a tide. A huge black shadow rushed over quickly from the end of the sky. As the wind and clouds rolled back, there was endless lightning entwined. The moment the huge dragon head emerged from the leaden clouds, Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and suddenly looked up at the sky. Kaido, I'll wait for you until the flowers wither. Stop talking nonsense and let's fight to our heart's content. Chapter 176. Crazy. As soon as Bayou opened his mouth, he made such sharp remarks. Everyone felt their scalp was chilled. These are the four emperors. Why does it feel like a foreworm when it enters Bayou's mouth? Kaido, who was hovering in the void, had a look on his face that had already been distorted to the ultimate level. The scarlet blood eyes suddenly glared down and roared angrily. What an arrogant fellow! Not only did he kill my people, he also destroyed my ambitions. Today, even if Uranus Laozi comes, you must die. Bang! As soon as the words fell, the sound of stomping like thunder suddenly resounded through the sky. Bayou was in the live broadcast camera and the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked and collapsed. The whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. The sudden scene caused a brief blank in everyone's mind, and soon an extremely absurd idea emerged. This guy is not planning to strike first, is he? When the live broadcast screen quickly moved to the sky, Bayou had already taken the lead and appeared in front of Kaido. The demon sword Murasame in his hand was glowing with golden light, and it burst out with unparalleled fierceness as it chopped down at Kaido head-on. Sword pressure. Boom! A sword aura of more than 10 meters long burst out. Kaido's expression froze. He also didn't expect that Bayou would be so crazy as to attack directly without even saying a word. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in his pupils, the dragon claws covered with scales stretched out towards him. Bang! The sword force of more than 10 meters was crushed immediately. The huge blast wave rolled back. A figure shrouded in golden light broke through the blast head-on. The knife was originally held in one hand, but it had already been changed to 2 hands. Sword Deo, cut in 2. Boom! The madly driven ultimate Ryutsu burst out with the most powerful posture. The moment the 100-meter-long sword energy pierced through the sky and earth, it transformed into an unparalleled sharp posture and slashed down head-on. Kaido, who was under attack, had just crushed Bayou's offensive and never expected that Bayou would be so crazy. Looking at the oncoming attack, he had no time to think, and the giant mace Bazig clasped tightly in his dragon claws. There was a crackling sound of lightning and an angry roar. Little devil, you are looking for death. Thundering 8 trigrams. Boom! The 100-meter-long sword energy instantly collided with the thundering 8 trigrams. Under the release of huge power, the 100-meter-long sword energy shattered with a sound. The blast wave swept across the entire venue like a hurricane. Kaido's bloody mouth suddenly opened. Bad wind. Bang! A hurricane filled the sky, and countless dense wind blades attacked frantically towards the center of the explosion. Ding 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 ding! The sound of metal colliding rang out one after another. When the blast waves all over the sky were dispersed by the bad wind, the demon sword Murasame in Bayou's hand was already covered with dense cracks. The next moment, in full view of everyone, it shattered. It broke into thousands of pieces. Devil's Thousand Blades Star Chaser. Buzz! Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, grasped the hilt of the knife with his right hand, and slashed it down fiercely in the air. Fragments of debris flew all over the sky, like meteors, rushing towards Kaido frantically. Bang! Thousands of fragments instantly nailed Kaido's body. The huge impact force created a large air wave. Kaido, who was hovering in the air, was forced back several steps. The strange attack made him pause. The sound of thunder has already roared loudly. Bayou was standing dozens of meters away. When lightning suddenly appeared on his body, the demon sword Murasame in his hand had already been replaced by Golden Lion's Sakura wood. The next moment, Bayou exhaled like thunder, accompanied by a flash of lightning. Bayou took the lead and appeared on Kaido's dragon head. As endless lightning gathered, the muscles in his right hand expanded to ultimate like a rock. The breath of thunder, the violent slash brought by the flash of thunder, burst out with a bang. Boom! Lightning exploded, and this blow was like a thunderbolt from the sky, piercing through the sky and earth. Kaido was hovering in the void, his huge body, when the lightning descended. It crashed directly onto the beach below. The huge force was released, and the beach collapsed, creating a shocking deep pit. The large amount of sand and dust that was raised gave people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Even Morgans, the big news who was hiding in the distance watching the live broadcast, was instantly rushed hundreds of meters away before he suddenly stopped. Looking at the battlefield reduced to ruins before him, his face was full of disbelief. Kaido was actually chopped down. Oh my god, did you see that? The 4th Marine Admiral, Bayou, took the initiative to attack and slash Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 Emperors, but was slashed down by a series of surprise attacks. Is this the 4 Emperors at a disadvantage? Big News Morgans was the first to lose his patience and caught the Den Mushi and started screaming loudly. For him who has always been looking for big news, this battle in front of him makes his blood boil. I wish I were the one on the court now. However, just as these words fell, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky, and the scorching heat that came with the wind was like a basin of cold water poured over his head. Looking at Yan Zaijin who landed beside him and regained his human form. Big News Morgans said with a dry laugh. You're not going to interrupt me reporting the news, are you? Everyone is watching. He is an underground king who likes to report the news by any means necessary. However, as a journalist, I am more inclined to press freedom. Don't worry, I won't hinder you from reporting the news. After all, everyone will soon be able to see the horror of Lord Kaido. Yin said indifferently. However, this kid is able to take the initiative, which shows that he is indeed different. It's a pity that he killed Jack, which ruined Master Kaido's ambition. He is doomed to die. Otherwise, he is a good candidate to join the Beast's pirates. Big News Morgans was stunned. No. It should be said that other forces watching the battle through the live broadcast of Den Mushi are no exception. Faced with Jin's pertinent evaluation, it is enough to show that Bayou's strength has reached a level that convinces the 4 Emperors group. However, just as these words fell, the huge body in the ruins once again broke through the air. Its huge body created huge waves and swept away the dust that covered the sky. Kaido once again came into everyone's sight. Seeing the huge body that was unharmed, many people's pupils suddenly contracted. Especially the dragon head that had just endured the thunder-like attack, only a white blade remained. Such amazing defensive power makes people feel like seeing a ghost. At least, after witnessing Bayou's thunder-like slash just now, many people asked themselves whether they could take it. To put it another way, even if he could take it, he would definitely be either dead or injured. The pervert defense of Kaido, who was unscathed and whose scales could not be penetrated. At this moment, Ace and the others finally understood what Whitebeard had just said. Chapter 177. Such amazing defensive power makes people feel like seeing a ghost. At least, after witnessing Bayou's thunder-like slash just now, many people asked themselves whether they could take it. To put it another way, even if he could take it, he would definitely be either dead or injured. The pervert defense of Kaido, who was unscathed and whose scales could not be penetrated. At this moment, Ace and the others finally understood what Whitebeard had just said. Dad, is this the impenetrable defense you mentioned earlier, Kaido of the Beasts? On the Moby DK, Ace's face turned pale as he watched the live broadcast of the projection inside the Den Mushi. Since going to sea, Ace has experienced 3 baptisms of brutality at the hands of Bayou. Every time I can't last more than 3 moves. Originally, in Ace's eyes, these 3 moves should be Bayou's strongest means. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been defeated so easily. However, after witnessing the blow that was like a thunderbolt falling from the sky, Ace then realized that Bayou had been letting him win all along. At least, in Ace's eyes, if that attack had landed on him, he wouldn't have been able to defend himself. I'm afraid it's a question whether we can react. However, this thunderous slash could not even break Kaido's scales. This gap is too big. I've already said that those who can become 4 emperors all have extraordinary qualities. Even I need some skills to break through his defense. Whitebeard said, shaking his head. However, after not seeing him for a while, it seems that the skills of this little brat Bayou have become stronger. It's a pity that he hasn't mastered that move, otherwise he might still be able to fight. Now I just hope he has other tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, we can only hope that his skin is thicker and he can hold out a little longer in Kaido's hands and wait for us to arrive. Ace was silent and clenched his fists tightly. Bayou had indeed been abusive all along, showing no mercy to his men. However, he knew clearly that Bayou did this just to make him understand the harshness of the sea. It can be said that if there had not been repeated battles with Bayou, Ace believed that he would never have been able to improve his strength to this level in such a short period of time. Right now, I'm probably still a rookie who doesn't even know what Conquerors Haki is. Seeing Bayou fighting against the four emperors alone, he felt powerless. Kaido, you are really like a turtle. It seems that the warm-up exercise ends here. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took out a bottle of wine, drank it all, and the demon sword Murasame in his hand had returned to its original state. Facing Bayou, who once again uttered vicious words. Everyone was stunned. In their eyes, the fight just now was so overwhelming. Anyone else who goes up there would be killed by Bayou in one blow. Now Bayou told them that this was just a warm-up. Are all the newcomers nowadays so terrifying? However, as soon as this thought flashed through their minds, they subconsciously glanced at the rookie-like newcomers around them and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this world is no longer perverted. Only a very few newcomers are perverts. Kid, you said that was just a warm-up. Kaido's face darkened, and then he laughed hideously. Haha, I didn't expect that a little brat like you would lie with open eyes. I am Kaido of the Beasts, the strongest of the four emperors. You are just a little brat, you can't even break my scales, let alone let me use Haki, you'd better prepare to die. The strongest of the four emperors. Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. Kaido, you are not ashamed to say this. It seems that not only your scales are amazing, but also your cheekiness. However, we will know whether we can break through the defense in a while. Enough of the nonsense, let's continue to fight to our heart's content. Buzz. The sound of a knife rang out from Bayou's waist. Kaido's face changed, looking at Bayou's face full of bloodthirsty fighting spirit. With the sound of dragon roar, the 8 precepts in his hand suddenly burst out with dazzling lightning, and smashed down towards Bayou. Feeling this violent impact like a mountain pressing down on his head, Bayushin exhaled a deep breath, and lightning on his body also surged up. Thunderbolt flash, 6 consecutive flashes. Boom! The 8 precepts slammed heavily onto the beach, and the massive impact and shock waves created shattered everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. A figure shrouded in lightning was flashing rapidly. With each strike, the lightning on Bayou's body would pour madly into his right hand holding the knife. The muscles in the right hand will bulge like rock. Wait until the 6th step is taken. All the lightning on Bayou's body has been poured into his right hand. The bulging muscles made the entire arm suddenly swell. The clothes on his arms were torn apart and directly shredded by the raging lightning. Mysterious patterns like lightning covered the entire arm. An indescribable aura of terror spread out from Bayou as the center. As time went by and the lightning continued to rage, even through the Den Den Mushi live broadcast room, one could still clearly see that Bayou's cortex seemed unable to withstand the pull of this horrific energy and traces of blood appeared. The strange scene caused the pupils of all the spectators to shrink suddenly. Bayou's strength is obvious to all. The thunder-like blow just now is still vivid in my mind. It can be said that now Bayou has used his real strength to prove his status as a top-tier sea warrior. However, such a powerful Bayou also suffered damage due to the accumulation of strength. This is enough to show that the next attack will probably not be simple at all. Is it the move that killed Doflamingo? Hwashaishin and others had already hidden 10,000 meters away, watching the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi with shocked expressions on their faces. However, this speculation was quickly rejected by Jun, who shook his head. Looking at this offensive that seemed to kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of his own people, Jun showed a solemn expression on his face. The blow that Bayou used to kill Doflamingo was applied to both legs, causing super acceleration. Now this blow is acting on the arm, I'm afraid it will super accelerate the strength and explosive power. If this move is really used, the power will definitely be several times, or even 10 times, stronger than when Doflamingo was killed. I hope this attack can break the defense. Kaido, who was hovering in the void, had a strange flash in his blood-red eyes as he looked at Bayou, who was standing in the ruins, flashing quickly like lightning. A trace of murderous intent flashed across his face, and the 8 precepts clenched in his right hand once again burst out with dazzling lightning. Little devil, no matter what means you have, you will never be able to break my defense. I don't have time to wait for you, go to hell. Thundering 8 trigrams. Boom. The huge lightning struck down again with the 8 precepts. Bayou, who was under attack, suddenly stopped moving quickly, raised his head with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and the fighting spirit on his face reached the ultimate level. Sorry to have kept you waiting, this is my strongest attack. Chapter 178. Boom. The 8 precepts in Kaido's hand burst out with dazzling lightning and smashed down towards Bayou. The sound of rumbling thunder never ceased. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bayou. They were eager to see how Bayou would counter Kaido of the beast's amazing attack. Hi! Bayou took a deep breath and suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. The demon sword Murasame, clenched in the 5 fingers of his right hand, was instantly unsheathed. Buzz! The sound of the sword resounded through the 9 heavens. The sound of thunder that pierced through the heaven and earth followed. The huge energy exploded like a volcano. A dazzling flash of lightning shot out from Bayou's waist. In an instant, everything in the world and everyone's sight were captured. Bayou seemed to transform into lightning, piercing through the sky and earth and heading towards Kaido. The violent posture gives people a sense of unparalleled sharpness. At this moment, everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, whether they were on the battlefield or watching the battle via Den Den Mushi. An inexplicable aura of death enveloped him. Kaido, who was under attack, had a sudden change of expression. The moment his eyes were taken away, observation Haki had already been madly activated to ultimate. Unfortunately, just as he caught the scent, Bayou appeared in front of him like a ghost. There was no time to think, as a deafening roar came out of his mouth, armament Haki quickly covered the neck. Bang! The sound of collision resounded through the sky. The huge blast wave and the moment of reversal. The huge impact force threw Kaido's dozens of meters long body directly into the air. Everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was shattered by the explosion storm. The originally calm sea surface was immediately stirred up by huge waves. When the dazzling lightning faded away, the vision gradually became clear. No one cared too much and hurriedly looked towards the battlefield. The first thing that caught my eye was the battlefield reduced to ruins. Bayou appeared on the sea surface hundreds of meters away from the coast. The entire right hand was emitting hot steam and was covered with scarlet blood vessels. It makes people feel shocking, as if they are about to burst. However, facing all this, Bayou seemed to not care at all. With a bloodthirsty smile, he looked at the huge body that was smashing heavily on the shore, like a worm. At this moment, everyone's eyes seemed to be synchronized with Bayou. The moment their eyes fell on Kaido, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank to ultimate, and even their eye sockets almost popped out. Scarlet blood covered half of his neck. The scales that seemed indestructible were directly penetrated. A wound that was a meter in size and deep enough to see the bone made everyone gasp. The defense was broken. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, who was just known as the strongest in the sea, was nearly beheaded. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe that this scene is real. A moment ago, Kaido was still certain that Bayou didn't even have the qualifications to break through the defense. Now he immediately performed a hat trick. This slap in the face came too quickly. I didn't expect this kid to be able to do this. It seems that if we face him alone, it will be difficult for anyone other than Marco to win. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard said in a deep voice with a hint of surprise on his face. The faces of the captains present couldn't help but change slightly. Faced with such words that boost others' morale but destroy your own prestige, If it were at other times and with other people, they would never miss the opportunity to refute. However, when watching the scene inside the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi, I felt that there was no way to refute it. This is one of the 4 emperors, and he is on the same level as their unattainable father. If they were to act as opponents, it is absolutely impossible to give such an answer. Dad, do you mean Bayou has a chance to win? Ace asked hurriedly. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. During this period, Bayou's strength and achievements have been endless. Everyone's understanding of him has been refreshed time and time again. If even the 4 emperors can be defeated now, this is really a step to heaven. Whitebeard shook his head silently. Ace, you still underestimated the 4 emperors. Bayou's attack just now was indeed brilliant. However, I'm afraid that he has used up all his means and strength in this attack. I believe that with this kid's calculations, he should have anticipated this early on. Now we have to see what he has planned. Ace's expression changed drastically, and the slight joy that had just emerged disappeared in an instant. It can be said that the stunning blow just now was indeed shocking. However, with Whitebeard's guidance, Ace instantly understood the pros and cons. Even other forces, and even Sengoku and others in the meeting hall of the naval headquarters, instantly saw the clues to the problem. Sengoku, I didn't expect this kid to be so well hidden. It seems we all underestimated him. There are only a few people in the naval headquarters or even in this ocean who can break through Kaido of the Beast's defense. Don't forget, Bayou didn't even master Conqueror's entanglement. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Sengoku, who had already stood up nervously, nodded solemnly. Even Akainu, who was standing next to him, had a changing expression. As one of the strongest fighters in Marine, Akainu certainly knows what Conqueror's entanglement is. That is the symbol of the king and the symbol of the highest combat power ceiling. Looking at the naval headquarters, the only people who control Conqueror's Haki are Sengoku and Garp. One of them became a marine marshal and the other became a marine hero. The combat power he possesses is totally incomparable to Zephyr and Crane of the same period. The Conqueror's entanglement mentioned by he just now is a unique skill that belongs only to the king. Even if ordinary people want to learn, they are powerless. Marshal Sengoku, what do you think Admiral Bayou will do next? Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel was the first to lose his patience. As Bayou's former defeated opponent, I thought that after losing in the Eight Swords style, the gap between me and Bayou would be made up soon. I never thought that when they met again, there would be such a huge gap between the two sides. Facing Bayou, who could even break Kaido's defense, the Flying Squirrel didn't even have the courage to challenge him. I don't know what else he has in mind. Sengoku shook his head solemnly. However, judging from his appearance, he doesn't seem to be reckless at all. Perhaps he has some backup plan that will surprise people. Otherwise, Bayou might be torn to pieces by the enraged Kaido. The marine generals present were silent for a moment. Subconsciously, he looked at the projected figure of Kaido in the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi, and a hint of urgency appeared on his face. I'm eager to know how Bayou will respond. Chapter 179. The huge battlefield ruins stirred up huge clouds of sand and dust. The huge dragon body, tens of meters long, rolled over and soared into the sky among the ruins. Under the wide-open blood-red dragon eyes, the originally gloomy face was completely distorted. 2 streaks of wind and lightning were emitted from the huge nostrils. If looks could kill, Kaido now is enough to kill Bayou tens of thousands of times. Feeling the sharp pain coming from above my chest, I almost broke my teeth. As Zoan mythical beast species demon fruit power. After awakening the power of the fruit, Kaido has super self-healing ability. He could stop the bleeding and recover from this kind of injury in the blink of an eye. However, when I thought about it, the boasting I made in front of the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi just a moment ago was now slapped in the face in public. Kaido absolutely could not swallow this. At the same time, I also feel a little regretful for letting Morgan's broadcast the big news live. But things had come to this point, and he had no time to think any further. The only way to avenge himself now is to use a thunderous force to kill the hateful little devil in front of him. Only in this way can he save his face. Kid, what a kid. No wonder you were able to kill Jack. A talent like you should be very much to my liking. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. Kaido said angrily. The attack just now was indeed beyond my expectations. Unfortunately, I can recover from this kind of injury in the blink of an eye. If this is the only method you have, I'm afraid you will end up dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood that was madly flowing from Kaido's neck stopped. The originally shocking wound healed quickly, visible to the naked eye. This astonishing scene made all the spectators feel shocked. At this moment, they finally understood why Kaido claimed to be the strongest in the land, sea, and air. Just relying on the defense and healing abilities of this pervert. I'm afraid that if I can't kill him with one blow, killing Kaido would be harder than climbing to the sky. Haha, you are worthy of being the one who has awakened the ability of the mythical beast devil fruit. This method really gives you the confidence to be arrogant. Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile, sheathed the sword Murasame, and under the astonished gaze of everyone, he casually took out a bottle of liquor and drank it. Unfortunately, killing me is not as easy as you think. Come on, let's continue the fight. Little devil, you are looking for death. Roar! Kaido of the beast's distorted face exploded instantly. As the dragon's roar resounded through the sky, its bloody mouth suddenly opened. The blazing dragon breath turned into a streak of light that pierced through the sky and earth, and flew towards Bayou. Wherever it passed, whether it was the land or the sea, it was torn apart. The short distance of 1,000 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Feeling the breath of destruction coming towards you. At the moment when everyone's nerves were tense, all the dormant auras in Bayou's body exploded like a frenzy. Ultimate Ryutsu, Armament Haki, is like tangible murderous aura, when the three come together. Bayou charged head-on into the dragon's breath. Crazy. Looking at this desperate collision method, everyone watching the game felt like they were going crazy. Is this suicide? Boom. The huge impact caused an explosive wave that swept across an area of 10,000 meters in the sea. At the same time, the sea water poured down like a rainstorm. Bayou was sent flying backwards in the blast. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1000 meters. Looking at Bayou, who was flying backwards like a comet with no sign of stopping at all. Many people couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Could it be that this attack is very powerful and awesome? Big News Morgans was also stunned for a moment and couldn't help but say. Jin, it seems that the 4th Marine Admiral has exhausted his strength, otherwise he wouldn't have been knocked so far away. You won't resort to trickery at this critical moment? Means? Jin's expression suddenly changed, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Without caring about too much, he shouted loudly. Master Kaido, hurry up and stop that brat, he's trying to escape. The people present suddenly woke up. Thinking back to Bayou's crazy fighting style just now, being blasted away a distance of 1,000 meters obviously gave people a feeling of being out of place. Now what Yin said clearly hit the nail on the head. However, he is facing Kaido, who possesses the power of the mythical beast fruit and is the overlord of the sky. Can Bayou escape? Little devil, I didn't expect you to come up with such a stupid idea, but you can't escape today. Kaido's expression froze, and he started roaring hysterically. I've just been slapped in the face by Bayou in public. Now Bayou has tricked him again. All this was a great humiliation for Kaido. The huge body swung suddenly and turned into a streak of light, chasing after Bayou. It is so fast that it can fly hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. At this speed, it would probably only take more than 10 seconds to catch up with Bayou. Seeing this scene, the smile on Bayou's face became even wider. He stopped flying backwards, drank the liquor in the bottle with his backhand, and waved his hand. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he dived straight into the sea. Bang! Large splashes of water turned into heavy rain and poured onto the sea. Kaido, who was flying rapidly, was suddenly confused. No. It should be said that the onlookers present were all filled with disbelief. In their eyes, Bayou is the demon fruit power. As a landlubber, the sea should be its natural enemy. Now Bayou just jumped into the sea and committed suicide when he had a disagreement. This is too crazy. Could it be that he would rather die than be destroyed by Kaido's hands? The vast sea surface suddenly fell into dead silence. Kaido, hovering in the sky, suddenly woke up, and observation Haki rolled back like a tide, quickly going deeper into the sea. At the same time, with its bloody mouth opened, the scorching dragon breath once again pierced through the sea. Boom! The huge impact instantly cut through the 10,000-meter wide sea surface. The waves stirred up were tens of meters high. A vacuum zone as deep as 100 meters appeared on the sea surface. Large groups of sea kings hidden in the deep sea were instantly pierced and crushed by the dragon's breath, leaving only their broken corpses scattered on the sea surface. However, facing this scene, Kaido went crazy and spit out foul language. Streams of dragon breath poured out into the sea like crazy, as if they were free of charge. In an instant, the entire sea was shattered. The surrounding rocky coastlines were razed to the ground. When I thought about it, not long ago, I was suppressed by Bayou in one encounter and fell to the ground. He was caught off guard and nearly beheaded. I had been thinking that I would finally be able to show my power. No one expected that Bayou would jump into the sea and commit suicide after a fight. This result made Kaido feel like he was punching cotton, with no place to vent his anger. Chapter 180. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar was so loud that it shattered the leaden clouds in the sky. Looking at Kaido rolling and roaring wildly on the sea, everyone was on edge, not even daring to breathe. It seems that Kaido won this battle. However, Bayou's jumping into the sea was such an inhuman move that even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was disgusted. You hit Laozi so many times. Laozi didn't even have a chance to attack, and you played a suicide game for him. This feeling of frustration is enough to drive anyone crazy. At least, looking at all the people present, at this critical juncture, no one wants to bring bad luck to Kaido. If you get into trouble, you could die. Get out here, you BD. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Kaido, who was hovering in the void, suddenly stopped tumbling, stared with bloodshot eyes, and roared hysterically. The next moment, he turned around and his eyes were suddenly fixed in the direction of Jun, Hwashaishin, and others. Feeling this murderous look, Jun, Hwashaishin, and others felt their scalps go numb. Little brat, since you won't let me kill you, then don't blame me for attacking Marine's people. Dragon breath. Kaido roared, opened his bloody mouth, and exhaled hot dragon breath again. The sudden scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They never thought that the 4 emperors would get so angry and attack other marine members directly. Kaido, you are looking for death. Sengoku suddenly woke up from the den mushi held in Hwashaishin's hand and roared hysterically. Unfortunately, thousands of miles away from home, all these words seem pale and powerless. The only thing he could do was to watch the dragon's breath rapidly expand in his pupils. A whole Kaido, do you really think I'm a persimmon? I have calmed down, but that doesn't mean I'm going to retire. You, the former trainee on the Rocks ship. A black shadow, like a cannonball, pierced through the sky. The moment the inky black armament Haki covered his hands, emission was rewinding. Facing the oncoming dragon breath, he didn't do anything fancy and just punched it forward. 6 styles iron fist sky break. Boom! With one punch, endless air shock waves, like a volcanic eruption, collided head-on with the dragon's breath. The dragon breath that seemed unstoppable was instantly blasted away by a single punch. Under the huge blast wave, everything within a radius of several thousand meters was directly submerged in sand and dust. In the ruins that blocked out the sun and the sky, a figure as big as an iron tower, wearing a marine robe of justice, walked out slowly. That slightly aged face was filled with coldness, and even the forces from all sides had their expressions changed. Especially the sentence about the intern on the Rocks ship. For most of the pirates, they are not aware of what happened 38 years ago. However, it is absolutely amazing that the pirates, who are able to have the mighty 4 emperors serve as interns. However, Kaido, who was once so awesome, suddenly felt worthless when spoken by Garp. Of course, looking across the entire ocean, only a handful of people could hear the deeper meaning behind these contemptuous words. Kaido, who was hovering in the sky, looked extremely gloomy. Yin, who was originally standing with the big news Morgans, also hurriedly transformed into a pteranodon again, bringing up a blaze and quickly flying to Kaido's side. And Garp faced off from a distance. When Garp became famous, Kaido was still an intern, let alone Yin. Faced with this legendary marine, Garp is more likely to go berserk at any time. As the think tank of Beast's pirates, Yin also had to be on high alert. Garp, you are just as arrogant as before. No wonder even your grandson is the same as you. Kaido said angrily. It's a pity. I am indeed an intern, but you are old now. If we really fight, I'm afraid you will still die. Before attacking Bayou, Kaido had thought about the possibility of a confrontation with Garp. It can be said that Garp, who is now furious, is just as he guessed. The expressions of the people present suddenly changed. Faced with Kaido's crazy provocation, many people are eager to see what Garp's response will be. Okay, since you said so, starting today, I will attack Wano. If you want to fight, I will fight you to the death. I want to see if the other 4 emperors will take a share of the spoils from you, a worm. Garp's face darkened and he shouted angrily. You can't even kill my grandson, and you dare to attack other marine members. Today I want to see if you, Kaido, are determined to fight to the death. If so, I will declare war on you on behalf of the Marines and immediately mobilize Buster Call and the 3 admirals to go to Wano to find you. I want to see how you can stop me. The rumbling roar echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. As soon as he opened his mouth, Garp started talking about war and Buster Call. Everyone was stunned. As the saying goes, like grandson, like grandfather. The so-called style of doing things is also extremely crazy. Even Sengoku, who was in the meeting hall of the naval headquarters, was confused. Going to war with the 4 emperors is a big event. The slightest carelessness is enough to ruin the entire era. It will also be a serious blow to the naval headquarters. If it were Sengoku, he probably wouldn't dare to say such crazy words at this critical juncture. However, at this point, Sengoku obviously couldn't refute anything. He had ruined his old friend's show, so he could only swallow his anger and remain mute. You! Kaido's eyes widened with anger, and the fierce aura dormant in his body was surging wildly. Yin on the side took a step forward, stood in front of Kaido and spoke in a deep voice. Garp, don't be so arrogant. We, the Beast's pirates, are not pushovers. If you want to start a war, we can take it over. However, the prerequisite is that you go back and ask Sengoku and the 5 elders first. That kid killed our people, so it was normal for us to kill him. Unfortunately, we didn't expect that he would die so miserably in the end. He actually jumped into the sea and committed suicide. It's really ridiculous. As the think tank of Beast's pirates, Yin is well aware of Kaido's style of doing things, which is completely based on drunkenness and a stubborn mind. At present, the 4 emperors are divided, and it is very good to be able to say such well-reasoned words in an instant in front of the entire ocean. Even Whitebeard, Sengoku, and others seemed a little surprised by this reply. Humph, you are just a coward. I have no interest in a verbal dispute. Garp snorted. But I don't believe you when you say my grandson is dead. He won't die. Chapter 181. Jin, my grandson will not be killed so easily. You should go back to where you came from. If you dare to attack other Marines, I will never give up even if I am no longer a Marine. Garp shouted angrily. He also saw the entire battle on the way here. Faced with Bayou's endless tricks, there was also the final stunning slash. Garp was equally shocked. Faced with Bayou, who always likes fighting and belligerence, he chose to jump into the sea at the last moment. With this unexpected move, Garp believed that Bayou would never do anything reckless. Instead, Garp thought that this so-called fight, just to test the gap between us and the 4 emperors. All of this is for the next real fight of life and death. Damn Garp! Kaido's face darkened and he roared angrily. During this period of time, Kaido has suffered a lot at the hands of Bayou. Just now, Bayou had gotten the fat meat and it slipped away. Now he was being scolded by Garp. This series of operations made Kaido completely infuriated. If it weren't for the dog-headed military strategist Yin Kaido had already attacked suddenly and fought with Garp. However, as Yin said, the current beast's pirates cannot withstand a head-on battle with the marine. Otherwise, the remaining 3-4 emperors probably wouldn't just sit there and watch the show. Kaido, even if I'm a jerk, I advise you not to challenge Marine's bottom line again and again, otherwise we really plan to go to your Wanakuni. Garp shouted coldly. Hua Shaishan, Zaiwan, and others also saw the opportunity and landed on Garp's left and right. Lien Bogart also arrived with the elite marines. They knew that they couldn't win this battle. However, we can lose the battle even if we lose the person. The momentum still needs to be well controlled. Kaido's expression suddenly darkened to ultimate. He never thought that he would feel so aggrieved. If looks could kill, he must be able to kill Garp tens of thousands of times now. Yin, who was standing by, also had a slightly changed expression, but in order to prevent Kaido from ruining the situation, he spoke first. Garp, I say the same thing again. If you want to start a war, we beasts pirates will definitely accept it. But I advise you to see if you can recover the slightly broken body of your precious grandson. A mere landlubber jumping into the sea is doomed to certain death. This is the fate of those who are arrogant and challenge the beasts pirates. After saying this, Yin glanced at Kaido, and the flames on his body suddenly increased. The next moment, in full view of everyone, it flapped its wings and flew away. Kaido's face darkened to ultimate, he glanced back at Garp, and also let out a deafening roar, charging into the sky. Watching the two huge figures gradually disappear at the end of the sight. The tense nerves of everyone present finally relaxed. Even Garp couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. This time the boasting is exaggerated. However, he was able to scare away Kaido, the big troublemaker. At least it's a good thing. Morgans, the big news not far away, also suddenly came to his senses. Originally, this time, before reporting the news, he was still confident that he could face Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, who was known as the strongest in the land, sea, and air. Admiral Bayou, who was only the 4th in marine, would be defeated without any suspense. No one expected that at the beginning of the fight, Bayou would press Kaido to the ground and finally break his defense. This remarkable performance alone completely overturned Morgan's journalistic instincts for big news. At the last moment, Bayou seemed to be forced by Kaido to jump into the sea to escape. However, when I think of what Garp said just now. As Garp said, if Bayou was still alive in this battle, then the real winner would of course be Bayou. If Bayou is not heard from again, the winner will be Kaido of the Beasts. It can be said that this is an alternative game. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Morgan's mind as he read the big news. He turned around to look at Garp and the others, then quickly hung up the live Den Den Mushi. Under the gaze of everyone, he turned and left. Garp doesn't like this kind of underground king. However, facing this underground boss who controls the lifeline of news and has close ties with the world government, Garp obviously didn't want to get involved with him too much at this critical juncture. Watch as the eye of the world disappears from sight. Sengoku, who was in the other part of Den Den Mushi, breathed a sigh of relief. Garp, UBD, if Kaido of the Beasts really goes to war with our marines, how are you going to explain to the 5 elders? Don't forget that the other 4 emperors are also eyeing our naval headquarters. If anything goes wrong, this whole ocean will be ruined. As the marine's resourceful general and the headquarters marshal, Sengoku obviously thinks more and further than Garp. A 4 emperors, relying on the strength of the naval headquarters, is able to face off head-on and is more likely to win. However, there are 4 emperors in this sea. The fact that they are able to possess the power to rule a region is enough to show that they are not simple people. Faced with a fierce battle between 2 major forces, there is no guarantee that they will not miss this good opportunity to add insult to injury. Once the other 4 emperors intervene, the naval headquarters will fight on multiple fronts. It was also a nightmare for the naval headquarters. It can be said that the current situation is the best for Sengoku. Haha, Sengoku, if I didn't scare Kaido like this, I'm afraid things wouldn't end so easily. You should thank me. Garp laughed heartily, but a serious look soon emerged on his face. However, I would like you to negotiate with the 5 elders. Don't let them take advantage of the situation at this critical moment. As for finding Bayou, I will go find him myself. You going? Sengoku was stunned for a moment, looking at Garp with a determined face. Sengoku sighed softly. Don't worry, I will help you deal with the 5 elders, but that guy is a landlubber. Jumping into the sea can indeed avoid Kaido's pursuit, but facing this vast ocean, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive. Garp, tell me honestly, have you colluded with that brat all along to stage this drama? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Garp. They were also eager to know whether this seemingly brief battle, which caused Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, to suffer a lot, was all part of Bayou's calculations. Garp smiled helplessly. Sengoku, you really overestimate me. If I had known this earlier, would I have rushed here like crazy? But I believe in Bayou. He is immune to death. Chapter 182. Immune to death. The people present were stunned and fell into silence. Sengoku sighed faintly. Well, since you've done this, I'll leave the aftermath to you. I'm going to go to the 5 elders first. Remember, Doflamingo's existence will affect too many things. You should take over Dressrosa as soon as possible. I will let he also go, hoping to minimize the impact. After saying this, Sengoku hung up the Den Mushi. At the same time, in the deep sea dozens of miles away from Dressrosa, a small submarine was escaping quickly. The dozens of figures hiding inside looked at the uninvited guest and their faces turned livid. Many people subconsciously looked behind them at the figure wearing a Madara hat. Captain, is this really okay? We are pirates. Bappo spoke first with a bitter face. The pirates beside him also nodded in agreement. Subconsciously, I distanced myself from Bayou. They could still remember clearly the battle just now. Originally, when he first entered Grand Line, Trafalgar Law planned to secretly go back to Dressrosa to take a look. I never expected to see the scene of birdcage unfolding. When Luo broke into the birdcage with the help of the op fruit, he happened to see Bayou killing Doflamingo. The hatred that was always engraved in my heart disappeared in an instant. When he came to his senses and tried to escape, he was stopped by Bayou. In order to repay the favor, Luo finally accepted Bayou's invitation and performed the hat trick just now. Originally, facing Kaido alone, Bayou was confident that he could escape from the sea. However, there are submarines for free, and it would be a waste if you don't take them. The most important thing is that Bayou still has 2 more places to go and he needs someone to take him there. Don't worry, if he wanted to attack us, none of us would have been able to escape alive just now. Luo carried Gaiku and hesitated for a moment before asking. But, a marine admiral is with a pirate, aren't you really worried about being misunderstood by outsiders? Also, where are you going next? Misunderstand? Bayou took a sip of the liquor, and the fatigue in his body faded away a little before he said. I've already killed Shichibukai, why would I worry about misunderstandings? You think I am a threat, so now should be the best opportunity to attack. If you don't plan to do it, then send me to this place first. I need to get a Shichibukai and shut up the 5 elders. Luo casually took the record pointer thrown to him, and his expression froze. We just killed a Shichibukai, and now we're going to find another one. If the pirates saw this Shichibukai killer coming to them, I'm afraid that in their eyes, the position of Shichibukai is no longer attractive. As for taking action against Bayou, as soon as this thought came into the minds of Bappo and others, they immediately shook their heads like rattles. This is a being that even Kaido of the Beasts dares to chop down. They believed that their weak arms and legs could not withstand the blow. The only thing we can do now is to pray that Bayou can be brought to the destination as soon as possible and separate from this plague god. Of course, if they knew, Bayou intended to use them temporarily as long-term meal tickets. I'm afraid he might even want to die. However, facing the Shichibukai target that Bayou wanted to invite, even Trafalgar Law couldn't help but feel a little interested. Becoming a Shichibukai is also a crucial part of his revenge plan. Now the enemy is gone. However, I am still very interested in the threshold to become a Shichibukai. At the same time, the battle between Bayou and Kaido came to an end. The entire sea was directly alarmed. In their eyes, the four emperors have always been like the ceiling of this ocean. Now this ceiling is almost broken by someone. This completely overturned their cognition. New world, on an unknown island. Dozens of people were having a banquet in front of the campfire. However, the firewood had already burned out and failed to attract the attention of anyone in the field. Dozens of eyes were staring at the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi, as if they were possessed by demons. After the picture was completely interrupted and paused for more than half a minute, the crowd of onlookers finally came to their senses. Liuqi, who was wearing a blue and white striped shirt, grabbed the barbecue with both hands, took a big bite of the barbecue in his hand and said, "Shanks, this brat almost killed Kaido just now. Is this still the kid we know who likes to drink for free?" As a frequent visitor to Windmill Town, for this young man who is with Luffy, there was still a sense of familiarity among the people present. In their eyes, Bayou is just a little brat who is slightly stronger than Luffy. However, compared to Luffy, the background is completely blank. If he wasn't Garp's adopted grandson, they would never have noticed. According to Red Hair's plan, Luffy is the new era he is betting on. He has a background in the Revolutionary Army and is the grandson of a marine hero. Plus his metaphorical identity as the four emperors as support. Red-haired Shanks believes that the appearance of Luffy will definitely be able to shake up this old era that seems like a dead end. However, the object of betting has not appeared yet, but Bayou suddenly appeared. It almost overturned the ceiling of four emperors. All these things completely overturned their cognition. "Shanks, it looks like we were all wrong." Beckman, who was holding a cigar, took a deep puff of the cigarette and said, "There are only two explanations for this situation. The first is that this kid's strength has improved by leaps and bounds since we left. Secondly, this little devil has a mind like a demon and has seen through our plan, so he hid himself to protect himself. If he is just the first possibility, then this kid's talent is indeed terrifying. However, if he is the second possibility, then this kid is probably extremely terrifying. Looking at the sea, he is definitely a tyrant-like existence." The expressions of the people present suddenly changed. Beckman is known as the think tank of the Red Hair Pirates. Any decision and insight has always been deeply convincing to the people. It is for this reason that Beckman is able to firmly sit in the position of the royal vice-chairman. However, now even Beckman claims that he cannot see through a teenager. This is enough to shock and cause concern. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on the red-haired Shanks. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, a solemn look flashed across Shanks' face, and he said, "Beckman, do you also mean to say that I bet my arm on the wrong era?" Chapter 183. The quiet sound echoed in the open space. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Red Hair has always been brooding over missing the opportunity to see the great secret treasure. It was for this reason that he had come to this point and become one of the four emperors on the sea. Unfortunately, we are facing the remnants of the old era. Whether it's Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, or Kaido of the Beasts, the strength they possess has long surpassed that of the Roger era. To get the text of history into their hands. For the red-haired Shanks, even if he possessed the strength of the new four emperors, obtaining the four historical texts related to Raftel was harder than climbing to the sky. What's more, after becoming four emperors, he gained corresponding power. The attention paid to this stretch of ocean also reached its peak. As four emperors, there are many situations where one move can affect the entire body. Red-haired Shanks, in order to seize the historical text, attacks one of the four emperors. The other forces in this ocean will definitely not just stand by and watch the show. The only way to break this situation is to seek help from other forces. Shanks once thought about letting the Marine or the Revolutionary Army conflict with the four emperors. Unfortunately, after repeated attempts, I found that all this was completely unrealistic. In the end, they could only make a second choice and plan to use the rubber fruit seized from CP9 to guide the so-called new era power to break the remnants of the old era. It is for this reason that Luffy's multiple backgrounds caught Shanks' attention. I thought it would take some time to break the deadlock. No one expected that Bayou would suddenly appear and completely disrupt Shanks' plan. "Shanks, you can say that. Ben Beckman nodded in agreement. However, you did bet on the wrong era, but the current situation is not much different from what we predicted. Bayou's sudden appearance has caused a corner of the four emperors to show signs of collapse, and even the Shichibukai's formation has been destroyed. Now, I can only pray to him that his jumping into the sea just now was not an impulsive act. If he can come out alive, he will probably be a better chess piece than Luffy. Loki and others were all surprised. It was the first time they saw Ben Beckman praise a newcomer so much. After all, they, the Red Hair Pirates, like the Roger Pirates of the past, are elite. After red-haired Shanks became the four emperors, there were countless new people who came to request to join. There are even more people who have bounties exceeding 100 million yuan. However, when facing these newcomers, Ben Beckman didn't even look at them. All along, Luffy has been valued because of his background. This is the first time that I can summarize so many evaluations for a newcomer. I'm afraid this is the only time. Beckman, if that brat dies, what should we do? Continue to wait for Luffy. Usopp suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. After all, they have been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Even the red-haired Shanks subconsciously looked at Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman took a long puff of his cigarette and said, "Don't worry, didn't I tell you that there are two possibilities for that little ghost?" In the previous battle, he seemed to be fighting desperately, but when he jumped into the sea at the end, he gave people a feeling of ease. If he is really the second type, then he will definitely appear again. However, when he appears again, the remnants of the old era in this sea will be stirred up even more chaotically, so we must be prepared and not miss this good opportunity. I agree with Beckman. Red-haired Shanks nodded in agreement. During this period, Bayou's achievements have been endless. Do whatever is most exciting. Every occurrence is absolutely unique and never the same. This kind of madness would make any pirates a supernova, with the potential to become four emperors. I thought that the changes in the new era would fall on Luffy. However, this unexpected result can be considered an unexpected surprise. Shanks, aren't you worried that you'll be tricked by the chess pieces? This is a hot chess piece. An unexpected voice suddenly sounded. In the corner of the open space, there suddenly appeared a figure with hawk-like eyes and a huge sword on his back. If an outsider saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. This is my hawk, one of the Shichibukai, known as the world's greatest swordsman. Now he's hanging out with the four emperors. If this matter were to get out, it would definitely be considered big news. Let the chess piece bite back. Shanks raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Don't worry. After all, I am one of the four emperors. I also saw the fight between that brat and Kaido just now. He did hurt Kaido, but compared to the four emperors, there is still a big gap. At least, his Conquerors Haki has probably not been properly developed yet. As the owner of Conquerors Haki, red-haired Shanks asked himself, in terms of Conquerors attainments, he considered himself second, and absolutely no one could claim first place. It is for this reason that he broke the situation of three emperors coexisting in the past and became the fourth emperors. Shanks, you're as confident as ever. Hawkeye my hawk shook the red wine glass in his hand and said. I hope you don't capsize in the gutter. However, that brat's swordsmanship attainments are indeed not low. If I give him some more time, maybe it will be worth it for me to fight him. At this point, a rare hint of fighting spirit flashed in the depths of my hawk's calm eyes. Red-haired Shanks was startled, then quickly laughed and patted Hawkeye my hawk on the shoulder. Haha, I didn't expect that you would have an opponent you like. Do you need me to arrange a fight for you? It is rumored that this brat is bloodthirsty and warlike. If you spread the word that you want to fight him, he will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Can you help me arrange it? My hawk, the eagle eye, raised his head and drank the red wine. You are planning to use me to test the depth of that brat, right? He just fought with Kaido, and I'm afraid he has revealed all his cards. There's not much point in attacking him now. Let's wait a little longer. I hope he can really show up alive again. There are not many interesting kids in this sea. Although I won't join your pirates group, I will help you deal with this hot chess piece. I do this for myself. After saying these words, Hawkeye my hawk put down the wine glass in his hand, turned around and left with black knife yet on his back. Chapter 184. Meanwhile, inside the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, Sengoku was walking quickly through the palace with a gloomy face. Looking at the closed door, he pushed it open. Bang! The two doors slammed heavily against the wall. The huge impact force made the guards stationed here change their expressions all of a sudden. He was about to open his mouth to scold, but after seeing Sengoku's frosty face, he quickly swallowed the words back into his stomach. However, this rude behavior instantly alarmed the 5 people on the platform. Seeing Sengoku coming with ill intentions, the 5 elders couldn't help but frown. The monk holding the samurai sword frowned and shouted angrily. Sengoku, are you planning a rebellion? That brat suddenly ran over and killed Doflamingo. Before I could go find you to question you, you came here and acted wild instead. Could it be that you are planning to end your career as a marshal? Half a day ago, when the Den Den Mushi live broadcast suddenly started, the 5 elders then received news that Doflamingo had been killed. At the time, their first reaction was that this was a joke. However, as Bayou and Kaido fought, they displayed such fierce and terrifying killing moves that even they felt threatened. They finally believed that Doflamingo might have really been killed by Bayou. The thought that the underground black hand that they had been supporting for so long was cut off by Bayou made them feel awe-inspiring. The originally planned plot was aborted. For them, this was simply a way to grind Bayou to dust. In the original novel, Doflamingo, as the king of the underground, has always been engaged in the business of smuggling weapons. Most of those customers are major kingdoms. The 5 elders used Doflamingo to sell weapons to various kingdoms. Use this to fight against the revolutionary army. The weapon in Doflamingo's hand was traded back from Wanakuni via the artificial devil fruit. In the original work, after Luffy defeated Doflamingo, CP0 went to Wanakuni in person to discuss the purchase of weapons with Orokai. It can be said that Doflamingo is the spokesperson in the dark world of 5 elders and is also like an eye. Being killed by Bayou now is equivalent to blinding an eye. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that after killing Doflamingo, Bayou met and fought with Kaido. He eventually committed suicide by jumping into the sea. The process was complicated, but they finally achieved the desired result. Humph, so you guys also know that I'm the marshal of the naval headquarters. I thought I wasn't. Sengoku's face darkened and he shouted angrily. Don't think I don't know that Bayou has been in danger time and time again, and it was all because of you who was causing the trouble. If you hadn't deliberately asked Bayou to recruit Fire Fist Ace, he wouldn't have clashed with the 4 emperors. The reason Kaido was able to get to Dressrosa so quickly was probably because you guys leaked the news in advance. That brat is indeed Garp's grandson, but he is a marine now, not a member of the Revolutionary Army. Or are you afraid? You guys are playing tricks like this, are you really planning to force him to the opposite side? The rumbling roar made the entire palace rumble like thunder. Yiseng's face suddenly turned gloomy. After all, he was the mastermind behind the world government. When has I ever been scolded in public like this? Most importantly, Sengoku actually said they were scared. This is a shame for 5 elders. However, before the monk could speak, Daps, who had a crescent-shaped beard, spoke first. Sengoku, you're going too far. We are simply issuing admiral trial missions. Whatever happens during the process is his own business. It has nothing to do with us 5 elders. Don't forget, he is the 4th admiral who was admitted by special admission. If he doesn't have some convincing achievements, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to obey. Besides, you are not going to tear your face with us 5 elders for a dead person. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 4 people instantly smiled knowingly. Sengoku's face darkened to the extreme, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch for a moment. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Sorry, that's the kid I liked. He won't die as easily as you think. I'm warning you for the last time. If you dare to target that brat again, don't blame me. I'm not welcome." "You're welcome?" a monk said with a gloomy face. "Sengoku, are you blackmailing us?" As for what you call rude, I really want to know what it is. Are you going to quit your job? All along, in their eyes, Sengoku has been a well-controlled chess piece. Now, the sudden outburst also aroused their interest, and they all looked at Sengoku at the same time. Quit your job? Sengoku sneered. Naval headquarters, but I manage it all myself. If I quit, wouldn't that be a bargain for you guys? If you do that again, I will definitely open the door and release Garp. I won't care what he does when the time comes. Open the door to put Garp? The 5 elders' expressions suddenly turned livid. One monk felt as if he had eaten shit, his face turned red and he had no way to refute it. In the Marine, Garp is an alternative existence. Carrying the halo of a Marine hero is a label of justice. It is also the belief of many Marine soldiers. If it weren't for this reason, when they knew the relationship between the leader of the Revolutionary Army and Garp, they would have managed to get rid of Garp long ago. It can be said that whether from the perspective of strength or status, they have to think twice before making any move on Garp. The identity of Marine as a hero is not made of clay. Otherwise, Garp would have been unable to play a supporting role in the naval headquarters over the years. Looking at Sengoku with a frosty face, Daps took a few deep breaths and said, Sengoku, very good, you are worthy of being the Marine, the resourceful general. Don't worry, we won't target that brat anymore. But he killed 2 Shishibukai at random, which caused a gap in the Shishibukai's power. We must make up for it here. I heard that Zephyr is training recruits and conducting practical tests in the first half of the Grand Line. There is a Shishibukai invitation target here. We have asked CP0 to invite him once, but there is no reply yet. You can ask Zephyr to go again. As he spoke, Daps casually threw a file to Sengoku. Looking at the character information on the file, Sengoku's expression changed slightly. Could it be that the 5 elders are so hungry that they even want to invite such a person to become the 7 warlords of the sea? Chapter 185. What's wrong? Any comments? Daps said in a deep voice. Sengoku came back to his senses and put the file away. No, I just didn't expect that you 5 elders have such poor vision. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Don't forget what you promised me. After saying this, Sengoku turned around and left quickly without stopping. Thinking of the person listed on the invitation list of 7 warlords of the sea in the document in his hand, Sengoku still planned to go back and inform Zephyr first. After all, compared to him and Garp, Zephyr is really old. Seeing Sengoku's figure suddenly disappear from his sight, the monk's face suddenly became as gloomy as water. Dapsu, you are undermining the prestige of our 5 elders by doing this. This time, Sengoku actually used Garp to threaten us. If it happens again, won't there be a huge uproar? After these words were spoken, the faces of the remaining 5 elders also darkened. Daps did not answer immediately. He picked up the teacup and took a sip before speaking. Yiseng, you are still too impulsive. Don't forget that the little devil is a demon fruit power. He is such a landlubber, but he chose to jump into the sea to escape. Is he crazy or something? Also, after he disappeared, I had the CP stationed in Dressrosa to monitor him immediately start tracking him down. But he has not been spotted within a radius of dozens of miles, and he has not been seen on any of the nearby islands either. In this case, even if he didn't die of exhaustion by sinking into the sea, he would probably suffocate to death. To fight with a useful chess piece for a dead person, isn't that something only a fool would do? Don't forget, our plan is almost complete. Once we get those forces, naval headquarters will become a thing of the past. The expressions of the monk and others changed slightly. Of course, I knew clearly about the plan mentioned by Daps. It can be said that being chosen as the target of 7 warlords of the sea this time was one of the failures of the plan. However, even if it is a failure, Yiseng and others also clearly knew the importance of this plan. That is the key to their complete control over the entire world. Humph, what Daps said is right. Since that brat is definitely dead, let's just forget about this matter. A monk snorted coldly. However, I really want to know what will happen when the new and old forces collide. This is a good show. 3 days later. It is still hundreds of nautical miles away from the entrance of the Grand Line. A small submarine, moving quickly beneath the sea. Bibo looked at the record pointer in his hand, which was almost overlapping, and couldn't help but turn around and look behind him. Bayou Admiral, we are almost at our destination. Do you want to prepare one or two first? During this time, pirates and marines stayed in the same room. At the beginning, Bibo and others lived in secret. However, for 3 consecutive days, Bayou did nothing but drink and swing the knife like crazy. This action made their tense nerves relax. At the same time, watching Bayou practicing with a knife like a madman, they finally understood why Bayou was as powerful as a monster. Because the way he trains is like a monster. Are we almost there yet? The demon sword Murasame in Bayou's hand slashed down again and did not stop. Before fighting Kaido, Bayou's body unlocking progress had reached 54.8%. I thought that after a test, the unlocking value of the main body could be broken through to 55%. I never expected that the final unlocking value would reach 54.9%. There is only one step left to reach 55%. Looking at this 0.1% gap, the only thing Bayou could do was to use the most stupid auxiliary method and swing the knife 10,000 times every day. The only thing that made Bayou feel fortunate was that after obtaining 3,000 system points from Doflamingo, he directly obtained 5,000 system points from Kaido. Altogether, there are a total of 8,000 system points. But he has definitely become a rich man. However, looking at the system that had not responded for a long time, Bayou's intuition told him, "I'm afraid that a real bomb will pop up next." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task of swinging the sword 10,000 times. You will be rewarded with 0.1% of the unlocking value of the main body. The current unlocking value of the main body has reached 55%. The main body skill unlocking opportunity has been obtained. Host, do you want to unlock it immediately? The ethereal reminder sounded in Bayou's mind. Bayou raised his eyebrows. After waiting for so long, it finally happened. System, unlock my main body skills immediately. Ding, host, please wait. Ding, congratulations host, you have successfully unlocked the main body skill and obtained Zanpakuto no Zarashi. Ding, host, please wait a moment. The power of Zanpakuto no Zarashi is merging with the demon sword Murasame. Ding, congratulations host, Zanpakuto no Zarashi and demon sword Murasame have successfully merged. A series of ethereal reminder sounds rang out. Bayou's expression suddenly changed drastically. Even the hand that was wielding the knife couldn't help but clench. If I remember correctly, this Zanpakuto no Zarashi is the Zanpakuto name of the main body template, Zaraki Kenpachi. It is a completely violent Zanpakuto. In the early part of the original work, Zaraki Kenpachi didn't even know what Zanpakuto was. In his eyes, it was just a weapon for chopping people. Later, during the 1,000-year Blood War, under the special training of Anohanaretsu, he was able to remaster the true name of Zanpakuto and perform Shikai. In the world of Shinigami, Shikai may be the threshold for graduation from the Spiritual Arts Academy. However, this is Zaraki Kenpachi, a man so powerful that he doesn't play by the rules at all. But it's like cheating. Shikai is the ultimate move. Once the Zanpakuto form is released, the power it can unleash is enough to shatter a huge meteorite that could destroy the Seireitei in one blow. To put it another way, the power of this Shikai is such that it can kill one Tengai Shinsei with one strike. Now, at 55% of the unlock value of the main body, you can get Shikai no Zarashi. It was completely beyond Bayou's expectations. According to Bayou's calculations, if the battle with Kaido had taken place 3 days ago, the demon sword Murasame would have been able to evolve into Zanpakuto no Zarashi. I'm afraid it can make up for the lack of Conquerors' Haki entanglement. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Bayou's mind. Feel the gradually increasing power of the demon sword Murasame in your hand, as well as the rapidly changing blade. A dangerous aura quickly spread. Bayou's expression changed slightly, and he shouted hurriedly. Luo, move me outside quickly, otherwise you will all die. Chapter 186. The inexplicable words made Trafalgar Law stunned at first. The next moment, a deadly aura rushed towards him. The cold air rushed straight from the solace of my feet to my forehead. Without time to think, Trafalgar Law frantically activated the Op Fruit ability. In a blink of an eye, R00M covered the sea area of hundreds of meters in radius and directly switched Bayou out. At the same time, they had no time to think and quickly controlled the submarine to surface. However, just as they opened the submarine, a huge energy, like a raging tide, exploded in the demon sword Murasame in Bayou's hand. Boom! A dark beam of power shot straight up into the sky, instantly piercing through the leaden clouds that had accumulated in the sky. At the same time, with Bayou as the center, huge waves were raised and rolled out in all directions. It feels like a hurricane passing through. Roar! The sea kings lurking in the sea roared in fear and turned around to flee. However, a huge black shadow that was 100 meters long quickly emerged. It is the overlord of this sea area and also a very large species among the sea kings. The storm of aura emanating from the human being in front of him was indeed terrifying. However, as one of the super-large sea kings, this giant python is clearly dominated by its own ferocity. Roar! The black shadow appeared dozens of meters behind Bayou. The huge body rushed out of the sea with its bloody mouth open, rushing towards Bayou. However, as soon as it approached, the strong wind that burst out from the sky instantly swept away the giant python's body. The diving posture suddenly stopped at this moment. The next moment, streams of blood shot out from its body. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a large clot of blood and smashed heavily onto the sea, completely dyeing the entire sea surface red. The strange scene made Trafalgar Law and others in the submarine gasp. Just getting close felt like being cut by countless blades. If just now, Bayou continued to stay in the submarine, I'm afraid that the fate of this giant python and the super-large sea kings will be theirs. For a moment, Beppo and others couldn't help but shudder. However, compared to the others, a hint of anxiety flashed across Trafalgar Law's face. Looking at the fierce momentum gradually dissipating in the sky, without time to think too much, he hurriedly looked at the blade in Bayou's hand. The first scene he saw made his pupils shrink to ultimate, and his eye sockets almost popped out. In Bayou's hand, the demon sword Murasame, which was originally blood red, has now turned black and red. Under the flowing cold light, there is even a kind of ferocious light that captivates people. It makes people feel terrified. This strange scene instantly made an extremely absurd idea flash through Trafalgar Law's mind. Was that the process of the Great Sword evolving into the Supreme Great Sword? If this is true, then the origin of each Supreme Sword in the legend can probably be explained. Thinking of this, Trafalgar Law didn't have time to think about it, and quickly used the ability of the fruit to quickly switch the entire submarine to the pieces of meat floating beside Bayou. Faced with this sudden action, Beppo and others were shocked. He almost ran away with his head in his hands. The only thing they were thankful for was that, compared to what happened to the oversized sea kings just now, they were still standing intact. He was not strangled by the invisible wind blade. Luo also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still frightened by his previous recklessness. However, thinking of the changes in the blade in Bayou's hand, Trafalgar Law couldn't help but ask. Master Bayou, has the sword in your hand evolved into a supreme sword? After he said this, Trafalgar Law's breathing suddenly quickened. He really calls himself a doctor. However, he is also a swordsman. However, the fighting method is more inclined to be combined with the ability of the fruit. However, facing the condensed transformation method of the black knife, it is for anyone who plays with a knife. It's a fatal temptation. Wouldn't it be great if I could obtain the black knife's condensed transformation method for free? This is indeed a black knife. Bayou exhaled deeply, feeling the power in Zanpakuto gradually subsiding. A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. The storm of breath that was just released seemed very powerful. However, Bayou knew clearly that this was only 1% of the power of Zanpakuto Shikai. According to this calculation, once Nozarashi's power is completely released, I'm afraid it's really not a problem to kill Tengai Shinsei with one sword. For Bayou, his strength has completely transformed from holding his breath to using a big move at will. Thinking of this, Bayou really wanted to find someone to practice swordplay with. A bloodthirsty fighting spirit flashed in his pupils. As Luo approached, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Especially seeing Bayou's fiery expression. This is too careless. Faced with the secret of the black knife, he completely forgot that the man in front of him was a crazy killer. However, things had come to this point, and Trafalgar Law had no choice but to speak. "Boss Bayou, you are not going to chop me, are you? My little arms and legs can't bear it. But if possible, I want to know how Master Bayou transformed the big sword into the supreme big sword." After hearing these words, Trafalgar Law's nerves suddenly tensed up. Now, he was not only worried that Bayou would chop him, but also worried that Bayou would tell him the secret of the black knife. "Cut you." Bayou withdrew his gaze and shook his head in boredom. "You are too weak to be chopped off. As for the transformation technique of the black sword, I actually don't know it either, except for the use of Haki to warm it up. My knife has turned into a black knife as I swing it around." Confused, Trafalgar Law stood there in a daze for a moment. Looking at the black knife in Bayou's hand, it always exudes a ferocious and captivating light. As it is swung, it can transform into a black sword. Is this a joke? However, thinking back on what had just happened, Trafalgar Law felt like he had no way to refute it. Most importantly, Bayou's expression when he reminded me just now also did not seem fake. Could it be that swinging a knife can really create a black knife? Otherwise, Bayou wouldn't have been swinging his knife so wildly during this period of time, right? And Haki. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Trafalgar Law's mind, and he clenched the ghost cry in his hand. He decided to start from tomorrow. No. It should be said that from now on, he has to wield the knife well. Try to get a black knife to play with as soon as possible. "Admiral Bayou, please check quickly. The record pointer has stopped. It seems that we have reached our destination." Beppo suddenly spoke. Looking at the pointer in its hand that had completely stopped and was pointing upwards, Bayou raised his eyebrows. "Look around quickly." Soon, the target island for this trip to summon Shichibukai was found. Chapter 187. Half a day later, the submarine quickly surfaced to the sea surface. As the valves were opened, figures emerged from them. Looking at the huge islands and trees in front of me, I couldn't help but feel a little insignificant. Is this still the island called Little Garden recorded in the record pointer? This is too big. Bayou Admiral, are we in the wrong place? Is this considered small? Bibo looked at the huge island in front of him, his face turning pale. Looking around, there are trees that are 20 or 30 meters high everywhere. The birds and beasts hiding in the forest, eyeing them covetously, were as tall as 12 or 13 meters. What's more, some of them are as huge as a hill, and judging by visual observation, they are at least 20 to 30 meters high. This is Little Garden. However, looking at the big picture, it is not small at all. I'm afraid there is nothing smaller than them on this island. Hearing the thunder-like roars coming from all directions, Beppo couldn't help but shrink his neck. "Admiral Bayou, didn't you say you were going to look for a replacement for Shichibukai? You're not planning to just bring a ferocious beast back to fill in the numbers, are you?" Trafalgar Law couldn't help but ask. He had indeed just set out to sea, and his reputation had not yet spread. However, as a traitor to the Don Quixote family, he is the newcomer who has ever received the most systematic training. It's far beyond what Luffy and the others can compare to. Some of the more famous pirates on this ocean also know a thing or two. However, in the eyes of those powerful pirates, the first half of Grand Line was just a cradle for the weak. New World is their hiding place. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, the Golden Lion and the Crocodile killed by Bayou. However, in the Little Garden, which is near the entrance to the first half of the Grand Line, Trafalgar Law could not imagine that any world-famous pirates would hide here. Haha, it's understandable that you don't know. After all, they are the grandfathers of the times. Bayou took out a bottle of liquor and drank it. When he thought of these two legendary pirates, with the demon sword Murasame on their waists that evolved into Zanpakuto no Zarashi, he couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Originally, as a sword that is infinitely close to the supreme great sword, the demon sword Murasame has a certain consciousness and can actively absorb and pull the haki of the sword wielder. Now that it has transformed into a black sword, the consciousness possessed by the demon sword Murasame is obviously stronger. At least, he has reached a level of existence that is synchronized with Bayou's fighting spirit. As long as Bayou is determined to fight, this knife will definitely be unsheathed and kill people. Thinking of this, Bayou couldn't wait to find a whetstone. The two giants hiding here undoubtedly became the target. The target has arrived. It seems that it has arrived at the right time. Coming? Trafalgar Law and others were startled. After looking around, they still did not see the so-called target. Just as they were doubtful, a dull drum sound suddenly rang out. Boom! A dull roar sounded like an earthquake. The ferocious beasts around were frightened instantly, and fled madly with red eyes. Before Trafalgar Law and others could react, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and covered an area of dozens of meters in radius. The whole space was filled with an inexplicable feeling of oppression. The strange scene made Trafalgar Law and others nervous, and they subconsciously looked up at the sky. The first thing that caught my eye was a huge figure. This is a giant. Bappo and the others were so scared that their scalps exploded. However, when they saw the second giant appear, their hearts tightened. They finally understood why Bayou was called, and the target of the next invitation to Shishibukai was the grandfather of the times. Looking at the two huge bodies in front of me, they instantly realized that the two giants in front of them were no simple creatures. Roar! The ferocious beasts from all directions roared in fear. Because of the appearance of the giant, the entire island was in a state of excitement. Those runaway dinosaurs were densely packed and rushed straight towards Bayou and others. From a distance, it looks like a torrent flowing through the forest, which makes people feel shocked. For newcomers like Bibo, they have never encountered such an occasion before. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. What's more, there is a group of people in front of us. Admiral Bayou, do you need me to use my fruit ability to transfer? But with so many people, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for 3 or 4 times, and will soon be swallowed up by the beasts. Trafalgar Law couldn't help but speak. He is not the supernova he will be in 2 years. Now he is just a newcomer who has just started working at sea. He could accept a small fight. However, facing the riots across the entire island, this is no longer a matter of being timid or not. It's totally impossible. No need. It seems that we are all ignored by the 2 giants. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and raised his head suddenly. The Conqueror's haki lurking in his body exploded like a violent tide. Since I'm being ignored, let's use the biggest stepping stone. Boom! The overwhelming momentum, like a raging wave, swept across and instantly enveloped the entire little garden. Wherever it passed, the torrent of ferocious beasts that were charging towards it paused for a moment. The whole world seemed to be frozen at this moment. By then, Bibo and the others were awakened. Facing the oncoming group of ferocious beasts, his pupils instantly shrank to ultimate, and he finally fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back and foam coming out of his mouth. Along with that, there was a thunderous sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Originally, the island, which was extremely bustling, fell into dead silence in an instant. Not even the sound of birds or insects chirping was left. It seemed as if Bayou's haki had just passed through and suppressed all the animals. Originally, the 2 giants were charging at each other with their weapons raised. The huge body staggered back 3 or 4 steps before finally coming to a stop. After looking at each other, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. What happened just now? There was such a strong sense of oppression. Why did all the creatures on the entire island fall to the ground and cannot get up? The blue ogre Dori with a long beard was the first to lose his patience. Red ogre Braki, who was standing by, also quickly clenched the weapon in his hand. Many thoughts flashed through their minds, but in the end there was only one possibility. There were outsiders on the island. Moreover, this outsider is more powerful than any they have encountered in the past 100 years. For a moment, the two of them quickly scanned the island. Finally, the picture stopped at a figure walking out slowly, holding a wine bottle. Looking at this uninvited guest before them, the pupils of the two giants couldn't help but shrink. Chapter 188. An indescribable sense of horror and crisis emerged from the thin figure before him. No. To be precise, after many years of fighting, their keen intuition told them that this terrifying sense of crisis came from the weapon on the kid's waist. However, this sense of crisis came quickly and disappeared even faster. Before they could comprehend it carefully, it disappeared. 100 years ago, the two former captains of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Broach, offered a bounty of 100 million berries. I never thought you would be here. Bayou took a sip of the wine and said with a bloodthirsty smile. I'm the Marine Admiral, and I'm here to arrest you this time. Will you leave with me obediently, or will you let me take you away by force? Marine. Dori and Broki's expressions changed. As pirates, they are a product of 100 years ago. They also know what a marine is. What's more, they have been isolated from the outside world for the past 100 years, but they often get information about the outside world from some pirates who accidentally enter here. Marine is no stranger. Looking at the villain in front of them who wanted to arrest them as soon as he opened his mouth. Just now, Bayou did give them a sense of danger. However, as a hero among the giants, he is also the captain of the giant pirates. Dori and Broki couldn't swallow this. Kid, so you are Marine's lackey. However, it is ridiculous that you dare to look down on a giant. Broki roared first, and swung the huge axe in his hand violently, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and chopped down towards Bayou. The sudden attack made Trafalgar Law and others change their expressions suddenly. Isn't this Bayou's goal in recruiting Shichibukai? Why do you stir up hatred as soon as you open your mouth? However, what shocked them the most was that facing the giant's attack from the sky, Bayou seemed to be completely unaware. Broki and Dori, who made the move, had gleaming eyes and roared angrily. Little boy, you won't be so frightened that you even forget to dodge. If this is the case, then you should pay a sufficient price for your arrogance. Boom! The huge axe instantly hit Bayou's shoulder. The huge blast wave was like a Category 12 hurricane passing through. Some towering trees that were more than 10 meters high were also flipped over in half. The ground beneath his feet was the first to collapse under the heavy weight, forming a huge spider web, spreading in all directions. As the dust swirled in the sky, Broki and Dori's pupils suddenly shrank to ultimate, and their eye sockets were almost popped. No. It should be said that even Trafalgar Law and others are no exception. Looking at Bayou, who was still standing in the ruins without moving, he couldn't help but grunt and swallow his saliva. They had witnessed the battle between Bayou and Kaido with their own eyes. However, in that battle, Bayou's performance was more about crazy attacks, pressing Kaido to the ground and rubbing him. It can be said that there are very few scenes of being attacked. Not to mention, now he is standing there indifferently and taking the attack from the giant. The sight of him being completely unscathed was truly astonishing. Is this the so-called strength of a giant hero? It's really disappointing. Bayou looked up calmly. No wonder the giant's hometown of Elbaf was destroyed by a child. Even Yarl the T-Beard and Jorl the Waterfall Beard were killed. It turns out that everyone present is garbage. The sound was not loud, but at this moment, it was very penetrating. Faced with two giants with extremely stubborn tempers who have been dueling here for hundreds of years, beating them is the best way to make them understand human language. Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Broki were stunned. The next moment, they roared in unison. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Elbaf is a holy place among giants. How could it be destroyed by a child? You dare to insult us giants? No matter who comes, you will have to pay a heavy price. Bang! Blue Ogre Dori roared and took a step forward. As the earth roared, the giant sword in his hand burst out with unparalleled power and slashed down towards Bayou. At the same time, Red Ogre Broki didn't care too much and quickly swung the giant axe in his hand again and chopped down at Bayou again. When two giants attacked at the same time, the momentum was beyond words. That posture could definitely be described as terrifying. Even Trafalgar Law and others who were watching the battle from a distance had their faces changed drastically and stared at Bayou eagerly. At this critical juncture, they were eager to know how Bayou would respond. Bang! Bayou moved, and the empty bottle of wine in his hand shattered. A pair of hands reached out like lightning. Before anyone could react, he grabbed the giant weapon that was about to fall. Boom! The thunder-like explosion resounded through the sky. The backward air waves gave people a feeling of raging waves, instantly raising everything within 1,000 meters to the ground. Even Trafalgar Law and others who were watching the battle from a distance had to try to stabilize their bodies. However, they had just stood firm. I didn't care about anything else and quickly went to the battlefield. The first thing that caught my eye was the two weapons suspended in midair. The seemingly extremely sharp blade was now being held by Bayou with his bare hands. The ink-black armament Haki covering both hands even had strands of black lightning flowing through them. It gives people a shocking feeling. Blocked it. With his bare hands, he blocked the giant's attack. Looking at this shocking scene in front of them, let alone ordinary people like Beppo, even the two giants felt an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Especially, looking at Bayou's relaxed demeanor. An extremely absurd idea emerged in their minds. Who is the giant? What's wrong? Are you shocked? Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. You haven't left for 100 years. The world has changed a long time ago. It is the times that have abandoned you. As the strongest among the titans, even Haki doesn't know, so it's my turn to attack. Back off quickly, regroup, and then deal with him. Blue Ogre Dori and Brocky suddenly woke up and roared. At the same time, he quickly planned to draw back the weapon in his hand. However, as soon as they moved, Bayou also moved. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit on his face grew stronger, and the ultimate riot so dormant in his body burst out in its strongest form. As the dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, a golden skeleton instantly covered the body surface. At the same time, use the 10 fingers of both hands to exert force suddenly. Bang! A dull sound of shattering occurred without any warning. The two weapons that belonged uniquely to the giants shattered like porcelain at this moment. Chapter 189. However, as soon as they moved, Bayou also moved. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit on his face grew stronger, and the ultimate riot so dormant in his body burst out in its strongest form. As the dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, a golden skeleton instantly covered the body surface. At the same time, use the 10 fingers of both hands to exert force suddenly. Bang! A dull sound of shattering occurred without any warning. The two weapons that belonged uniquely to the giants shattered like porcelain at this moment. Weapon fragments filled the sky, falling down like flowers scattered by a fairy. The two giants, who had been exerting their strength madly, lost their force points and began to retreat violently. After retreating dozens of meters, he looked at Bayou with shock on his face. These two weapons have been with them for a long time, experiencing many collisions and thousands of duels, and have never been damaged. But now they were crushed to pieces by a kid who was 10 times smaller than them. This scene was simply shocking to them. An extremely absurd idea emerged in my mind. Could it be that the times have really abandoned them? Was the hometown of giants really destroyed by a little kid? Have all the people outside become monsters? A series of thoughts flooded into the minds of Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Brocky. However, these thoughts were annihilated as soon as they appeared. Over the years, they have encountered all kinds of humans. However, once those humans encountered them, they would simply flee or become the dead at their hands. There is no comparison between him and the little devil in front of him. Especially when thinking back to the time when we met just now, I felt the terrifying aura in an instant. They instantly understood that this terrifying existence probably wasn't running around the world. Little devil, you dare to destroy our weapons, but you still underestimate us giants. Blue Ogre Dori roared first. Giants are the race with the strongest sense of honor. It is for this reason that these two so-called heroes appear. Brocky, let's put aside our prejudices and use that move. That move? Brocky's expression froze, but seeing Dori, who was always stubborn, actually proposed to join forces. The original prejudice disappeared in an instant. Well, let this arrogant brat have a taste of our giant's most powerful killing move. Old man, I hope you don't forget it. Humph, it's you who should not forget it. This move is the honor of us giants. It has long been engraved in my bones and will live forever with the honor of the giants. Blue Ogre Dori roared. Red Ogre Brocky's eyes sparkled and he laughed heartily. Okay, let's get started. Buzz. A roar of air sounded without any warning. The air circulating around seemed to have suddenly come to a standstill. As the two giants clenched their weapons, a terrifying aura quickly rose up. At this moment, Trafalgar Law and others who were watching the battle from a distance suddenly had the illusion that their hearts were tightened. A huge sense of danger quickly enveloped them. There was no time to think, the moment the two giants swung their weapons. Trafalgar Law immediately activated the ability of the fruit to ultimate and quickly transferred everyone. Giant combination technique, Heikoku. Boom! Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Brocky swung out the broken weapons in their hands instantly. The huge impact penetrated the sky and earth like a raging tide. The two had been fighting for hundreds of years, but with this combined skill, they were able to achieve perfect sync. It can be said that at this moment, the momentum that the two of them had accumulated for hundreds of years was directly exerted to the ultimate level. The ground along the way collapsed and shattered, and in the blink of an eye it rushed towards Bayou. However, Bayou, who was hit by this attack, had a bloodthirsty smile on his face that became even brighter. Bayou has been waiting for this moment for so long. These two giants were indeed terrifying existences 100 years ago. However, as Bayou said, the times will abandon anyone without even saying goodbye. It can be said that the two giants now can be easily defeated even by Trafalgar Law using Op fruit. The reason why Bayou uses them for training. The biggest reason was to go there for Heikoku. Feeling this fierce oncoming attack, Bayou's aura, along with the bloodthirsty fighting spirit on his face, climbed to ultimate. The Zanpakuto clenched in his right hand, and instantly emitted a deafening sound of sword sound, resounding beyond the 9 heavens and clouds. Devour no Zaraki. Boom! Ryotsu, like a vast ocean, rushed out of Bayou's body like a wild horse. The ground beneath his feet was unable to withstand the huge impact and collapsed. The accumulated clouds in the sky were pierced through. From a distance, it gives people the feeling that there is a huge column of light with a diameter of tens of meters rising into the sky. The Heikoku impact that was coming from all directions paused for a moment. That unstoppable posture seemed as if it was being strangled by the neck at this moment. This strange scene made Dori and Brocky's expressions change drastically. Unfortunately, before they could react, the endless golden light of the Zanpakuto in Bayou's hand faded away. It turned into a big sword with an extremely rough and ferocious appearance. The blade is as huge as a door panel, with a slightly curved blade and a handle that is more than a meter long, giving people a violent visual impact. That heavy feeling just emerged in their hearts. Bayou was already holding the Nozarashi in one hand and slashing down towards him. This scene may seem complicated, but when you really calculate it, it only takes a moment. Before they could react, a devastating aura rushed into their hearts. Sword pressure. Boom! The 1,000-meter-long slash seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. At this moment, the two giants couldn't help but feel insignificant in their hearts. The Heikoku attack, which they had placed high hopes on, was cut in half in one encounter. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in their pupils, the two men had no time to think and frantically raised the broken weapons in their hands to block. Bang! The sound of the collision was like a loud thunder. A huge gust of wind swept across the entire little garden. This time, let alone thousands of meters in radius. Under this shocking blow, the entire island was not spared and was directly washed away by the huge impact. Those ferocious beasts that came a little closer were instantly crushed to pieces by the slashing air waves. Trafalgar Law and others who were hiding 10,000 meters away were thrown out and crashed into a thick rock mountain before they stopped. I don't know how much time had passed. When the wind waves between heaven and earth gradually subsided, Trafalgar Law and others who had been hiding behind the rocks finally poked their heads out with pale faces, their clothes already soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, they vowed that they would never watch a fight up close again. Chapter 190. Boom. The earth-shaking rumbling thunder gives people a feeling of never-ending sound. Under the huge air wave, the whole island was shaking violently, giving people the illusion that a giant was turning over. The dust in the sky rolled back and dissipated, and the first scene that came into view made Trafalgar Law and others' pupils suddenly shrink. The two giants looked horrified, with disbelief written all over their pupils. Half of their bodies had already been completely stained red with blood. The arms that were originally holding the weapons were also chopped off. The scarlet blood, like a dam bursting, splashed all over the earth. The broken weapons had already turned into dregs. However, what made them feel creepy was the line that started from Bayou way. A slashing gully stretching to the end of the island. It feels like the entire island has been cut in half with a single blow. Everything along the way, whether it is plants or rocks and mountains. Even the bones of the giant beasts that used them as a temporary shelter were shredded by the terrifying gale. It can be said that if Bayou had not intentionally deviated from the trajectory of the attack at the last moment. I'm afraid that now the two giants can't even stand here. I don't even know how I died. Feeling the high temperature generated by ultimate Ryutsu lingering in the air. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and sheathed the Zanpakuto in his hand. The knife strike just now only used half of the power. It can directly smash the giant's fusion technique Heikoku into pieces. This is enough to show how powerful Nozarashi is. According to Bayou's calculations, if it is performed at full strength, it might be able to reach the level of the combined technique Heikoku performed by 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. However, for Bayou, he can only use this ultimate move 3 times at most. Once you use too much, I'm afraid your physical strength won't be able to support this huge consumption. This will eventually lead to the loss of the ability to fight, and they will become prey to the slaughter. Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Brocky felt the terrifying aura that enveloped their bodies dissipate. His originally tense, iron-blue cheeks suddenly relaxed, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Feeling the stinging pain from their broken arms, they knew it clearly. The young man in front of me was right. It was the times that abandoned them without even saying goodbye. At the moment, they did want to resist, but unfortunately, when they thought of the stunning sword strike just now, they finally deflated like balloons. Even in their heyday, they couldn't defeat Bayou together. Not to mention, after losing an arm. Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Brocky looked at each other and sighed. Kid, it seems that what you said about Elbaf being destroyed is true. Here is a token that proves our identity. If you are willing to help us avenge the destruction of our hometown, I will give you this token. This is a token of honor for the giants. With it, the giants will do something for you unconditionally. Bang! The huge token was thrown out by Blue Ogre and smashed heavily on the ruins. A large amount of dust was blown back, making Trafalgar Law, who had just arrived here, look a little pale, and he couldn't help but ask. Admiral Bayou, aren't you on this trip to find someone who is qualified to be the 7 warlords of the sea? Now you've cut them all down, are you not satisfied? Trafalgar Law was aware of the strength of the two giants. Especially the last move, Heikoku. I'm afraid it can easily raise a city to the ground. It can be said that even Trafalgar Law would be daunted in the face of such an enemy. But now he couldn't even withstand a blow from Bayou. This scene undoubtedly made Trafalgar Law feel a little fortunate that he obeyed Bayou's orders that day. He did not act rashly against him. Otherwise, with my own small arms and legs in front of Bayou, I'm afraid I really can't even withstand one move. Don't worry, I was just itching to do it, so I overexerted myself. But this minor injury can still be healed. Bayou casually pulled out a bottle of liquor, and as he watched the two giants' weapons break at the same time, he gave a bloodthirsty smile. Bibo, who was standing by, changed his expression slightly and said in a hurry. Captain, he doesn't intend to let you come for treatment. If it was an ordinary person's arm, it might be easy to reattach it, but this is a giant. Even with our medical equipment and the captain's fruit ability, I'm afraid we won't be able to do it. Luo smiled bitterly. The feeling of being looked down upon and denied by your subordinates is indeed not a good one. However, he felt like he had no way to refute it, so he just spoke up. Admiral Bayou, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you're a little ruthless. I'm afraid it will be difficult to reconnect the two giants' broken arms with my op fruit alone. You've given me too much hope. At this point, Trafalgar Law couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on his face. He knew the value of op fruit since he was a child. However, knowing is one thing, and how to develop is another. Faced with this situation where it all depends on its own efforts, Trafalgar Law's op fruit development is obviously a bit useless. He has definitely become the assistant to the nanny. You said I gave you hope. Bayou raised his eyebrows and said with a bloodthirsty smile. Don't worry, I'm never used to pinning my hopes on others. I can chop off these two giants, but I can still reattach this arm. As he spoke, Bayou took out the two senzu beans that he had just exchanged for 600 system points. After this period of time, the system's mall has undergone a transformation. From the beginning, these senzu beans could be exchanged once a month, but now they can be exchanged 5 beans a month. Originally, this kind of thing was not useful to Bayou for the time being. However, now looking at the miserable state of the two giants, Bayou still endured the pain and exchanged the senzu beans. Otherwise, Luo's op fruit alone would be useless. I'm afraid that by the time the two giants recover, all of Shichibukai will have been chopped down by Bayou. Bayou Admiral, you are not planning to use these two beans to heal the giants' injuries. Bibo, who was standing by, looked at what Bayou took out and an extremely ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Captain, you seem to be insulted by two beans. In their eyes, no matter how bad the op fruit is, it is still a secret treasure of the sea and a devil fruit ability. Now even Luo can't treat the injuries. However, Bayou took out 2 peas to represent it. This isn't an insult. Dori and Brocky, who were watching the show on the side, were also stunned. Originally, I was still waiting to die, but I heard about Shichibukai and treatment. Now take out 2 beans. I'm afraid you can't see this thing even if you open your eyes wide, right? Chapter 191. In such a huge ruin, the atmosphere suddenly changed slightly. Trafalgar Law couldn't help but frown as he looked at the 2 magic beans that appeared in Bayou's hand like magic. Admiral Bayou, this joke is not funny. I am not 100% sure about the recovery of the 2 giants, but I am 20% to 30% sure that I can heal them. It will probably take at least half a year. If you need my help, I can help you right now. Otherwise, if you delay for too long, these 2 arms may become necrotic. After saying this, Luo stared at Bayou. In fact, he didn't finish his words. These 2 arms had already been badly broken by the previous blow. By using the power of the op fruit, he was able to barely reattach the arm. However, the damage was too severe. Even if the arm can be reattached, it may not be able to recover its previous level of freedom of movement. According to Luo's calculations, it would be at most 50%. For the pirates who were living on the edge of a knife, it was a waste. No need, I'm not kidding you. Bayou took a sip of the drink and said. Dori, Brocky, if you want revenge, go there yourself. I won't help you. However, I can help you recover from this arm and injury. Now each of you grab your own broken arm and press it on the wound. Don't need me? Luo's expression suddenly froze, and the pride that had been welling up in his heart suddenly disappeared. Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Brocky were also stunned. However, under Bayou's gaze, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Brocky, after a little hesitation, decided to do as Bayou said. Instead of asking Bayou to help them with revenge, they wanted to go out and see for themselves who dared to destroy Elbaf, the hometown of giants. The huge arm was grabbed by the 2 giants and pressed directly towards the broken arm. The 2 were about to say something. The 2 magic beans in Bayou's hand had already bounced directly into the mouths of the 2 men. Swallow it, and the arm should be reattached soon. Can it attach arms? The 2 giants were stunned. Especially Luo, his eyes almost popped out when he heard these words. Does Bayou really intend to insult his op fruit with 2 peas? However, before he could open his mouth, a snapping sound was heard. The two giants indeed have 100,000 questions in their minds. However, for now, I can only do as Bayou said. As the senzu beans were swallowed. Before they could react, a huge vitality has directly penetrated through the body. The injuries on its huge body caused by the powerful collision just now were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Especially seeing the arm that was chopped off and pressed on the wound. In full view of everyone, large pieces of granulation tissue sprouted out and quickly connected the severed limbs. It was so fast that it was completed in the blink of an eye. Wait until Luo and others reacted. The arms of the two giants seemed to be reborn. No. It should be said that it was as if it had not been cut off at all. This strange scene made Trafalgar Law, Beppo, and others' pupils shrink to the ultimate level, and their eye sockets were almost about to burst. He even had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. When Bayou took out 2 peas, they suspected that Bayou was joking. But now I have witnessed the whole process with my own eyes. Especially the 2 giants who recovered instantly. Trafalgar Law suddenly felt extremely absurd. Op fruit is not fragrant anymore. Compared to these 2 peas with pervert healing abilities. Op fruit is a piece of shit. Okay, your injuries have healed. Next, I will tell you the purpose of coming here this time. I intend to invite you to become the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. Bayou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that the effect of the senzu beans would be greatly reduced due to the huge bodies of the 2 giants, but now it seems that the system's products are indeed high quality. 7 warlords of the sea. Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Braki were startled at first, but soon remembered that the word Shishibukai had been mentioned in the newspapers they had received over the years. Giants have long lives and amazing memories. In their eyes, 100 years passed in just quarrels. So I still have to be careful about Shishibukai, this new thing about pirates. After figuring out the meaning of Shishibukai, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Braki's breathing suddenly became heavy. As Bayou said, it took hundreds of years to duel here. It was a joke. If they manage to get out alive and avenge Elbaf, they will definitely meet the other giants again. What if their former companions and descendants, or even the people of the giant kingdom, knew that the real purpose of their disappearance for 100 years was just for quarreling and fighting? Even Elbaf was ruined. I'm afraid it will really become a joke among others. Now, Bayou suddenly made them 7 warlords of the sea, an honor recognized by the world government. It's simply a hot commodity. Thinking of this, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Braki couldn't help but look at each other, and spoke in unison with ecstasy on their faces. We do. The rumbling voice echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at the 2 giants who readily agreed, Trafalgar Law came back to his senses and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Beppo, who was standing by, also had a strange look on his face. He couldn't help but move closer to the 2 giants and spoke in a low voice. Do you really want to be Shishibukai? I have bad news for you. The vacancy of your previous Shishibukai was taken by Admiral Bayou. Including Doflamingo not long ago, this is the second one. Bayou Admiral, he has a title of Shishibukai killer outside. It is rumored that his greatest interest is to kill Shishibukai. You should be careful in the future. A soft voice buzzed in my ears. If it were in the past, the 2 giants would have raised their hands to flatten this annoying mosquito. However, after listening to these secrets, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Braki still felt that they were too naive and could not help but speak weakly. Bayou Admiral, can we not do it? Not doing it? Bayou rolled his eyes and said. No. However, your current abilities are probably a little lacking for you to take on the position of Shishibukai. If you were to place them in front of the 5 elders, you would probably face opposition. We should think of a solution before we go back. Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Braki, both known as giant heroes, were the ones that dominated the sea 100 years ago. Rocks probably hadn't been born yet. 100 years ago, the fact that they could receive a bounty of over 100 million was enough to show that they were not simple people. However, this level of strength is obviously not enough nowadays. The times have long since abandoned them. Right now, it might take some effort to get Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Braki to successfully assume the position of Shishibukai. Ding, congratulations host. Chapter 192. Ding, congratulations host, you defeated the captain of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Broki, and obtained 2% of the main body unlocking value. The current unlocking value of the main body is 57%. Ding, congratulations host, you defeated the captain of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Broki, and received 1000 system points. The current system score is 8400 points. Ding, congratulations host, the system wall has been refreshed successfully. A series of system prompts sounded in my mind. Bayou's eyes suddenly lit up. Especially the refresh of the system wall, for Bayou, it is simply the sound of nature. The two giants are now lacking in strength, perhaps due to bad luck. We can find a way to make them stronger. Thinking of this, Bayou directly opened the system page. After quickly skipping the attribute interface, quickly skip to the mall page directory. When the product bar slides to the end, you can see the products on it clearly. Bayou couldn't help but exclaim. System blind box, worth 10,000 points. The purchase period remains 24 hours. Looking at the scarlet numbers that were already counting down, Bayou really suspected that this system was cheating him. Right. Now Bayou just wants to call the system his son. I tried this system blind box at Dressrosa 4 days ago. In the end, Bayou did get the ultimate observation Haki. Bayou feels that this risky journey is worth it. However, the points needed to purchase the system blind box at that time were only 5,000. Now suddenly, it doubled and became 10,000. If it's not the son who is torturing his father, then who else is it? What surprised Bayou the most was that this sea area was the first half of the Grand Line. If Bayou wants to get this system blind box, he must also have a goal worth pursuing. Even the crocodile, the sand crocodile closest to Little Garden, had already been killed by Bayou. It would take him only a moment to find a target worth chopping down within 24 hours. In this sea area, it is probably harder than climbing to the sky. Do I have to try again on the two giants, or give Trafalgar Law a try? Is it worth it? Bayou looked around. Feeling that bloodthirsty gaze, the people present couldn't help but shrink their necks. The two giants couldn't help but look mournful. They finally realized that it was not easy to take advantage of such an advantage that came right to their doorstep.